Is nice, but I think
Oh, hang on.
I
So
think I'll
people couldn't hear us before. So, Dad, all of your insulting stuff is wiped away. Um, so, thank you, Jake, for letting me know that people couldn't hear us in YouTube. I just clicked another thing here, and um, we should be
Okay.
good. And Jake, by the way, Jake, who's watching right now, I wonder if the latency is low. Like from the time you told me that you couldn't hear stuff to the time we flipped it on, I wonder how many seconds that was because I set latency to be really low for this presentation. So,
really
um,
good. It's not the 30 seconds.
Yeah, I hope the people attending are troubleshooting us if we're doing something wrong.
no, I'm always doing something wrong.
Yep, people are commenting they can hear us now. I'm just gonna say, remember to unmute.
Right. So, Bill, it was not on your end for sure. It was us. So, always getting started in the morning, it's a challenge. But oh yeah, wow, the latency really is much lower. I just was watching myself. The latency of the stream is, maybe 5 seconds now, so it's much lower. So there's a risk of
Great.
doing it. There's a risk of doing it this way. In fact, you can set the latency even lower. You can set it to like a second. So there are certain environments where you want it as low as possible, like if you're streaming a game or whatever. But I did sort of the medium setting where it's just a couple seconds behind, so it's interactive enough. Because the regular setting for YouTube is, as you know, it's long latency. It's like a minute or something. And that's the safest setting to use, right? Because when you start using lower latencies like this, if your internet's not good or you have little outages, you can get buffering. Remember the bad old days, buffering. That can happen if the latency's too low. So hopefully that won't happen today.
You know, speeds at them, and in my place in Florida, they actually are upgrading for free to 500/500. I think that's pretty damn good. Upload and download.
Yeah, so symmetrical connections like that are good if you can get them, right? Most places can't. Usually you have to have fiber to do it. Our cable company here, it's asymmetrical. It's a gigabit down, but it's only like, I think it's 60 up. So it's, yeah, so that's a good deal. In the olden days, of course, asymmetrical stuff was fine because most people just downloaded stuff they weren't uploading at the same time.
Right.
Now people are obviously doing a lot more uploading.
Yeah.
I was actually really frustrated. The town I live in here, we had a referendum, I guess it was a few years ago, maybe 5 years ago, where the town wanted to have municipal fiber. They wanted to run their own internet, and that would have given everyone here multiple gigabits up and down, for something like $50 a month. And the referendum lost by I want to say it was like a few hundred votes.
Wow. People didn't realize what they were voting against.
Well, our population here skews older, so and not necessarily tech savvy. So that was, I think if they redid it now post pandemic, if they redid it after everything we've been through, I think it would pass easily.
Sure.
But back then, people didn't really know.
But it's helpful.
What's the latency time with what you're doing versus what they do on TV?
Usually it's a 7-second delay on radio. I know that, where they can bleep you. That's the standard, but others might do it differently. Am I correct, Adam?
Yeah, so again, it's adjustable here. So I adjusted it down to something that's like 5 or 10 seconds or less.
Right.
So you can adjust it. You can adjust it as low as 1, but the problem is when you start it to go that low, if your internet is not great, you can have outages where people will start seeing buffering instead of seeing you, right? So that can be the problem. That's why I've always set it higher in the past. But I wanted to try something new today and try to get the latency much lower so we could have a little more interactivity and it'll feel more responsive for people.
Is it a function of the number of people that are on at any given time?
No, it's a function of how crappy Comcast is here. For my ability to actually send the stream out and then have it processed and then sent back down. So if my internet starts, acting badly, there's going to be a lot of buffering. And then on the other people's internet too, if they have poor internet connectivity, they could get buffering as well. But
could you get a separate line through AT&T or something to improve it?
no, so we don't have fiber here, unfortunately, in my neighborhood. Again, that's why the town was thinking, well, we should just build the network ourselves. But hopefully it'll come up for vote again.
Wow.
Maybe I'll run for mayor. Maybe I'll make that my platform.
We've had FiOS, fiber optics, and in Florida also both for 12 years. It's amazing because I guess when the density of the homes are there, they can just run it and they get a lot more bang for their buck.
Yeah, and then in the early 2000s, the telecom companies ran a bunch of fiber optic cable everywhere, and it wasn't used for a really long time. But the people who actually already had it in the ground or on the poles were very lucky because it's
Yeah.
very easy to flip it on and set it up. For us, we just don't have the fiber here. So it would have to actually be laid out and so forth, and it's very expensive.
Trouble is, the last 5 feet was above ground, and the lawn cutters would cut the fiber every single week.
Right?
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
so
so far so good here. It looks like things are holding up okay. It looks like we got a bunch of people here in the lobby, so that's great. So that means people are able to get in. Um,
Please ask any questions now. Good time to.
yep.
Wow.
Oh, and in fact, I actually, so for today's talks, I actually made a frequently asked questions list for once that we can run over. If you guys want to do that, because there are very typical questions that I get now over and over again. So I thought I'd address it all in one fell swoop,
okay.
and put it out there. So I don't know if you guys want to do that. If you're curious, let me see if I can get that running.
I'm congratulating Evan Roberts, who just said hello from San Diego. So he's on at 6:30 in the morning.
So another West Coast person. I feel for him. Actually, I was already out at Starbucks, so. So why don't we just run through this? I mean, everybody who's here is probably like,
Sure.
I'm trying to see if there are any new names for people who like just registered. And in fact, speaking of just registering, oh yeah, let me make sure I can get
Yeah,
people in here. Hang
We're
on
also-
one second, because I have responsibilities here.
I'm still not getting the queue when I click on the people. It just says no viewers found. I guess it's going to populate sometime.
Yeah, I'm not sure why it's doing that. That's interesting, because I, as an administrator, at least I can see it. So I can
Let me
see
go
the,
out and go back in. Maybe that'll be it. Maybe it'll kickstart it.
yeah, that's interesting. Okay, so let me actually, hang on. I just want to make sure everybody here is verified, and then I want to do a little frequently asked questions. Okay, good. Okay, so frequently asked questions. Let me put this up on the screen. Okay, don't crap out now. Okay, there we go. So you guys can all see that, I'm assuming.
Absolutely.
Okay, good. So frequently asked questions. Here we go. Okay, so question number one that people always ask me if they're unfamiliar with the event. Oh, and I have a typo there. Hang on, I got to fix that typo. You could tell I was doing this at 2 in the morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let me fix that. Right on the fly. Okay. There we go. Okay, so do you offer the same classes at each live CEwire 2023 event? The answer is yes. Wherever possible, we try to offer the same 60 hours at each event, right? So the idea is that you can come back over and over and over again and keep taking the classes and get credit for all of the stuff. So makes sense, right?
Yeah, one small caveat is sometimes we have very busy speakers. They have obligations, so they sometimes can't make one of the four. And so we have very small changes, but you always can see that lecture sometime in the 4 events.
Yep.
Not a
And the
big
second-
deal.
And the second one is that it's about the same time, except for courses canceled.
Correct. So what we try to do is give people, I'll put it up so people can see. And again, hopefully you guys can see it on your screen. Here's the schedule. We try to make the schedule the same at each event or as close as possible. Occasionally, people will have to swap classes and they'll have to move, and we obviously will update it here on the schedule. But for the most part, the classes run against each other, the same classes each time, so you can watch one time, watch another time, watch another time, and so forth. So that's the idea. That's the goal.
And it's up to the participant to remember what courses they've already taken, so they don't take the same courses a second time.
Correct. So the recommendation that we have is that you go before this starts today, print out your transcript, have a copy of it so you'll know what you've already done, and so you don't actually take it again. Okay, so that's question number one that people ask a lot if they're not familiar with the event. Okay, so again, we run the same courses against each other. The goal is to maximize live credits so you can get as many as possible. Okay, question two, do I have to pay for each live event and the on-demand courses separately? And the answer is no. one registration gives you a sort of an all-access pass until December 1st, which is when all the stuff goes away. So you can almost think of CEwire, I suppose, as like a subscription. You know, when we open up registration in the fall, you sign up, the lectures go live, usually sometime in February or early March, and then you can just watch at your leisure through December 1st. So.
And then another little perk is that if you register for 2024 and subsequent years, we give you a nice little discount because you've been a previous attendee. So
Yep.
we appreciate loyalty.
Yep, absolutely. So one registration gets you everything. We don't nickel and dime. We just wanted to make it as interactive as possible, which means sign up early and then you can just be here all year and watch.
Yes, and there's more. The registration gets you into ODwire, which gets you into unique classrooms through December 1st, where you can chat with the instructor and other participants that took the same courses as you.
Right. So each class has a discussion thread. Those are going to actually be up there permanently. So if you want to contact the speaker or perhaps other people who are at classes, you can go into that particular forum and contact them publicly or privately. So.
Adam said permanently, but give the speakers a break.
I
don't want to be married to you for the rest of their lives.
Well, the thing is, it's social media, right? So if you click on the speaker's name and send them a private message, it'll shoot them an email. So, most of these speakers actually love what they do. So it's okay if you actually want to have a chit chat about their,
okay.
Yeah, they're not like you. They actually like doing this. So, if Steve, if you got a question about your presbyopia lecture, 2 years from now, I'm sure you would answer it.
In fact, I do get 2 or 3 right. It tails off, Paul, like you'd expect. You get some at the very beginning, maybe 1 or 2 a month later, and then nothing, as you see from ODwire.
Yep. Okay, so how do I earn credits? Do I just show up and watch? Again, for synchronous credits, meaning like live today, you have to watch the entire lecture, don't leave early, and fill out a 1-minute post-course survey. Not a quiz, it's just a survey where you give your feedback about how you liked the class and if you thought the speaker was good and how they could improve. For asynchronous credit, which is the same thing as on-demand credit, you have to watch the entire lecture, again, don't leave early, and then pass a 10-question quiz per credit hour. Okay, so these are, yep.
And the survey is anonymous, and only the speakers see the results of the survey, I assume.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's anonymous. Yeah, I mean, we wouldn't, we know that you take the survey, the results of it are actually anonymous, so yes, yep.
And they're not made public, right? Only the speakers see the results of the survey?
Right, because the survey is really, it's a quality control measure, right, for the speakers, so that we know they're doing okay and that people absorb the material or if there needs to be changes. So yeah, it's not for public consumption.
So do the asynchronous credits require a survey?
No, they just require the quiz. So you have to, and again, at the beginning of each one of these talks, you'll hear my public service announcement where I explain this over and over again. So 10-question quiz per credit hour for asynchronous.
We actually have 2 speakers in the lobby, Bethany Fishbane and John Nolan, Dr. John Nolan, PhD from Ireland. And he always requests an early time because it's later there and it's always well received.
Okay, so we have a question here before I continue our frequently asked questions. This person can't actually get in. They're getting an error trying to actually get into the conference, and let me see why. So when that happens, this should actually be another frequently asked question. They might not be logged in properly. So Alice who's asking the question, has multiple accounts on ODwire, and no, that's not it. Let's see. Alice A. She's registered. So, So Alice, the best thing to do right now is try to get into that other room again. So Steve, if you could actually jump into one of the rooms. Okay, so Jeffrey's getting the same message. Let me
try. Unable to access the rooms now. Let me try a different room. It's gonna be the same thing though. Loading. There's nothing playing right now. Check out the video below. So maybe they're going to go live at 10 o'clock. Is that the story that Dencio set up?
Yeah, but usually you can get in and see them.
Yep, I know, but you can't. I was trying to do that just to post messages a while back, but it was too early. No, all the rooms are saying video not available.
Okay, so I'm letting Audentio know about this, and we're going to get, at least we have a few minutes to go before we start.
Yep, there should be no problem.
To finish with Alice's question, many register to ODwire early in their lives when they're students. Their email changes, that's one that can give a problem. And secondly, many marry and take the name of their spouse, and their email name changes again. So they may have different emails that don't show up and has to be changed. And you have to have one permanent email for CEwire and ODwire to get in. Am I correct then?
Well, so you know, you can always change your email within. Okay, so just hang on one second, guys. So I'm trying to actually troubleshoot this problem. With the access, so just hang on one second. Okay, so yeah, this is a permissions issue because I can actually get in just fine as an administrator.
So it's got to give everybody permission.
Yep.
So I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not in, and I'm a speaker, so that gives me nothing.
Yep, exactly. So I just logged in as an administrator. I can see everything fine. Then I logged in as my other account, as my Joe regular account, and then I couldn't get in. So
somebody did ask a question because they, I guess, didn't see your first slide. Do you need to fill out a survey to get a credit? Yes, you do for the synchronous portion, which is this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. You don't have to take a quiz. You just have to listen to the lecture and fill out the survey. You can fill out the survey before, but we prefer that you fill it out afterwards, obviously, so we get good information and we know whether you like the course because we take those things seriously. On demand, though, you don't have to do a survey, but you do have to do a quiz, and that'll be up again on Monday sometime. And it'll be up until in between events.
That's a good reminder that they cannot take on-demand asynchronous courses until Monday.
Yep.
It's gone.
It would be too confusing for the software to have things playing at the same time you're watching it on demand. So I'm sure you appreciate that. Nor would you want to. You want to watch the live credits because most states will value those more, and many states allow you to use them as live credits. I know California does, New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Oregon. I can keep on going on that allow all of them to be that way.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you know which one doesn't, right?
Well, that's Florida doesn't allow anything. They do their own system.
Well,
and
you saw what I posted for Florida yesterday? Did you see my post?
Yep.
Yes, saying to the state board and to the association, say thank you to the Florida members for helping get rid of this optometric physician fiasco and reward them and let them go online and save some money. So let's see what happens, how grateful the leadership is in Florida.
Everybody's saying they can't get in, which we are telling them we're taking care of it. Don't worry, we should be whole by 10 o'clock when the schedule begins.
In 6 minutes.
Yes, well, Adam can get in. They have to flip. They have to flip some switch. Does Audentio know what to do?
You know, that's why they pay the big bucks, Adam. They got to do it.
Yeah, we're working on it right now. So
I don't want to push back the schedule.
no, the schedule is going to be what it is. So, and fortunately, there's a little bit of slack in the beginning too. So, you know, that little, if people miss my public service announcement in the beginning, that's fine. So, but this is why we're here early, right? Just to make sure that it's.
That's unusual because that's never happened before.
It happened the first time, the very first time in February. So it happened before. It didn't happen the last time around, but you know, hopefully they can get it done in the next 5 minutes.
Are the techies on call?
Of course, we always have engineers here. Jesus.
And you needed them now. That would be somewhat of a disaster. I'm
Oh.
trying to calm people down.
Oh. So is the lobby filling up, Steve? I don't have it on.
It is filling up with people. We didn't know how many people were there. Now everybody is there because it's getting close to 10 o'clock, number one, and they can't get into the rooms.
Oh.
Yep. Do you know how to get into the lobby, Paul?
Well, I just have to log in. I love having this large screen on without any.
Anyway, so while this is going, you know, they're working on it, so they'll get everybody in. So this is a permissions problem because it's funny because I can actually see everything perfectly, but then again, I have superpowers here. So
Could you go to all three rooms and repeat the lectures as they're on?
yeah, right. So I mean, the funny thing is, of course, this is a really typical problem that people have, especially system administrators, because when they are logging into the system, they can see everything. They're like, oh, there's no problems here, but they don't actually log in from the perspective of a user, and that can be a huge issue. So I usually do. So for instance, I did, which is why the account, when you see me chatting with everybody in the lobby, that's me as a regular user. But I didn't actually think to go beyond the lobby because I figured, okay, the lobby's working, everything else is set up properly too, but wrong.
And I was going into the rooms and having that, but I thought it was just too early and it was just not turned on because I didn't have access. Let's see if I'll just keep on refreshing. You won't know, Adam, because you can get in. No,
Well, no, I have my other account as a regular user, so.
oh, you can. Okay.
Yeah.
Unavailable. We'll just keep on trying, and we'll let everybody know. It's now getting close to the real time. But everybody keep calm. We'll get you going, and the schedule won't change really. The live stream is working fine.
Oh, man.
Do they know the machinations of what to do to allow? Yeah, it's restricted access I'm getting.
Is there a way of putting up a sign in the lobbies saying stand by?
People can hear us.
Yeah, and I'm typing in the lobby, Paul. People are complaining.
They're complaining, but can you answer them with one message saying technical difficulties, stand by?
Yeah, I am, but then it gets overwritten because 15 people write they can't hear, they can't get in. And so my working, and it should be fixed soon, is now at the top, and one more post and it'll be gone. We do realize you guys have, a schedule and you came here at this time in the morning, so we appreciate that your time is as valuable as anybody. So we're going to try to get things going in a very quick time. Was that beep something good?
And just remember that these people are on the West Coast at 7 in the morning. They had to wake up real early to show up.
Okay, I have one room working.
Yep, yeah, so they're all up and running.
Yep, got all three working.
On time.
And precisely 10 o'clock. Are we good? It's like a TV show. You get the test pattern before. Okay, all good. go to the rooms now, make sure the speakers are there. I know John is there. I know.
Yeah, so my public service announcements are running across all the classes right now, so people can miss those if they're just getting in.
I just turned on the sound just to see if it's working, and it is. It said Richard Badana.
Yep. So okay. So it's all seems to be up and working. Crisis averted for now.
Okay. I'm posting in all the rooms about the survey, so they have it at the beginning.
Okay. So that looks looks a-okay. Let me actually just make sure that there we go.
Yeah, OD said the room 3 is working for him, so.
Yep.
Good news.
And as always, all the speakers are there. Our speakers are very reliable.
They are very reliable. So
And please interact with them. They love the questions. They're here, and they're not really lecturing at this time. They're listening to the lectures, so they're very willing to answer questions, and you're not interrupting them. It's the best way of having education, I think.
Yep. And by the way, just to let everyone know that with the software itself, as far as I can tell, and I'll talk to the techs about it, obviously, after we're all done today, that wasn't like a real technical problem. It was a configuration problem with the permissions and stuff. So that's why we always have support around as well to handle things like this, to handle last minute problems that crop up so they can be easily fixed beforehand. So, and as you can tell, they're pretty efficient at handling those issues.
Yes.
So kudos to Jake, who was right on top of it. And I think we're all good. So anyway, let me get back to the frequently asked questions for a second. If we've, because I think we're all, let me just see, I think we're all good here. Yeah, okay, so I've actually resolved everybody's issues, and I think we're all good. And I don't have to let anyone else in. Okay, so, oh, I just have one issue that somebody had a problem with sound. So let me just make sure that, okay, nope, they fixed it. No idea, but it's working now. Good enough. That's what I like to hear. Okay, so back to the frequently asked questions. Always exciting here in the lobby. Okay, so do I need to choose the synchronous courses, synchronous/live courses before they start? So some people had this idea that at the orientation the other day, that they needed to choose the classes that they wanted to take beforehand, as if they needed to register for them or something, right, or hold their spot. But fortunately, because this is a virtual conference, right, and the software is pretty much infinitely scalable, you don't need to actually choose your class beforehand. There's not this sort of scarcity. So you just click on the virtual classroom you want, as people just did, and the video will start, and that's it. That's all you need to do. You don't need to do anything beforehand. And if you want to switch, like let's say you just logged into the wrong classroom and it was a topic that you really didn't want, you can leave that classroom and go into another one. As long as you do it within the first few minutes of a class, you'll get credit for the class that you go into, as long as you stay and watch the rest of it. So it gives you a little bit of slack, right? Because at the beginning of each talk, as we just saw in the little drama we had here, the beginning, the first, like, what is it, like 2 or 3 minutes is just me talking and explaining stuff. So you're allowed to miss that. Nobody cares. And so the software has some Slack built into it, so you don't actually need to watch that very beginning part. So.
And also the software can handle up to thousands in a classroom, so people won't get locked out because they didn't register early.
Oh, no, no, no. No one would get locked out. The software can handle, huge amounts of people. In fact, dare I say, I don't want to speak for the folks who engineer it and actually administer it, but dare I say that if we had 20,000 people taking it, they could scale it appropriately, with enough hardware and if they configured it properly. So the software has essentially infinite capacity to handle basically every optometrist in the United States and Canada at once, if it had to.
So if an online company says register early to have a seat, does that mean that they're just faking, or they don't have the capacity on certain types of software?
So it could be both. So it could be both situations where their software just isn't scalable to a certain number of people, and so that's why they limit people, because they don't want to have a meltdown. Some commercial packages out there limit you to like 200 or 300 people in a class, or else the vendor starts charging a lot more. So there's webinar software where you're limited to a couple hundred, and if you try to exceed that, oh boy, you start getting charged. So that might be one reason they're doing it as well. So
the Twitter fiasco last week was valid. They said that too many people logged on.
Oh, when they had that meltdown, yeah. So they weren't prepared for the number of. So again, CEwire is a little bit different because almost like a restaurant taking reservations, because people sign up beforehand and buy their passes, we know what the absolute maximum number of people will be, right, at each show. I mean, unless we get a flood of people signing up right now. So we can tailor the hardware that we need to scale this properly and appropriately. With Twitter, of course, they had no idea. Of course, they should have had a better idea, but they fired 99% of their engineers. So it's not a surprise that they had a meltdown. It was a matter of when, not if. So yeah.
That happens with Ticketmaster when you try to buy a ticket for a Taylor Swift concert. You can't get in, you get in, and you're filling out the form and it drops you. It's just too many people all at once. But realize Audencio built this platform for us, but intends to use it for much larger groups. And so they had to have scalability.
Now, here's a question that just came in. Oops, okay, Adam answered it.
Yeah, so just make sure you don't have two windows open in different classrooms. The software hates that, and Arbo hates that. So it'll warn you, actually.
And sometimes you might go on your iPad or your other tablet and then go on your PC and forget to shut the tab. Again, you're going to be on two windows. It's going to be sensed that, and you will get a nasty message that you can't be in both things at the same time. Actually, it's not too nasty.
And somebody gave the suggestion, click on home for us morons. Okay. Okay.
Right, so yeah, so to get to the classes, you just click on home in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, and then you'll see a list of icons with the classes at the top of the page showing you what's running like right now. And if below that, if you go to browse, you can actually then browse on classes that are also happening in the future.
And again, you go through schedule and do it that way and print it out as a PDF.
Yep.
So there's many ways of planning your day.
Yep. And so, Kirk, I don't think you were at the orientation. We do an orientation on usually the Thursday before the conference, just to get people used to how the software works, so you can come in and play with it. But obviously, now that you're here and taking the courses, you'll never need to actually get oriented again, since you'll know how it all works. So we found that the orientation, the number of people who watch it at each live session goes down, down, down. Because it's always that first one where everyone wants to get familiar and comfortable with it, but after that it just gets easier and easier because people know how it works. They don't need to show up and hang out with us on Thursday night. Okay, so next question, frequently asked questions. I'm going to have to do a lot of editing here because I plan to post these frequently asked questions to ODwire, but okay. How do I fill out the post-course survey, right? This is a huge question that we always get, so great question. Clickable links to each post-course survey are given during the lecture. So if you're in a lecture room, you can actually see the post-course survey. It's right there for you. It says, there's a link but right beneath the video it says click here for post-course survey, so you can get to it. Now, sometimes it happens that people forget to fill out a survey, or they don't have time to fill out a survey, right? Even though we give you a 5-minute gap in between the classes. In that case, you can always come back and get to the survey by going to CEwire2023.com/surveys. That'll take you to a list of all the surveys for every course, a clickable list where you can just click on the correct survey and it'll take you right back to where you need to be to fill out the proper survey. After this weekend is done, I will be sending everybody an email again with that link to the surveys, reminding people to fill them out as quickly as possible. And please do, because again, we're going to go into how this stuff gets sent into Arbo, but it's critical that you have the surveys filled out, or else it will not allow you, or it will not issue you credits, and they will not be sent on to Arbo. So please, please, please fill out those surveys. I'm going to nag at you in an email on Monday morning, so you'll see that. Question here: if I'm using my home Wi-Fi and then need to switch to my phone and then switch to my office Wi-Fi and have gaps of 2 minutes, that should be okay? The critical thing, though, and here's what can happen in that case, though, when you're switching from device to device to device, you have to make 100% sure that or you should, that you close out the other device that you were using. Just make sure that that window is closed. We've had cases where people were watching, let's say they were in room 1 and they were at the office and they were watching the streams in room 1. They left and went home, and let's say that was on a Saturday because they were at the office. They left the computer running in the office. They went home to watch stuff the next day on Sunday, but they didn't shut off their office computer and it was sitting there in room 1. The software is really robust, and what it'll do is it'll keep you logged in. So it'll keep you there in room 1. On Sunday, the lectures are going to start up again, and that room will start running again. But let's say that you're at home now and you want to watch stuff in room 2. So suddenly, you're logged in 2 separate places, watching 2 separate classrooms, and the software is going to freak out and start yelling at you for being in 2 places at once, which is obviously against Arbo's rules. So all that is to say, if you're watching something and you want to then watch on another device, just make sure you kill the first device that you were using. Make sure those browser windows are all closed before you start watching on the next one, if that makes sense.
And our special guest is here now. Gretchen came from her marketplace. Hopefully you got some good stuff this morning.
So sorry I'm late. It is a mob scene out there today. I was at the farmer's market when they first opened, and it's lines everywhere. I mean, it's a beautiful thing. Adam, you're wearing glasses.
My presbyopia is getting worse. I know, big shocker, right? So I'm wearing these on top of multifocal lenses.
Me too, but mine are my neuro lenses. They don't have power. So are you wearing intermediate or reading? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm just putting it just on a little bit of plus, just a little bit more to make me happy. So
Okay.
Yeah.
You're too old for
Getting
Louis.
old, man.
All right.
We are getting old.
We'll ask Vices if they can help you in a few months.
Right? Very timely. So Gretchen, you're here just in time. Thank you for showing up. We had minor stuff getting the everybody into the classrooms this morning, but we did it in the nick of time.
Woo!
Audentio, like it was almost like diffusing a bomb. They did it with like 30 seconds to spare, allowing everyone in. So it was.
Oh, what happened? A little software burp?
No, it was a permissions issue. So it was a configuration issue. So but they handled it. So yep. So all good. Otherwise, everything's going fine here. We were just I created a frequently asked questions list, and so we were just sort of going over how things work.
You know what, though? The good thing with that little hiccup with permissions is that means that it's likely people who haven't been here before.
Well, so the permissions apply to everyone. So
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant something else.
No.
Okay.
So what happened was, when we work on the system, or when I work on it, or Audentio, usually we're logged in as administrators. So we're these all-powerful people in the system. And for us, it was all working, right? When I was up last night looking at it, and I'm sure when they were looking at it, oh, everything's looking fine. But then when you try to browse it as a normal person, right, as a participant, all of a sudden you got locked out.
Got it. Okay.
So-
All right. I take that back. I thought it was a good sign that it was a bunch of people who hadn't been here before. Never mind.
Yep.
And when I tried to get in at 9:30, I thought no big deal because they don't have the site open yet. And then as it got closer, people got more nervous. And when the clock struck 10 a.m., it worked.
Excellent.
So yeah, they're always
Woo!
they did a good job. So anyway, so we were just going over a little bit of these frequently asked questions because I finally, Gretchen, you know how lazy I can be, but I decided to finally get all those questions that people were asking and put them all in one place. And so I'm going to repost this on ODwire after a bunch of editing.
That's a good idea. And in fact, we can direct people then too in the chat to take a look and see what's up with them. In fact, not for this time, of course, but for next time, maybe we can add it to the links on the left by forums, handouts, all of that, and say
FAQ.
Yep. Absolutely. I'll have to tighten it up though, because we really started meandering here. So we don't want to talk about the farmers market in the
okay, I'll shut up.
in the actual. Well, no, I mean we've been talking about so many things because actually as we've been doing this, people have been typing in the lobby, asking questions. So I've been getting sidetracked in a good way.
Yep.
So yeah, it's been interesting. Everyone, you know, they ask some really clever questions, things that you'd never actually think about. Like if you're logged into two computers, how come it just can't log you out of one, right? Does Hulu do that? I'm trying to remember. One of the obnoxious streaming services gets mad if you're logged into like multiple devices.
Not one that I use because I watch on my laptop if I'm doing busy work during the workday, and then I watch on the TV in the living room in the evening.
Was it HBO Max? There's one of them that had like a limit, or maybe it was Comcast's own Xfinity app.
I don't have Comcast, so we're all Verizon. So I've got HBO, Amazon Prime, Disney, Apple TV, Hulu, Netflix, and it doesn't do that. And now I'm going to knock wood because if it starts doing it, it is your fault.
Right. With Apple TV, we can't watch it, and my daughter can't watch it at the same time. It will not let you do that. Only Netflix lets two people use it. Three, no, depending on your type of account.
Yeah.
By the way, did you watch the last episode of Ted Lasso?
I haven't watched Ted Lasso or Succession yet, and I need to.
Oh, it's definitely something that don't miss. It's fun.
Yep. It's and the question is it over? Who knows? Maybe they'll bring back a spin-off. Who knows? But
it's at season finale, so that's a good thing.
Okay.
Hi, Paul. You've been quiet since I've been here. Good morning.
Well, Paul's gonna be leaving in about I guess a half hour or so. He's got to go to.
Got a hot day.
Yeah.
HIPAA prevents me from saying anything.
So anyway, why don't we continue on here? So how to do? Okay, the post-course survey, we've gone over that, what you have to do and where to get it. Okay, so this is a good one. Do you submit credits to Arbo for me? How about my board? Do I need to do it myself? And the answer is
maybe.
If you provide us an OE tracker number, we submit all credits to Arbo for you. You do not have to do it. We do not submit to state boards directly. We do not submit to third-party tracking systems, i.e. the ones that they're using in Texas and Florida. So for those situations, you have to do it manually yourself. And I want to say that for most people who use CEwire, that's not a problem. They work within the OE tracker system, and it's fine. It's for everybody else. You know, what you need to do is get the transcripts and certificates for yourself electronically, and you can submit them. So it's not a huge deal to do. So yeah. So other Arbo interesting stuff that people need to know. It will take up to 2 weeks to see credits post to the OE tracker. Okay, so from the time you get a credit to the time you see it in the OE tracker, expect that it will take 2 weeks or more to actually get it in. And we'll go over why that is. Because the next question that people always ask me is, why does it take so long to get credits into the OE tracker? So this is an interesting issue. So on Arbo's end, the process of getting credits into the OE tracker is a semi-manual process, right? We send them a big electronic dump of all the data, but they have somebody on their end manually manipulate it. So I don't have a user interface in Arbo's systems to shove the credits in myself. That does not exist. They actually take all this electronic data that's given to them, massage it to make sure that it's okay, and then enter it into their systems. So you can imagine this takes some time, particularly with the number of credits that they're working on all the time. Here is a real life example from this weekend. Okay, so this is what this weekend is going to look like. On June 3rd and 4th, we're taking the synchronous classes. Easily, we're going to be generating 20,000 credit hours here or more, depending on the number of people that show up. It's going to be a lot. On June 5th, which is Monday, you will be getting a NAG email from me, right? Everybody gets a NAG email reminding them to take the surveys, because we don't want to send credits in until we know we have them all. So please take the surveys. We'll have links so you can get back to them and fill it out, but you got to do it as quickly as you can, because on June 8th or thereabouts, I'm going to take all those credits that were earned and transmit them to Arbo electronically. Now, once I do that, Arbo claims that they will post to the OE tracker within 5 business days of submission, right? And so we know business day for them means weekdays that are not holidays. So the upshot is the very earliest you're going to see these credits in the OE tracker is probably June 15th. But for all we know, it could be later, right? Arbo could get delayed, there could be problems, who knows? But according to their own internal policies, probably around June 15th is when you're going to see these credits posted to the OE tracker. So does that make sense?
Yeah, but for someone that is taking the courses today, when will they physically get the credit? The day they took the course, or when Arbo finally admits that they took the course?
No,
The
no,
former,
no.
Paul.
The
We'll get the
date,
credits right away.
right. The credits are immediate, and you'll be able to see them in your transcript 15 minutes after you earn them. And once you take the survey, then 15 minutes later, you'll actually see the credit in your transcript. So you've earned it then, and the date will be the date of this live event. Even if you fill out the survey on Monday or Tuesday or whatever, the date of these credits will still be for the live event. So that's earned immediately. The actual clerical process, though, of Arbo getting those credits into the OE tracker will take some time, right? So up to 2 weeks. And there's
So
not...
the fence sitters that waited for the last minute to get their credits can be assured that when they're taking these courses, they're getting the credits on the day they took the courses.
Right. So the credits have to be posted for June 3rd and 4th, right? When Arbo approves these classes and approves an event for us, the event is only on certain days. These live credits are only good on June 3rd and 4th. So that's what appears on the transcript. So, when we submit these events to Arbo, each CEwire2023 event is a discrete event that we resubmit to them, right? So February, April, June, and then September. So that's what the dates will be. So if your cycle's coming to an end and you're getting worried, you can always come back into our system and print out your transcript and send it to your board directly. But just know that Arbo will eventually post these things up to the OE tracker. It just takes them some time. And, I'm going to be going to the Arbo meeting later this month, and I'm going to, I always like to needle them a little bit and just try to say, hey, this is the one part of your system that you really need to close the loop on, because this is taking too long. What I would like to see from them, which I probably will never get, is the ability to actually enter in the credits into their system myself as an administrator. If they could give us a web interface to do it, and obviously there would have to be safeguards and all kinds of error checking before the credits actually went in, it would save their staff a ton of time. If their staff members were just there to look over the errors, right, and not have to deal with the bulk of, the submissions, which are usually good. So.
Yeah, but that's a lot of work on your end, Adam.
Well, it wouldn't be, right? So if they had a user interface where I'm already creating an electronic file for them and sending it over. If they had a user interface on their end where I could just dump that electronic file into their database and then have their software, look at it, verify it, show up the errors, that would be great. They just never.
Except their software would work that way. I mean, we don't know how antiquated their systems are.
Oh, I have some idea.
We have to do some testing, Gretchen. We have to do some beta testing, make sure it works before doing it. I get worried that you're going to do it and somebody's going to send their credits in directly to Arbo, and I
Double
hope
dip?
this software will be able to detect that, so they don't get double credits, number one, or something gets kicked out. So we don't write their software, so
Okay, one
hard
final
question.
question for the representing the fence sitters. Not only they sat on the fence taking courses, but now they sat on the fence taking the survey. What happens to them? They didn't take the survey when they took the course, and now it's 2 days later, and you're sending in the surveys, and they haven't responded.
They're going to be in big trouble um, because I'm going to send that batch in. It will not have their credits in them. If they come back later and fill out the survey later, it'll be in our system as being, that they've gotten the credits. But when that credit actually goes into Arbo is a mystery, right? I could redo a batch that week, or it might take several weeks. The point is, you have to, follow my instructions in the email. Take the survey immediately. It takes about a minute to fill out. Or when I send you that email and I say, please do this by Wednesday, please do this by Wednesday. Or else you're going to end up, it could take as long as it takes. And I don't think I'm being unreasonable. We give people plenty of warning that we can't, accommodate everyone. There's thousands of people here, right? We have 4,000 people at this conference. And we're not asking them to do very much since the survey is really not that hard.
So if you want your credits, don't shilly-shally.
Yeah.
Get on and you can't bitch later.
And most people don't. Most people fill them out right as the class ends, right? And a certain group of people will fill it out when I send that follow-up email.
And the question is that the neurotic people like myself that have to do things immediately or even before immediately often wonder who are these people that keep sitting on the fence and keep stalling. Who are they? Can they possibly be optometrists? And the answer is sadly yes.
And when Adam goes over these frequently asked questions, the great majority don't need these answers. They know already, but people don't read. And I don't think it's generic to optometry. I think any field, people are just cursory, and they're just going to go over things and expect us to force feed them, which we're doing now.
Yep.
I can think of so many politically incorrect quotes that I can't use on the air anymore about not having these things in on time. Ask me off camera and I'll tell you about the early quotes about that. Okay, never mind. Well, onward, Ed, more questions.
Okay.
Okay, so how many synchronous credits does my state allow? How many asynchronous credits does my state allow? Right, so how many synchronous, which is the same, synchronous credits, that's the same thing as interactive, right, what they used to call interactive, how many do they allow? How many asynchronous credits, meaning on-demand credits, does my state allow? The answer is, we have no idea. Because each state and province has their own rules, and particularly since COVID, these rules are constantly changing, we don't know outside of a handful of states, right? Like the bigger ones we know, like in New Jersey, like where Steve is licensed, we know that. But for smaller states, we have no idea. So it's up to you to contact your state board directly and ask. And again, I would do it for you. It's not me being lazy. But state boards tend to not respond to me when I try to contact them because I'm not licensed there, right? They don't have to respond to me. But to you, as a licensee, they'll respond to you rapidly. And the question that you want to ask is exactly as I posed it right there. How many synchronous credits do you allow? How many asynchronous? That's all you need to ask them. And they should be able to provide you with a very clear number.
And when they do, please get in contact with us. We get various emails to get in contact with us because we want to know and have as complete list as possible. Like Adam said, I'm licensed in New York and New Jersey. I had no trouble getting that answer because I'm licensed there. And other people have disseminated information about Oregon and California, Delaware, etc. But the more you find out, the more you tell us, because when we go to the websites, it's not so clear. And it's changed, and we don't know what the changes are because the pandemic has made more things online, and now that some people are going back, some people are staying the same. So help us out if you can.
Yeah.
And Arbo does have a list, but that list is not current.
Right. And so, again, I'm going to the Arbo meeting later this month, and I'm going to try to improve this situation. I'm actually going to be a guinea pig. I'd like to volunteer to be able to actually keep this list up to date. And I'm going to need Arbo's help to actually find people at each state board that I can contact. because I'm not asking them for difficult information, right? I'm asking for very easy information, but the boards just have to, I need clear communication, and if they don't respond to me, it doesn't help. So I'm hoping that Arbo can actually help me with that, and I'm more than willing to volunteer to keep track of all 60 jurisdictions or whatever it is, and even post it on ODwire and actually keep it frequently updated, so we'll know. So
And
It would
to
be great if,
to reassure the optometrists that are afraid of the state board and afraid to contact the state board because the state board will take it out on them, the state board won't. So don't be afraid of your state board. They're there, they're selected by the governor of your state, and they're there to serve the public and just secondarily to serve optometry. However, they should be able to answer any questions that you wish. And just to give you a hint, there are states like Oregon and most, or probably all Canadian provinces that accept everything. And there are other states like Florida that accept nothing. And most of the states are in between. So you must do your own homework. We can't do it for you.
yep.
I think it would be great, Adam, if Arbo would take you up on your offer to just offer improvements or act as a guinea pig, and because you're the one who's out here on the front lines, and I'm not sure that any other CE administrator is so vocal about being willing to partner, collaborate, and work together on all of this to make this a smoother process, not only for Arbo itself, but for the doctors getting credits as well as for the administrators.
Yeah, but I'm nakedly self-interested, right? Like this is completely 100% because I don't like having to tell people I don't know the answer. I hate when people email me and ask, how many credits can I get? And I hate not knowing.
But is it your job to know, though? I mean, given that there's all these different states and provinces, and is that your job?
I mean, technically, no, it's not my job, but the reality is, like, this shouldn't be that hard, right?
No, it shouldn't, but we've got 50 different scopes of practice and all the ones in Canada. So yeah, until we've got some sort of federal scope of optometry law, and I don't think that's ever going to happen, it's going to be a challenge.
Yep.
But
So,
if Arbo has a direct link to all the states and simply say, can you provide us with information of what's available online, synchronous, asynchronous, and live? And it's a one sentence paragraph the state has to get back. And
Yeah,
when
that's
it changes,
ridiculous that they can't put that. I mean, that should be on their websites.
so
That
that's
should be
it.
so
updated.
Gretchen, that is the funny thing. Some of these websites are years out of date. Like
it's 2017. Yeah.
I know from when I was looking into it a few years ago. It's ridiculous.
Some are great and some are terrible.
How often do some state boards meet? Some don't meet on a very periodic basis every year.
Yeah. Hawaii's not even a state on some of them. Okay.
But it's funny because I actually have had to dig in to try to read the statutes for certain states because the websites were so bad, right, at really describing what people need that you actually have to dig into the laws. I'm like, this is insane. How come I can't contact some functionary there and just tell me, right? And
Right.
this is crazy. So I want to work this problem out with Arbo because if it's bothering me, I'm sure it's bothering a lot of other people as well. And I know that there was one southern state, which one was it, Tennessee or whatever, where they're not going to honor these credits anymore. They've gone backwards since the pandemic, essentially, where before online credits were okay, but now they're not going to be. Interesting. I think, obviously I disagree with that policy, but I'd like to, at least if I know about it, let people know so they don't sign up for the conference if they can't use the credits.
Yep.
How about, Adam, you call and pretend to be another OD with that OD's permission in that state? Oh yes, I'm John Smith and I practice in Pittsburgh or whatever.
The thing is, I pay enough money to Arbo that they should take me up on this generous offer to volunteer.
Oh no, I'm talking about the state board. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, the thing is, Arbo knows who all these people are. Like, they should be able to give me a pipeline to every single person that I need at each state board, right?
One would think.
And I'll be glad to help, Adam. But you could take 25 states. I could take 25 states.
Yeah, I mean, this should not be brain surgery, right? We should be able to, like, every fall, as we're setting up the next CEwire, we should be able to reach out to every single state and understand the rules clearly for that next year going forward.
And they should have no problem with that. They want their constituents to know what the playing field is. They don't want them to be confused. You don't want to have somebody take 50 credits and then find that 10 of them were not allowed, and they're going to lose their license unless they do something very quickly.
Right,
That's
which is what's happening in Tennessee, and the people there are pissed at me, and they're pissed with their board, and I'm like, well, yeah, I understand exactly why you're pissed, and I feel terrible about it, and I don't want that to happen again.
A lot of the platforms, what they say is they just say, check with your state board. We're not responsible. Now we take it to heart. We want to be responsible. But we can't. We need the information to do so.
You know, I wonder how much of it is ego, and because Adam is an MD, not an OD, that's giving advice. They don't like to take advice from MDs.
I don't
know. You don't really tap that. I mean, I think all three of us here promote your MD-ness more than you yourself do.
Yeah, no question. But you know, I go way back when state boards, A, kept people out for political reasons, but B, ruled with an iron hand because there was like one optometrist that was like a career person that was the secretary of the board. And he was that point person that you reached. Steve, before your time, before you graduated optometry school, New Jersey,
I know the name, Manny Nurak.
Emmanuel Nurak.
I knew that because they told me about the horror stories. Yes.
That's the Jersey State Board with an iron hand. He made certain that the legislation was such that you had to do 21 points for an eye exam and for optometry. People used to get investigated. Optometrists feared him. They shook because Manny Nurak might be against them.
I had an older associate who would be over 100 now, and he told me all the stories over lunch. Okay, yes. So
basically, I'm not 100 yet, but I can tell you the stories because that's the way Jersey was. It was such. The only people benefited from this is that at the terminal, the bus terminal, there was a schlock optometry group. People used to come in from New Jersey for cheap eye exams, which they couldn't get in New Jersey to get their eyeglasses because the Jersey optometrists had to spend all that time and only could see a certain number of patients per hour because of the 21 points. And that was Manny Nurak. So I'm not certain how many state boards now have a point person you can reach, or do they all change leadership every couple of years based on who the governor is and what political influence they have to get them in.
And to show how times have changed, I don't think more than 3 or 4% of ODs could even name the 21 points in the eye exam, let alone 10 of them.
Yep.
Like the expression 7 and 4 out the door. Nobody knows what that means. But 20 years ago,
hey, Adam,
you know what I mean.
Put yourself on the camera quickly so I can take a picture to pimp us out on social.
I'll take off my glasses. Want to smile?
I don't care. You can do whatever you want. I'll tell you when we're taking it.
Put your glasses on. It shows your bags.
What? Not too
Paul
bad.
says, put your glasses on.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody ready?
Yep.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
I'll put it up on some site also. It's funny you should mention that, Paul. I had an optician. He always wore tinted glasses, and it was fine. A good-looking guy, whatever. One day, for some reason, he took it off. He was making some glasses for himself, and he had like the most obvious bags, and he wasn't that old, and like a jaundice type sclera. He looked terrible, and I now know why he wore tinted glasses the whole time.
Yeah. I never understood why these old bags wanted to get contact lenses for cosmetic purposes when the glasses covered over so many of the ills of aging.
And you, of course, talked him out of it. No way.
I mean, of course, in New York, most of them never aged. They went to the plastic surgeon and they ended up, by the time they were 60, looking like mummies.
Well, now they take Botox. Botox is a lot better.
They moved on their face.
They just talk like this, and they smile like this.
Oh man, I'm going to have to really edit this frequently asked questions.
Oh, wait, you wanted to save this video? Oh, I
Yeah.
thought you were just going to put up a
No, no.
No, I was,
slide
I, I
to
was
put
gonna
it in a
save this.
Word doc.
I was gonna use this video, but this is gonna be.
I don't think you're using this
This
video,
is going to
Adam.
be a multi-hour editing job, but
Material.
Sorry.
anyway, so where were we though? Let's.
We're talking about boards.
Okay, so anyway, I'm gonna go to that board meeting at Arbo and we'll try to figure it out. So here's another classic one. How come credit for synchronous class X doesn't show on my transcript, right? So for some reason they didn't get credit. So again, the synchronous requirements: watch the entire lecture, fill out the post-course survey. Failure to do both of these things will prevent the credits from being processed. Now, occasionally you'll have an error where the system, for whatever reason, doesn't record the proper amount of time that you were in a class. And that we've seen happen when someone uses a cell phone, let's say, and their connection is constantly dropping. The system will have trouble with that. And so that's the one case where I can see where you don't get a lot of time. Most of the time, though, people legit didn't watch the entire lecture. And in that case, there's not too much I can do if you didn't watch the lecture. So it's important that you watch the whole thing and don't leave.
And
Even when you take it on demand, you can kind of pull the scroll bar to the end, and take a quiz, but that still will not count. Other platforms that we take C allow you to do that. You don't even have to take the course. We go by Arbo rules. You must be there for a certain percentage of the time, and the software is going to check that.
Yep, it's strict. So we follow the rules to the letter. So make sure that you actually are sitting for the lecture.
Ed, I want you to, you'll have to delete this part, but maybe if you don't, everyone will remember. In the early 20th century, most laundries, Chinese laundries, were first generation Chinese people, for immigrants. They did the laundry, and many people didn't have washing machines, and the laundry did wet wash. So you would take the wet wash to the Chinese laundry, and they would do the wash for you. And of course, you came back and you wanted to pick up your wet wash, and you didn't have the survey, you didn't have the ticket. And the Chinese person would
Oh
say,
no, oh no, oh no.
no ticky, no washi.
I knew you were gonna say
Yeah.
that.
Rather than no ticky, no shirty.
No credit.
Oh, that's bad.
I had to say it because,
I knew you had to say it.
I might not be alive to do it the next time. So there we
Good
have
luck with the editing, Adam.
Oh my God. Well, in any event, yes. So I guess that's an apt analogy, I suppose, in some level. But anyway, so yeah. So failure to do both, you will not get credit. Same thing for the synchronous classes. You have to watch the entire lecture. As Steve mentioned, don't just pull the slider to the end and finish it that way. And you have to pass the quiz with a 70%. I've actually noticed a few people try to just take the quizzes without watching the classes, and thinking they're going to get credit. And they're like, hey, how come I didn't get credit? I got my 70%. And then I'll look and I'll be like, because you didn't actually watch the lecture. So yeah, so definitely you got to do both. And you can go back and watch the lecture after you pass the quiz. That's fine. The software will then pick up the fact that you watched the lecture and passed the quiz and give you your credit. So,
Steve, would you say you're an expert on artificial intelligence? Would you say that the software is developing artificial intelligence to catch these folks?
I think absolutely. In fact, Gretchen will show something later. Artificial intelligence is so much brighter than that. That's child's play. That's it's playing with blocks in a child's analogy. Gretchen, I put a prompt into Bard and ChatGPT, and I said, write a song about CEwire, the online optometric education,
Oh
and include
no.
the names Adam, Paul, and Steve. It was amazing what came out. Adam will post it later. It rhymes. It's literally. I could not produce that if I tried to do it for days on end, and it did it in literally about 10 seconds. Just amazing.
Did it put it to music too? Because if it didn't write music, then I'm not as impressed.
Well, it doesn't write music yet, but it did the lyrics.
I don't know if the screenwriters are still on strike, but if you're a screenwriter, you have to start worrying. That can be.
I'll get some jokes for you. I'll put them on ODwire during the week. Jokes about optometry, jokes about anything, and I'll have it generate these jokes. And I bet you they're funny. And they have good senses of humor. But so the answer is, well, that is easy. AI can do so much more than that. It can do literally everything that, except for manipulation that doctors do, whether it be MDs, ODs, it could do everything about data analysis far better and far easier than we can without mistakes. Let's say you have a list of medications and you want to prescribe a certain medicine. You might make a mistake as a human. It's not going to make a mistake because it's going to cross-reference in literally in a nanosecond and say you
But
can't
it's only
prescribe
as
it.
good as the information that's fed to it, though.
But it has the whole world of information. It's
But how is
yes.
it gonna, what if there's incorrect information out there? How do we know what kind of sources that it's going to verify? What if it's going to some schlocky website and that's the
Yeah.
first one that it
I-
finds?
I
And is
think
it looking at peer review information? Is it looking at some sort of pharmacology database? How can you trust it?
I'm not sure, but it's going to learn as time goes on and get more accurate. That's the whole idea about
Well,
artificial
how do you
intelligence.
know when it's accurate? That's the
Yeah.
challenge. When, like today, oh no, it's bad information. Tomorrow, oh great, let's trust it.
Well,
So
this,
I think the takeaway though is CEwire, you've taken exams and passed courses without ever taking the course.
absolutely, yeah.
CEwire is far more advanced than most of the online providers right now. Would you say? Is that?
Yes,
I would say that.
but they don't try to make the quizzes tricky. If you listen to the lecture, you should pass.
Right. But
Okay,
this is lecture.
this is just prompting something. Apparently I was thinking about this a lot yesterday. Even though I got home late, we went to a concert, but CEwire must have been on my brain because it popped up in a couple of my dreams, and in one of them, I think it had to do with the system going live, like something going on Thursday where you did the trial. And for some reason, things were live and people could see the quizzes. And we were toying with the idea of writing new questions for the quizzes. And I was saying, well, not that we're taking quizzes today, obviously, but in my dream we were. And I was concerned about Arbo approving everything. And Adam, typical Adam, Steve, you and I were saying, oh, we'll help you write new questions. And Adam was saying, no, I'll do it all myself.
Yes, that's Adam. Yeah.
For 72 hours straight and write new questions. I'll take care of it. You don't have to worry about it. That just popped in my head when you were talking about that. So I guess I had CEwire on the brain, and then Adam, of course, killing himself instead of sharing the load.
But we're encouraging people to even print out the quizzes before taking the course. It's fine. They get the knowledge. They're going through the course. Oh, that's a question. Fine. We want them to get the knowledge, and it's an open book test. It's no big deal.
Speaking of quizzes, some people don't get 70%, so they flunk. But you have the opportunity of retaking the quiz. You have the opportunity because it's asynchronous to take parts of the course to get the proper answer. So you'll be 100% certain you understand the course and get 70%. So you can take the quiz as frequently as you like to pass, not to worry.
And that, Gretchen, I'm the professional whistleblower. I take all the other online classes as much as I can because a lot of them are very inexpensive. And I've taken a quiz, and on purpose, because I always would pass no matter what, I on purpose fail. And guess what? They give me my quiz, and I got 50%, and they show me the right answer. So when I retake it, I get it right. That's crazy.
I guess they're hoping that you'll learn from it, but I don't know that I would go that far.
It's not allowed by Arbor. You can't give the answers. You can take the quiz multiple times, but you can't show red and green. You know what I'm saying? In the same question. The red one was what you chose, and the green one is the right answer. But that's what's out there.
Some better oversight of CE in general. And if I get started on that, then we might as well just get Olson in here, and Steve, you, Paul, and I can take a powder and just let Steve and Adam rant, because they're going to be
I actually invited him for the weekend. He can't make it. He has some personal people over his house, so he begged out. But you're right, Mike could talk all day about it.
Well, then we'll be personally insulting towards him later then. So we'll
Excellent. He won't be able to see it.
Yeah.
And that's why one of the leaders of Arbo, who is no longer with us, called CEwire the gold standard of online optometric education.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay.
We should extend our condolences to the family and the wife of Ken Luanda. He was a great guy. He was a principal at
Yeah.
Arbo, and he was a great friend, and he valued our type of CE and was a good supporter over the years.
And he took CEwire courses.
Yes.
So he
Attended.
knew himself.
He knew what the hell he was talking about.
Right. There
Now
are
he
so
did-
many people who complain or disparage something without actually checking it out.
So he was doing it for two purposes: one to get CE, and one to see how good the CE was and how it was presented. And he had accolades every time he took the courses. And he took the last one in April, and then shortly after
I
that
remember.
passed away of pancreatic cancer. And he was a great guy. Everybody loved him.
Kudos to you, Steve, because you picked the speakers, and they're all winners before they get on to CEwire. We don't have a bad speaker.
Yep. But we do have some that are well received, and we have them back, and we still try to rotate other people in. Speakers should not feel bad if we don't have them one year, because we have a list of hundreds that we can choose from, and we try to choose the best and the brightest and the ones that give the best presentations.
Yep.
And you also want to mix it up.
And I also lecture, so there's one bad apple in the lot. So sorry.
Yep. And why is that? Because we pay well, and they can do it in their underwear from home.
Yeah.
I like
think
to
at
say
the-
bunny slippers, but
I think at the beginning, when they first come on, the honorarium is important to get them hooked in. But once they do it once, they realize how great it is, and I think they would do it for free. In fact, let's try that next year. No, but they really love doing it, and I'm watching a few lectures now, and the interaction is fantastic between the lecturers and the audience, and it's actually better this time than it was in past times. People are getting more confident in asking questions.
See, wasn't one person early on that tried online that wanted the speakers to do it for free? Did pay them because they didn't?
No, there was one person where it was 2014 or so, where they asked me to do I could tell you the name of the program was Seeing is Believing. And I did a video. I made a fantastic presentation. I taped myself, etc. And a few other much more high profile people than me did the same thing. It was not well received. It was very expensive to be a part of it. And at the end, we asked, well, we never got an honorarium. And he said, oh, there is none. He or she said, there is none.
but is that, I mean, is that a crappy thing to do? Sure. But perhaps before you agreed, you should have asked about the honorarium.
Get the
You're
money.
right, but I was doing it for fun and just expected it. And most people were not doing it for fun. And it was, we won't tell you who it is, but you can maybe research that
I have an idea.
conference.
So guys,
Yeah, I don't think it was the right thing to do, but I think before you agree to do something, you should double check on something like that. But
Yep.
you were not in the wrong.
Yep.
You should have paid
I
for
mean,
your time.
what's the old expression from that movie? Show me the money.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But before I used to go on the lecture circuit, that was my first question. They wanted to give me an honorarium. I said, look, I'm not honored. I have to be away from the office 2 days. Show me the money. Where is it going to compensate me for 2 days out of the office?
Yeah.
But I've lectured several times at the academy, and they encourage you to give the money back that the honorarium is to the academy, which we did. Yeah.
There was one guy, who will remain nameless, that ran the courses, your state, for Atlantic City. And I said, question, you've got to come down. And I said, no, show me the money. Just we're friends. Do it out of friendship. I said, what?
Oh.
So I did go down. And what he gave me was a jacket. All the speakers had the same jacket. That was what he showed. And some sort of schmucky gold watch or something. That was his reward.
A gold watch?
A gold watch or something. Yeah, some crap.
I mean, that's not crap. I mean, unless it was like a fake gold watch.
Yep.
And that was
that year.
That was the Wild West of CE. What you did, Gretchen, people would walk in one door, get their certificate before the lecture started, and walk out the next door, go down and gamble, come back up in an hour and a half when the next lecture started, and do the same thing and get 17 credits for the weekend. And unfortunately, lost a lot of money at the tables because they didn't have to listen to the lectures.
And if you were a speaker, all you saw were newspapers opening up. Well, while you were talking, they were reading. It was before the internet. So
I actually knew some people, Gretchen, and this is the truth, who their partner did not register for the conference. They'd walk in one door, walk out, walk in again, and get a double credit for that person who wasn't even there. It was the Wild West, and that's why
That's bad. That's
that's why
bad.
now the state started to institute things where you have to have a signed form, and you sign that thing at the end to show that you were at the lecture. And they instituted controls before Arbo and other things even existed.
Yep.
Wow.
And then some states didn't require CE, and like New York State, when I practiced, no CE requirements or zero.
Really.
How many optometrists attended courses with no CE credits?
Hmm.
Nothing.
And
Few.
then you're never going to increase your knowledge base. You're not going to do it from reading journals if they did read journals. If not attending CE, not doing journals either. So I'd say the way I practiced before I before I retired, was totally different than when I practiced 20 years before, let alone 38 years before. So yes, and that was because of CE. And the thing is, when you went to a conference, whether it be a national, local, or regional, when you came back, it was just amazing.
Yep.
Gretchen has to go. It was amazing that you were motivated to do so many more things, that you learned that these things that you incorporated into your practice, and you became better and you became more successful. While the person who didn't, he or she did the same thing for 40 years in the room and asked which is better, one or two.
Yep. So guys, let's take our first break here because Gretchen's got to go, and then we have an interview in about an hour. So why don't we show the Solix webinar again for those people who haven't seen it. So Solix is the brand new OCT device, and we had a really interesting webinar last April with Nate Lighthizer, and I think it's probably worthwhile to show everyone again the particular webinar.
And this is a very interesting interview we're doing at 12 o'clock, so I encourage anybody who could get to it to do so.
I only have 3 minutes to go. I've got to say goodbye for the day.
See you later, Dad.
We will return tomorrow with more stories and fun and games.
All right. Well, have a good day. And so we'll get this webinar going, and I guess we'll see everyone in an hour. So Steve, I'll see you in an hour, and we'll go from there.
Yep. I'll grab an early lunch. That way
right.
I'll be ready.
See you later.
Sounds good. Thanks, Adam. Good evening, everybody. Hope you all are doing well. It's my pleasure to be here on ODwire for another a webinar this evening on revolutionizing glaucoma management with OCT and OCTA technology. I want to thank the folks at Visionex. I'm sure most of you know who Visionex is. If you don't, I'm sure all of you have heard of OptiView before. OptiView and Lenovo Technologies, they kind of merged and formed the company called Visionex. So this will be all on OptiView's new Solix OCT and OCT angiography, and I'll tell you a little bit about my history in just a little bit. Like Adam said, I'm at the Oklahoma College of Optometry in Tahlequah, Oklahoma, where I serve in a variety of roles, one of them being our Chief of Specialty Care Clinic, which is where we do our advanced diagnostics, laser procedures, et cetera, et cetera. So we are talking on glaucoma management with OCT and OCTA technology. I've been very fortunate. And before we get into that, we're going to see some polling here in just a little bit. So I'm going to get to that polling in just a second. I've been very fortunate to have a long-standing relationship with OptiView. I've had a number of their OCTs, and back in 2018, late 2018, they contacted me and said, "Hey, we've got a device called the Solix OCT, and we have to do normative database trials." And so we had to recruit a bunch of normals, and obviously being at an optometry school, we've got a bunch of students and residents and faculty and staff and loved ones of all of those students, residents, faculty, and staff. So in the spring of 19, we got to be one of 5 sites to establish the normative database or the reference database for the Solix OCT. Obviously, COVID then happened in 2020. They contacted me again in 2021 and said the FDA is asking for another study, basically a repeatability and reproducibility study. So I got to be involved in a second study with the Solix, comparing it to the previous version, the Avante, which we had for 5, 6, 7 years at that point. So bottom line is I have been familiar with the Solix since early 2019, and I'm super excited that it is now FDA cleared on the market. because we have been just shaking our heads going, wow, is this device phenomenal? And it is going to just revolutionize how we manage OCT angiography. I know all of you are familiar. I bet most of you have OCTs. There's probably a smaller number that have OCT angiography. To now have FDA approved metrics for OCT angiography is a game changer. To be able to measure that peripapillary capillary network, which we know is affected in glaucoma. It's just been an amazing ride, and seeing this device from the first trial to the second trial, and now having it in our clinic and scanning it on actual patients, not subjects anymore from the trial, but for the trials, actual patients. So it's been awesome to see. Really excited to talk with you guys about the Solix and specifically glaucoma management. So if you've been to my lectures before, you know I like to poll the audience. I'm going to go through at least one case tonight, maybe two if we have time, and I'm going to ask you guys various questions. And nobody likes to raise their hand. It's obviously impossible to do on a virtual lecture, but I like to kind of see how the audience is thinking for these various answers. And this is completely anonymous. Nobody will know what you put. I won't even know what you put. But it's a nice way to see which way the group is leaning. Again, no individual answers. So let's open up that first poll, Adam. And my first question is an easy one. Do you see, manage, or treat glaucoma patients? And the answer is yes or no. So let's go ahead and see what you guys think here for that. Do you see, manage, treat glaucoma patients? And I think the polling is open. Adam, I don't need to do anything for this, do I?
Nope. You just tell me when you want me to close the poll, and I'll close it, and we can get the results.
Okay. So obviously, many of us see glaucoma patients. When I asked this question, I just asked this at a meeting in California this weekend that I was speaking at, and asked the question, and it was 88% of people say they see glaucoma patients. So usually it's between 85 and 90%. It's not going to be 100% because all of us see and have different interests, whether it's ocular disease, whether it's low vision, whether it's vision therapy, whatever it is, and that's awesome. Optometry is a nice broad profession. So let's go ahead and do you see, manage, treat glaucoma patients, yes or no? And Adam, let's see if we can see our results.
Yep, and so let me, if you guys can't see the results on the screen, I'll actually just verbally tell you. So 89% of people said yes, 11% said no.
Pretty darn close to California this week. And again, that answer is always between 85 and 95%. My point is the vast majority of us see glaucoma patients, manage glaucoma patients, and probably treat glaucoma patients as well. And I always start with this slide. You know, glaucoma is truly a puzzle. We are adding up a puzzle and putting a puzzle together from both a diagnostic perspective and a treatment perspective. I wish there was a perfect treatment for glaucoma. Is there a drop, a laser, a surgery that's going to cure glaucoma? The answer is not. We cannot cure the disease. We manage the disease. We try to prevent progression. We want to try to delay progression as much as we can. What's the ultimate goal in glaucoma? To prevent vision loss, to have the patient die at 95 years old or beyond with usable vision still. So we have a lot of different tests, whether it's visual field, whether it's OCT angiography, obviously our main modifiable risk factor, which is IOP, corneal thickness or pachymetry, corneal hysteresis, family history, ERG. We add up a lot of different tests. I'm guessing every single one of you, when in your glaucoma patients asks about family history, you check their pressure, you're doing visual fields, which are standard of care, and I would argue OCTs are standard of care as well, probably pachymetry, again, as we talked about. So you're adding up a bunch of different pieces, and OCT has certainly become standard of care over the last 15 to 20 years, and it's revolutionized how we look at retina and how we look at the optic nerve and glaucoma as well. So it's a puzzle, and we've got to add up all the pieces. Well, the pieces are getting better and better and better, more advanced, more efficient, better scanning, and that's what we're going to talk about tonight when it comes with this Solix. So if you haven't heard of the OptiView Solix OCT, next time you're at a conference, whether it is your state association, a local meeting, a national meeting, AOA coming up here in June in Washington, D.C., the Academy in New Orleans in October this year. So whether it's a national meeting, a regional meeting, a local meeting, next time that you see the OptiView or Visionix booth, go take a look at this Solix device. Again, I've had my hands on it since January of 2019 with the trials, and it is so slick when it comes to scan acquisition. The ability to get in through undilated pupils better prior to compared to previous versions of OCTs. It is just slick as can be. And you're going to hear me to say this at the end, but also at the beginning. It's now nice to have kind of a one-stop shop. What do I mean by that? We've got OCT. We've got OCT angiography. We've got fundus photos in this. We've got anterior segment photos built in, meibography photos. You can take pictures of the meibomian glands, and you've got your pachymetry, your corneal thickness, epithelial mapping for dry eye. You got a lot of different things in this instrument. Again, I'll show more pictures of that in just a second. So when it comes to the glaucoma protocol, obviously, we want to detect glaucoma. There is different ways that we can manage this from the wellness perspective. You cannot treat glaucoma until you diagnose glaucoma. So we've got to be able to detect that sooner. We'll get into wellness in just a second. We will get into the ways that this is more efficient, more accurate, more effective in scanning our glaucoma patients. And then obviously, as you see these patients visit after visit after visit after visit, and you scan them again and again and again and again, I want to know, is there progression occurring? What's the definition of glaucoma? A progressive optic neuropathy, with the main modifiable risk factor being IOP, and we're looking for visual field changes, OCT changes, as well as structural changes on the optic nerve. But in the definition is a progressive optic neuropathy, and we need to be able to easily detect progression. These new advanced scans with the Solix, just a great way to detect progression. So let's go through these very quickly, each one of these. The early detection, again, the wellness or the angio wellness. Again, we're talking about both OCT as well as OCT angiography. So your wellness scans, what does that mean? These patients are not your pathology patients. They are not your diagnosed with glaucoma patients, diagnosed with diabetes patients. You're your primary care patients. Again, you're doing a wellness exam and you're trying to detect earlier, detect sooner. Again, you cannot treat glaucoma until you diagnose glaucoma, and earlier diagnosis is going to lead to likely better long-term outcomes for these patients. So in these eye wellness scans and angio wellness scans, you are looking at a nice picture of the retina, which gives you your ganglion cell analysis. As we all know, RNFL changes now precede visual field changes. Gone are the days where we rely on visual field defects to make our diagnosis of a glaucoma. That was 25 years ago. We know that there is pre-parametric glaucoma. Before your patient has visual field defects, they have defects on the retinal nerve fiber layer. Now, let's take it another step further. RNFL changes are before visual field changes. We now have ganglion cell changes before RNFL changes. That is supported by the literature as well. Probably an earlier change. Before they have RNFL defects, many of your glaucoma patients will have ganglion cell defects as well. So it makes sense on these wellness scans, trying to pick up the earliest signs of glaucoma, you've got ganglion cell analysis. So a quick retina scan, you've got ganglion cell analysis. Does everything look good, or are we showing early changes? And at the same time, we've also got the vessel density in there as well. So is there any early changes from diabetes, diabetic retinopathy, which is obviously not the topic of tonight. We talked about that more last fall, but some of your earliest changes seen in diabetic retinopathy can be detected on OCTA, enlargement of the foveal avascular zone, dropout of those macular capillary beds. You get capillary dropout. Those can be detected before MAs, before hemorrhages, before cotton wool spots. So my bottom line point is your early diagnosis here. We're looking for glaucoma as soon as we can get it with those ganglion cell changes, and we've got those retinal scans as well. Your eye wellness, your angio wellness, the goal to pick it up as soon as possible. Earlier diagnosis leads to earlier treatment and better long-term outcomes for those patients. How about efficient assessment? The Solix, compared to previous versions of the OCTs, it's got a new reference database. Again, I was part of developing that reference database, and these newest OCTA vessel density metrics, again, the only one that's FDA approved at this point. And this is much more efficient and accurate than before. versus previous technology like the RT-View or the Avante, which we have the Avante and have had it for about 7 years now, 8 years. You would take 12 radial line scans and 13 concentric rings. So you're scanning and scanning and scanning in this radial pattern with concentric rings, which was awesome. But now you're talking 512 B scans, the resolution much, much better, 3 times better. And here's a picture to drive home this point. You know, when you talk on these 12 radial line scans and concentric circles versus all of this efficient and more accurate scanning, there is a picture of a shark and Nemo, and I think it's Dory, I think her name is the blue one, on both of these pictures. Which one can you see better? Which one are you losing some details? Well, obviously we are seeing the shark and Nemo better on the right one, where you're scanning more efficiently, you're scanning more accurately, the resolution is better. There is just more scans, so you're going to get more data and you have it more efficiently versus, again, nice technology over here. You can see portions of the shark, but you can't see the entire picture. The entire picture becomes more apparent when we have more scans and better resolution. That's kind of what's going on with these scans here. And I'm going to go through this printout in just a little bit. But the take-home point is the resolution, the repeatability, the reproducibility, the ability to see subtle changes is 3 times better. It's went from like 2.2 microns down to 0.7 microns. It's getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Back in the days of the earliest OCTs, like in the late 90s when it was just being developed and studied, it was like 20 microns. And then it got to high definition OCT, and then it got to like 5 to 10 microns in the late 2000s over the past decade. And now it's down to in the 2-3 microns down to 0.7 microns. The resolution just getting better and better and better. The R&R 3 times better than it was compared to previous OCTs. And again, it gives you, going back here, it lets you see the complete optic nerve picture or the complete macula picture that much better, and it does it in even more efficient manner. So that's what's going on here. We'll go through those printouts in just a little bit. There's enhanced metrics. You know, we are all familiar with with green, yellow, and red, the stoplight pattern. Green, generally speaking, good. Yellow, borderline. Red is bad. The green, yellow, red, they have now added in an additional color or 2. Instead of actually having 5, you can see we've got red, yellow, green, blue, and dark blue. There is now an additional color, orange with lines and light blue with lines. And what that is it gives you another color in between yellow and red. You know, red scares us. When we see red, it's like, what is happening? Why is there red on this? It could be normal, but the chances are very, very low. It's called red disease. But it gives you a better opportunity to say, you know what? I don't want as much red. We've eliminated some of the red and some of the yellow and combined it into orange. So it gives you 7 different colors now. It basically gives you a more enhanced normative database or reference database. So if you see orange, it's in between yellow. It's a little worse than yellow, which was in the past I thought of as borderline, and it's a little better than red. So orange is in between yellow and red. And in glaucoma, so it indicates green is normal, yellow may be borderline thinning, again, generally speaking, and red is more significant thinning. Orange is going to be right in between that. So it's going to be in between the yellow and the red. In glaucoma scans, optic nerve head scans, in your retina scans, the scale is going to be blue, because as the retina gets thinner, you go from green to light blue to dark blue. So blue with lines means in between the light blue and dark blue. So the bottom line is it's a more efficient, more accurate color scale. Instead of 5 colors, there's now going to be 7, which helps to reduce red disease, which means the OCT is red, but it's not disease. We'll talk more about that a little bit later. So it gives you really better intervals and enhanced reference database metrics there. So again, it scans more efficiently. It does this in a better manner, and it's got better progression analysis. So be able to look at these scans and going, Is this progressing? Is it not? Give me an idea if this glaucoma is progressing or not. So again, advanced scanning of the optic nerve, looking at, is this changing over time? We'll go through some printouts here in just a little bit. The bottom line is these scans are less affected by scan position. They're less affected by eye movement. They're less affected by tracking speed. The device now, it can just easily track and lock on going, okay, that's where I scanned before, even if we're a little off center. If the scan position is a little off center, if they're moving their eyes a little bit during the scanning, the acquisition is much better. The artifacts are reduced better. The tracking speed is better to give you better data scan after scan after scan, which helps with progression detection. So you can see here, when we take a look here, visit after visit after visit after visit, it will lay those right on top of each other, and you can see the retinal nerve fiber thickness with the reference database, as we'll go over in just a second. So you can easily compare one visit after the other. We've got the right eye, we've got the left eye. There's your retinal nerve fiber layer. The ganglion cells just below that. We've put on the deviation map here, which is what I like to look at, or how I like to look at it with the deviation map. So you can see, again, is this progressing? Is this deepening over time? Any ganglion cell thinning? And then I really like these plots down here where it shows right eye and left eye, the superior RNFL, the inferior RNFL, the average RNFL, and then the hemis as well. But how are we trending over time? Are we pretty stable, which is what these scans are showing us? We're not deteriorating over time compared to age-matched norms. We all know that we're going to deteriorate over time just from age. Is this deteriorating more than just the standard aging? Is pathology going on? In this case, this looks great. No signs of progression, but really like to lay that visit after visit after visit, as you can see on the top right there. So again, we've got those scans on the top, the RNFL. I've unchecked the box on this one. So again, you're not seeing the reference database. My preference, notice there's no colors here. You can't see any colors on this because we've unchecked this box here, the reference database. I prefer it looks like the previous one. Notice this reference database box has been checked, and now we've got these numbers all compared to the reference database, so we can see our colors, the greens, the yellows, the oranges, and the reds, as we talked about before. I like that. Again, you can use these. That's what's the beautiful thing about this Solux, is you can customize so many different things. There you go, turning on the reference database, and then we also turned off the deviation map here. Notice the deviation map. We are not seeing it in this row right here, compared to my preference is having the deviation map on, so you can see the ganglion cells as they're deviating from age-matched norms, and is that deviation increasing over time? Obviously, if the deviation is increasing over time, that becomes more concerning. So just a couple of these protocols here. Again, the RDB database, that's the colors on the RNFL, and then the deviation map, that's the colors on this row right here, the ganglion cells. I like both of those boxes to be checked so I can get this printout just like that. But it's your preference. Whatever you prefer, here both of those boxes are unchecked, so we're not seeing the colors and we're not seeing the deviation. And then you've also got the disc parameters. Take a look at the disc parameters with symmetry analysis and the ganglion cell parameters with symmetry analysis as well. So again, kind of your one-stop shop. What's this looking like over time? I've got pictures of the nerve, and then I've got my plots, these graphs and the plot thicknesses over time. Again, I hope all my glaucoma patients look just like this. We are not trending downhill here. Looks great in that particular case there. So again, I think we've covered this as well. There's AngioView disc trend analysis, where again, you can look in this from the disc, visit after visit, or as you can see in this one, and it's hard to see, here's the first one, here's the most recent one in the right eye. Here's the first one, here's the most recent one in the left eye. You know, you've got a bunch of scanning, and you tell yourself, or you say to yourself, I just want to know if today's scan, has it progressed from the first time that we scanned this patient 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. You can lay that out as well there with the vessel density. You can also do it, as you can see right here, with the retinal nerve fiber layer. Notice again, the box is not checked on the reference database here, the RDB, the reference database. That's why there's no colors here. If you're saying, why is there not colors? Just check that box right there. and there would be colors, and that would look very nice. So again, you've got your AngioView disc trend analysis as well. Clinical application. You can't know. Let's take a look at the printout and just take a nice thorough overview of this printout. You can't know what abnormal is until you know what normal is. So you got to know what normal is. Here is a nice normal. Again, this is a glaucoma lecture, so we're focusing on the nerve. We're not focusing on the retina or the macula in this lecture, but here is a beautiful, normal, perfect AngioView disc, the combo report. We've got an OU report here, both eyes, and let's go through this. Again, this is a normal printout. Notice we've got our fundus photo. Again, your technician, you can, when you go through the protocols, there's going to be able to different protocols. I want to do a macular scan. I want to do an optic nerve head scan. I want to do an AngioView of the retina. I want to do an AngioView of the disc. I want to take a fundus photo. I want to do pachymetry, whatever it is. But obviously the box has been checked here to take a fundus photo. So we've got the right eye fundus photo right here. We've got the left eye fundus photo right over here. So we'll start, there's the photo. Just below that, we've got the ganglion cell analysis right here. Shame on me, I don't have the box checked. Again, I would like this deviation map box checked so we can see the deviation. It's not, but there's your ganglion cell thickness right there. Here is our RNFL thickness, the retinal nerve fiber layer thickness. We've got the good RDB, the reference database box checked. So we got colors here, and we can see this is a nice normal. We are within the greens for the retinal nerve fiber layer thickness. You can see our Hemi report for the retinal nerve fiber layer right here in the right eye and right here in the left eye, followed by the quadrant analysis and the quadrant analysis right eye and left eye. So looking at our retinal nerve fiber layer, looks great, followed by the vessel density. You can see the radial peripapillary capillary density. That's what RPC stands for, radial peripapillary capillary density. And you can see the nice picture, the qualitative data right here, followed by the table, which is right here telling you the percentage of vessel density around the disc, superior, inferior, average, and then the whole image. So you can see your nice normal report. Fundus photos look great. The RNFL thickness looks great right here and right here in the left eye. The quadrant and Hemi analysis looks great in both eyes. And then obviously give me some numbers. I want to see the overall number, 94 in both eyes, nice in the normal range, superior, inferior, is there any eye difference? And then your optic nerve head analysis and your ganglion cell analysis. Some of the key words or key data that I look at. I want to know the disc area. The average disc area on an OCT is 1.76. How did I get that? Pi r squared. Area, the formula is pi r squared. What's the diameter of the disc? 1.5 millimeters on average. What's the radius then? 0.75 millimeters. So if you do pi r squared, if you do that math, it's 1.76 millimeters squared. So I look at that number just to see, am I dealing with a big disc or am I dealing with a small disc? Yes, you can eyeball it and you can get very good at eyeballing it, going, that's a big disc, that's a small disc, that's an average size disc. But I always do glance at that just to get an OCT confirmation of whether this disc is big, medium size, or average size, or smaller. So there's your disc area, your cup to disc ratio that the OCT is estimating, your ganglion cell analysis, as you can see here, and then lastly, your vessel density, peripapillary vessel density. Nice normal report. It's giving you everything. It's giving you the RNFL, it's giving you the ganglion cells, it's giving you the vessel density around the nerve. This looks perfect. Let's compare this to case number one. And you see this just on this case here. Obviously, you take a look at the fundus photos in the top left and the top right. Obviously, we've got some increased cupping, right eye worse than the left eye, a little vertical elongation of the cup, especially in that right eye. Looks like that inferior rim is thin based on the photos. And take a look at your deviation map of the RNFL. We've got inferior thinning right eye, inferior thinning left eye, corresponds with the wedge defect that you see here and here. And notice we've got these both boxes checked, which is what I prefer We've got the reference database for the RNFL, and we've got the deviation map on the ganglion cells. Obviously, we've got significant deviation from normal in the ganglion cells, inferiorly in both eyes, as you can see here. So obviously, we've got a glaucoma patient with a wedge defect, matches the ganglion cells. We've got thinning of the RNFL in the table, and we've got ganglion cell thinning. And notice we've got some vessel density thinning as well in the picture. Where does the vessel densities look most thin or most capillary dropout? In that inferior there. So again, just a quick reading of little case number 1, the OCT printout. Case number 2, again, this one's more borderline. Not as, again, not that the last one was terrible, but certainly we've got some glaucomatous changes on this OCT. Case number 2, you take a look at this, and nerves not terrible. We've made it's flagging some mild changes, superior and inferior, in the right eye and the left eye. Again, the deviation map, again, just potentially a little thin, inferior in the left eye and superior and inferior in the right eye. Again, I would check that deviation map to see if we have any ganglion cell deviation there. Again, not as bad as this one. This may be a debatable one. We have no perfect test in glaucoma. I would want to know what the visual field looks like, what's the IOP history, what's the family history, what's the corneal thickness, maybe the ERG, things like that. I'd be adding it up, but certainly a little bit of a suspicious OCT here, and we would add up our entire puzzle to make a call on that one. So let's anterior segment stuff. Don't forget about anterior segment. We've talked about OCT and OCT angiography. Beautiful images of the anterior segment, past limbus to limbus. You can see this just beautiful picture here to be able to measure those anterior chamber angles. Do we have an open angle plate patient? Do we have a narrow angle patient? Do they have plateau iris syndrome, plateau iris configuration, things like that? I use this during our laser clinic for laser peripheral iridotomies, patients that are sent in with narrow angles. Now we can get a nice quantitative, measure the angle, and it's beautiful patient education to be able to show them this is the angle that we're looking at. This is the area that we're looking at. This is normal. This is not normal. It's a point that I forgot to emphasize on this one. I actually have this laminated in our clinic. And so I can have this and say to a patient, this is normal. This is what it's supposed to look like. Notice all these green, it's looking great. See all these nice vessel densities here. And this is what yours look like. And then you can clearly see the difference between normal and abnormal. It's a great patient education tool as you're talking to your glaucoma patients, again, whether they're open angle or whether they're narrow angle. So a nice view here. I don't do this, but this can be done as well. This helps to assist with scleral lens fitting. When those scleral lenses, again, I know nothing about scleral lenses. That's what my wife does all day long, fitting contact lenses. But seeing, are those scleral lenses landing where they should land, limbus to limbus, sclera to sclera. So certainly you can image scleral lenses with that as well. Your pachymetry map, getting a nice view of the entire area of the pachymetry. Epithelial mapping, it gives you a nice epithelial map. I use that in dry eye. Your patients that have dry eye, significant SBK can show an increase in this epithelial thickness map, irregularities in this epithelial thickness map, and it's a nice, again, educator for the patient going, yeah, I hear your eyes are dry, and look how bumpy your surface is. I want this nice and smooth, because a smooth surface equals nice optics going into the eye and clear vision, and look how bumpy yours is. That's why we need to take those artificial tears. It's why we need to take that cyclosporin, that lifitegrast, that steroid, IPL, whatever it is. So the corneal map, giving you a beautiful corneal thickness picture, pachymetry for glaucoma, as well as an epithelial thickness map used more in dry eye and things like that. So we talked about the trend analysis already, so I think I've really covered the trend analysis, and hopefully you don't see lines that are going like this, going down over time. That's flagging you, doc. There looks like there's progression going on. So I think we've covered this so you can monitor changes over time as well with that. Retina reports, again, the topic is glaucoma optic nerve, but there's certainly, I use this in diabetes all the time for retina reports. where you can take a look at the retinal vessel density as well, looking for enlargement of that foveal avascular zone, capillary dropout, et cetera, et cetera. So last thing I'm going to mention before we get to the cases, which are in just a bit here, your external and fundus capture. I mentioned before, this is an OCT angiography. It's a fundus camera. It's an anterior segment camera. It has external infrared. So if you flip the lid, you can do mybography as well. So you've got an OCT angiography, fundus camera, anterior segment camera, mybographer, pachymeter, et cetera, et cetera. So really a one-stop shop with the Solix OCT, a phenomenal instrument right there. So couple of quick pearls, just very quickly on general OCT stuff when interpreting changes. Remember that the average RNFL and the RNFL thickness in the inferior quadrant have been reported to be the most clinically relevant RNFL parameters. So when I'm looking at an OCT, I look at a lot of different things, but I pay attention to that average RNFL thickness and that inferior quadrant, inferior nasal, inferior temporal, looking at that. The literature shows those are the most relevant for diagnosis and progression. A change of more than 9 microns may alert you to, is there early damage or is there progression? 9 microns between the two eyes, that's a red flag for they should be symmetrical. If they're not symmetrical, 9 microns, that could be significant in your patient. And then green disease and red disease. What does green disease mean? It means the patient is green on the OCT, but just because they're in the green on the OCT does not mean that they are normal. Okay, they could be in the green, but yet they started in the high green and they are progressing through the levels of the green, from high green to the middle of the green, down to the lower end of the green, and eventually going into yellow, orange, and red there. So green disease, look for progression, as we've talked about before. Red disease, there's a lot of things that can cause patients to artificially look thin: myopia, tilted optic nerves, et cetera, et cetera. So just because they're red on the OCT does not mean they have disease. If they're red on the OCT and you think it's from myopia, tilted discs, and are seeing no progression, that's red disease. And again, I think it's why it's nice to have a more enhanced and fine reference database with green, yellow, orange, and red, eliminating some of that red disease so it doesn't scare us as much as before. So thinning due to age, again, you can see some of the natural thinning due to age, as you can see here. Remember, there's a floor effect with the OCT. If your patient's OCT average is in the high 40s or the 50s, they are nearing the floor of the OCT and they can't get much thinner. So for that reason, this is kind of my general rule of thumb of which test to use when I'm managing glaucoma. If they are early glaucoma, or if they are, again, they don't have much disease yet, they don't have much thinning yet, I rely on the retinal nerve fiber layer thickness and the ganglion cell thickness, basically OCT, early in the course of disease, pre-parametric glaucoma, early stage glaucoma, you got to rely on the RNFL thickness. Okay, when the visual field mean deviation is good, when the RNFL thickness is greater than 83, when they've got a good visual field index, the bottom line is borderline glaucoma, early glaucoma, the OCT is probably more valuable than the visual field. In advanced glaucoma, when they get really advanced glaucoma and they're reaching that floor effect on the OCT now, and that visual field is really bad, mean deviation less than 10, when they get to advanced disease, there's a point where the OCT doesn't become overly useful anymore when they get to advanced disease because they get to the floor effect. So late disease, the visual field, rely more on the visual field. So early disease, more OCT, very late disease, more visual field, and in the middle, you need both. Okay, you need both the OCT and the visual field to monitor for progression there. So, all right, in my last 5 to 7 minutes here, let's go through a case here. So case number 1 is a 61-year-old male, and he was sent in to me. And actually, Adam, we only have 5 to 7 minutes left, so I want to make sure we get to some questions. So I'm going to actually go to our second case, and I want to go to this one because this one's a little bit more debatable on this one. Okay, so I want to get your guys' thoughts on this one in our last 5 minutes. So this patient was sent to us as a glaucoma suspect. glaucoma suspect based on, well, you'll see that in just a little bit. So vision was 2015 in both eyes. This is a female patient. And again, we're 2015, prescription of -4 in both eyes over multiple visits. I'm talking 5, 6, 7 visits. Pressure was always in the 14 to 18 range. So we're in the mid-teens. So IOP looks good. However, pachymetry is a bit thin here. As you can see, those Packies at 467 and 474. So pretty significantly thin in this glaucoma suspect. Again, female patient right there. Here is the optic nerve in the right eye. And I'll give you a couple of seconds to take a look at the nerve in the right eye. What would you call that cup to disc ratio? And the nerve in the left eye. So right eye, left eye. Nerve in the right eye, nerve in the left eye. Okay, going back, there was the right eye. I called this cup to disc ratio about a 0.4 to 4.5 in the vertical meridian there. And in the left eye, I called this a 0.55 to 6. I thought the left cup was a little bit bigger than the right cup. Maybe you agree with that, maybe you disagree, but I think most of you would agree that the left cup looks a little bit bigger than the right cup. There's the visual fields. Take a look at the 24-2 visual fields, okay? So obviously we've got a nice mean deviation. It's better than 2.5. So again, OCT is going to be very valuable to detect maybe even your wellness scan. As you do your wellness scan, do we have pre-parametric glaucoma here? Again, visual fields look great at this point. I will comment that it says low test reliability. This patient was perfectly fixated right where she needed to be. So I don't believe those fixation losses. It was a great visual field and it looked awesome. OCTs over the years. I've been seeing this patient for close to 15 years now. So here's some previous versions of OCTs. And you take a look at these OCTs. Again, remember the average RNFL and the inferior quadrant have shown to be maybe the most important to look at. Look at asymmetry. Is there a 9 micron or more difference between the two eyes? The literature guides us to 9 microns or more between the two eyes. That could be a trigger for early glaucoma diagnosis. So obviously these OCTs are from quite some time ago. Here is the most recent OCT, and I'll give you a couple of seconds to digest this one. We've got our AngioView disc combo OU report, meaning we've got our RNFL, our ganglion cells, and our vessel density. Shame on me when I printed this. I didn't check the box here. Again, I would want to see those colors on this one, but let me tell you, on the disc cube report, I did check the box, so you can see the colors there. So these two printouts, the AngioView disc combo report and the disc cube combo report, are the exact same report. The only difference is one has vessel density in it, OCTA, and one does not. So this one does not have OCT angiography. It doesn't have that radial peripapillary capillary network density. Okay, that capillary density, this one does not have it. This one does have it. Okay, so that's the difference there. But again, you can see overall, there's no major deviation on the RNFL on these top two. Maybe some, slight changes here. You go to the reference database here. It looks pretty good in both eyes. Pretty good in both eyes. Ganglion cells. There's a little bit of deviation more so in the left eye compared to the right eye. Our RNFL analysis here looks good in the right, at least green in the right, I should say. Borderline superior in the left eye. And again, then you take a look at your tables as well. Average number 81 and 75. Compare the two superior and inferior. There's our optic nerve head analysis, small discs. There's what the OCT is calling those cups right there. Ganglion cell analysis and vessel density. Again, there's your total report here. There's the report, same report with no vessel density. And There's your retina report. I'm going to skip by that one since we're talking more nerve here. And then there is your pachymetry. Confirms our, again, 465 roughly central corneal thickness. Optic disc photo from just a couple of weeks ago when I saw this patient. There's the photos with the Solix, left eye, and the right. There's the right eye, and I think we'd agree that left eye looks a little bit more cupped there. They put both of them there. So I'm going to ask you, what is your diagnosis and plan at this point? In our last couple of minutes, last poll that we're going to do, let me quickly review again. This is a 42-year-old female. I didn't tell you the age before, but 42-year-old female. There's the vision. There's the prescription. Pressures are always in the mid-teens, thin corneas. You saw the nerves. You saw the clear visual fields, which she still has clear visual fields. You saw the most recent OCT. There's the most recent OCT, ganglion cell analysis. Again, visual fields are clear, pachymetry. There's the photos. All right, Adam, let's open it up. What is your diagnosis and plan at this point? Let's open up the polling.
All right, so here we go.
And you can see our options here. Again, our last polling question, is this glaucoma? And at this point, you would start treatment. Is this patient a glaucoma suspect? And you would continue to monitor. Or do you think those cups are just a little bit bigger and you would release this patient from being a glaucoma suspect? Maybe a little bit of that red on the ganglion cell and the yellow on the RNFL is from red disease or yellow disease. Maybe it's because she's a -4. So, or do you think this is something else? Again, 42-year-old female. I think that adds a layer to it. Her age, 42 years old, pressures in the mid-teens, but she's thin on the cornea, 460, 465, somewhere in there. Here's the beauty about asking a question like this. I don't know that there's any wrong answers on this because glaucoma is not black and white. There's a lot of gray in this here. So, Adam, let's hear the percentages. What do you think, or what are you seeing on what percent put A versus B versus C? I'm guessing very few put something else, but what's our top three?
Okay, so 15% said they would start treatment.
Okay.
78% said that they were a suspect, so continue to monitor. And 6% said cupping, and 2% said something else.
Yeah, so the vast majority, I think you said 78%, right in the middle, going, you know what, let's watch it. And that is okay. It is okay to be in the fence in glaucoma. It's why I would really encourage you to repeat the visual field, repeat those OCT scans, especially if you, again, let's say some of you have an Avante, or you have a previous OCT, a different OCT, and now you get the Solix. Obviously, that's a new instrument. Get a couple of scans, get a few scans, bring them back in 3 to 6 months and repeat the scan and repeat it again. So now you're establishing new scans on your new instrument so you can detect change over time. I think it's a great option to watch this. That's exactly what I'm doing in this particular case. This is actually, this patient's a 42-year-old optometrist, colleague of mine locally here in the area. She's a vision therapy and infant vision specialist, and I've been just watching her glaucoma for 10, 12 years. She has a family history. She's obviously well educated because she's an optometrist. I'm holding at this point. I'm watching just like the 78% of you, getting more information, repeating the field, checking the pressure again, repeating those scans, and watching this very closely to see if we see any signs of progression going forward. So that's what our diagnosis and plan is going forward in this one here. So I need to take control again. Yeah, I'm going to skip through these. With that, I think, Adam, we are 45 minutes in, and I think we've reached the end of our lecture, and it's time for a 5 to 10 minute Q&A.
Okay, great. Well, thanks, Nate. And for everyone who has questions, you can see on the right side of your screen, there's a little box there that says questions. Feel free to type questions into that box and we'll go over them verbally. And by the way, if you fail to ask questions tonight or we don't get around to your question, an archive of this webinar will be posted on ODwire and you can always post questions there. And again, we're going to be replaying this at CEwire as well this weekend. So you might want to jump in there and ask questions. So I guess let me pull out my question box here and we can get started with it. So I got to make it nice and big so I can actually see it. So let's see. Question here, can you do montage and fundus photos?
Question is can you do fundus photos? The answer is yes. I haven't used the montage figure just yet on that. So I'd have to kick that to Rachel or Sierra. I'm not sure if you can montage on this or not. I haven't used that yet. We actually, because the fundus photos aren't new, we didn't have to do that in the clinical trials. So that wasn't part of our 2 clinical trials that we did for the FDA. So it takes a very nice photo. I would have to ask Rachel or Sierra. I'm gonna have to look at that, see if we can montage. I don't know if we can on that one.
Okay.
We do not montage.
Yes, I don't believe so.
On the photos. Yes to OCTA montage, but no to fundus.
Yeah, no to fundus photo montage. Yep.
Yes, correct.
Great. And let's see. So question here, what change in thickness in GCC per year is physiologic versus pathological? So is there a number that you can throw out there that you can determine, change in thickness?
Yep. I skipped by this slide just for time purposes because we were running a little bit behind on that, but I think you can see here's my kind of general summary slide for the ganglion cell thickness, and you can see kind of the normal range. And again, every machine is a little bit different, but kind of your average thickness in normal subjects versus where it goes in early versus moderate versus advanced disease, your change with aging, as you can see here. In 30 years, you should change about 10 microns. Many patients start in the high 80s, if not even the 90s. So you shouldn't get into the 60s or 50s. But that's kind of what I look at when it comes to the ganglion cell analysis and ganglion cell thickness when it comes to OCT. Of note, the floor is a little bit lower. The floor is a little bit lower. With the ganglion cells compared to the RNFL. So whereas the RNFL, the floor is again about 50, 55. And once you get there, the RNFL loses a little bit of its usefulness. Ganglion cell, it's a little bit lower at an average of about 45. So that advanced glaucoma, you can still follow with OCT, and ganglion cell becomes a little bit more advantageous in that one.
Right. Interesting question here. In your experience, how often do you see progression on the OCTA only? So you don't see any changes to the nerve fiber layer or fields or anything like that, just on OCTA?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I'm going to give you my early experience, which is, again, we are just learning on this. In my experience, they correlate pretty well, and I've seen some patients where the vessel density changes before the RNFL. Is glaucoma a vascular disease? And I think we all think the answer is yes. There's multifactorial. It's intraocular pressure. It's vascular related, among other factors. I have seen some patients where the vessel density is changing before the RNFL. I do think it's something we want to look at, and we're learning more and more and more about this. So that's why I'm really glad we now have FDA cleared metrics for vessel density around the disc. So I look at that, and I'm still learning about it. We're in our infancy of really learning and understanding those vessel density metrics, because this is the first company that's had FDA cleared metrics. We've had pictures for a lot of times, but we all, pictures are nice. Qualitative data is nice, but you want numbers in glaucoma. I want numbers as well, so we can see progression over time. So yeah, it's a great question, and the answer is yes, and we're still learning on it.
Right. And getting back to the, to the case that we went through, a question here about management. So what would you think of the option of SLT on the patient's left eye because of the GCC thinning?
Yep. I practice in Oklahoma. You guys have probably heard me lecture on laser before, Adam. I think I did a lecture for you, back in February on CEwire on laser. And SLT, you never want to say never in medicine. So I'm not going to say never, but SLT is as close to never a bad idea in a case like this, unless your patient has significant, angle recession, has inflammatory glaucoma, has very narrow angle. If this patient is an open angle glaucoma suspect or a low tension glaucoma suspect, or even if you called it ocular hypertension because of those thin corneas, would SLT be a bad idea in this case? Absolutely not. You guys are probably familiar with the LIGHT study that was released in 2019. They just updated their data. They have now 6-year data, and they showed that, and they had a huge number of patients, 300 plus patients that went down the prostaglandin arm and 300 patients that went down the SLT arm, and they showed that patients were more likely to progress on drops, less likely to progress on SLT after 6 years. And isn't that what it's all about? Is delaying progression, preventing progression, so we can save our patients' vision. They were less likely to progress on SLT. So your reward is just so great and the risk is just so very low. So I think that would be a great plan. Whoever asked that question, could you consider an SLT on the left eye? Absolutely, you could consider that in the left eye. Yes.
Right. Interesting question here. How many patients did it take to create that normative database?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I'll let somebody answer after I give the answer. We were one of 5 locations for the reference database development. Again, normative database, reference database, to me, in my mind, they're the same thing. The normative database, we had to recruit a bunch of patients from the age of 20 to the age of 85 plus. And it was a bunch of normals, and we, in our site, had 125 patients. So if we were one of 5 sites, so you can do the math, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of patients to create that reference database. So if anybody wants to comment on top of that, please do so.
Great. And a question here, this particular person has an OptiView OCT, a fundus camera, and a meibographer, and they're all standalone units. Compare and contrast, how fast is the acquisition with the Solix versus, the standalone units?
Yeah, I have the Avante. Again, I've had it for 7 or 8 years. We have meibography, and what was the other one you said? That was it, OCT, meibography, and fundus photos. Yeah, the scan acquisition is, in my clinical opinion, light years quicker. Like in this case, I did all of these. I mean, we did I just did this a couple weeks ago, and we did fundus photos, we did angio view of the retina, we did angio view of the disc, we did a retina scan, we did pachymetry, as you can see here. And again, we took fundus photos, as you can see, and you can do all of those in a matter of, depending on the patient and your technician, how good they are, you can do all of those in about 1.5 minutes to 2.5, 3 minutes per eye, because they're all right in there. They never leave the chin rest, and it's angio-view the disc, angio-view the retina, retina map, put the lens on to do the pachymetry stuff. It's so much quicker than walking them to different instruments. So scan acquisition is huge to be able to just boom, 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 boom. We got all of them in the right eye. Let's switch to the left eye. Boom, 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 and we're done.
Great. And it looks like we are just coming up on an hour right now. So Nate, thank you for doing all this. And I want to actually give a link. Whoops, I'll put it right here at the end here to show people where they can go to learn more information about Solix. So if you go to visionics.com/us/ODwire, you can get straight to our page there. And obviously, if you're watching this webinar on demand, just scroll down a little bit and you'll see links beneath the show, and we'll take you right there as well. So Nate, thanks again for coming out, and thanks everyone for coming out tonight. Again, if you have more questions, this lecture will be available on demand. We'll put it up on ODwire. Feel free to ask your questions there, and we can have a little back and forth. So thanks again, and I guess, Nate, we'll catch up with you soon online.
Sounds good. Thanks, Adam. Thanks, everybody. Enjoy your evening.
Bye, everyone.
Okay.
Okay, so that was Nate talking about the Solix, and a pretty cool device it is. So let me kill this. And hello, everyone. Welcome back. So hopefully the show has been going really well for everyone. And so Steve, I think, is back as well. And let me unmute you, Steve. Sorry, I muted you. That was me. Better? Okay, now I can hear you. And I think we have our guest here. Let me just let her in here into...
Oh, great. Maria is always punctual.
Hello.
Hey,
I
Maria.
got a little worried with Madrid time, and we'll discuss that a little bit more versus Eastern Daylight, etc. But I'm glad you made it. Want to wait for Paul to come in. We have a third, and Gretchen also would love to hear from you. But how are things there? Just before we get into the specifics, how are you doing today? Can you hear us? I don't think she can hear us, Adam. Excuse me. I just have to get a drink. I'll be right back.
So hopefully, Maria, you can actually hear us. Or
Yes, I can.
Oh, there you go. Hey, how's it going?
Hello, I'm fine. Good. Thank you.
Good, good.
How are you?
Good, good. Steve just took off for a second to get a drink.
I just had a little cough. I'm back, etc.
Hello. Hi.
Good.
Nice
So
to
you're
see you.
it's about 6 o'clock in the evening in Madrid.
Yes, 4 minutes to 6. Right.
Okay. Gretchen is a high-profile editor in optometry. You might even have heard of her. She was in Optometry Times. Now she's with another platform, so she's very knowledgeable in every area.
Okay.
Unlike myself.
Yeah. So Gretchen, yeah, I don't know if Gretchen should make it back. I think Paul definitely won't be here, but Gretchen, Gretchen should be. But before she gets back, I just wanted to share something, Maria. Steve actually, because I know a little bit, we're going to talk a little bit about AI in a few minutes, but Steve actually had ChatGPT write a song, and I can.
What simple prompt? All I said is tell us something about CEwire in a song form and include Adam, Paul, and myself's name. That was it. And look
Yeah,
what came up.
and so it came up with this song. I can put it up on the screen, which I was actually kind of surprised and a little bit scared, actually.
The rhyming is perfect. It doesn't do tune; it's more lyrics. But I'll send it to you privately. But it's just scary how good it was. Much better than I could ever write one after hours or days of trying, as you well know. Do you use Bard or ChatGPT or any of those platforms just for fun? I don't know if she can hear me.
Is it for me or for...
No, for you, yes, because you're so involved with AI. Do you get involved with any of the specific chat GPTs or Bard from Google to play around with and ask it questions and see what it generates?
Yeah, I have kind of experience a little bit of it, but well, I don't know if there is anything specific I would like to tell. Just like general questions. For example, in my clinic, doctors were trying to ask the GPT chat about different treatment methods of different diseases and stuff. So, well, it's I must admit the doctors are better.
Well,
And
we'll talk about that. That's certainly Gretchen should be back in a minute, but if I ever were running a conference, which I am, and I had to introduce somebody, it would take me a good part of your lecture to introduce you with all your qualifications and all your achievements. But why don't you tell me a little about yourself, your education, what you're doing now, and we'll go from there.
okay, so shall we start in a minute, or have we already started? Yeah.
Let's wait a minute, but we'll start with that.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
there'll be an audience here also, and we'll actually, when Adam is, he's my our IT expert. He'll send you a copy of this this video, this interview, so you can play it any way you want. And I'll
Okay.
be putting it on my Facebook group site for your manager to
I would-
comment about all the we're
All right,
talking
so
about.
I would say just don't wait for Gretchen. You know, we're on the air now, guys, so feel free to keep
Yep.
talking. So yeah, I'm gonna I have to do a support thing, but Steve, go right ahead,
Sure.
and I'll be back in a minute.
So I know you've been doing this for 18 years. Tell me about your beginning education, what you're doing now, and we'll go from there with your specificities of your projects.
Okay, so my name is Maria. I'm Ukrainian and I'm an ophthalmologist with an experience of more than 19 years. So I've been studied ophthalmology in Ukraine, in Kiev, in National Medical University, and I started working in 2004. In 2005, I found my love in ophthalmology, which is optical coherence tomography. And since then, I am on an everyday basis, I am working with OCT. A little bit later, maybe in 2009, I started teaching ophthalmologists in courses of postgraduate education to doctors, to ophthalmologists, in the National Medical Academy of Postgraduate Education in Ukraine. And mainly I was teaching medical retina and medical imaging with mostly was like OCT was the most of what I've taught lots of doctors.
From
Yeah.
my
And
understanding, you're also a PhD as well as an MD, correct?
I have a PhD in ophthalmology. I have a medical degree in healthcare management, and since 2015, I run my own private clinic, ophthalmology clinic, in Ukraine, in Kiev, which is working despite everything that is going on right now. There are around 12 doctors working on the daily basis. And we are kind of an expert clinic when we help not only patients, but also doctors who have like controversial cases. And what I have also created is a very big educational project. We have started it during the COVID. We have started it before the COVID, but during the COVID, it grew up really. And we are running around 19 courses for optometrists, and ophthalmology courses are about optometry, about optical coherence tomography, about medical retina, neuro-ophthalmology, uveitis, and others. So lots of doctors are studying ophthalmology and improving their knowledge in ophthalmology with us.
You must have started when you were 6 years old with your college education, if it's been 18 years, but I'll leave that on the side.
Thank you.
Now you're presently in Madrid. How does it work logistically running the clinic in Kiev?
Well, basically, I'm not in Madrid. I am in Malaga, but still, it is in Spain. Yes. It was so many for the last 1.5 years. So I am also running a medical part of Altris AI, which is a United States-based company who is providing like a service of AI help, AI assistants to doctors and optometrists, and I am a medical director in that company. And after 7 months after the war started in Ukraine, in 7 months' time, I had to leave to Spain because here we are opening our R&D center. So mainly R&D medical center is located in Ukraine, in Kiev, and here in Malaga. It is a very technological region, and this is where we are planning to have a new office with a new R&D team. So we are like a kind of expanding. So this
How do you manage your time with, I understand you have a 4 and a 6-year-old as well as all the things you do?
It's pretty difficult, but you know, human being is getting used to everything. So somehow, somehow I improved my time management, but still there are periods when I go to Ukraine just to control a clinic, and also my family is there, my husband is there, my parents and my grandparents are there. So like the whole my life is there. And I am somewhere in between of 2 countries, except business trips. So yeah, somehow I'm trying to manage, but I cannot say I have time for everything. It's just that I pick the most important things for me.
And it's
at
no
the
problem
moment.
getting a commercial flight back from Malaga to Ukraine and back again. It's fairly open, the airspace.
No, the sky is closed over Ukraine, so we are usually taking flights from anywhere to Poland, and then from Poland, usually we are taking trains or buses or going by car. In my case, usually I take train, which is like 18 or 19 hours, so it's like pretty difficult right now to reach Ukraine, unfortunately.
Well, I know your focus is on OCT, but what other fields of interest do you have in ophthalmology and optometry?
Yes, of course. But you know, it's like there is always a main point, a main like subject, and everything is around it. So yeah.
Mhm. How'd you get involved with OCT in 2005? I consider myself pretty progressive, and I'm always at the forefront of technology. And I didn't consider buying an OCT till maybe 2010, 2011. And the resolution, as you well know, in those days was not what it is today. How'd you uh, tread on this instrument at that point in time? Such an early user.
Um, there were 2 OCT devices in the whole Ukraine, and one of them was in the clinic, in the state clinic I worked in that time. And I was like a young specialist, and I was lucky to work with elder colleagues. But you know, they were pretty skeptical at the beginning of this method, and I was like very involved in it. And I've always liked like new technologies and stuff, but what I might say, it was pretty difficult for me because there were no in Ukraine I could teach from. So I had to go abroad all the time and find different books, and well, it was a very interesting period of time. And well, I have believed in this method all the time, but yeah, I met so many skepticism just from the very beginning. But in a couple of years, I felt myself like almost a profi in it. And then maybe in a couple of years more, so let's say somewhere in 2010, I realized that I know nothing about OCT, because like technology improved, and like new stuff started to be published, and then OCT and geography came, and in this very very rapid progress, I felt somewhere so unconfident. So, and but you know, it was always such a feeling that I need to know more and more and more, and like I'm such kind of person who always need to improve my knowledge. So yeah, it was very interesting.
It's funny, I found that the technology was there even at the very beginning, but our interpretation of technology didn't exist. I'll give you an example with plaquenil toxicity. As you know, there's a certain area of the retina that thins out, but we didn't realize that till we analyzed the OCT images afterwards. So the technology was showing us something, but it didn't tell us what it was showing until we realized it from people like you. Um,
Yeah.
Now, I, by the way, have right here on my phone, if it shows up, I'm in the Javits Center, so it's hard. I have your program on my computer, Altruist, but let's talk about artificial intelligence first, and then we'll talk about your specific product. Um, how do you feel it's going to? Just today I read in my local paper that 4,000 people were fired because artificial intelligence is taking over their job. Nothing to do with eye care, but that's the fear that's developing in society now. What's the what's the positive about artificial intelligence, how it's analyzing OCT and other images that you perceive? And then we'll ask about the future and then get to your specific product.
Okay, so I guess let's start from the very beginning. So we have started Altruist in 2017, and it was a kind of like a project of 3 people. When we started seeing white papers about AI in like different imaging modalities in other specialization of medicine, for example, like MRI and like others. So then we have decided to try what can AI do in ophthalmology. At that time, well, AI was not so popular, but first results that we received were very like encouraging us not to stop, to move on. And now we believe that AI can basically give more confidence to eye care specialists. It can give a better patient triage. For example, AI algorithms can help triage patients by analyzing OCT images and identifying, for example, those who require urgent attention, for example. And this is the question, that was really very tough during one of the optometry conferences in Great Britain. There is always a question of how urgent the referral should be. And here, basically, where AI can help. Also, AI can give us an automatic segmentation, and this is what Altruist can do. And also one of the features that AI can help us is measurements of different lesions. So, for example, we used to have different measurements in OCT devices, but what we can measure like, for example, retinal thickness or the thickness of some layers, retinal layers. And AI can give us measurements, for example, of drusen areas or, for example, volumes of intraretinal fluid. And basically, it is very interesting to understand how the process is going in the eye of patients. And of course, about like ideas for the future, what in future can give us AI. Maybe this is a recognition of new biomarkers and patterns of different diseases. Maybe it is more early diagnosis of different diseases. And what people are discussing, let's say during last maybe 3 or 4 years, is prediction. My personal opinion that prediction cannot be made only on OCT scans, and this is basically the point when I always say that AI is just like analysis of images. For example, I mean, by now, what we have by now, because we always need a human's brain because we need a patient's history. We need to analyze the results of different ophthalmic investigations. We need to understand how the treatment is going, and only analyzing the whole pie, we can understand the diagnosis, how to treat the patient. There are always exceptions because like we are all different and all our patients are different. So about replacing the doctor, AI will never replace the doctor, because it can only help. It can bring more patients on early stages, and it will allow to help those patients more and to prevent irreversible blindness in more cases. In some cases, AI, for example, for a screening solution, it can make some analysis, but it could be only the first analysis, and after this first analysis, we really need an optometrist, or we really need a doctor, or we really need a surgeon. So basically, there is no thoughts about replacements. It's just that if we want it or not, new technologies has come to all aspects of our life, and medicine is not an exclusion of it. So what we need to do is we need to manage to implement those new technology in our clinical practice, and to understand that sometimes it's better to use it than not to use. Because, for example, as I told you before, there were really lots of specialists who were pretty skeptical about optical coherence tomography in, let's say, 2005. But now we cannot imagine our everyday clinical practice without this method.
No way.
Right. So this is what I'm talking about, that we need to follow new technologies. We need to understand how new technologies can be, how they can improve our work, because we can see that it can. And we have feedbacks from more than 50 clinics all over the world about using Altris AI, and they say that they are really impressed about the changes that had happened to the working process in their clinic. Because, for example, on the first stages, they sometimes don't need a doctor to attend the first investigation, the technical part of the investigation. And that the triage which can be received in the clinic, it optimizes the time spent by the doctor on different patients and so on. And also, for me, the main thing is detection of really very early stages of diagnosis, when patients have no complaints at all, and we know that something is starting happening on the retina, and then we are making follow-ups, and then we can prevent the symptomatic of all those.
So you don't
patients.
perceive a time where the analysis capabilities of the AI, incorporating not just OCT, but perhaps retinal imaging, visual fields, any other things, could be correlated together to be better than the doctor? You don't perceive that time? Because I do.
Maybe in future we will have let's say a super AI which can collect huge amount of information, but well, up to date we have solutions for fundus imaging, we have solutions for optical coherence tomography, but we don't have the solution for combining all this medical data. But maybe, I mean, big data is really one of the most popular topics today. And maybe, let's say, in 5 or 10 years, there will be a better solution, because everything is improving so rapidly, so fast. So
that's why I say never. But never say never. Yeah. Does your program and OCT analysis do the same for glaucoma as well as for retinal imaging, retinal problems?
We have ideas about implementing glaucoma analysis, but not by analyzing the optic nerve, but again by analyzing the retina, because we know that there are changes in the retina even in early stages of glaucoma. So today, Altris is mostly analyzing macular scans. But we have some ideas about glaucoma, about OCT angiography, and many ideas. It's just the question of time, I think.
Now, what I'm holding in my hand, my phone, which again you can see, I have the program. It's free, by the way, at least the primary program is. So why don't you describe it in depth a little bit more? So you have a product that people could download from the App Store, which I did immediately, and I've been learning stuff from it every day. And you present it in a very clear fashion, but explain what Altris is specifically and how it's used.
Okay, so I should start from telling you that Altris is a kind of a small ecosystem, and Altris Inc. created 2 digital products to give eye care specialists a superpower, if we can say like this. First is the educational mobile app. It is free to download from the App Store and the Google Play Market. And first, basically, with this mobile app, we educate eye care professionals in the mobile app. And what do we give in this app? We give an understanding of what or how different pathological signs can be seen on the OCT images. The idea was to educate eye care specialists and then to provide artificial intelligence decision-making support for the most accurate OCT diagnostics. So basically, this is like, like a circle. First, you study OCT, then you implement it in your clinical practice, and from the very beginning of your practice and of your work with the patient, when you feel a bit uncomfortable or unconfident, you might use the AI algorithms to help from the very beginning with the clinical practice. So this was the idea. And Altris AI is a web platform that uses an artificial intelligence algorithms to detect around 100 retina pathologies on OCT scans and improve the decision-making process for eye care professionals. And Altris AI system is already installed in more than 50 clinics and optometry centers around the world. And from what I can see, that it is really very popular among optometrists. It helps hundreds of eye care specialists in diagnosis.
I understand you have like 15,000 people who have downloaded it so far, or something like that, maybe
okay,
more.
so in the mobile app, there are like up to date is closer to 20,000 users. And talking about the AI solution, which is web-based platform, it is it is installed in more than 50 clinics, and like we can see new connections every day. So more and more people are using two products of Altris every day. So basically, of course, there is a question of there's something new, and there is and when we have something new, we are always like very careful to implement it. But from what I can see, that it is really worth to try it at least, because it is really about mobile app. It is free and you can try it. You have no risks. And for the platform, it works as a subscription, so you can subscribe, for example, for 1 month. So just try it for a five days like free trial period, just to understand what is it and what it can give to you.
Do you have a concept of the future of a doctor sending you an OCT image to analyze for them and get back to them what the algorithm says is going on?
And I'm sorry, are they
I'm saying that
sending
I have a patient in the room, I have an OCT image, I'm not sure what's going on. Do you perceive a way of us sending that image to the AI platform and it coming up
Yes,
with
of course.
a solution?
This is the point. When you are not sure about what you see in your like office, you can send it to the platform. Then AI algorithms can help you to understand what's going on. So basically, what they can give you, what the answer can be received. So the detection of all pathological signs that can be detected on the whole examination. We are now talking about the possibility to analyze the whole examination, which can contain from 96 to 512 OCT-B scans, depending on the OCT device you have. And in each scan, you can get, for example, like first that you can get like in any eye care, or not even eye care specialist, but any medical specialist can understand if there is a problem. So basically a kind of a screening, if there is a problem or there are no problems in this eye or in both eyes. Then AI can detect you, can help you to detect the area of potential interest, and then in like depending on your willing to analyze all the scans or just some of them, you can see the detection and like coloring, as doctors say, they name it coloring of different pathological signs with different colors. After that, you can get like a recommendation about diagnosis. And this is a very important moment for me. This is not a final diagnosis, but only like a recommendation, because, for example, cystoid macular edema can be met in huge amount of pathologies. And you can get a recommendation of pathologists, and then you can see like a kind of a referral score, how urgent should the patient be referred to the ophthalmologist, and then you can make different types of measurements, and all of that can be made in follow-ups, so you can understand the dynamic of the disease in the patient. So yes, this is like a good friend sitting next to you and helping you to understand what's going on. And this is why we are doing it. It's like a great piece of support to young specialists, for example. Yeah.
Have you tried any sort of, I won't say contest, but pitting the retinal specialists to the OCT artificial intelligence analysis, and who gets it right more often? Have you done anything like that?
Okay, so we have done like internal tests, if we can say it like this, and what those tests showed us, that AI is a bit better in detecting pathologies than most of optometrists. Regarding retina specialists, they are equal. It's just that retinal specialists usually knows more information. I mean, not just OCT, but like this is what like patient's history, visual acuity, and many things. And for example, if cystoid macular edema can be detected in central retinal vein occlusion of wet AMD or Irving-Guss syndrome, or in many cases, it can like propose you all those diagnoses, and the retinal specialist, of course, he can know exactly what it is, knowing the rest of the information. But still, yeah, and basically retina specialists, these are doctors, every of these doctors like is taught by me personally. So we have like a team of retina specialists who are labeling OCT images taken from our patients. So we are making very precise labeling. So sometimes we have controversial cases, and for example, when one retina specialist is not sure about what he or she can see on the OCT-B scan, then comes another retina specialist, and if they don't have like the common opinion, then I'm there to help them, you know. So we are very confident about the data that we are like giving our AI team for the neural networks education, and we always analyze the results, and we know that some of the pathologies can be detected better, some of the pathologies can be detected not so good, because, for example, they are very rare, and we, for example, have more data about wet AMD than, for example, macular telangiectasia or some rare diseases, you know. So we know we can see those results, and we are continuously working on improving our results. But still, AI in general, if we take one number, so it gives us correct diagnosis in more than 91% of cases. I mean, in average, for some pathologists, this number is more than 98%. So it is pretty good. But again, it's not the common one in different pathologies.
Gretchen, does it make you feel better from our previous conversation about AI? She was a little bit leery about just if you have a list of medications and you want to prescribe something else, whether it's going to get the contraindications right, etc., which I think it would with the proper data, but she was concerned that data might be controversial or not complete.
Well, my concern is the information that AI gives you is only as accurate as the source information it looks at. So we don't know where AI is getting its information, what is backing it up. So it helps a bit. I think that this is just still so new that we all have questions, and I think asking for help in diagnosis and looking at imagery is very different from asking about medications.
Of
So I think
course.
that those are two different kettles of fish, because you are assuming feeding the information that if it looks like this, then then we do that. It's a lot of if-then statements. So but Steve, to answer your question, it makes me feel a little better, but it depends on the application of AI that
Right.
we're talking about.
And she's got the best and the brightest that are feeding in information and changing the AI and getting better as time goes by. Well, this is great stuff, and I would encourage everybody to download your app. I would hope that you would join us as a speaker next year in our program. And I don't want you to speak on practice management. I know your wheelhouse, your fields of interest. I actually want to do a lecture on AI in general in eye care and how it might change it, not just OCT imaging, but I think this would be great. And I don't think many people are aware, but they're starting to be aware in the United States more in retinal imaging with wide field imagery and how more accurate that is than the optometrist or ophthalmologist looking at the pictures, that they might miss something, but not in OCTs at all. And I think that's I know I would use it at the chair side. I'd love to have the OCT image come through with the analysis, and now I could start from there with all my other data, like you say, incorporating it together. Anything else you'd like to add about what's happening in Ukraine, or how you're getting by, and what I'm hoping it's going to be solved pretty soon when you retake Crimea and kick them out in the next couple of months, but we'll hope that's the case.
Well, in Ukraine, the situation is pretty difficult, and it was really very hard period in May, because like almost every night we had missile attacks, and it is very difficult because people are like, you know, the sleep deprivation is one of the torturous methods. So basically, this is what they are living with. But we strongly believe that the victory will be on our side, and of course, we want it as quick as it is possible, because lots of people are dying. Like, accept all the damages we have. Everything can be like okay in the future, except this huge amount of people who died, unfortunately.
You can't bring them back.
So this is what cannot be taken back, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
And we Ukrainians are really grateful to the whole world for the support, for different type of support, for like starting from support with like, I don't know, me as a medical doctor, we get huge amount of support from different societies. We also have like support with weapons, financial support, like friendship support, whatever type. And we are really very grateful, because we know that without that support, we wouldn't survive as a country, as people. Yeah. So we are like we feel that the whole world is with us, and that gives us like strength to move on.
Well, you certainly have our support, and you're welcome to participate in ODwire. I know you have in the past, and Olga is always participating. Her manager or office manager always posts imagery, Gretchen, on my Facebook page, and it's always quality stuff. I thought she was the brilliant person until she introduced me to Maria, and we got involved this way. So, and hopefully
Yes.
you will agree to speak next year. It could be an hour or two,
With a
whatever.
great pleasure. I guess I
Yeah.
have some information, things to
And
share.
it'll change
With a
by
great
next
pleasure.
year. Whatever you have,
Okay,
prepare it the
yes.
week before, because it's going to change. It's such a rapidly increasing field. Well, best of luck. I hope by next year.
Thank you so much. And
we'll
thank
be-
you for invitation. And
Oh.
with great pleasure, I will take part and participate next year. And
Thank you very
for
much, and your
everyone.
pleasure.
Yes.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Maria.
Thanks
Have
for
a
being
nice
here.
day.
It was a pleasure hearing you talk about your app, and I look forward to seeing you back next year on CEwire.
Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you.
Oh, it's our pleasure. Have a nice day.
Yeah,
Evening.
have a nice day. Have a nice event. Bye-bye.
Bye bye again. It
Okay.
was pretty interesting, right, Adam?
Yeah, no, very,
she's
very interesting. Yeah,
Have we finished? I'm so sorry. Can I disconnect?
Oh, sure,
Or-
sure.
Absolutely.
You could
Yes?
disconnect. You could
Okay.
stay on. Do whatever you want.
It's just I am not alone here. My kid,
Oh.
one of my kids
you have to show
already
us.
came, so
Please
she's
show.
asking.
Oh,
Yeah,
funny.
say hello.
Up a little
Okay.
higher. Oh, she's shy.
She is a bit shy, but
This is
we
the-
can take.
Oh, mommy's here. Want to say
Yeah.
something? Say hello. Does she speak?
She's
how many
shy.
languages now does she speak?
She speaks English, Ukrainian, and Russian, and she is in process of like studying Spanish.
Oh,
so
wow.
it's
Wow.
like,
Your kid is
But
a lot
she's
smarter
always-
than I am.
but yeah, but she's always shy to talk to another people.
Oh,
you know?
that's okay.
Mm-hmm. It's expected.
Okay then. Thank
Alright.
you very
Alright,
much
thanks
for
so
the
much.
invitation, and have a good event. And
Yes. Next
yeah.
time, have both children on.
yes, bye bye. Thank you so
Bye-bye.
much. Bye.
Adam, I have another question for you.
Sure.
Did you get a haircut too, in addition to the glasses?
I got a haircut.
I noticed that already.
Not recently. I got a haircut about 3 weeks ago. So.
Oh, God, get dark.
Okay, you just look shorter than usual. Your hair looks shorter than usual. I haven't seen you in a million years.
Yeah, that is true.
That's
Yeah,
too
no,
dark.
I definitely got a haircut, and my vision is getting worse. I got to get into Charlie or Shayna. So.
Yep. Pretty impressive girl. I didn't understand one thing. She got a PhD in medicine and an MD. The qualifications, I guess, are different in Europe compared to, or Ukraine compared to US.
Yeah, I don't know.
She is not a girl, though.
Oh, come on! I'm sorry.
Gretchen,
And yes, I would've asked
Steve's
that
100 years.
question.
Steve's 100 years old, Gretchen. You cannot expect him to change.
Like,
Yes, I can. I will call
okay,
him out every
my
single
little
time.
my little granddaughter, who's 3 years old, says to everybody, "Come on, guys, let's do this." Now, are you going to chastise her?
Guys has a different collective use than saying somebody is a girl.
And by the way, I would have asked that question if she was a guy or a girl. Gretchen asked how she manages to raise a 4 and 6 year old and do all the things she does. I would have said the same thing if it was a man.
Would you?
Or,
I'm not so sure.
well, you're going to have to get a man who does AI, who has an app, and we'll see if I do it.
Have you ever asked Adam how he does all he does, being a parent?
Absolutely. When his son comes on board, I said, "How do you keep him out of the room?" and stuff like that. When he was 5 years old, when we were first starting this.
That is
No,
true.
Yeah.
Giving you shit, but also not really.
So,
Have you looked at this app, Adam? It's pretty cool.
yeah, I have to
It's
download
well
it.
done.
I haven't looked at it yet. I really should download it. I was putting it up on the screen while you guys were chatting just to show everyone. But yeah, I should probably take a look at it.
The one thing I'm changing my phone soon, but I have this hard case. Whenever you want to download something from the App Store, you have to click twice, and the case doesn't allow me to do it. It's a pain in the neck. So I'm going to get a new case.
So
I
it's
have a
the case
12.
that's the problem?
Yeah, it's too hard. It's too hard. It doesn't feel the
So
click.
if you were daring, like me, case free, I never use a case because the phones have
You
gotten hard
scare the
enough.
hell out of me, Adam.
The phones have gotten hard enough that I've dropped this one a few times. Reed's dropped it a few
Yeah.
times. They've gotten, the screens have gotten strong enough that it's pretty okay.
Well, this is a 12. I'm going to get in September. They'll release it, but I'll wait till December to get the 15. It's going to be a little bit better, a lot better, whatever.
Yep.
I'll
I
give
always
this-
say that, but Adam, you're still on like the SE or something, aren't you?
So this is actually a 12 mini. So, and in fact, the last phone I'm going to probably ever get is the 13 mini, and then I'm out because like they're
You're
too
out?
big. They're too big these days. They don't make this anymore, right? This is an actual phone that you can use with one hand, and
Yeah, I've got mine, and
it's like monstrous.
It's not a mini, but it's bigger than I want it to be. I want it to be able to fit into a pants pocket,
Right.
and women's pants have smaller pockets than men's pants. So, yeah, I mean,
so-
if I wanted something that big, I'd carry around an iPad.
The idea or the thought is that Apple might come back with another mini the next go around because there aren't enough people, weirdos, who like this thing to make it every generation. So they're thinking maybe a year or two from now they're gonna redo it, and we'll see.
Yeah, I might be in the market for that when I get a new one. I don't need it to be that giant, but yeah, I mean, I'm just an Apple whore. I'm not going to go over to Android or anything.
No, it's too much hassle, too much work.
And it's also, Apple is way more intuitive, and I use Macs. Once you go Mac, you don't go back. So yeah, it's just so much easier. And I'd rather give my money to Apple than to another big behemoth. Looking at you, Amazon, but yeah, there are some companies that I support and some that I hate giving them money, yet I still do.
Do you buy stuff on Amazon?
I do, and I hate doing it. I mean, it's
Yeah.
so convenient, and
It's just,
I hate it.
it's not like convenient. It's just better. Like if I'm looking for protein bars, I was looking for a break. I had an Achilles injury. It's getting a lot better now. I had like a choice of 50 different products. Well, if I go into a surgical store, I had 4. And
However, here's the problem with Amazon. First of all, anytime you return something, it usually goes in a landfill. Even though you can go take returns to different stores or send it back, whatever, most of that stuff goes into the trash. Or there are some stores that are like resale stores that you can tell
Right.
the things that they are returned.
but
So
I very rarely. My wife goes to Kohl's to return it.
you can, yeah, and I've done it too, but frequently it goes into the landfill, which I really hate.
Yeah.
And secondly, anytime you buy stuff from Amazon, that money does not go back into your local economy. Even if you go to a local chain store, like a Kohl's or a Best Buy or insert whatever, even though it's still a chain store, a portion still goes back into your local economy because that's where the store is physically located, because they're hiring people. So think about it. If everybody starts getting everything from Amazon, these stores are going to close. Or now people are having trouble getting help. I mean, that's a challenge to begin with.
Yeah.
And stores are in your area are going to close. People aren't going to have jobs. You're going to see shopping centers close down, and pretty soon all we're going to have on the streets are Amazon vehicles dropping off people's crap.
Yeah.
So I have all these good reasons not to buy off of Amazon, yet I sometimes still do, and I hate myself when I do.
Our big mall next to 5 miles from where I live, it's half empty. No Lord and
Yep.
Taylor, no Nordstrom's, no Sears, even Ruby Tuesday. I'm trying to think of other things. Those are
Yep.
big.
I
empty
haven't been to
stores.
the mall in years, like probably I haven't been very much since the pandemic. We have a giant mall about 20 minutes from us, King of Prussia Mall. I think
Yeah,
it's
sure.
second to Mall of America in Minneapolis, and I would go to Sur La Table cooking classes, and I really liked them, but I wasn't really wandering around the mall either because I never make enough money to shop in King of Prussia. I mean, it's all those high-end stores, so
Yeah.
that's not where I happen to shop. So,
It's
but
like the Short Hills Mall in New Jersey, kind of the same area. Yeah.
yeah, so Amazon is great in so many ways, but it's also not great And Amazon also got rid of its Amazon Smile charity program that it donated millions of dollars every year. And even though my contribution wasn't that much, whatever charity you choose, you can see what the charity has gotten in the past quarter or to date. And a little bit from you, a little bit from me to all these little charities, it adds up. And I sent mine to a local cat shelter. And I mean, it was $400 or $500 every quarter that they got. And I mean, that's not going to keep them afloat, but it sure helps. And Amazon closed that down, and that made me angry too. So yeah, so don't get your protein bars off of Amazon. Go to a store.
Okay,
That is
well,
my
Trader
public
Joe's is
service
pretty good.
announcement. Sorry,
Trader Joe's is pretty good for that stuff.
I do
They
love
have
Trader
better.
Joe's. Trader Joe's is fab.
And Adam, how's it going? Because I'm going to the classes. I'm not seeing people saying I can't hear, I can't see, I can't
Yeah,
speak.
it's
Yeah.
quiet.
So yeah, so actually as I log in here, you'll see we do have a lot of people in the classes. Let me blow this up so people can see. Whoops.
Yeah, I wasn't getting a count. I was getting like 6 and 8, and it was just not going to the.
Yep.
Let's
So
see if I'm getting it.
counter's working. The only tech support things that I've been helping people with, again, there's that issue that some people have where it's the classes aren't going live automatically for them. And it's a hard one to solve, right? Like I actually, when people tell me that now, I always try to delve in and ask them, what browser are you using? What version are you using? Do you have anything weird running? Like one guy was telling me that he had, oh yeah, I'm using Chrome, but I have this Norton VPN like weirdness installed. So I'm like, okay, so if you know, like any Norton product is immediately suspect to begin with, but like a Norton VPN, like that's like sketch squared. So, so things like that, like if you have unusual plugins that might be, stopping the software from figuring out that it needs to load the stream when it starts. So I'm trying to actually figure that out because that's one of the last remaining technical problems that people have where the stream doesn't auto start. And I'm going to work with Audentio to try to figure out maybe alternate ways where they could have the system can pull a little bit better. So for instance, it knows when a stream is supposed to start. It knows what time it is, right? Because computers are really good at keeping time. There's no reason why you couldn't have a piece of JavaScript fire when it knows that it's supposed to be, a stream is supposed to have started already to actually try to reload it. I'm not sure why they don't implement something very simple like that, where if it passes a time threshold like that, then just refresh the page if a stream's not running.
Sure.
Something like that's kind of brute force, but like would get the job done. So I'm sure they have a million reasons why technically they wouldn't want to do that, but something like that to brute force, refresh that page so that people can get in without worrying about, not getting enough time in a class. So that's been the big thing that I've been troubleshooting with people today. Otherwise, it's been dead silent. You can see actually by looking at the numbers on the screen, there are fewer people here than last time, which is exactly what I expected. We still have 300 and another 300 and another 170. So, you're still looking at, how many people? 700 people? More?
And
750.
previously we had 12, 1,400,
Yeah.
so it was, yeah.
Yeah, so you're still looking at a pretty large number of people, all things considered, but I expected for this show that we would have fewer just because, so many people have fulfilled their credits from the first two already. And I think the last one we do in September, we're probably going to get another spike again, right, where people are at the very end and they want to really just top off their tank with credits.
Especially if their calendar year coincides with their CE requirements. Some states do, some states don't.
Yep.
By the way, have you been getting, you mentioned Norton, I've been getting fake emails that I have to renew my subscription for, I did for $4.98. If there's a problem, call this number or click this button. Have you been getting a kind of a spam, a fake Norton with a nice Norton logo?
Anything Norton related goes immediately into my trash can, legit or fake. So, Norton software is completely, I don't want to say completely useless, but 100% unnecessary in 2023. And actually, all it does is add to the instability of your system. It just creates another problem.
I use McAfee and it seems to work well.
You don't need that either. That is another vector for problems.
Why do you not need these anymore? Is it because the OS is so stable now?
Yeah, Windows Defender, which is the built-in one inside of Windows, is fine. I mean, unless you're going to some of the nastiest, sketchiest corners of the internet, just using Windows Defender should be enough. I mean, Good Lord. So yeah, because these other,
What about Mac though?
well, Mac the same way, right? So Apple, quietly has their own, I don't even want to call it an antivirus, but they do have a defense system built into the thing. And also ways to update the system silently now if there are some vulnerabilities detected. So it's the same kind of thing that you don't need these external antivirus programs anymore. They're just not necessary unless you're doing something completely horrific, I guess. But
I don't know, Steve. Are you going to the dark web?
No. I just always had McAfee, and
Yeah,
it's like
because
$100 a year. It's not big.
these days you don't need it though, and it becomes like another vector, another surface to expose your computer, because especially those antivirus programs try to install themselves very deeply into your PC, and it's just not needed these days.
Well, I'm about to buy one new one next week. I'm going to get a Mac. I'm going to have problems, but even when I get a Mac, if I do Chrome, I could download all my transfer all my bookmarks, things like that, no problem.
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah, with Chrome, as long as you log into your Google account, it'll transfer it over for you automatically.
Yeah,
So
that's all I care about is Google and Office,
Yep.
having those two things.
yeah. So yeah, antiviruses these days, and that's why I kind of wonder when we're talking about CWire and problems that people are having, do their browsers have something strange going on inside them, right? Or because it's hard for me unless people reach out to me and then tell me what their configuration is, I can't see it.
I'm
Yeah.
curious, I'm just curious about how they try to prevent it. If you buy a PC, it'll never have Chrome installed. You have to download it. Same thing with an Apple product. It won't come with it.
So
Right.
yeah, you can just download it. It'll have Safari
Yeah.
built in, and you can just download it.
They want to use their browser. I understand.
I'll be interested to hear what you think of a Mac now that
Yeah.
you're switching over. Once you go Mac, you don't go back.
Well, I'm going to get a 17-inch screen, so I'm going to get a Big Mac.
Are you gonna get a quarter pounder with it too?
Yeah. I just don't want the sesame seeds to go in between the people.
Wow.
Did you
we
listen
are-
to her interview? It was pretty. It's amazing. She speaks like 5 languages also, and English just comes out. I mean, it's just amazing, these people. And once her kids are Spanish, after all the other stuff, French and Italian will just come naturally because it's a Romance language.
I think that's incredible.
Well,
It's absolutely incredible that she can speak that many languages.
well, she's been exposed. She's from Ukraine. Her mom speaks English and encourages it. She's in Spain now. So when you're 4 years old, your mind is a sponge in languages. There's the old joke. I took French for 5 years. I can't speak it, and every 2-year-old kid in France can.
I took 4 years of French in high school and three or four. I can't remember how many semesters in college, and we never focused on speaking. So I can translate a lot of written stuff, or at least have a general idea of what it is. But speaking it, forget it.
Yeah.
I think I
That's
just need to
unusual.
move to Paris for a few years.
Mr. Cohen in high school made us come into class senior year and not speak a word of English, only Spanish, and I became fairly fluent. And being from New York City, it helped, and being from Florida now it helps, and so I could get by. And it was him. He made us speak only conversational the whole year, and read books like Don Quixote in Spanish and
That's
whatever.
cool.
Yeah, that was his teacher though, not the brain cells. You just have to be immersed in it. I think our next interview is at 2:00. If it's going to be Dr. Craig Thomas, if he does show up, and we have a nice interview at 2:30 also.
I am surprised that you gave Craig only 30 minutes.
He wanted 2:30, and I said no. That's a bad time to have a dentist appointment. Sorry for the joke.
Oh,
But 2:30 was already taken with Vices, so he wanted 2:00 then. But he can come back afterwards. With him, with Maria, I had prepared at least some of the information. With Craig, all we have to say is, "Hi, Craig, how things going?" And then walk away from the computer for half an
Right.
hour.
So this afternoon,
Yeah.
we have Vices, Julie Williams from Vices. Is Ben Chudner actually going to be here?
yeah,
Oh, really? What time?
Look-
3.
yeah. Oh, cool.
What's her name? Michelle Gray wanted to be to view it. So I gave her the link. So she'll be online, but she probably promises not to say anything.
Sure.
Michelle Gray, do you know her?
Oh, no, see, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have done that, even though I love Michelle, but
Mhm.
I don't have PR people on with interviews, but that's just me with my
But
editorial.
she's not going to be part of the interview. She just wanted to hear. And
Well, she
there's
can
no
hear
one-
in the lobby.
True. No, she's not
I'm
she's not
hardcore.
registered. But she's not registered for the conference.
She's not registered for the conference, and Vices is not a sponsor of this conference. And frankly, who cares where the conversation goes, right? It'll go where we want it to go.
Yeah.
So
I was going to ask someone from another company, but then I thought they're not sponsors, so that might not be appropriate.
well, no, if it's
Mhm.
interesting, that's always appropriate. So yeah.
It's funny. After doing this for a number of years, I could see how easy it is to run like the Tonight Show and Jimmy Fallon and stuff. You become a better interviewer just by doing it a number of times. Well, at the very beginning, you fumbled because you didn't want the speaker to not speak, and yeah, you have to be able to vamp.
Yep.
In her
Try
case, you
to
didn't have
for
to
a
vamp
living.
though. In her case, you didn't have to vamp. Would you agree, Gretchen?
I tried doing this for a living,
Yep.
I am
interviewing
very
people.
very small living, but
I should get back to our frequently asked questions, right? Did I just
Oh, wait,
abandon
we
that?
didn't finish those?
No,
Oh, my God.
there's so many more questions that people
Okay.
always. The one question I should have put up here too. What happens if the lecture doesn't start? So hit F5 is my answer. So the next question is, where can I get a printable transcript? So as you've noticed, we made simple URLs for all of the different functions that people can engage in now, right? So if you do that, it'll take you to the right place, CEwire2023.com/transcripts, and it'll take you there. And you may have noticed a little trick that we also did. I also did, I guess. The schedule, which looks like the normal schedule as before, but it's a PDF. And on the last 2 pages, I inserted links. So if you're actually reading this and not printing it, you can actually click on those links to get to where you need to go.
Maybe you should put that at the top because people may not scroll down.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, but then I'm like, people, when they want to schedule, they want to schedule, right? They want to see that matrix. They don't want this crap. So I didn't know, but maybe I should. I don't know. And anyway, there's this also sponsor thing at the bottom, so hopefully they'll make it this far.
Yeah.
But anyway, so you can see that I made the URLs really simple: certificates, surveys, sponsors, forum, and these will all redirect you to the more complicated URLs, so you don't have to remember or type them. So yeah.
Brilliant.
So that is that. And how can I interact with the speaker and other participants after the live course is over? Well, as we
Very
know,
efficient.
there is the forum. So each lecture has its own discussion thread where you can interact with the speaker and participants. You can reach out to the speakers privately by clicking on their name and sending them a private message. And so when you send somebody a private message, it'll automatically send them an email alert. So you don't have to worry about them not seeing it. They'll get an email, whether they ignore that email or not, I guess that's up to them, but they will at least be alerted to the fact that you tried to contact them. So, because it drives me nuts actually. In a lot of the lectures, the speakers always give out their emails and so on and so forth. I'd much rather have them push people to the forum, because a lot of the conversations that they're having with people should be public, right? It's not like they're discussing anything super secret. And if they're talking about stuff from the lecture, it could actually help other people if they interact with each other about it. So
People are lazy though. If they're not already signed up somewhere, or if they're not used to something, people are lazy, and they also like the familiar.
Yep, no doubt, no doubt.
That's why they jump immediately to email, I think. And we're the same.
Oh yeah, 100%. Right, you want the easiest solution.
Yep. I think people are texting more than emailing even. I like email, but people want to text me, and you just can do so much with the text.
Yeah, but I'm the kind of person who likes a written record, even though a text is a written record. It's a little harder to dig through texts.
Yeah, you can copy it and
I like to go, and I don't want a written record for gotcha reasons, but I like to go back and check something because things just fall out of my head. So if I have an email like, oh wait, what did she say? When did she need that by? Something like that, I can easily go check the email and there's information. So that's why I prefer email, just to verify myself. double check some information.
I'm
And
at my daughter's. I'm at my daughter's house today because of how to get out of my house because there's an open house. We're selling it, Gretchen.
Oh, you're back
Um,
in Jersey now?
yeah, and so she's in northern New Jersey, like an hour and a half from me. But I go to her house and I can't find the password. But she has
Oh
files like
no.
I do. And I said, but like my password, I went online, you can change it. I changed it to something very simple I could remember. Hers is on the freaking router. I had to go down to the floor, and the font is like a 3-point font size, and I figured it out. So I got online on my hands and knees.
That's the same with us. We haven't changed ours and I didn't feel like figuring out how to change it. So
Oh,
I
you
have taken a picture of it on the router. And in fact, we just hooked up a new TV yesterday and Troy is yelling, "What's the router password?" So I had to
Mhm.
pull it up on my phone. I feel your
Yeah.
pain.
You could just go out there. They all have websites. Go to a website. You have a username or something. If not, they'll give it to you, and then you change password, and we change it to something very simple that we all can remember.
Well, I'm not changing it now because we just hooked up the new TV.
No,
So
yeah.
that's next time we get a new router, I'll go and change it to something like that.
When I came back north, it was a nightmare because we have like 9 streaming services, like you, whatever they are, and it didn't remember my passwords. I have a Fire Stick. I had to do all the passwords. They're all different, and I'm an idiot. I committed to memory here, and eventually I got them all. Some with my daughter's help and stuff because
It's
we
a
share.
challenge. But
It,
can I
it
make a suggestion? We had a Fire Stick and then we went to Roku. We like Roku much better.
it is
And
better.
now with this new TV, it's a smart TV, so we don't need to
It gets
use
all the
it like
stations.
that.
Because one smart TV I had for some reason wasn't getting Apple, and I stole the Fire Stick just to get that one
So you
station.
can download the app onto the TV.
It didn't. I don't know why it didn't. I'm a smart guy. I think halfway smart. It didn't have any apps. It couldn't find it, and apparently maybe it's a PC driven TV and doesn't want any Apple products.
so part of
Well,
the
if you
problem,
need something like
though
that,
with the smart TVs, and Gretchen, you'll discover this too, is that the smart part of it ages faster than the TV part of it, right? So in the olden days, you used to be able to keep a TV for like 20 years.
in that big console on the
Right.
floor.
But now, even if an LCD lasts for 10 years or whatever, the actual electronics inside of it would allow you to download stuff. It's going to get slow as crap, and they're not going to, the App Store, and it might die or whatever.
Oh, so maybe we should keep our Roku then.
So I always
But-
keep a spare Roku lying around here in case, I just want to hook it up to a monitor or, an older TV, because, Roku is pretty good. It always seems to work. Not
Exactly what you said,
And a
Adam.
Fire
One of my
Stick.
smart TVs has a Fire Stick now because it took forever to download the streaming services.
Yep.
And Roku is not an Apple product like a Fire Stick is.
So it's better, it's easier, or it just the interface is quicker. What makes Roku better?
It was my daughter's choice because we had a Fire Stick and liked it. And her roommate in college had a Roku and she seemed to like it. So I think it's easier and you're also getting away from the Apple umbrella.
So
Or sorry, the Amazon umbrella.
Roku itself, as a company, was actually started inside of Netflix when Netflix thought that they were going to have their own desktop device, right? Their own device for TVs. Then Netflix realized, oh, this is bad for us to make our own hardware. We should just have Netflix on everything. We don't need hardware. We want to be on every device. So Roku was spun out. So it was designed really well to be simple and easy to use because it was literally designed for Netflix in the beginning. So. Yeah, and then they spun it out to a hardware company, and it had to stand alone on its own merits as a hardware company, which, as you can imagine, is difficult with so many free smart TVs. And that's why it's better, because it has to be, because if it wasn't, no one would buy them. So.
What we like is that we have Alexa in most rooms, and we say, Alexa, put on, and through the Fire Stick, it just puts on the thing directly. You don't have to do many clicks at all.
Wait, so you don't even need to use your remote? You have your...
Nope. Alexa, put on Ted Lasso. Boom. Literally a second later, it's on through the Fire
And that
Stick.
is a slippery slope too, because we have two Amazon Echo Dots, and I use it mainly as a speaker to
We
play
use it for that
music,
also.
because nobody has stereos anymore. We just play music on our devices. but Paul's not here, so I can curse. This bitch Alexa talks to me when she has not been activated, and we're not even going to get into the whole Amazon spying thing because we know that they are. But the other thing that she's doing now, which I really hate, is all this self-promotion. Alexa, what's temperature outside? Oh, right now it is 76 degrees and partly sunny. By the way, every time she says, by the way, would you like me to blah, blah, blah? Oh, it pisses me off. I did not ask you for that information. No, I don't want you to do that. So I might be yanking ours out just because it's
We
annoying.
hate when it says, hey, you haven't bought this in a while. You want us to order it for you?
No, if I wanted you to order it, I would order it.
I'm smarter than you. Yeah, shut up.
And since I'm ranting, what is it with getting the Internet of Things? My refrigerator does not need to be Wi-Fi compatible. I am not that stupid that I don't know when we are out of milk. Like, really? We need to have, I don't need my washer to tell me. Now, I do think it's kind of cool in a laundromat or a dorm situation when it isn't just in my house and I can go take my laundry out of the washer whenever. So those kinds of situations get a pass. But if I'm sitting on my butt on my couch watching trash TV, I can get off my butt and go to the washer and see if it's done. It does not need to be connected to the internet. We are just, I don't know. I think we're going to turn into those people in the movie in Wall-E, just riding around on those floaty rafts, looking at screens in front of us as the person we're talking to is right next to us, drinking from a buy and low giant Slurpee. I mean, is that what our lives are going to turn into?
I mean,
get off my lawn.
So I think the Internet of Things, I think that there are certain things where it's suitable and certain things certainly where it's probably not. But like, for instance, I have moisture sensors that are internet enabled. So, you know, these are things that if you have an appliance that starts leaking on the floor, they'll detect it and then shoot you a text immediately. Like, hey, moron, your dishwasher is spilling everywhere. Go take a look. And that to me was probably one of the most useful Internet of Things devices, right? You know, versus the old school way of doing it, because even when you're away, if something's going wrong, you know about it. So
I can buy that, but you don't need your fridge to tell you that you're out of milk.
Right. And I mean, there's some things though that you think like this is a stupid gimmick and I'm never going to use it, and then all of a sudden you start using it, like the garage door opener, right? Ours is on; it has an app now. So yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And you always think like, am I really going to use it? Well, yeah, I kind of do, because like if I'm going senile because I'm getting old. When I'm going to the airport, and I'm like, did I forget to close the garage door? Did I forget? Well, I can just look and it can tell me. And if I did, I just hit a button and it closes it. So it's
Did you ever really forget it when you're at the airport?
So not at the airport. I have forgotten before to close the garage door. So just for a quick thing though, and I'm like, wow, I really am stupid. So yeah, so it is useful for some things, but definitely less useful for others.
The other day, I got a warning that I think somebody broke into my house when I was watching some sort of thriller on TV, and it detected a glass break because of the sound of the TV.
That's funny.
Oh man.
Whatever.
So anyway,
So,
wait, I have more frequently asked questions.
I was going to say,
you think
We're
it's
still
over?
not done? Oh
All
my
right.
God.
Okay, is there going to be more? The answer is yes, there's more in September. That's going to be the end. Will it be back in 2024? The answer is probably.
if the Earth doesn't explode.
Probably.
So just so everyone's aware, planning for this starts in the summer. Like I take some time off, which I'm going to do very soon. And then we start planning again late summer. Then at Expo, we really start putting the hammer down and trying to figure out who's going to be back, what's going to go on. And then it's like a sprint for me to actually get these things approved by ARBO, get them through NOVA, all the usual BS.
And then go run after speakers to get stuff in.
So we're going to try to go for 60 or more credits again next year, maybe more. We'll see how it goes. We'll see what people are interested in. And then
You should run numbers to see how many people take, you know, like what percentage of attendees take the full amount of hours.
Yeah, we should
and
really
step it down.
we should look at this year. Although, you know, the reason we offer this number of classes is not so much because people are going to run the gauntlet and do the whole thing, although a few dozen people usually do. It's because we want to give people choice, right? because some people really aren't interested in scleral lenses. They'd rather die than fit one. So, having that choice so they could take something else when, let's say, a scleral lecture is running is important. So,
Well, and you know me, always needing to argue about something. One would argue that even if you don't want to fit scleral lenses, it is smart as an eye care practitioner to know some basics about them if you have patients who come in wearing them. And if you need to refer patients out for something, to know the mechanics and what goes into it. So,
sure.
there-
And I
to
mean,
get back
yep.
to our original discussion a long time ago, they're developing AI now where you have the corneal topography, various other readings that you can take in the office, and you'll get the scleral lens then, and it'll analyze the fit with some fluorescein or whatever. And so you don't have to be so knowledgeable in fitting them, and then it become more mainstream. Just like I remember when I was in school, soft lenses were just in their kind of infancy, and the professors were saying, "Is this what we're looking for?" And they didn't know. And so it's like anything else. People are afraid to fit scleral lenses because first of all, you can fit for a lot of purposes, not just
Right.
keratoconus. But once it becomes easy to fit because something's making it idiot proof, then you do it. And so I think
Yep.
it'll become better as lay practitioners who don't want to begin to learn how to do it, get it learned for them.
Yep. And it's probably good to build an awareness anyway of what's going on, even in things that you don't really care about. So for instance, like a lot of people don't do vision therapy. If we have one of those courses, it might be useful just to see like what's the state of the art these days, right? What are people doing? So you can at least be conversant in it if you're at a function or something. You don't want to appear
I'm not
totally ignorant.
against I am all for choice in CE, but I also think it is incumbent upon any type of healthcare practitioner to have a bit of working knowledge about every aspect of that profession, just because you need to know in order to best care for your patients, even if you don't practice that part of your profession yourself. You know what to do and when you, or you know what's going to happen when you refer a patient.
Right.
I
So,
was mortified, Gretchen. We had a whole discussion for a long time about low vision on ODwire, and most ODs said, "Well, I give them a whole bunch of magnifiers. They pick the one that's right for them," and that was their basic knowledge. And that's crummy because it's not the basic knowledge of low vision care. There's the Lighthouse. There's a million other places that just
it's
do
like
low
dry
vision.
eye giving you a grab bag of rewetting drops.
Yep, and I think it's the majority, not the minority of not just ODs, MDs, ODs, JDs who know a specific area and everything else they don't think it's worthwhile.
Yep.
Yeah, I disagree with that method.
Yep.
Yep. All right. So that's
any more questions? Maybe we should talk about our sponsors. We haven't even mentioned them today.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Did we finish all your questions?
No. More questions though.
I think for now, yeah, I'm gonna create a few more tonight based on what's been going on here today. But let me, Steve's right though. We have to thank our sponsors for everything that's transpired here. So without them, we'd be hard pressed to do a lot of the stuff. I mean, we'd survive obviously, but it's they definitely are helpful, and so thanks to them. So I guess we'll start with Visionix. So we showed the webinar before about the Solix, which is what they call the first full range SC-OCT. So it's a combo device with camera. It takes and it's OCTA as well. It takes amazing pictures. So if you didn't check out the webinar, you should when we run it again, because it's quite an incredible device. And what I didn't realize actually about it, which is funny, is I think they were planning to release it right before the pandemic. Like I had no idea it was in development for that long, because I started looking at studies that were being done. And I think the pandemic just got in the way of them being able to release it quickly. So it actually seemed like it delayed the project by several years. But now it's available.
It's a long time in the life of technology.
Yeah, but now it's available. And I think, but you know what? I think all the other companies also got tripped up by the pandemic. Because if you've noticed, I don't know if you've noticed, Gretchen, if you go around to the trade shows, there's not that usual flow of brand new product, right? It's a little bit crunchier than it used to be. It's not, you're not getting these great spectacles by and large of new equipment. So I think
pun intended.
Pun intended, right? So, but I think in the next couple of years that'll pick up again. But I think the pandemic really just crushed everyone because they were more worried about their supply chains and being able to produce anything, you know, their existing models and servicing their
Right.
existing model, it messed everything up. But I think now things are getting normal again because, you know, the Solix is out there and it's available, and it's been a huge hit for them so far. So hopefully it'll be at the AOA. I haven't actually gotten to play with it, but I'm going to the AOA later in the month, and we'll see if it'll be there, and I can maybe take some movies to show people. So again, this was the webinar that we showed. You know, feel free to go watch it again. I'm sure I'll play it again today or tomorrow, so everyone can see it. So MacuHealth, makers of supplements. So Steve, I know you were a big proponent of these guys. They used them in your office. And they were offering a bunch of deals at the show today. If you go to their forum, so if you go to the /sponsors site, as you saw in my quick reference to visit our sponsors, so CEwire2023.com/sponsors, you can actually go in there and take a look and see what they're offering and contact them directly.
I was actually popping into a room where John Nolan was talking for his lecture today, and there's this new device it's pretty expensive, which measures the carotenoids in your skin. And somebody asked how come it's so expensive. It's actually a spectrometer, but it actually measures what's happening, not in the bloodstream, but in the skin, which is directly related to the retina. And Nolan knew all about this stuff, and it's brand new. So it's kind of, this is an example of, he produced this lecture probably in November, December, and yet in June, he's disseminating new information based upon the field changing over that time. So MacuHealth should benefit from people who have low carotenoid measurements in their skin.
Absolutely. So, you know, the
Question for that, from a, sorry, just from an approval perspective, are you able to update your course after it's been
No.
approved?
COPE won't allow you to change your slides. You could redo them and I guess reapply for a different COPE number. Am I correct, Adam? But you can't change anything that they've approved.
Correct. You can't change anything. If you do, they'll get very mad. And the tests also are another thing you can't change for the on-demand courses. You can't make any changes, which is a real drag, right? Because if there's a question that's misleading or poorly phrased or outright wrong, you can't change it. So that's a challenge.
But the whole idea of the live interactive, now called Synchronous, is that if a slide is not correct or has been updated, the speaker immediately in the chat box can say, well, this information has changed a little bit, and modify it.
Yep. And a question here, by the way, is in the, I see in the lobby right now, about a class being in room 1. If you look at the latest schedule, you'll see that there's no class scheduled in room 1. That one had to be scratched because the speaker couldn't make it. So I think I'm looking at the right place, right? Yeah, so it was the 1:15 Eastern Time class. So
Is it anterior seg? Because I didn't know what this.
yeah, so that one had to be scratched, unfortunately, for this one. I think one of the other things that I try to impress upon people is to always download the latest schedule. So when they go to CEwire2023.com/schedule, it'll always show you the latest one, right? No matter what it is, when you download from that, it'll always give you the latest one. Always look. That's why I email out everyone the night before and the day of, like telling them, look at the schedule, because if anything's changed at the last minute, you want to be able to know it. So, yeah. And again, you know, it's funny. We could, in theory, if we wanted to skirt the rules and be totally awful, we could have just let that lecture play, right? As a quote, you know, synchronous lecture, and we could have faked it, and the speaker wouldn't have been there. And the odds are Arbo's not watching, right? The odds are they don't have a secret shopper there. And we probably could have gotten away with it and people could have gotten their credits, but that's just not what we do. So,
Well, you lose credibility with Arbo if that happens and you get snagged.
Yep.
And you can always forward the questions in the chat to the speakers, but that's still not live.
It's still not what they want. Yeah, so that's the thing. Like we try to keep to the rules strictly, and some people grumble and be like, why are you doing this? Other people don't do this, right? Because other people try to skirt the rules, but that's just the way we do it. So, yep.
Okay, sorry, I interrupted the sponsor with MacuHealth.
So the iConsortium, so they're an alliance, a relatively new one, right? They've only been around for a few years, but they already have several thousand practices, I think.
Yeah, 2,200, I think.
So definitely check them out. You can get good deals on products. They're interesting. They work with a limited selection, right? They sort of curate the companies that they work with to give you deep deals on very particular products. So take a look at who their partners are.
Yep. There's no reason not to join them. It's free, and you might get a better deal from one particular company, and they could care less if you join another alliance, another group. So being free, you can just compare their products and their prices versus others.
Yep. So yeah, definitely check them out. Oculus, of course, makers of fine devices, including the Chronograph 5M and the Pentacam, which just turned 20.
Wow, 20, really?
Wow,
Yeah.
that's new technology.
Well, it's funny because all the Pentacams look kind of the same. Like you can see the pictures of all of them up there, but inside they're all completely different. So it reminds me almost of like a Porsche, right? Classic shape, but the internals are very, very different year from year from year. So anyway, so we have 2 webinars here. There's one on the 5M and how you use it in practice, and one on the Pentacam with CSP Pro. We were talking about sclerals before, and this is really sort of the state of the art. If you are into sclerals, this is what you will use to fit them, because it gives you just a massive amount of data. So there's a whole talk about how this actually works. Don't be afraid by the software. I know it looks a little scary here, but don't be afraid. The Pentacam output gets put into this software to really help design these lenses, and then the design gets shot right out to the manufacturer, and a few days later you have a lens. So very different from the old days. So yeah, I'll be playing those webinars today as well.
And like we said, Gretchen, you don't need to know much to fit it, and then the people at the labs will be able to help you with subsequent changes.
Yes, lab consultants are an underutilized resource, or underappreciated resource.
When I first started myopia control with orthokeratology, they were my best friends. I mean, just very little, and they were able. I mean, this is what they did all day, every day.
Yep, they know their stuff.
Yep. So Lac Rivera, makers of punctal plugs and other products. So they're having, I think it's a 10% off sale here. But definitely go to the forum, check out what they're doing, and check them out, because they do have a sale. And I think they also have a banner running on ODwire right now as well, which will also push you there. So it'll give you the coupon so you can get the discounts. And yeah, we're also going to send a deal to your email box when the show is over. So iCare Pro, makers of, basically these guys manage your entire social media presence online if you don't feel like doing it, which most people shouldn't, because these guys are pros. They work with hundreds or indeed thousands of iCare practices to run their social media presence and website. So they know what they're doing. They have the experience. They know what resonates and what doesn't. So if you're looking to outsource that kind of thing, they're definitely the folks to go to. And Vision Equipment Inc., Leo Hadley's company. Refurbished equipment is what Leo does. It's all he's done for at least the last 15 years, 20 years. How long have we worked with Leo? It's been forever. So inventory constantly changing. So check out his forum thread and check out their website, because you never know what kind of treasures you're going to find on a daily basis in Leo's warehouse. So he's kind of an interesting guy. I mean, he refurbishes his stuff to like new condition and backs everything that he sells. So we've never actually had anyone complain about a product from Leo, which is, I think, pretty significant. So that's that for the sponsors. And I don't know if you wanted to go into anything else about what's going on at the conference today. We have some interesting numbers. So we've hit just about 4,000 paid attendees, a little bit short. So, it's the fourth, to give you a sense, right? That's more than Expo East and West combined. So we've done at least 50,000 credit hours so far. It's probably more than that. I haven't actually counted all of them up.
Is that for this year?
Yeah, that's for this year so far. So probably more than that, actually, though. I just sort of roughly, did back of the envelope, adding it up. I didn't actually count the credits yet. So it's been a lot. So it's been good. 30% of people on mobile, same as last time. Everyone's trying to use iPads and iPhones and all this other stuff, for better or worse. So as an old guy, I like to say, use a desktop or a laptop, because you have a real keyboard at your disposal, so you can interact better. But if you can type fast on an iPad, more power to you. So a lot of people are using iPads.
It's interesting, Gretchen.
Yeah, the 4,000. When did you update that number?
So I did all this last night. So.
So are you still getting people today?
Oh yeah,
Sure.
people are registering. This is part of why I'm looking down so much. I have to look, and if I have to verify people if
It's in
they're new to the site. So yeah,
last lecture we did last live, I talked to people that joined at 6 o'clock on Sunday night. Watch one
Wow.
Yep.
because they knew they could come back. It's interesting. You look at the 99% attendance. We didn't used to get that because we used to have groups sign up, and some people would sign up 12, 14, 16. They had a large optometric staff, and they paid for them. And it was a nightmare for Adam because they would use the same passwords and not get in.
Oh,
And
right,
now
right.
everybody's an individual. So we would be astounded that 5 people just didn't take any courses because they didn't care to. Now everybody's a solo person, so they all are taking the courses. So 99% is pretty darn good. I mean, 1% might have got hit by a truck or something, something like that.
For that 1%, it's probably, if I had to guess, the folks are Canadian, more likely than not, and they can take stuff on demand if they want to, so they can wait, right? They don't have
Right.
to show up to the stuff live if they don't want to. So that's my guess on the few people who don't.
Or they're girls and they're raising a family. I just want to get rich and awake. Sorry.
Gretchen's awake now.
I am awake. I am awake.
I'm woke. You're awake.
Okay, so those are the frequently asked questions. I went through all those again. What do we have? We have a half hour here before LCT comes, right?
I hope he comes. I told him the time. We agreed, but he was. I think he will.
Right. So platform enhancements, in case anyone cares or is looking, obviously it's gotten faster. Everything's gotten faster. I'm sure you've noticed with the chats too, the amount of time it takes for a chat to come up is much faster. So everything has, been improved speed-wise. We've enhanced the transcript page so it's a little more organized and easy to read. URLs are allowed in chat, which is good too, so people can click on that. There's going to be about 1 million more changes coming after this show is over. So Audentio has worked a lot on the platform and thoughtfully has not rolled out any of those changes for us today. They're like, you know what, we're going to wait until after the show is over to do a major rollout of these features because they didn't want this breaking right before our conference.
And we
That's
have
smart.
a lot. We have almost 3 months, so we have plenty of time, and hopefully, not hopefully, but we'll have less attendance in September, maybe more. But it's a good beta test before the start of 2024. Everybody be willing.
Yep, and in fact, in that little 3-month hiatus, I'm also going to, advocate for other changes as well. People who get stuck where the lecture doesn't start automatically, I want them to investigate that more deeply and come up with, more solutions to make sure that things get started.
Yep.
And I know no platform is going to be perfect. I mean, I use a lot of streaming platforms, right? I use the MLB app. And even that, where they've invested hundreds of millions of dollars into this thing, even that still gets glitchy. Even that will sometimes leave me stuck in a loop just watching commercials while the innings already started, right? So, it happens, but we can try to do the best we can, I suppose, if we, discover these problems and try to fix them.
Let me vent a little bit there, Adam. The Yankees are now on Amazon. They're on Apple. They're on Peacock. Seriously, besides being on the S network. And what you say is true. You turn it on, it buffers, buffers. It goes in, goes out. The speakers you can't hear. And this is Apple and Amazon and Peacock.
Yep.
It's just disgusting.
Yep. So, at least if we can identify problems here, we can try to really nag to get these little ones solved. Yeah, I don't know what MLB's problem is, to be honest with you.
No,
like you think at this point, this app's been around for a long time. You think they would have, worked out all these issues, but I guess software is hard.
I paid for it for a month in Florida to watch the Yankees during April.
Yep. And so what else is going on here? So we can talk about CE. I don't really feel like it, though. It's too aggravating.
We've beaten that horse.
Yeah, I'll talk about it tomorrow. I'll talk about it tomorrow, though, because I am making the trip down to the ARBO conference, and I want to try to come up with a consensus of what it is I should be talking to them about, other than the one thing that I know I'm going to talk to them about. Yeah. Oh, I have stories if you want interesting customer service stories. I guess that's obliquely related to eye care, though, in a way. So I got a good one. Two good ones, actually. One of them I think is sort of related to eye care. And in fact, you invited someone to speak with us tomorrow. Hopefully she'll show up. Sure, her whole job is helping doctors run their optical and help them do sales. Because a lot of doctors are afraid to do sales because they'll appear pushy. And they don't want to be, that person who's really pushy and over-aggressive. But so last week, speaking of over-aggressive, or I guess it was 2 weeks ago, wake up, day is going great, sun is shining, birds are chirping, go into the bathroom, and I see that there is what looks like sand all over my bathtub. And I'm like, that wasn't there yesterday. Why is there this black? Why is there black sand in my bathtub? So I'm staring at this, and all of a sudden, and I'm downstairs in my basement, and all of a sudden I hear a flush from upstairs, and the toilet downstairs in the bathroom where I'm sitting starts burbling like a cauldron.
Oh no, that's never a good sign.
And I'm starting to put two and two together in my mind. I'm like, okay, I think I know what all this means. So I run upstairs immediately, and I'm like, nobody touch anything. Step away from the plumbing, run downstairs. So it's obvious, right? There's an obstruction somewhere distal to the actual plumbing system of the toilet and the tub further out. So immediately call the emergency plumber. They come out, they use their endoscopes, they see what's going on. And of course, they clear an immediate clog that's there. But the main line that runs underneath my house, right? It runs 12 feet deep underneath the house and then 70 feet underneath the house to the street, has now broken.
Oh no, no.
And so it was starting to clog. So, dun, dun, dun. Endoscopes are great. So.
Oh God.
So,
wait, is that your colonoscopy? Or
right?
Yes.
So that is cast iron that is 52 years old. And it has cracks in it. You can see joints. You can see sort of those rings. Those are joints where the pieces of the pipe come together. Those are falling apart. There are holes in the bottom of it. It's being eroded through, and it's got literally weeks to live.
Oh no.
And I bring this up because they cleared out the immediate problem, but the next thing out of the guy's mouth was, you need to get that fixed today, right? You need a new pipe today. This thing won't last for another week, right? Really doing the heavy, heavy sales job. You have 1 week to live, right? Your toilets are going to explode. You can't live here anymore. Really heavy sales job. And, even wrote the thing up, and, he wrote down this, what was it? It was a $15,000 estimate, handed it to me. And I'm like, what are you going to do, right? You're sort of in a situation where you have the expert telling you that you need this thing, and if you don't get it, you're a schmuck, and your house is going to explode, and there's going to be stuff flying everywhere. So, cooler heads prevailed there, and I said, no, thank you, and I got, another company in to give another estimate, a company that specializes in doing this kind of thing, and miraculously, the estimate went down to $9,000. So, I guess the point, I suppose, of all this is that I think a lot of doctors are afraid to be put in the position, right, like that plumber, right, where it's like, you have to do this now or else, and they just don't want to feel that way, especially because you wake up and you're not thinking that you're about to spend $10,000 on plumbing.
Well, is it still an urgent need, or did they just charge too much?
Oh, so it's urgent, and we are going to have it done, but it's going to take a month before they actually, are able to come in and do it properly, right? You have to get permits done. They have to, get all the equipment in to do it, and I'm just like, look, I'll take my chances over the next month. Will it break again in a week? I'm not the expert, but I'm going to take my chances. I don't think it will.
Okay, what you guys need to do, the Farkas family, now needs to take at least 3 trips outside of the house every day so you can go to the bathroom somewhere not in your house.
Oh, I'm way ahead of you. I think I've already been banned from my local grocery store down the street. So, yes. But anyway, so I just thought it was interesting, right? You have these major expenses, and how do you couch it to someone that they have to do it? Or it's almost like the head gasket on my Subaru. I didn't go in there expecting to spend $2,000 on a part that I can't see or care about, right?
You have to trust.
Yeah, it has to be
That-
trust, right?
Well, there was a thread on ODwire yesterday and the day before, I believe, about so there was an article about why you should buy your glasses and eyewear at one of the warehouses, which is the biggest,
Hmm.
and why it's a big advantage to do it there. And the question was, how do you relate to patients that it's better off buying the eyewear from me versus this big box place, which is infinitely cheaper and very convenient and very quick. And there was various reasons. Well, you want to explain to people about policies and how your quality might be better, etc. But that's a difficult thing to do in a 30-second conversation when they're taking their script someplace else.
Yeah. So I don't know. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, yeah. Eh, especially with things like surgery, when you go for an orthopedic opinion and one doctor says one thing, one doctor says another, and third is right in between.
Right.
It's hard to know what to do. Now, if you have AI, they're always correct and they know what to do. What is this? Oh, my Verizon bill is due.
Better pay it or your internet will die.
Well, now I'm on my daughter's.
Oh, as long as your
48.
daughter pays her bill, you won't care.
She has to. They both work from home. They better. She's actually her husband's boss at an IT company. She's one level above him, so
Oh, that's really funny.
yeah.
All right. Well, I'm actually looking right now. It seems like there's not very much tech stuff going on in terms of support. But I will make an issue though about the lectures not starting automatically for some people. Whether even if they're using a browser that's like totally jacked up, I still think there are ways to brute force it, where it can be more forceful about trying to restart those lectures.
I had Bethany's lecture on, and I just went into the room. She's there, and my lecture wasn't playing. I refreshed, and it went about 15 minutes in. So it didn't start automatically for me either.
Yep. So
But I just F5'd it, and that was it. But
yep. So yeah, so it is a definite issue, and we'll see what we can do about it.
maybe put a prompt up on, please press F5 if the video doesn't start playing. But
yeah, again though, what drives me crazy about it is that you shouldn't have to do that, right? We know when these lectures are going to start. The computer knows precisely what time it is. I don't understand why they can't have a process running in the background where if you've exceeded that time by a minute or something, just have the page refresh automatically. Just have it do it. So.
But it'll bring you into the live portion, it won't go back to the beginning, correct?
Correct. Yeah, you have to go live. So, yep, and that's what we want. So, yeah, it's one of the few real tech problems that I have, that I've seen over this past year that I really like them to be able to fix. So, the other stuff like the permission stuff or whatever, that's just configuration issues. This is a real tech problem that. And again, other platforms have it. MLB does it all the time, but there have to be ways around it because some platforms do it better than others. So we'll see.
It's tough because people have problems and you don't have access to their systems to know what's going on. It's hard to have a global fix.
Right. It's difficult too because even though we can log the data as well and we know who's logged in and if they're having problems, like I can tell the text like, hey, this person was having a problem, this person was having a problem, what was going on here? If they don't have access to the person's console in their browser, they're not going to be able to do much with it. And I know this because when I had a problem, it was easy because the first thing they were able to do was grab my console. They're like, open up the console, take a log, send it over to us. But a normal person can't do that. So,
yep.
Yeah, it's a challenge.
But in this day and age, everybody has broadband. It shouldn't be that. That's the problem. It's not going to be the internet interface. In fact, you'd be funny, Gretchen. Paul was so concerned about speaking with Maria because she was talking from Spain and that we should check the connection beforehand. And we said to Paul, she's on Wi-Fi. She could be on the moon. She could be anywhere.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Distance doesn't matter.
Yep, literally.
Except if you notice, there was about a 1/10 of a second delay in her lips because of the speed of light. I'm kidding. You can't detect that. When somebody talks to the moon, though, it's like a 1.5 seconds, but
yeah,
not from Spain. 3,000 miles, you do the math. 186,000 miles a second. So 3,000 of 186,000, and you come to a 50,000th of a second, or something like that.
So,
Oh, wow.
and it really depends on how it's routed too. So for instance, if her signals were bouncing off the satellites, obviously it would take longer.
Yeah.
But there's huge pipes that run underneath the Atlantic Ocean, and that's how most of it goes, back and forth.
I want to know how those pipes were put down. Way back in the day when you would have a transatlantic cable. Like,
Oh,
how does that? How were those used?
boats and a lot of money.
And how are they maintained? I mean, those were put down more than 100
Yeah.
years ago, and just that kind of communication.
As you go into New York subways, think about that. 100 years ago also.
Yeah, and the London tube. I want to know. I mean, but it's a lot harder to do it across the Atlantic Ocean. It's
Oh,
kind of like
sure.
building the Brooklyn Bridge, which just had an anniversary, I think.
Mhm.
Of course, a lot of people died doing the Brooklyn Bridge. I don't know. I'm just doing my
Yeah.
little train of thought thinking here. My
I was
head is all
watching,
over the place.
guess how long it took to build the Empire State Building from beginning to end?
Wasn't it like 3 years or something?
1 year. I was watching
God.
this, how America was built, and like 8 people died also. But they put up, it was just a lot of people, a lot of money, and they did it quickly. The guy was building the Chrysler building next door, so they had to beat him in time and distance and height and whatever. I have to vent.
It's a big
I'm
deal
going to,
back then.
but
That was a
Yep.
really big deal back then.
You don't know how lucky you are being in the Northeast. I'm going to probably be in Florida when I go to Vision Expo West, and I can't get a direct flight on United from Miami, Fort Lauderdale to Las Vegas. And who wants a stopover in, for a 5.5 hour flight to begin with, and make it an 8 hour flight or 10 hour flight? So I'm going to have to take another airline.
When
And
I
I'll use
would
my
go to Transitions Academy, it was frequently after CEwire when I was going to Portland, and I couldn't get there direct. I mean, it was that time of year. It was what, like early February,
yeah, but
something like
Portland's
that.
like
And it was just,
Portland's
yeah,
like
you couldn't get somewhere to Orlando.
But Portland is like Butte, Montana. I'm talking about Las Vegas.
You're not
kidding,
far,
Adam.
you're not far off. Actually, Portland, the number of direct flights we can get is just painful. Where the cities that we can fly to direct are great, but going east sometimes it's a real challenge. I think Gretchen, you discovered that too. Like Philadelphia, you'd think that would be an easy one, but
Not so much.
yeah, it's not really. But it's funny, right? Because like I can fly to Maui several times a day, direct, and it's like, what's the deal?
I'd rather fly to Maui than Philly too.
Yeah. But those are people coming from New York or Philly to Portland who have a layover. You're the direct one going there.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, I always just find it weird because there are direct flights to Tokyo here, and I'm always wondering, like, are they really filling up these planes every day? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Is that a big route?
It must
Portland
be.
to Tokyo?
It must be. I mean, there must be. I know that Intel would send a lot of people to Asia all the time. So I don't know if they're like a huge customer for the Asian flights that we have here, but yeah, we have a bunch of direct flights.
Well, where else are they going to stop except Hawaii in between? That's
Yeah.
about it.
I mean, Seattle
Uh,
soaks up a lot of our major international routes, so sometimes we actually have to go up there if we want to fly direct. So
mhm.
kind of annoying.
The scary thing is, does your luggage get transferred? Does it arrive? And especially on a long vacation. Um, I once went on a cattle drive in Torrey, Utah, and you had to bring specific gear and one of everything because it was obviously designed. And my luggage didn't come off the plane, and we were 7 hours from the airport. Some person drove it to me in the middle of the night, knocked on the door, and I had my gear. Scary. Yep. You're finding any? I'm going in the rooms now. There's again, it's working, and nobody's complaining. So good.
Yeah, we haven't had a whole lot of comments in the chat lately. It's been really slow for the last hour, like maybe 2 comments, 2
Yeah.
questions.
I mean, so again, the big issues are just the refreshing, and people, once they figure out to hit F5, then that's good to go. But I'm still going to press Audentio on it. Like, and I just did actually. What I was typing on here, I was talking to them. I'm like, this is something that I want to see done. Or here's another thing. Again, these are subtle things that you only notice if you're sitting here constantly all day.
Right.
Up on the screen, you can see I'm in the home page right now, right? So this is the main page that you get to when you hit refresh and you're at the main page. This page, if you sit on it, right, for a while, these icons will not change, right? So let's say I was sitting on this page for a while, like 10 minutes, and it was in between classes, and let's say that this class in room 2 ended, it'll still show you this old class, right? You have to refresh the whole page to then see the latest slate of classes.
They should
So
have an
you
automatic.
auto refresh there.
I think that if someone's sitting on a page for a long time, or they're sitting on a page over a break in classes, yeah, it should auto refresh, right? It should be like, oh, hey, this is going on now. And I know that a lot of streaming services do not do that. So for instance, you could sit at Hulu forever. If it's put up those icons are up, But I just think that it would be a nice thing to do in a system like this to auto refresh and always have the latest stuff up here. Things also like where it's giving you these notices that a class has gone live, that system has to change where those have to come in real time. I don't know if you've noticed, those messages don't come in real time. They only come when the page is refreshed.
Right.
And that's ridiculous, right? Because you could, especially if you're sitting in here like I am right now, if I hit refresh 2 hours from now, I'm about to get 1 million of those stupid messages saying such and such has gone live. That's insane, right? It's not.
I get that.
It's not a real-time message in that case. And in fact, I would actually just kill the whole thing if that's the way it's going to run. I would get rid of it.
Right.
So it needs to actually be, if it's a real-time message, it should come to you in real time. It should be pushed to you. And yeah, I want to see them work on that because I think the platform needs it.
Who is our Ardentio friend here today?
Oh, a bunch of them are here watching. So we have Sarah here, we have Ian, we have Jake, who actually saved our bacon earlier in the day when the permissions wouldn't work. So they're all just hanging out. So
Hi, Sarah. Hi, Ian. Hi, Jake. You guys rock.
the usual crowd. So yeah, so these guys are always listening, and they have been working their butts off. I mean, and again, we can't see it here because they smartly did not actually make a lot of changes to the platform for us, and I'm really grateful they didn't between the last class and this one. But yeah, we're going to see a lot of changes the next go around. We're going to have to do some testing since they've made so many enhancements and changes to the platform in the interim.
What was the problem at the beginning today when it didn't occur in the 2 previous ones?
So it did actually, if you remember correctly. So and Jake was actually trying to explain it to me, and I told him we'll debrief on it tomorrow because I don't have the capacity to deal with this right now. But the permission issue was stemming from the switching video visibilities. There's an issue which has been fixed. Right now the permissions have to be manually set to inherit when you do that. So he's going through this explanation, and my eyes started to glaze over. So he'll basically there was a bug that was fixed, and if you remember, it happened to us the very first time in February as well. So it shouldn't happen again.
Maybe a good time to auto refresh is, let's say, 1 minute before the hour, because that's when you're in between classes. It doesn't affect anybody, and you'll be ready for the next class.
Well, here's the interesting thing. The system knows the schedules, right? It knows when classes are supposed to start again. It has that data already preloaded, right? We've known this for months. So I'm kind of wondering why, knowing that, knowing when these things are supposed to start, why it can't compare to what's actually going on, right? It's still saying thing will start soon. It hasn't started, yet it's 5 minutes past when it should have started. Maybe I should really refresh now. Like, why isn't it doing that?
Now, if it shows a countdown, does that mean it's going to automatically go in? When you see the countdown, actually 32 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever before, like there's one room that's empty now. I went into and it's got the countdown.
No, so this is the problem, right? It'll get the countdown to 0, and then it'll get to where it says stream starting soon. And then for a small subset of people, it won't automatically start. It'll just say stream starting soon. And the problem is people are afraid to hit refresh because they've always learned on other sites if you do that, you're going to blow something up. But if they don't, then they get stuck and they miss the first few minutes of lecture. So what I'm saying is when it reaches the end of that countdown, it knows, hey, this lecture is really supposed to start. I don't understand why they can't have some JavaScript in there that's preloaded that actually compares the real time that it is to when that lecture was supposed to start and forcefully do it if it doesn't after, say, 2 minutes.
That makes sense.
Now, let's say somebody is in that hook where they're not getting anything, and they wait and wait, and finally after 10 minutes they refresh. Does the software count the time they were in the room where something wasn't playing, or do we have to manually allow it or something like that?
Right. So that's a really good question. So I've had cases where people have contacted me where it wasn't counted, and then I have to manually fix it.
Yeah.
And others where I guess the time that they were in was there's enough slack in the beginning where it was okay.
Right. So that's something you shouldn't have to do. It's just extra busy work for you.
Yep. So and it's aggravating for people taking the classes. So I'd really like to see this fixed, by hook or by crook. It's probably the biggest, that and the real time stuff. Those are the two biggest flaws that I see right now with the software. And these aren't things that are impossible to change. I know they can if they make it a priority.
But if anybody's listening, we're transparent here. We're trying to always make things better. Other platforms I've been on and they freeze, or people are asking questions to the lecture, they're not there, and nobody says anything, and they just go on to the next one. And at least we're trying to let you guys know that we're trying to make it perfect, and it's never going to be perfect, but we're going to make it as easy as possible for
Right.
you and for us.
Right. And so while I'm here airing my grievances, if I can be really petty, like there are other things, so I'll air my grievances for right now, because
Hey, you must have been looking for that.
I'm mad about a lot of stuff. This was actually for Arbo stuff, but I'll deal with that later. But if I'm talking about the software, mostly you've heard most of what I'm sort of have an issue with. The other thing, and there's just petty things. Petty thing number one, I can't stand this typeface. So this typeface that you see here at the top, you see the way it handles the descenders? So this is my type A plus driving me crazy. Look at that Y. It drives me nuts. It looks like it has a flat. And so this typeface is called Favorite. I hate it. It is not my favorite. Would love to have a different one. So look at that G. Look at how horrible that looks. So
Isn't that one word of code? I know HTML. Isn't that just one word?
Well, so in the cascading style sheet, they can easily change this to something else. But the platform uses this. Somebody picked this at some point. It just drives me nuts. Like I would love to get rid of that. So it's a minor thing. I know that they're probably rolling their eyes right now at Odentio, and I completely get it. But yeah, that I don't like.
But your complaint is viable.
I'm usually very picky about fonts, but I am not about that one.
Yeah.
I respect your peevishness.
I mean, that descender just makes me itchy. It looks wrong, right? It looks like it was rendered incorrectly, but it's not. Like I actually looked up this font. That's how it's supposed to be rendered. Somebody designed that. So, and there's probably a reason for it, right? Why the descenders look like that. I'm sure that they have a great rationale for it, but it just drives me nuts.
To make sure it's a Y.
So yeah, so those are pretty much the biggest things that I've hit on in terms of the platform and functionality. I'm trying to think of anything else. The counters, obviously, they had a fix for these counters where they weren't working fast enough. They rolled that back in, what was it, April? Because it was causing some other broken functionality. They probably fixed that in the million updates that are coming out. But we'll find out, I guess, next week. When I test it. So I'm trying to think what else. Those are really the biggest things. There are some other things that you guys can't see from an administrative side that drives me nuts. So for instance, the ability to send out a message in real time across the top of the page here would be incredibly handy and helpful. Most platforms have that. ODwire, of course, has it. I think this platform even had it and they got rid of it. If they could bring it back, it would be really useful. So again, in real time, if I could throw something up here on top in a banner, like, hey, such and such is happening, it would be helpful. And again, it would have to be real time. It would have to be push, because if someone's just hanging around on a page like this, you'd like them to be able to receive a message in real time about something that's going on. So it would really cut down on a lot of confusion, especially when other bugs are happening. So
People read it though. That's the challenge.
Oh no! If you put an obnoxious message at the top that's big enough, they'll read it, because they can't avoid it. And
well, reading, maybe comprehend is the better verb to use.
Right, but I mean, just the ability to have it, because right now we don't. There's this little notification system, and you've seen it, right? When the rooms go live, and you've seen that I put a message like when the courses are starting or whatever. but it's in the corner over here, and again, it's not pushed. So for instance, like let's say the world was exploding right now, people are sitting on a page like this or in one of the classrooms, I can't get a message to them easily, to everybody, because it can't be pushed. The page has to be refreshed. They'll only see it when the page gets refreshed, and it'll be on the right side of the screen. So that to me is not enough. If you're going to have a platform that's designed to run real time, it has to run real time. You know, you need to be able to push these messages out. So I've already made them aware of my feelings about that, and I don't know what they're going to do, but you know, I just don't know if it's a priority for them. That's the issue.
But if they're running bigger things like concerts and things like that, that's super important to get this stuff out to the audience. And if they're going to have 20,000 people be upset with them, that's just not right.
100%. You want the administrators who run these things to actually have the power to do this kind of stuff, because it makes things so much easier for people running the conferences or concerts or whatever else they're doing. So I'm hopeful that they'll find a technical solution for that. I know why they don't implement it, right? So push stuff like that can be very costly on the server, right? It takes up a lot of resources. It's the same reason, actually, probably, I would guess. I mean, I haven't spoken to them about it, how when you load up a room right now, you notice it doesn't show you the old messages here? You have to click load earlier messages for you to see them. And I just told them today, I really want you to load up the last 10 messages. When people come into a room, you should be loading up the last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever it is. Enough to fill that up, right? Because that's what most other platforms do. And really, it should be able to load up the last 10 messages or 5 messages or whatever.
What I would like personally, if they could do it, is I have to drop down that list also, is to have the person who's speaking, meaning the starred ones, always appear on top, because I'm going into the rooms to see if they're there. And it's a lot easier when I don't have to look through a list of 400 people.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense too, right? So the list you're talking about is here. I mean, on the bright side, at least, they're highlighted in a different color.
But well, what you do is you go to chat. Usually they'll introduce themselves in the chat. But again, at the beginning of chat, they say, "Hi, I'm here." If it's 30 chats above, then you're not going to get them.
Right. Yes, the ability to sort that by the user group would be useful. So just minor things like that. And again, a lot of what they had to do, they err on the side of efficiency a lot of the time because they have to, right? The platform is designed for thousands and thousands and thousands of people. At the same time, though, there's a tension there, right? There needs to be that base functionality. So, other stuff like on the left menu here, it would be great and is actually quite important that I have the ability to add more stuff to the left here easily. That doesn't exist right now. A lot of what you're seeing here is manual. Was actually done by hand. I think Ian did this for me. Because I'm like, hey, Ian, I really need a way to get people to schedule quickly.
And that's where we should put the FAQ.
Right, things like that. And so I, as the administrator of the conference, should be able to add a link here, right? It shouldn't be, and again, most platforms have that. It just wasn't their priority at the beginning. So
I just like to have 2 words where under assessments have in parentheses surveys and tests. That way people know if they're confused where to go.
Right. So to be able to parse that out instead of just hiding the quizzes, like, well, this is what we do during the live period. We hide the quizzes, right? So people don't get confused. But that's not ideal, right? And it's done manually. We'd love to be able to do these things automatically. So it actually looks like we're up over 600 people now, aren't we?
Wow. But it's still about half. It definitely is less, and that's because people took what they wanted to take. And again, when they get to the end of the year, though, I knew in April, for example, New Jersey, the biennial ended April 30th. So people had to finish by then. And our course was in the middle of April, and now they're good to go for 2 years.
Yep. So it's coming up on 11 o'clock here. I think Craig Thomas was going to be stopping by. We'll see if he actually makes it.
Hopefully will. I'm going to remind him. Just compose.
We can talk about CE if you guys want to, but yeah, so it's interesting. So with ODwire, like you'll notice I can push messages here at the top, right? and I can push it across all the pages. So this is the kind of functionality that I would ask for. So for instance, like on a good example, case of the day, that little information box, that's the kind of message that I can push anywhere, everywhere, or just in one place, right? It's very flexible. So if something was going on ODwire and I needed to let people know immediately, I could easily push a message out that would get to everybody. So.
Yep. Well, this is our third year using it, and we're still making improvements. The first year was challenging, then less and less, but now we're getting more picky about things. But you're correct in everything you say.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, I don't want to make their lives miserable, but I think that as they scale the platform out, these are things they're going to want to think about because I'm not the only one who's going to ask for them. So
Right.
that's the challenge.
You're a free beta tester for them. We are all.
Well, I mean,
Well,
so
you also test their system too, so it's of benefit for them.
It's a two-way street here, right? I mean, most of the functionality that you're seeing was driven by us, right? At least in the first 2 years, you know, the platform itself is being used right now by a few groups, right? Very few, being used by that one heavy metal band that I mentioned during the rehearsal.
That cracks me up.
Yeah, so they did a little watch party the other day with it, so that was kind of fun. And there's just a few others, but for the most part, it hasn't really rolled out in a real way to the general public yet.
Oh, Craig makes it. He gave me a confirm, but it was a soft one. A nice picture, by the way, Gretchen. I just saw it
Oh,
on
yeah.
Facebook. And it's
So
funny.
Craig had a soft yes?
No, he said it was coming, but he needed the time. I gave him a time and never confirmed back, but that was the time he requested. Oh, and Sue Resnick and Steve Sorkin like our pictures. Steve is a great lecturer. I mean, I don't know how he ever practices. He's all over the country all the time, kind of like Paul Kopecki and a few others. But he's in New Jersey and practices in a corneal specialist practice. So he does all the really complex scleral and other contact lens fits, etc. So he's got a captive patient audience there.
Yep. Well, so far, no
Yeah,
Craig. That's
see,
okay.
let's see if he comes. Bethany's Vizio froze. Okay, she's good now. So even Bethany had a little problem, but it's on now. Yeah, we definitely have been going off hours now. When her lecture started at 15 minutes after the hour, and so people have to be cognizant of that we're not always on the hour now because of the buffer in time and the various length of the lectures.
Yep. And I tried to actually, I don't know if you noticed, I aligned all the lectures with each other. So I can pull out the schedule here just to show you what I mean. So the timing is aligned. So, right, they will all start at the same time.
That's smart.
Because I want everybody to have the same start time. There's sometimes a little gap at the end because some lectures, you know, the 2-hour ones might be shorter than the other ones, but I want everybody to start at the same time. So, but yeah, I think having a 5-minute gap in between is very useful, especially now that people have to take the assessments, so the surveys. So,
But some of these start times, if I were an attendee, I am not down with like 5:35 or 6:40 or something. I would rather it be on the quarter hour.
yeah, but you know what? When I tried to do that, it made the schedule run an extra half hour, 45 minutes by adding all that extra space. That was the problem. We're so jam-packed with classes, I didn't want to make the day any longer than it was. So
That's a good point.
Yeah, it is. For anybody, especially on the East Coast, that when you're taking classes from 10 o'clock in the morning till 7 o'clock at night, it is challenging.
yep.
Well, let me ask you this, Adam. If you're talking about adding even more hours for next year, when do you decide to have a fourth room?
We're going to have to. If we add more hours, for sure, there's going to be a fourth room. But if we do see
Can
where...
Audentio support it?
Oh, I'm sure the software can. I mean, you know, again, we're guinea pigs for them, right? So their ambition is much larger than us. You know,
Yeah.
they want to do hundreds of thousands of people at once, right? So you know, I'm sure they'd love it if we tried to take on more credits just so we could keep stretching it for them. You know, that watch party with that band the other night, they only had, I think, 700 or 800 people. So I know that they want larger crowds. So whatever we can do, you know, to help them with that would be very useful.
I guess Craig's not going to make it.
Okay.
He actually works till
Did he
about
say?
1 o'clock. See?
Did he
Well,
text or are we just deciding that?
I sent him an email. I don't have his phone number to give a text. If you
Oh,
do,
I can text him.
great.
He's going to ask me for the link. Let me.
I gave him the link. Do you have the link also? Of course you do.
No, I'm texting him now, but I'm saying I'm
I
going to
sent-
put $50 and he responds and asks for the link.
I sent him the link twice.
Oh, I'm sure you did, but you know. Let's see what he says.
I'm going to send it again to him.
I don't know what platform he's on, so my text shows delivered, but I don't know if it's been read.
Here's the link. I'm sending it to him again.
Well, it's going to be tough to get him on here, and then I mean he'll just get warmed up by the time we need to move on to the
Well,
next.
we'll explain. We have a 2:30 interview, so we'll cut to the big stuff, or he can maybe change to 3 o'clock.
Well, we've got a 3 o'clock,
We have 2:30.
and then we have a 3 o'clock.
Oh, we do. I didn't see the schedule. Is that the Kayla person?
No, that's Ben Chudner.
Oh, okay, right. Let me see the schedule. Oh, there he is. Or he can come tomorrow. But
Yeah, it's not looking good.
yeah, well, I sent him the link and you texted him. Let's just see what happens here. Nope. I'll stay with that. No problem. We can we have somebody coming at 3 o'clock, 2:30, and that's be an interesting one. This company is in its pipeline, and what's your feedback from the industry on the Allergan Bebify product, Vuity, the eye drop that's in my attic for presbyopia?
Not great.
Yeah, I ran some polls and they were very negative, and I hope it doesn't turn off the whole field, because what we'll discuss is this product, for example, and others have a lot more positivity in their formulation than the original one. But I mean, if you saw scleral lenses back in the 50s, I'm sure if that Paul Barkus used to fit when you fit stone on the eye to get a mold, people would have been turned off by that also.
Yep.
And the eye suffocated after 15 minutes of the lens being on the eye.
So I pulled up Vicis's website here just to show people.
That's
Yeah.
cool, showing the with the lights in the dark. That's kind of a neat imagery.
Yep.
Yeah. These companies are amazing that realize they have no revenue per se. It's not like Allergan, which has many products, and Bebify, which is bigger than that. Allergan. This is one company with actually two things in the pipeline, and everything is from, I guess, venture capital.
People wonder why drugs are so expensive, right? You know, how much is it costing to actually keep this operation afloat for all these years?
Oh, sure. Even when, if you recall, Shire, when it came out with its dry eye product, Xiidra, for a year, it was advertising full-page ads in the optometric journals, but nothing about their product, just introducing themselves. And you know how much that costs, Gretchen, especially full-page ads in the big journals. Just
Well, yeah, but usually very few times does somebody buy a one-off ad. It's usually part of a program
Mhm.
and you're doing some other stuff. So, I mean, it's all part of the overall marketing plan.
Yeah, they were anticipating getting market approval, which they did.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens with these other products.
All right, so what
Well, one of
time?
them, we could I
time
could
is
talk
it?
about it now, because I won't really mention it to them, is that there were two approaches. One is the meiotic approach, and one is to actually make the lens change its shape. And the big one that was the most promising was by Novartis. And it was canned a few months ago because it just didn't meet the endpoints. And so there's hardly anything that's coming out in the pipeline that is of that ilk. It's only all the ones that make our pupils smaller.
Yep.
Adam, are you able to jump into the chat? Somebody named Tiffany needs some help with her transcript.
Sure.
You can take a look at things that I can't look at. We're having some questions now from people not seeing their transcripts. So I don't know if perhaps they aren't showing up and just taking a little longer due to volume, or if they're looking, they should be looking in a different place, or if it's alphabetized as opposed to most recent or vice versa.
So I'm going to help Tiffany here.
Actually, I keep my tab open in one room, Gretchen, so I can quotes take the course. I don't need the credits, believe me. I had like 240 last time I looked hours.
You're not really
And
watching the course, even though you've already watched it for all of this,
yeah, and I've
just
taken the
for
quiz,
your job.
but the point is, I just looked at my transcript, and the three courses I took came up 1, 2, and 3. So at least for me, they're at the top, and not
Yeah.
the February and April courses. So, and it came up pretty quickly, like about 5 minutes after I took this survey.
Yeah, that's why I'm unsure, and I didn't even ask.
Yeah.
I didn't ask if they took the survey, and I should have.
When you go to the transcript page, there's a button on the left, and then there's a button on the right that says My Transcript. If they're seeing all, then it's a mishmash of their trophies and nothing and trophies. But if they click on My Transcript, then they get all the courses they approve first. And sometimes they don't even see that. It's just a question of looking, not even carefully, looking a little bit.
Yeah.
Craig didn't respond to your text, and he didn't
No, he
respond to my
didn't, so I
email.
don't think he's coming.
Yeah, he did. He's I'll try to get him on tomorrow. He's a complex individual. I want to get his opinion what's happening with CE, especially he's out of Texas, and with that,
Right, because Texas is a little different.
and he certainly is always opinionated, and he's a real smart guy and a great practitioner.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So
Are
let
you
me just
seeing
see.
trouble with transcripts, Adam?
No, so
or-
I just looked up Tiffany's, and she's gotten 1, 2, 3, 4 hours so far today. So that's pretty on target. And probably the last class that she just took, right, was she actually said it here. It was the Chalasia class. Wait, where are you, Tiffany?
That just ended.
Yeah.
It's ending. So
Yep.
I don't think she can get credit until the class has already stopped playing.
Yeah, so it just ended, right, a few minutes ago?
Let me just see. It's yeah.
Yep, so that'll post, or it should post relatively soon if it hasn't already. Because again, posting takes up to 15 minutes. The reality is it could be much faster depending on where in the cycle the class ends. So there are these batches that get done every 15 minutes or so. And so let's say a course ends a minute before the next batch is due to go out. Well, then it'll post faster than the 15 minutes. So okay, I just pulled hers up and it's there.
Good.
Yeah, it's all there.
People, you tell them. I think we should change that to end of the day, so people don't bother us.
Yeah, we might want to do that. That's actually not a terrible idea. It even says though on the transcript page, it takes 15 minutes to post. So.
Okay. You have kind of crummy weather today in Philly?
Well, when I was out earlier, right now it's about 75. Yesterday was really hot. It was almost
Oh.
90.
It was 90 by us, yeah, and it's cloudy, had a little rain today, and it's like back to 71 degrees. We'll be
Yeah, and
like
that's
that all week.
okay. I mean, we don't need 90 degrees at the beginning of
No.
June, just like we didn't need 80 degrees in like March or
Mhm.
April or whenever we had it.
Well, I'm glad I'm not. I don't know how you guys lived in Florida for a while, Adam. My friends down there, they were playing pickleball, and they went to 7 o'clock in the morning, then 6:30. Now they can't even play then. It's 90 degrees, but it's like pea soup. It's so humid, you just can't play.
That's why I will never live in Florida.
Yeah, it's,
Yeah. Well, I'm only there, from May through October. I'm here, so
Well, where are you going to live now that you're selling your house?
we're gonna rent in this apartment complex close to my daughter. It's called AVE. It's got a pool. It's got a gym. It's a community, and so it's people that could either rent for a whole year or rent for a month. Business people, etc. There's business center, so it's a closed community and has a lot of other amenities. So we liked it because it's first of all, we could sell our house finally and not have the big expense of two houses, and secondly, it's close to her, my the granddaughter, and it's not too expensive to have an apartment. Fully furnished, everything, including big screen TVs. So everything in our
So
house.
any of your stuff that you want is gonna go
Yeah.
to the Florida house, and you're not gonna keep
No,
it
no,
here?
no. It's going to go. With Florida House is furnished. It's going to go either to charity or whoever wants it, who buys it. Look
Oh,
up AVE apartments in Florham Park or Clifton. AVE apartments.
oh,
Like
they
it,
have some here around here
yeah,
too.
it's a big. They're a big company, and it's really, if you look how nice they are, and we loved it. In fact, they invited us up. We booked for next year, but they invited us up for their Memorial Day party.
Mhm.
And we met people right away, and a lot of golfers like me and stuff like that. But demographics are 30 to 80. It's families, and
I
it's
don't
so
know that
much.
I would like it furnished though. I mean, on one hand it would be nice, but on another hand,
But if you're going to be there, for example, let's say we sell our house quickly and they want us out, we could rent there for a month and not worry
yeah.
about furniture and stuff.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah, but you're gonna be here for several months,
yeah.
right? Like
Let's
out of
say
the year.
Right, but let's say we have to get out in August and we don't want to go down to October. We can stay up here for a month. And they're really high class people, and it's very safe. Doorman and all that other stuff. A lot cheaper than living in the city, which is we're like 20 minutes outside Manhattan from where we're going.
You know, I must be a total old lady because friends of mine are sharing prices of where their kids are living, and they're around the same age as my daughter. Apartments are so freaking expensive. I mean, they're like
There,
double the cost of my mortgage.
there was an article in the Post today. A 75 square foot apartment in New York City was going for $2,400 a month. 75.
75?
Yeah, you have to even share a bathroom in the hall with other apartments. A one bedroom averages, guess how much in New York City?
Oh, I'm sure
Forty-five
that was
hundred
like
dollars.
$4,000.
$4,500 a month. Who
Mm.
could
That's
afford an
crazy.
apartment? I'm sure Philly is not that far behind.
You know, I don't think our house, I mean, these are kind of spacious. 1,200 square feet?
Yes, that's we're renting the two-bedroom one, 1,200 square feet, which is fine for Nina and I, and it's all we need. We're not gonna. My daughter's mad because we can't have Thanksgiving at our house anymore. Well, I'm not gonna
Too
have a house
bad.
for one day a year. I said, I'm passing the torch on to you. You have a home now. You can do it. Yeah, they're nice, aren't they? Doesn't it look good?
Oh, and you have, okay, so I'm looking at
Okay, Clifton or Florida
bathroom.
Park.
Yeah. Kitchen, utility. This is nice. I forget how, let me look up, I'm going to look on Zillow and see how many square feet our house is because our house is small.
Oh, but it's
And
more than 1,200 square feet, I'm sure.
yeah, but I don't think by a whole lot. Hang on, I don't want to sign in. Let's see.
And look
So
at all the money I saved with not having to pay real estate taxes and maintenance and
are you going
insurance
to
on
have
the home.
capital gains though?
No, there's a $500,000 exclusion, what you bought the home for, and we did enough improvements that I think we can cover it, or most of it. We put a pool in, finished our basement, did an extension, a deck, and all the other little things you did over time.
Got it. Okay,
Yeah. It was
so according to
replaced.
Zillow, our house is 1,400 square feet.
Okay, it's fine for 2 people, 3 people. You have 3 bedrooms?
Well, the bedroom I'm in now is considered our third bedroom. It's my office, and it was my daughter's playroom for a while. It really isn't big enough to be an actual bedroom.
Okay.
And just with they give a rent estimate, like if you were to rent it, and
That's
it's,
yours.
yeah, and it's still
Like $3,000 a month?
like $1,000 more than my current mortgage.
Yeah. And it's
And
rent.
we gained so much equity because we moved here in 1996, right before our daughter was born, and we've like tripled our equity. It's ridiculous.
Especially this particular time, real estate went up. When we
Well,
built our
all that
home,
means is if you think, oh wow, look at that equity, all that means is that we can't afford to buy a house elsewhere because everywhere else is just as expensive.
right? Well, not if you go to certain areas of the country, if you have that flexibility.
That's true. That's true.
If you go to Mississippi or Alabama or places like that, which you're not going to want to go to, it's very inexpensive.
Hey, Adam, can you check out the chat, please? Richard had a question about a problem with his class.
Okay.
I don't think that's one I can answer. But yeah, Steve, some friends' kids, one is in Austin, another, I mean, and that's expensive. Where were the others? Oh, one kid just moved to San Diego, which is incredibly
Oh, that's astronomical.
expensive too. But it's, I mean, my own daughter can't afford to move out into her own place because
No.
just prices, and she also working as a vet tech, that is not a lucrative field, so she can't afford to move out even with a roommate. You know, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, we actually built our home in 1981, and the prices were so low because the interest rates were so high. And I said to my wife, "It's going to go down." It tested, so we refinanced like 3 different times, and
Oh, we
the whole,
refied several times too.
but the builder actually gave us $200 a month for 2 years to subsidize not just ours, but anybody who bought, because he couldn't sell them, and he had to get out because he had a big loan. So we were lucky. I added
Wow.
up what we're going to sell it for and we bought it for, and how much we're making over 41 years, and it turns out to be about 7% a year only. That's pretty
Wow.
good.
That's not bad.
Yeah. She was pregnant with our first daughter, and they're very upset because it's our home, and they grew up there. They have no other place. But hey, I'm not
They
going to
were
maintain
free to
it.
buy it, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well, one lives in Florida, 2 miles from us, so that's why we're down there.
Ah, does your
We have
daughter
4
up
grandchildren.
here mind that you're down there?
Of course, that's why we are renting close to her 4 months a year.
Ah,
But we have 3 of the 4 grandchildren down there and one up here, and she's 11. By the time she's 13, she's not going to care about us. She's going to be with her friends.
yeah. And how old are the grandkids in Florida?
10, 7, and 3.
Oh, so they're younger. Yeah.
I had to in the same room that Bethany was in, and I had to, now the lecture started, and I had to refresh to get the lecture going. So it's a constant problem. It's not me. It's not. I'm on
Yeah.
a regular computer. But
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
just had a
it's
person
seamless,
ask
Adam.
there too.
It works, but people have to know to do it.
Yeah.
Well, no word back from LCT.
It's too late now. So
Yeah.
Oh wait, so Julia's here. Let me let her in the room. Sorry, I was too busy helping
Okay.
other people. I'm like my head's all over the place today. Yikes! Sorry about that, Julia. I don't know how long you were waiting.
Sorry, dude. You're early, Julia. This is Julia Williams. Hi, nice to see you again.
Hi,
And
Julia.
Hi.
could you speak? Let's make sure we can hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Oh, good.
Yep.
Perfect. Yes.
Sounds great.
Michelle Gray asked to come in to listen. She promises to be quiet, but she wanted to hear what goes on just for her own knowledge base.
Sure.
Julie Williams is a principal at Vices Pharmaceuticals, and they have a great product or products in their pipeline for presbyopia. And I guess she's coming in. That's Gretchen Goldlove. And we'd like to discuss everything about your company because I think it's one of the is going to be one of the leaders in the field as time goes on. Let's talk about Brimacol first. What is it and how does it work, and what makes it different than what exists now, which is only one drug, as we both know.
Yeah, absolutely. We're very excited. Thank you for having me here today to join the program. I'm really excited. This has really been such an important educational program, so I'm really excited to be able to join it.
Yeah, we have 4,000 attendees.
That's a lot. So it's a novel preservative-free investigational treatment for presbyopia. It's a fixed dose combination of agents. So carbachol at 2.75% and brimonidine at 0.1%. It's designed to be a once daily treatment to address the near vision needs throughout the workday. And the two active agents really work synergistically to reduce the pupil size. Ultimately, we're leveraging what you all know very well, which is the principle of small aperture optics, to really focus the light on the retina to improve the near vision and extend depth of focus. And you also asked about how it's different from other options. And so pilocarpine is also a miotic agent, and it's currently available in the concentration of 1.25%. And it can be dosed twice daily to treat presbyopia. Well, but Brimacol as a fixed dose combination really has a multimodal mechanism of action. So both agents are able to target the iris muscles to reduce the pupil size, and carbachol is targeting the iris sphincter muscle, while brimonidine is targeting the iris dilator muscle. And additionally, we have the benefit of brimonidine's kind of known aqueous humor dynamic and vasoconstrictive properties, which has really been shown to enhance the combination's bioavailability and the duration.
Right, which I, by the way, am lecturing at this conference on all the presbyopic drugs, and I highlight that aspect to it, that it does potentiate the effect of carbachol, which makes it last longer. Now, I know from myself, but maybe the audience doesn't know, that you experimented on various combinations of percentages, and you arrived at this. In your phase 3 trial that's ongoing, Brio 1, I believe it's called, how is it going? Well, you can't tell me how it's going, and you have to shoot me, but generally speaking, how is it going? What's going on with it?
So we have 2 phase 3 trials, and one we are very pleased that has recently completed. So we have top line for, and so that's what I can talk with you about today for sure. So that Brio 1 is a randomized, double-masked crossover design. It's a multi-center trial, obviously. So it was conducted at 15 sites, which are geographically distributed across the U.S. The fixed dose combination had to be compared to the individual components. So it's 3 arms: Brimacol, PF, carbachol, and brimonidine. And they were randomly assigned to the treatment sequences, all 3 treatments, right? So they're crossed over. So every subject serves as their own control, so to speak, and gets all 3 treatments, which gives us a lot more robust information. And then visual acuity and pupil were assessed repeatedly throughout a 10-hour visit, multiple visits for each treatment. And then the patient population that we were looking at, those are emmetropes or pseudophakic presbyopia populations. We had 182 subjects that were enrolled, and the age range was 45 to 80 years old. Our primary endpoint, as you know, is similar across all of the products in development. We have the proportion of subjects who are able to achieve a 15-letter ETDRS gain in near visual acuity without losing that 5-letter loss in distance. And that was at hour 1, using both eyes under mesopic conditions. We also measured the pupil objectively with a pupillometer, and we incorporated some PRO questions into the study design, where subjects were able to complete a questionnaire at the end of that 10-hour visit, so that we can better understand their perceptions, which is going to be key as we go forward.
Did you measure anything after 1 hour to see how long it lasted?
Yeah, we measured throughout the day, multiple time points, hour 1, hour 2, hour 4, hour 6, hour 8, hour 10.
I always, way before Lumify, for example, was approved, I used to use Alpha-Gan off-label, which you're allowed to do. It's along the science for two things. One, to whiten the eyes, which again is going to be a side effect that you're not going to have with your drug with respect to some of the things that are out there now. And also for people with post-LASIK or IOL problems, to get a little bit of meiosis at night when they're driving. So I used it independently. Just the Alpha-Gan itself had that effect to reduce aberrations from the various things that happen with the cornea. So that's real interesting.
Yeah. Right.
Now, there's a lot of people that are presently not using the available product on the market because of the side effects. Could you speak to that, whether it be headaches and interesting that, by the way, to mention demographics, your study includes people much older and much more diverse than the one that's approved. And did you choose to do it actively to kind of show that in a broad strokes, or was it just something that you had designed at the beginning anyway?
You know, I do think that we were looking to address a broad population base. I think it's a strength of the study overall because it really does give us a, as you know, I mean, what I'm wearing right now, reading glasses, you know, as you can imagine, there are a lot of people out there who have a significant need, and we know there's a lot of variety in it. So having a broad population base was intentionally part of our design. And even in Brio 1, our average age is about 55. So that does show that we had a nice distribution across that 45 to 80. And we think that's going to be important when we're able to then, you know, as our second phase 3 study closes and we have a full picture of all of the information, I think it'll really help us be more, I guess, educated about helping say what patients are probably best suited for the therapy, so that we don't kind of end up in the similar situation that they have going on.
Could you speak to the side effects that I had mentioned, like headaches? And for example, in Allergan's studies, they detected no retinal problems, no retinal detachments, but in subsequent experience of the community, whether it be ophthalmology or optometry, they did. Could you speak to some of those things that you expect not to occur, like headaches, like blurry night vision, like retinal problems that you have or have not experienced?
I don't have the sound.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. I apologize. I could hear you all along and all of a sudden I couldn't.
So should I repeat what I said? My question?
Yes, I'm so sorry.
Okay. It's been reported by the experience of practitioners of things like headaches and blurry night vision, and the original Allergan studies showed no retinal problems, no retinal detachments, no tears, while the subsequent experience of the community at large, ophthalmology and optometry, showed, I think, significant problems that were not found in the studies. Could you speak to what you're observing with your product and how that won't cause the same effects?
Right. So we have 2 phase 3 trials ongoing. The one that we have our top line for is our Brio 1. So that was a short duration. So similar to what Allergan had to get the approval for their product. But because we're using carbachol and carbachol is not currently marketed in the United States, the FDA required that we also do a 12-month study to get a better view of the safety and tolerability for carbachol specifically. So that's our second phase 3, and that's ongoing right now. So I think that there are 2 important things to bear in mind. One, the class labeling of the risk factors with people with past history of retinal pathology. We do think that will be maintained across all of the products as we enter this field. It would be very difficult to demonstrate. As you know, safety trials require really, really large numbers. So to say that this could never happen to a product, I don't think that that would ever end up where people could really say with evidence. So what's great, though, is having that 12-month study. We're going to have a very full, so chronic nosing, we'll have a really full picture of what that means. Right now in our Brio 1 study, we didn't have any reports of anything along those lines. Now, mind you, our inclusion criteria, because of we're very, very well aware of the class labeling on the miotics, you know, people did have a dilated exam. We were looking for people who did not have a past history of retinal pathology. I think that's still going to be really important as we go forward. In terms of, you know, obviously to date, we haven't seen anything, even in our other 12-month study, right? We haven't seen anything. But it's really important that, you know, nobody wants to, you know, gain their near vision with presbyopia at the cost of their retina. So we really need to make sure that, you know, we have good information there. But like I said, I think that what we've learned is that by looking for the right patient population and following them, knowing what we're looking for, that we're having good outcomes.
In my lecture, I kind of surmise certain patients with miotics in general and even lens softening techniques. And I have, some sweet spots that would work. What do you feel just in general would be the sweet spot patient and your drug, what drugs? And we'll talk about that.
Yeah, it's interesting because I've heard, and of course for my own, probably for my own use as well, I've heard people talking about, oh, is it only the early presbyopes who may potentially benefit? Like we talked about, we have a pretty wide age range in terms of the people in our study. And based on what we've seen in Brio 1, we did see something interesting in that it wasn't just that early presbyopes seemed to show benefit. We did actually see that at the early time points, you can see nice benefit with early presbyopes, but at the later time points, it seems that the older presbyopes do a little bit better. So it's interesting. Right now, we don't have a full picture, but it's definitely trending in the direction of giving us a more comprehensive picture of who's going to be that just right.
And Brio 2 is going to study pretty much the same thing, but with a larger group of patients, or how is that going to be composed, the phase 3 study with that?
Yeah, so our Brio 1 was our most important because it was about the contribution of elements, right? If we didn't demonstrate contribution of elements with the fixed dose combination, we were pretty much dead in the water after that. And we're the first company to be able to achieve that in presbyopia. As you probably know, there are many other companies that at one point were pursuing it and didn't continue. Our Brio 2 is the 12-month long-term safety look, and that's ongoing still. But we do have the top line results for Brio 1 that we can talk about.
Yep, and that I believe you presented last month at the meeting in May.
Yeah.
I know you can't speak to this, but do you hope to have approval in 2024, or you just don't know how long it's going to take and what the top line information is going to be?
Well, Visus will plan to file the NDA in the second half of 2024, right? Once we have the efficacy data from our second phase 3, and then the FDA will review it. They have up to a 10-month period. So sometimes they're early and then they'll give their decision on approval. We expect in the first half of 2025.
But just so I can summarize for you, because I love the product. I think it's going to be a great product. Is the combination of brimonidine in it, longer lasting, white eyes, not as many side effects, and potentially better acuity than some things that exist now and some of the other things that are in the pipeline. Can you speak at all in general about another product that you obtained a few months back from Viewpoint Pharmaceuticals? Because as you well know, there was another lens softening product. This is a lens softening product in the field that has fallen by the wayside because they didn't meet their endpoints. Without mentioning companies, we know who it is. What is the long-range potential of this product? And explain how it works, not only for what potentially it does for presbyopia, but for cataract formation and what the pharmacology is of this.
Yeah, so we're in early phase right now, as you mentioned, with looking at a product that is aimed at kind of getting more to the actual etiology, what may be going wrong with hardening of the lens and ultimately resulting in, some people use the term dysfunctional lens syndrome, starting out with presbyopia and then across the continuum with time getting to the point of cataract. And so right now we have some good early data that's giving us a lot of promise as we move things forward. We hope to bring that to the clinic in 2025, but we're still, like I said, in these early phases. And what we're doing, we have some primate data basically that we've been working on, which is of course important. It gives us better insight into what may be happening if we're working at that level of a model. And right now, yeah, it does. We are having some really promising results showing that in the early phases of, well, it's not exactly, given that these were actually natural cataracts in senile primates. So they were naturally occurring. So it wasn't some kind of a model in that sense. And they were administered the investigational compound. And we did see a reversal of the opacity. Obviously, this is early days and I don't want to oversell, a lot of work goes into that, but it is exciting, certainly because, as you know, there is a lot that goes on between this and while leveraging, small aperture optics to reduce the pupil size and get near vision gains is important. Ultimately, globally, the fact that presbyopia is such an important condition and it affects so many people, having something that you could implement on a scale like that would be absolutely, well, it would be a paradigm shift.
As well as preventing cataract formation, which would be essentially everybody who is to a certain age, as well as presbyopia. I'm not talking about a rare disease in that case.
Yeah,
I could even see, I could foresee a future where the drugs are used in combination, where you have a lens softening effect, which improves some accommodation, and a miotic effect, which improves some vision, and the combination of 1 + 1 might equal 3. Being synergistic and combining them into one product. That's up to your scientists to do, and that's why I'm so excited about your particular company, that you're working on both approaches when nobody else is at this point in time.
Yeah,
and,
we're very lucky, and we got some great people. It's exciting.
It should be exciting. I'm hoping for approval again by the time we do our first 2024 lecture series, if not shortly thereafter. You have anything to add? I mean, because I highlighted in my lecture, everybody please listen to my lectures tomorrow. And it highlights all the drugs, and I show all the pros and cons to them, at least the ones that are in the pipeline now, and even explain why some of the things haven't worked and why some of the things have fallen by the wayside and had to be discontinued because they weren't going to be as effective as they hoped. Some much bigger companies, in fact. Is there anything more to add on the products, or just want to summarize everything?
Yeah, no, I think we're really excited. We've had a lot of wins in our Brio 1 study, being able to be the first company to, achieve the contribution of elements and have statistically significant outcomes throughout the 8 hours. That's been exciting for us. We're really pleased about it. Lots of wins. And as our other trial goes on, we hope to learn even more and really be able to be in a position to make a big difference in this category.
Well, I wish you luck, and I hope that drugs like yours, when they get approved, will soften the taste of what ophthalmology and optometry feel at this point in time about the presbyotic drugs, because it's not a positive feel. And I think that you need, just like any other product, whether it be a contact lens or a drug or a drug for glaucoma, the first drug is not necessarily going to be the best, and probably it's not going to be. And the best in breed, which I think yours is not going to be the first one. So hopefully, congratulations and good luck in the very near future.
Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It's been wonderful. Thank you.
Great. We'll be talking in the future.
All right. Take care. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I didn't mean to pop back in as soon as right when she was leaving. I
Oh,
just
no.
had to stand up
I
for
thought you
a
were
few
going to
minutes.
but did that go okay? I didn't want to press her too much and things, and I think it went fine.
Yep.
This is a field I know, so it's like I don't have to look at questions and stuff. And I kind of like that last part. They didn't include that as part of their questions or let's say an outline that I had. But I knew that they had that other drug, and I wanted to find out about it. So it's not going to be for a while, the lens softening, and that's be a nice thing to have a drug that's a combination. Well, did you listen that this drug potentially could prevent or reverse cataract formation? It does it with the cross-linking. I always use the analogy of when you get a perm or when you get your hair straightened, that's disulfide bonds. Are you familiar with that? The smelly
I
stuff?
am not, no.
Okay. When you get a perm, what they do is they put a chemical in your hair, and then they put rollers on, and they are breaking the disulfide bonds in your hair, which is a protein, double bonds. And wherever you make that hair, once you neutralize it with another chemical, it reforms those bonds. So if you're curling your hair, it's in curls, it'll stay in that particular formation. If you're straightening your hair like that, it'll straighten it. So basically, in cataract formation, those disulfide bonds are breaking, and they're becoming like disconglomerated. So that's why the lens becomes opaque. And by reforming them in a, let's say, much more regular pattern, the lens becomes transparent again. That's kind of the basis of what it's doing.
That is a really good explanation, Steve,
Yeah.
because I can follow that. I used to get perms, and that makes sense.
And you remember the
What
smell?
what about the accommodative muscles, though?
That's the same exact thing, because the lens is stiffening as the bonds are becoming less regular. And by making the bonds become regular again, the lens won't be as stiff. So it kind of, that's what happens in presbyopia as a natural aging process. But if you could chemically intervene and make it more straight, or better than that, if at 41 years old, like Adam is, got his attention, at 41 years old, if you can start giving the drug to prevent the bonds from becoming less regular, you can prevent presbyopia from occurring rather than treating it after it does occur.
So, I mean, I follow that, but isn't presbyopia, it's more than just the stiffening of the lens? What
There's-
about if you work outside, or the accommodative muscles have something to do with it as well?
Yeah,
Or am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong. It's definitely different components, but one of the chief components is the lens stiffening. So if you could
Okay, so, but this
make
wouldn't
one,
help those other components.
no, because it's a different chemical process. It's a different biological process, I should say.
Got it.
But don't you remember when you got a perm or didn't get a perm? What did it smell like?
Yeah, it was
Sulfur.
horrible. It was chemicals.
So it's a sulfur smell, and you were getting the sulfur smell from the chemical and the sulfur being broken up, whatever. So that is, I learned this. I used to get perms many years ago when I had more hair, and the beautician was explaining about disulfide bonds, and I thought it'd never come up again in life. And then when I saw it in the literature for no, most of these companies have no idea what I'm talking about when I say perms and
Okay, well, let
lenses.
me ask you this then. So this is a drop, a topical drop. What about the ocular surface?
What about the ocular surface? Most of these drugs are prodrugs, which goes through the cornea fairly regularly. They make them so a prodrug is more likely to penetrate the cornea, so it shouldn't have too much of an effect. And
Okay, so
there's
if
no
you
real,
already have dry eye, this won't exacerbate it?
it might, a lot of these things affect dry eyes, but the answer is I don't know, and that's what they'll either do or not say in their studies, and then we find out later anyway.
Got it.
Remember for Xiidra, I was a KOL for Shire. They don't use the drug anymore. And when I went to be educated about it, 1% of the people got dysquansia. You ever hear that word?
This what?
Dysquansia.
I've
That
heard
means
of it, but I
bad.
couldn't tell you what it is.
It means bad taste. That's what and they said 1%, and we found 75% did
Ooh,
in clinical practice. So I would tell a patient, if you don't experience any bad taste, call me, let me know. You reverse the tables. But that's the point. A lot of times I don't know what they do in some of these clinical studies because it's not what reality shows. In the studies with the first presbyopic drug, there's been significant amount of retinal detachment and tears. Not one, not 10, but a lot more than that. And Abafi didn't find any.
so I wonder with that are these studies not quote unquote real world, or are the patients who are now using the drug after it's been on the market, are they falling outside of the parameters of the clinical trial study patients, whether
Well,
that
they didn't study
a
it long
pre-existing
enough.
condition or
Right. They didn't study
something?
it long enough. For example, they didn't do. She said they're doing dilated examinations in OCT. They didn't do OCT with the original product, and so they didn't detect any of these. For example, PVDs that you can see with in an OCT.
Well, it's kind of like testing for COVID. If you don't test, nobody has it.
Right. So we'll see what happens.
Sorry, Paul, I got political. Paul would shut me down.
He's not
Yeah,
here.
I know he's
Nobody-
not here, so I'm just apologizing in general.
But interesting. She's and it's a very, we've had conversations before because I like the drug and I have Lumify in my little black men's Merce and I love the product. It really makes your eyes white. It doesn't do it
In your
like
Merce?
a Merce, male purse.
Yes, I know.
I need I mean, who does? I have my keys in there. I have my cell phone in there. I have all my eye drops in
My
there.
husband makes me carry that stuff and I start to refuse.
Well, I'm
His
not always,
chapstick, his keys, his phone. Well, no, he carries his own phone.
but
His
I'm
wallet.
confident. I'm confident in my masculinity, so I can carry that. And
Good for
but,
you.
a lot of other things, whatever, business cards and things like that. But no, the Lumify is a great drug. In the old days, people would put get the red out stuff with tetrahydrozoline and
Oh yeah,
diphazine.
the Visine.
Right, that would cause rebound hyperemia after a while. You get red eyes from putting the drop in. This doesn't cause red eyes because it's basically alpha-GAN 0.1% of it.
Well, maybe I'll start using it every hour, and that'll give me some lash growth.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, how many people asked for Latisse and I couldn't give it to them because they wanted it for no, they wanted Lumigan for growth because Lumigan was covered by insurance and Latisse was not. You follow?
Mm-hmm.
Latisse is over the
Cosmetic.
counter, cosmetic, exactly. So just like the Retin-A, you can only prescribe for certain people. You can prescribe at a certain point. So and mostly friends who even nowadays they still ask for things for me to prescribe, and I said I can't do it. I'm not. I haven't seen you as a patient. I don't have a record of you. And one actually asked for Oxy. And I said, well, that's easy. I got rid of my DE a couple of years ago, so I can't prescribe it. And yeah,
I hope that your friend doesn't have a problem.
he has a problem. Probably is with wanting Oxy.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he could.
I got Oxy for my knee surgery, and that's what caused me to go for my family to call 911 the day after.
Yeah.
Because my blood pressure dropped. And yeah, I just can't. And I got rid of it afterward because I didn't want that in the house. Don't want any of that.
People will pay fast and loose with your license. I had a picture of a girl. I was in Florida. She was in New Jersey. She's a patient. And she sends me a picture of what looks like, what preseptal cellulitis is.
Mm-hmm.
It could have been that, could have been a sty. I said, if you were in my office, I could do certain things. I can't prescribe. She said, well, could you just give me the antibiotic if it doesn't work? I said, no, because it's malpractice. I said, I'm not going to treat you less than I would treat my family. So that's a good answer to that question. But,
Well, people are still pissed if they don't get what they want.
Right. Well, they want to not go and pay a copay or whatever it is. And she trusted me. I understand that she feels I'm great, but there's a lot of great people out there. Mostly greater than me.
So guess who I got a text from about 15 minutes ago?
LCT. And he forgot.
He was trying to get in, and I said, dude, wait another hour at least, because we've got one interview right now and another one at 3. And
okay, but did Adam see him trying to get in?
No, I didn't see him. I mean, I could have been distracted, but usually I do see it when it pops up.
I sent the same link.
Or maybe that means I gotta go find the link. So
yeah, he may have put the Sunday he may have put the Sunday link in, which is what some people do sometimes, like Paul.
No. I sent him the link in the same email I sent Julia and Maria. I sent them all the same link together.
Maybe trying to get in means I'm thinking about showing up. I don't know.
But Julia and Maria got in, I think. So it was like a sure thing.
I have been distracted here, I will admit, because I was helping people with their issues. One guy in the chat he didn't register for the conference. So, because people can watch the live stream without being registered for the conference. Like if they're ODwire members, they can come into the lobby.
Okay, but Michelle couldn't, correct? She has to either register or I have to give her permission.
So she could have watched the lobby stuff if she was an ODwire member, right? So you need to have an ODwire registration to get in here.
We're not going to let her be out. She's just a PR person.
Yeah, I mean, so she works with the companies, but we don't work with them. So yeah, it would be dicey to even give her a press account. So
okay, so she just wanted to listen just so she can disseminate information the same way. If you could make a copy of that and I could put it up on Facebook, and maybe you want to put it on ODwire also, it would be good for maybe getting them as sponsors next year.
Sure, yeah, and I'll have to edit the thing up and so forth with everything
looks
else.
Like they're going to they're going for approval just about a month or two after the first conference, so it might be a good time.
Okay, yeah, no, I'll be in touch with them and we'll see how it goes. Oh my God, what is that?
What?
Oh, thank you. Oh,
what?
Oh my God, this. That is a croissant.
That's a croissant. That's
Oh my
a
God.
that's
Proper. Thank you.
that's a Whopper croissant.
Wow, that is impressive.
Now, when you get a croissant like that, do you have to still put butter on it? Because I have to.
No, I don't. I don't think so. I think this one. I mean, I can actually see it. It's almost glowing. It's got so much
Okay.
butter, like on the glaze of it. It's just like.
Are they just baking?
No. So this was from the farmer's market.
Ah,
Oh, that's fresh then.
Yeah. So I'll deal with
I
that in a
was
little while.
worried. I thought something was blowing up. I didn't think it was, oh my God, good. I thought it was, oh my God, holy
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, the
bad.
pipe let go, and yeah, we have to evacuate the house.
By the way, Trader Joe's, Gretchen, has great croissants not that like that, but half the size, but they're delicious.
Well, I can't eat them.
You could look at them though. I'm a nut about my weight, and I eat almost nothing. But once a week, I'll have something like that for breakfast. I don't eat any
Oh, I
carbs.
don't care. I'm just saying because they're not, I'm gluten free. That's why I can't have them.
Oh, right. Okay. My daughter has gotten used to it though. By the way, she's really good, and and because just recently she found she had celiac.
Yeah, and that's not
That took
something
some
you can, I hate the word cheat when people say cheat on their diet. No, you're not cheating.
Yeah.
You're choosing to eat something else, which is fine. But you
Yeah.
you can go off of that. If you are intolerant or you have celiac, you just can't eat it because you will be doing damage.
Right.
Yeah, so tell her that. She can't fool around with it.
No, she's very good. She's actually a little nuts. She actually thinks it was caused by, I think I told you, by the vaccinations, but because she got it right after the second vaccination, about 2 weeks, 3 weeks later.
That is not a causal situation.
Yeah, but how am I convinced her? It's just a time thing.
Well, two things can happen near the same time. That can be true. It doesn't
Sure.
necessarily mean they're related. It might be, but
Obviously.
likely not.
Yep. But
So meanwhile here, I up on the screen, we're seeing the classes now. So about 700 people here. That's not bad. So, and the classes are split pretty evenly too, which is interesting. And it looks like Craig Steinberg's first talk is here. He's got that other one with Ben coming up.
and everybody's in the rooms. I just checked. Steve Sorkin he's got a great lecture at Oral Meds. And like I said, I don't know how he does it because he's really in a corneal practice where he does mostly scleral lenses and things like that. But I guess there's the need to prescribe a lot of oral medications for corneal problems, herpes, and various other things, steroids.
All right, well, hopefully Ben will show up here in a few minutes and we can talk to him, and then maybe we can take a break for a little bit.
It's amazing how quickly time goes, that you can talk from 9 to 5
Yep.
and how even Jerry Lewis took time off in his telethons.
I remember that way back in the day.
It was every Labor Day, and it was he raised $25-50 million. It was great I wonder where they're getting the money for muscular dystrophy now. And I used to watch in the winter. There was a CP one, cerebral palsy, with Dennis James and I forget who else. You ever see the CP ones?
I only remember Jerry Lewis.
Yeah, his was big. It was he had a lot of support from labor and industry, things like that. I'm sure they still get money, and it's still they have Jerry Lewis, events, soccer or whatever. They raise money for that.
Well, it's great when people do raise money for things like that because research costs a lot of money.
Yep. And as we're seeing with this Vices company, that they're actually trying to approve 2 drugs at the same time and have a staff of scientists working for them. They have to pay royally, and there's no income coming in. So they've got to get that product approved before, what do you call it? They run out of money.
Yeah, well, that's a challenge.
It better hit the ground running. That's what I'm worried about, that, there'll be such a bad taste that docs are not going to want to prescribe it. So what happens is the sales force has to give out samples until they feel comfortable with it.
It'll be interesting, that's for sure.
Yeah.
So,
But remember how...
I'm just, so sorry guys, I'm just looking here at the other issues that people are having. So one of the things was they thought they were only getting a single credit for a 2-credit class. That's because the transcript page is misleading at best. So it's not that you're just getting 1 credit. It's that the system if I can even show it here. I can't really because I haven't gone into any of these classes, but even if it says like there's a 1 here, you actually get 2 credits for it. And the way to actually check is to go to your official transcript page, which, as we all know, the official one is CEwire2023.com/transcripts.
Will that populate as quickly as the one on the site?
Yes, so it takes 15 minutes and then it'll be there. Again, my account shouldn't really have anything in it, but that's where you'll see your transcripts, and that'll have the accurate count of hours, the course numbers. This is actually the data that we use to send to Arbo, so that's the official place that you want to go for a transcript. Just letting everyone know.
I'm looking at mine because I was in 3 classes today and all 3 showed up. Very good at it.
Yep.
That's good.
Yeah, so it definitely works. That page, that transcripts page is completely misleading, and we really do need to fix that up. So it's on my list of stuff. Yeah. As I've been having issues here, where people have been contacting me for tech support, if I think that it's something that's software related, I've been typing in with Audentio as well, telling them I'd really like this fixed next time. So that's why I kind of been.
I've got a running list.
That's exactly what we're building. Yeah, that's why I've been kind of distant today, because I haven't just been servicing people here. I've actually been going into Audentio and documenting what it is that we want, because it's much easier to do when you have a live situation here, when you can show people like this is what's going on.
And I try to listen to each and every lecture. The trouble is, Gretchen, some people, to get Arbo approval, just submit an outline, and they get the lecture, the actual PowerPoint presentation, to us at a very late date. And it's hard to, at that point in time, let's say you see a slide that's not appropriate, and Arbo has not seen that, but they might see it after the fact, and that's trouble. There was one speaker that we had to have redo his whole lecture because of the stuff in it.
I believe it. That's why getting deadlines early, and I mean, for people to wait till the last minute, too bad. This probably isn't the venue for you if you like to do your slides on the plane, so to speak.
You think, like you say, ODs don't read the attendees. If I tell somebody you have to get this in by November 15th and this in by December 15th, these are really bright people, our lectures. Would you agree? Pretty much.
Yes, absolutely.
And they either don't read it or they forget and they are late, and we pull our hair out and have to keep on going back and forth, or they get 9 out of the 10 things in. They don't have they have a 2-hour lecture and they give us 10 questions instead of 20, or they have a 1-hour lecture and they give us 20 questions rather than 10.
Yeah.
Things like that.
Yep, these are all things that happen. Sometimes also, if people are tag teaming a lecture, it can be much more complicated for them to actually record it, and that's why we have fewer of those this year, because it just gets so complex. I mean, the ones that we do have are interesting, like the private equity one with Craig and Ben. I mean, it really needs both of them, right? And in fact, Ben is about to get into Zoom here, and I was going to tell him, if he comes on, that even though it was a pain to actually try to get all that together, the work was appreciated, because their lecture, because of their collaboration, was so much better than it would have been if they did it individually.
Hey, look who it is.
And what happened to you? You
shaved your aging
you're clean
beard.
shaven, yeah.
I did shave. I did.
And you have that microphone like you're looking professional or something. Is that just a prop to make us think you know what you're talking about?
I like
that. No, it's actually a podcasting little studio in my office. And the mic's much better than my other mic, so I thought I would look more professional.
I have an external mic. I should dig that out. I'm low tech.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting ready for podcasting and to support our doctors. So I'm getting ready.
Holy shit! So they're gonna listen to you for like an hour a week?
I tried that. We actually used to do some. We did do that for the first one was 90 minutes, and that was way too long. It wasn't just me. Then we got it down to an hour and realized that that's still way too long. So we're gonna try a little like 10 to 15 minute vignettes.
Nice. Something that they can listen to in the drive, right? That's always like the key, right? You got to get it in the drive time.
Yeah, we're actually hiring a communications person to try to do a better job communicating with our doctors. So pretty exciting stuff.
Very cool.
Good for you guys.
Yeah.
Nice.
Fun.
Well, I was just singing your praises as you were coming on here. We were talking about like speakers who screw everything up and take forever to get everything in and so on and so forth. And And I mentioned, you know, that you
And
tagged.
Adam threw you totally under the bus.
I
Said
threw
you
you totally under the bus. But no, what
Well,
I
that quiz was challenging.
Yeah.
yeah, no, but what I was saying
Whatever.
was, like, you know, your lecture was particularly complex because you teamed up with Craig, but it was totally worth it because having you guys together makes the lecture so much better than it would have been than if you were separate.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah. And we did do it. So we're on different coasts. I'm pretty sure he was in LA when he did it, where instead of Hawaii, but and I'm in New York. Well, yeah, and it was I was learning some new software and it was fun to learn it. But yeah, it was challenging to get it done. But the hardest part was actually the outline we did. That kept coming back because it wasn't long enough. It's like, you know, so many rules. I get it, I guess.
Ridiculous. If you can't have a question that's all the above, you have to ask them to perhaps change that, Adam, because it's silly.
You know, that's going to be on my agenda when I go to the ARBO meeting later in the month. I'll ask them about that. Like, what is that? Who came up with that? That's crazy.
Yeah. Those are the thing you want to get a point across, that these three things are all good for whatever you're talking about. It's a good thing. So how are things going in the private equity world? Is the present interest rate environment at all in effect, or it's really a non-issue?
You know, I mean, it depends on which private equity group you ask. So for us, it's still going very, very well. I think money's a little tighter. So again, it's a little bit harder because we're not able to offer the same as we were, say, 2 years ago. But we estimate we'll still grow somewhere between 80 and 90 locations total this year, which will be
wow, that's a lot.
Yeah, and if you even go back to 2020, if you take out the pandemic period and then you extrapolate what we would have done and how much we did in the time we had available, we're averaging about 80 to 90 a year for 3 or 4 years now. So it's going well for us. There's still a lot of interest. We still get probably more calls to us than we have to make cold calls out now. Still seems to be going well, but I don't know that that's true for all the groups. A lot of them have slowed in the private equity side, at least in optometry, have slowed down. There's non-private equity that's pretty active, obviously with VSP and EssilorLuxottica and a couple others, but.
Yep.
Is it still mostly multi-location group practices, or single practices are becoming more popular?
Yeah, it's single, maybe 1 to 2 locations, sometimes 3. There aren't that many multi-unit practices available anymore. Most of those have been sold. So yeah, it's just you shift to what's available. On average, I would say it's 2 is the max. It's usually 1 to 2 right now. A couple that are 3 to 3, but I haven't seen a 4 in a while or above. Yeah.
So if it's non-private equity, does that mean it's public equity?
Well, VSP Ventures is not private equity, right? So they get lumped in with us, and so does EssilorLuxottica, but they don't use the same funding that we use. They have they're self-funded.
Private equity isn't a good name. Maybe you should come up with another.
I have a name for VSP Ventures.
Like non-private would be public.
I hear you. Yeah, it's just I would say there's private equity consolidators and just consolidators. Maybe would be a way to do it.
So Ben, we heard the great rumors about one company in particular. I won't go into names today, that is having real trouble, right? Where perhaps the equity that people were getting got wiped out, possibly. So I guess, normally when you have a struggling practice, right, what do? You can close a location, right? If that location is losing money, that's one thing you can do. You can try to cut expenses. That's another thing you can do. How does that work at private equity, right? If you have 300 practices out there, right, they're not profitable, how do they even wrap their arms around what to do?
Get a map.
Yeah. Obviously, just to start off, we as an organization hope that nobody in this world fails, in the private equity world, just because it's not good for any of us if one of them fails. But unfortunately, it seems like that might be inevitable at this point. So what I can tell you is what we've heard has happened is that the bank has pretty much taken over And there are rumors that the bank is looking to offload practices, the more profitable practices, to try to recoup some money. What will happen in the long run, I don't know. We'll have to watch, but it's pretty unfortunate. What's going to happen. I think if I had to guess, and this is just me speaking here, I think a lot of people are going to lose their equity if they haven't already. And I think you'll see a lot of these practices probably have to close, or there'll be a fire sale, and the successful practices will be picked up by other potential consolidators, because that would be where the most money would be to recoup for the bank. And then the less successful practices could be picked up, I guess in theory, by private ODs that wanted to pick up a practice and see if they can make a go of it.
Wouldn't it make more sense, though, for a private equity group like yours to pick up even the less successful ones, because you could actually use some of your, market power to maybe turn them around?
All depends on the fee, right? If the price makes sense, then yes. The other thing for us, again, I can't speak for our corporate development team and what they'll look at, and full disclosure, I have no knowledge of anyone approaching us to pick up any practices from a struggling group. So I don't know what's happening. But for us, it would not make sense unless it's truly pennies on the dollar to pick up a struggling practice, because these practices have been in the fold of this group for a while and have had year over year significantly negative sales. And so for us, the amount of time and effort that would have to go in to turn that ship around, it would only make sense if the price was right. But you already have a practice that's potentially losing money, so there's no profit there. I don't see why we would put money into that.
I wonder if the doctor would want to purchase his or her practice back.
I mean, I certainly know, and Gretchen, you and I have friends that have gone through a couple private equity groups where it didn't work out and they bought it back and then found another group that sold it, that they could sell to again. So I guess that's possible. The docs we've heard from that are more vocal seem pretty upset and have no desire to want to do it again. So I don't know. I mean, I guess that's always a possibility. I do know that the doctors had more ownership. So as you guys know, and you've probably heard me talk about, when our doctors sell to us, they lose all ownership in the actual practice. They have ownership they have equity shares if they want to reinvest some of their proceeds into our private equity group, but that's into the whole group. So they have no ownership in the local practice. I don't believe with this group that that's true. I think that in some cases, they remained significant owners of the actual practice. And so that's what I've been told. So, I mean, in theory, I guess they could. I just don't know that they would want to.
So why did this group fall apart?
I think I've always said, I don't want to say too much probably, but if a bunch of optometrists got together and said, how would we, build a consolidation network and protect private practice, this is the group we would create, I think. So I think they did this with good intentions. I think the idea was to maintain that private practice, consolidate, kind of take that buying group to the next level where it's all under one ownership. And you start to get better pricing that way, and you have a bigger influence in the industry. I think their problem was, from, again, total outsider looking in, is that they really never had any common platforms. They had no systems. They had no way of managing the practices remotely, and they relied on the local doctors who had just sold. And the reason why they sold, one was, to make the money, but also to, relinquish a lot of the management duties. And so when you still have them responsible for that, but yet not fully owners of the practice, it's just a different mindset. And I think what they found out was that these practices were just not being run as well as they could have been had they had a group come in that has a full field force that could take over the management duties. And we can fault private equity and say, well, it's corporate and they're all about the money, but the reality is that the people that we bring in are experts at multi-unit management. And so, there are things that we put into place that make a lot of sense. In almost every case, the practices are significantly more profitable under our leadership than they were prior. It's not a knock on the doctor. There's just things that we can do that they don't have access to. And I don't think this group did that very well. They had no common platforms, no common EHR that everyone had to be on. They had an option for them. And when you can't monitor the practices from a remote level, you can't really affect positive change because you just don't know what's going on. Right. So I think that's why they failed. I still think what they were trying to do is admirable in this environment. I just think that their execution was not as good as it could have been.
Got it.
In your model, Ben, when somebody sells to you and then has to works typically for a couple of years, do they get enough upfront where they won't have such a bad taste in case it failed and there's nothing on the back end?
I think it would depend on how much they got up front, right? What the price was. But
yeah.
I mean, I can just, I don't think there's any secret. I think we even talk about it in the lecture that's in, about 17 minutes, but for the most part, the holdback that there is the money that's held. So there's total proceeds. So they get money up front, and then there's money that's held back for a couple of reasons. And then there's reinvestment. So there's some indemnification money that's held back for a period of time, just to make sure there's no claims against the business after acquisition. I think that gets paid back maybe within a year. And then there's another, I think it's about 20% of the proceeds that are held back to make sure that the numbers stay up. And the way we do that is we just ask the doctors to work historic hours for 2 years, and they get 50% of that hold back at year one and the other 50% at year two. So that's money at risk. And then there's reinvestment, which could be anywhere from, I think, 5 to 10% to maybe up to 20%. And that money would be at risk as well. So in theory, you're talking about potentially 40% of the money that is not paid up front. So, it depends on $1 million sale. That's 400. That's a lot. It's $600,000. I don't know that, that's not really life-changing money for most people for most doctors, to have a successful practice. So I don't know. I mean, that would leave a bad taste, but then you're only losing 400,000 if that were to happen. On the flip side, though, with this entity, and again, I don't have as much information on it. It'd be interesting. Craig may know more just because he's on the deal side. But what my understanding was, there were people that got anywhere from 80% of their money to as little as 50% of their money. Now that's different. And if you maintain 50% ownership, or, however they structure it, I think that would be a significant pill to swallow, I would think. So knock on wood, like I said, we've been very, very fortunate. I mean, our what we call this, so this is a business term, same store sales with, as you guys know, SSS. They are practices, but it's just the business term. We just had our financial call this week to go through how we're doing year to date, and I mean we're in the high single digits year over year of growth. So we just haven't had that problem. Knock on wood.
When you get the cold calls calling you, is the demographics pretty much the older OD, or does it go across the gamut?
I don't get them, so I don't really know. Those go straight to our corp dev team. I will tell you the few calls that I have received just from people. I've sometimes people see me on some of the Facebook sites. I've seen both sides of it. One that always strikes me as really interesting and is a perfect example of where private equity does make sense. It was a young doc. I mean, I think he was in his early 40s, and he was making a lot of money on his practice, and he felt that he had gotten to a place where the practice was maxed out for what he could do, and it wasn't I want to say his profitability was close to $1 million a year.
Can I stop and say that we're considering somebody in their 40s a young doc?
Yeah, well, I am, Gretchen. I won't speak for you, but that is a young doc to me.
But I think that's a very interesting perspective. I'm not really trying to be funny there, but that's just a very interesting perspective. I'm sorry, I did interrupt. Please go on.
No. I mean, you think about it. We graduated 26 or 27, so they really haven't been in the profession that long. But
you do a residency, maybe.
And they do a residency, yeah. So his position was he had other businesses that he wanted to invest in outside of optometry that he thought he could turn his money quicker. And so he felt the time was right to sell, basically cash out of this business and use that money to invest in other businesses, again, outside the profession, to make even more than he was able to do in optometry. So that was a unique one, but it does show that there is some reason for why people are doing this. And then, of course, some of the other calls I got were, docs that couldn't find a buyer. They're in their 60s. They've been trying to sell their practice. They can't get an associate. But I get very few calls because we have a whole corp dev team that manages all of that. But I would say I'm sure they're seeing the same things.
Yep.
By the way, I
Yeah.
found your lecture and Craig's to be much more vanilla than I expected it to be. Very,
Yeah, we even make a comment about that. I think what Craig and I need to do is come up with some much more controversial topics, and maybe not a 2-hour talk, but maybe just an hour talk on the really controversial stuff and go back and forth. We agree on so much.
Next year.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, I mean, Craig is, in full disclosure, we have done deals with Craig, and we found him to be, pretty easy to deal with. He seems to get it. I think having the OD side as well as the lawyer side helps him and his clients. Not, I guess it's a plug for Craig, but he's been very easy and understanding to deal with. And what we see on our side of things is there are one-offs, of course, but we do deals with a small group of lawyers, and I think a lot of times the brokers are recommending certain lawyers, or we're dealing directly with the brokers and their legal team, I think. So once you have that relationship and you've done 2 or 3 deals, the process gets a lot easier because they know what we're going to come back at. And in fact, when I was really involved in the contracting process, I would always get back from the corp dev team, hey, these are the things the lawyers came back with, and the first paragraph was, these are, there's a specific lawyer, we'll just say Mr. X, but this is the first thing we got back was the normal Mr. X amendments, and since we know what those are, we just approve them right away because again, we've built that relationship. So yeah, I think it was hard for us to find places we disagreed on, but it would be interesting to do that.
What would you say is the most frequently asked question that you get in the chat during your lectures on CEwire? What are people asking you?
How much are we
Besides,
paying
how
for
much
practices?
can I get?
Yeah. That's what it is. What are the multiples? Yeah, it's what are the multiple? I think I haven't heard the what's EBITDA yet, but it's almost always what are the multiples? And would you be interested in my practice? We do X or something. So, the multiples, the one point Craig and I did disagree on is multiples, right? And multiple is just and Steve, this, you went through this, right? It's less meaningful than people think it is. It's more of an ego thing. I got 10 times, but 10 times EBITDA. But if we value EBITDA lower because we're paying you 10 times,
Right.
It doesn't matter. And what we always say is you can't put multiples in the bank. So, you could get 10 times multiple and not get as much money as someone who got 6 times multiple, just depending on how EBITDA is calculated. And at the end of the day, what should matter is the price fair that you're getting? And are you comfortable with it? Is that what you want to let the practice go for? So, but multiples is number one question, hands down.
What else are you asked outside of will you buy my practice and how much can I make?
How long do I have to stay? Are you going to tell me how to practice? Will you force me to sell more glasses, work more hours, see more patients?
These are questions that I can't believe that people are. I mean, I can believe they're asking it, but I would want to know sort of the more human factors. Can you tell me the personality of the various groups, right? Because that's to me would be the most important thing, right? It's almost like getting married, at least for a period of several years. I would think that, obviously the money's important, right? But, there's other factors as well.
Yeah, I refer them then to
Go ahead,
people who have done it for you, and they can give you their testimonials. You don't have to say anything.
We actually do allow our prospective sellers to speak to people who are already sold. We want that. We feel pretty good about what we do. I can't speak to the other groups, but I think optometrists are pretty simple people. And the rumors out there of what private equity will do is, they're going to make me, see 5 patients an hour, and they're going to force me to sell everyone glasses. And they're going to tell me what contact lens I can fit. Those are just all the big fears that optometrists seem to have. So that's why the questions come up. I think you're right, though. The right question to ask is, what's the tone of the company and who I'm going to be working with and dealing with.
Right. I mean, I think the problem though is it's not like Yelp, right? Like everyone is so tight-lipped when these things are done. So it's like, unless you're really close with someone, no one is really willing to talk to you about it. It's kind of a strange thing.
Well, because of all the agreements that everybody has.
Right. This actually came up, right? There's that thread that just came up on ODwire about that, and everyone asked, why do we have these non-disclosures and all that stuff? And that's not a private equity thing. Anytime a business is sold, whatever industry there is, there's always going to be non-disclosures. Like, you have to be careful. And what I think my last comment on there was, people are going to sign a non-disclosure and a non-disparagement. So as long as they are not giving away confidential information and they're not disparaging the company, they can comment any way they want. The problem becomes is who defines disparagement? Why would you want to take a chance?
What if I had a really bad experience? What if I regret selling my practice to you and Steve calls me and says, okay, what's your experience with AES? And I'm like, dude, I wish I hadn't done it. Is that disparagement?
No, I think if you said, I wish I hadn't done it because that chief medical officer is such a pain in the butt that to do, like that, I think that's more disparagement, but your opinion to say you weren't going to do it again. I don't know.
Is my defense that it's true?
I don't believe that truth on a non-disparagement matters. Because it's not libel or slander. It's you're not allowed to speak poorly of the company. And it's just the nature of big investment purchases. They're just not going to want that. It's not just private equity. It's everyone. I mean,
I get that. And I'm playing devil's advocate, but I mean, if I say that to Steve, I really wish I hadn't done it. And he's going to say, why? What makes you think that you didn't get enough money? They're telling you, all those questions that you already asked. And I tell Steve, the money was fine, but I don't like that they are deciding that I have to do XYZ, whatever it happens to be.
Yeah.
That's how do you get around that? I mean, that's really tough. I mean, I understand from a business perspective, non-disparagement is important, but that also makes it really difficult to get some real information from people who have worked with a company in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And how would you prove that anyway? So Steve says, oh, thanks, no thanks, AES, I don't want to take your offer. Would you then ask, well, I know you talked to Gretchen. What did she say? How would you prove that?
I don't know that we've ever tried. I think the bigger issue is with social media, what it is today. If someone were to go on and, Facebook or an ODwire and say, AG is just horrible, they did this and this, I think that would be something we'd look at. I don't know. We've never had it happen.
Well, that's good. I'm glad.
Yeah. But the brokers know, like you've seen Craig post and comment and said, he's made statements about, again, a plug for us that he's never had any one of his clients say they regretted it. So clearly he's had some clients somewhere that may have regretted their decision. So those people are not under any agreements. They can say what they want. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough one. I get what everyone's asking, and you see it all the time. Like you'll never hear anyone respond because they have non-disparagement. And I've had some of our former employees that have been posting, and they left on, sometimes on bad terms. They weren't happy with something that we did. And so, I've had to remind them that they have these certain agreements in place. But again, we don't have that happen a lot. So it's, as long as as long as it's not a personal attack on someone specifically, if someone says, look, I left because I wasn't happy with the way they were managing my practice, I don't know that that's a bad thing. It's bad that looks bad for us, but I don't know if that's something we'd say, oh my God, you're disparaging us. I mean, that's just, but if they were to get into details, then I think maybe the private equity groups would want to look at that.
I'm curious, Ben, did you ever have healthcare rendered by a practice that became private equity from a personal practice or not?
I have. Well, that's not true. So I recently, because I am over 40, I recently had what I diagnosed myself with as a posterior vitreal detachment. Fortunately, that's what it turned out to be. But I did see a practice that we just purchased in my hometown. So I have done that. But no other, and I didn't see them before we bought them. So no, I haven't seen the difference. All the practices in our area are owned by usually by the hospital system,
I'm talking
University of
about
Rochester.
healthcare. How about you, Gretchen? Any experiences?
Private equity? No.
Yeah.
No, actually, I lie. Not me personally, but my husband and daughter have gone to a practice up the street that was formerly a private practice. And I will note that many, many years ago, that doctor refused to hire me as a tech when I was job hunting. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but that doctor then sold to private equity, and now there's a new doctor in there. And I'm not sure which doctor my daughter has seen, but my husband had to go up for, I forget what was going on. Something was bugging him. He had foreign body sensation and there was nothing in his eye. I rinsed his eye out. I looked, I offered to flip his lid. He declined. And so I said, you need to see someone. We are not going to fool around with that. So we went up, and then I was talking with the doctor afterward, and she was very nice. So that isn't my own personal experience, but my husband and daughter have been there.
Quick one. I used to go to a dermatology group every couple of years just for a normal take a look. And last year I went to the same group. They had moved, and now they were, instead of 2 doctors, there were 10. It was much more impersonal. And he walked in. He said, "Steve," he knows I'm a medical practitioner, and he said, "I can't spend as much time. I've got to see 3 times the amount of patients. I'm gone in 2 years." I'm not even sure he's allowed to say all this. And that's how dermatology ran theirs. And the staff was $10 an hour employees. You can tell versus the quality that he had. He said, "But look, I'm 63 years old. I'm doing it for a couple of years, and that was the classic what you expect to sign." I'm not sure he's allowed to do that to a patient, but he did. But he realized, because he used to schmooze with me and spend 20 minutes, a half hour, whatever, and he knew he could not at that point. So I said, "Just do your stuff, and tell me I'm fine." And the care was probably the same. That's what the funny thing is. So
Well, that's the thing. Everybody's hoping, and the goal is that patients don't notice a difference, whether there is a name change for the practice or not, or maybe there's a practice refresh, whatever. The patient should not be thinking, "Wow, I think this doctor sold to private equity," regardless of the specialty. That
if
doctor.
anything, with better equipment, a bigger staff, and better hours and longer hours, etc., especially things that consolidate together like this one was, it should maybe be a positive, not a negative.
Yeah, I got to get to my lecture, but the one thing I'd say is, it seems to me in optometry, there are so many opportunities to increase efficiencies and profitability without increasing the number of patients being seen. At least initially, in our case, for 6 or 7 years, we haven't had to really force or ask or tell, however you want to say it, our doctors see more patients, sell more glasses. There's so many efficiencies that we're able to put into place that you can continue to increase profitability, but also top line, that we haven't had to do that. So maybe optometry is a little bit more protected by that. Plus, I think the fact that a lot of what our optometrists do are done by the optometrist instead of in the rest of the medical world, where very little seems to be done by the actual doctor, maybe protects us a little bit. So I don't know. We just haven't seen it. And to be fair, I don't know that any of the private equity groups that I've seen, even the non-private equity, the public equity groups, as Gretchen put it, even I have not pulled that lever where it's see more patients, charge more money, sell more glasses. So maybe optometry is a little bit more protected by that. At least that's my hope. So
Go to your lecture.
Thank you. Take care, guys. Good to talk to you.
All right, thanks, Ben.
Take care.
It's real interesting.
I always love talking to Ben. He keeps it real.
Yep.
Yeah, that field's evolving, and I think the people who got it on the ground floor with the good companies and got their full payout did great. And now it's a little bit less. It's a little bit more shaky. But they have to borrow money, and now they're borrowing it at, I don't know, 8-9% versus 2 or 3%, and that's got to factor into the what they buy it for.
Yep. Well, guys, it looks like it's 12:30 here my time. I think it's time for a break. I'm helping some people. We're actually getting more people registering, if you can imagine.
Yay.
So I've been here, just
It's
letting
crazy,
people
yeah.
in. Yeah, so I'm letting people in and so forth. So yeah, I mean, in the time that we've been talking, 1, 2, 3, 4 more since Ben started talking. So yeah.
Gretchen, we'll get people registering November 30th at 11 o'clock.
Yeah,
Hey, good for them.
well, in fact, I actually have to shut the registration system down, like, before we go off the air, like a few days before, because people will accidentally they think they're signing on for the next year, but it was the prior one, and so they're like, oh, whoops.
Yeah,
So,
that's
yeah.
the challenge.
So,
Well, we can
anywho,
give them next year's.
yeah,
Give them next year's.
that's what I usually do. Actually, I'm just like, oh, here, you meant this, not that. So yeah. All right, cool. So I guess what I'll do is I'll run those interviews that I did with Sue Resnick and with Dr. Kettleson about Sustain, since he's no longer with Alcon. I figured, what the heck, right? He retired. So sad too. He wasn't that old.
Did Kayla get back to you, Gretchen?
Sorry?
Did Kayla get back to you about coming on?
No, I'll keep an eye out and add it to the spreadsheet if I hear anything, but no.
Okay.
Cool. All right, cool. Well, so this is going to run for about an hour, and maybe we'll reconvene then and see what's going on.
Yeah, you got it.
And I'll be doing a bunch of tech support in the interim, so. So see you guys later. Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another edition of ODwire TV. Now, as you know, if you've watched any of our programs before, technology is sort of what drives us. It's why we get up in the morning. It's why we do what we do. We love talking about it. Whether it's diagnostic instruments or products you dispense to your patients, like contact lenses. Technology is really why we do the things we do, particularly technologies that help you in your practice. And today is no different. We're going to be talking about permanent water surface contact lens technology from Alcon. And believe it or not, if you've cracked open a copy of Tyler's Quarterly lately, you may or may not have noticed that these lenses represent their own category of lenses, like hydrogels or silicone hydrogels. So the three permanent water surface technologies are scientifically advanced and have some important characteristics and features. And so today we've decided to invite two clinical experts to talk to us a little bit about these lenses. Dr. Susan Resnick is a principal at Drs. Farkas, Castillo, Resnick & Associates in New York, New York. Fitting contact lenses has been her primary focus throughout her career, and she served as an advisor to industry and as an investigator in the contact lens and pharmaceutical industries. And Dr. Michael Slusky is the president at Chicagoland Vision Consultants in Schaumburg, Illinois. In his practice, he also emphasizes cornea and contact lens management, and he too has worked closely with industry to help consult on the latest contact lens technologies. And just to remind everyone, this episode of ODwire TV is sponsored by Alcon, and both Drs. Resnick and Slusky are paid consultants for Alcon, and were compensated by Alcon for participating in this discussion today. And so Susan, Michael, thank you so much for being here today.
Pleasure. Thanks for having us.
So I guess, we should probably start off from the basics, right? So what is a contact lens surface technology? Susan, maybe you want to step us through it?
So a lens surface technology is something that we look at that's obviously very important, because what we're looking to do is ensure that the contact lens has certain key features and benefits that make it as compatible as possible and consistent with delivering the comfort and the vision that the patient wants. So there are a lot of different factors we can talk about when we talk about lens surface technology. And that would relate to how soft the lens is, how wettable it is, how smooth it is, and even how well it resists bacteria and surface deposits. So these are all things, as we know, when it interacts with the eye, that can contribute both to visual and physical comfort when patients wear their contact lenses. And they can be different for different types of lenses. We think about a daily disposable and what are we demanding of a daily disposable lens, but not every patient wears a daily disposable. And what about the patients that are in a reusable category? We're going to look for other things, and we're going to be getting into that in just a few minutes. So these are things that we want to ensure as comfortable an interface between the contact lens and the ocular surface.
Right, and this can be pretty important to patients, right? Michael, what's your experience been with it?
Oh, true. I think of the surface technology as being the primary thing. It's the first point of touch. It's no different than really putting on a shirt. You want that shirt to be comfortable all day long.
People define success when wearing contact lenses in a variety of different ways. That would be one way, I guess. But Susan, what's your own personal definition after doing this for quite a while now?
Is the wearing experience greater than whatever little kinds of annoyances that they may have attributed in the past with contact lenses, whether it's difficulty handling it or end of day discomfort or less than adequate vision. So if we can get them over any little obstacle that they previously associated with lenses, we've made a big improvement in the wearing experience. And that's the value that a good contact lens will bring to the patient and to the practice.
Right. And so in your mind, the issues that come up are, comfort is probably primary to a lot of people. Michael, do you see the same thing?
I certainly do. I really find that with 1 out of 5 patients dropping out of contact lenses, even new wearers, there's a substantial amount of them that are not going to continue in contact lens, and even worse, they're not going to tell the practitioner that they're not going to continue with their contact lenses. So it's quality of life. We're giving somebody the opportunity to enjoy visual freedom without their corrective spectacles, and that really follows an obligation. So if I make that commitment to my patient, I got to use a product, a device that's going to substantiate that so that they can enjoy their life with the contacts on.
Right. And, as patients feel discomfort or have problems with their lenses, it can be due to, as everyone knows, a wide variety of factors. But is there any sort of commonality that both of you have sort of seen when, people are having problems with their lenses in general? How about you, Susan?
So I think it all goes back to the tear film. We all know that while the cornea is the main refracting surface, it's the tear film that covers the cornea. And so if you have that first layer that's compromised, it's downhill from there. And so we know when we put a lens on the eye, it's basically splitting that tear film in half. You're going to have half your tears behind the lens, half your tears in front of the lens. And, with a soft contact lens, it's the tear film that's closest to the air that would be most likely to become compromised at some point. And we all know that environmental factors, evaporation, not blinking, staring, medication. So all of these things, some of which are modifiable, some of which aren't. But if we can get a lens that has the least negative effect or the most positive effect on tear film stability, patient will be more comfortable and the vision will be more stable. And to Michael's point, we often forget that, some studies show that 20% of new wearers will drop out of lens wear for vision or, comfort or handling reasons. And half of our patients, or more than half, aren't even telling us. So it really behooves us to not just say, how's everything, to probe a little bit more. And what I like to do is I like to ask the patient, how many hours do you wear the lenses per day? And then I follow it up with, how many comfortable hours do you wear the lens per day? Because if there's a mismatch there, it tells me that I can make some changes to make things better.
And the lens itself, as you mentioned, can disrupt the tear film just by the sheer act of putting it on one's eye. But what about other factors as well besides contact lenses that might be compromising the tear film even before you do something like fit a contact lens?
So many aspects affect us in that statement. First of all, it's our general health. There's medications that we may be taking. There's the environment. So many individuals are spending time on digital devices. The blink rate goes down. And what's interesting to me about it is it's become second nature. It's not something people think about. And oftentimes we have to remind them to simply blink, but more time spent staring. And when you disrupt that tear film, that has to have an impact. That's man-made. That's not a natural process.
And these factors are unavoidable, right? You're not going to tell people, no, you can't use your smartphone. No, you can't sit in air conditioning. No, you can't do these types of things. So you as the clinician have to kind of work around these limitations that you're dealt with.
Yeah, Adam, I've learned that unless my patient's truly harming themselves, I don't necessarily want to change their lifestyle. My job is to understand their lifestyle and try to find a solution for their lifestyle. And that truly is the key word, is a device that can provide them function throughout what they want to do, their needs and their wants.
And so when choosing a contact lens, right, you have to kind of think about this as well. What, when you look at a patient, what are their wants and needs, and knowing their lifestyle and getting a sense of it before you actually try to put them in a certain material.
Now that brings me to something, and I've kind of said this to over the years to many individuals in the hallways or in lectures or even to my own partners. It's so easy to look at a lens or a lens design and just say, okay, this looks good, I'm going to fit this to all my patients. I really believe that the lens has to be fit to the patient versus the patient to the lens. And now that we have choices, we can very carefully and methodically evaluate that ocular surface prior to fitting and choose, to our best of our knowledge empirically and through diagnostics, what's going to be the best match. It doesn't mean you're going to get it right on the first shot, but we at least know that we can go to these advanced technologies, and that's the beauty of having permanent water surface technologies, is we have this family of lenses that enables us to just take a look at the category as a whole and meet not just the wearing schedule, but the physical and visual profiles of the patient as well.
Right. And so let's get into it a little bit, right? That's what we were here to talk about today, is the sort of permanent water surface contact lens technology, and trying to find the best fit in terms of a lens that you could fit your patients with. And why don't we just dive in a little bit and talk about where this permanent water surface technology is actually being used and the lenses that actually contain it. So maybe, Michael, you could dive in and tell us a little bit about it.
This is fun for me. So let me break that up into two parts, share with my colleagues, and then what I share with my patients. So for my colleagues, you've heard Adam mention that this is a separate category in Tyler's. We know that already. Alcon has a portfolio of products. There are 3 distinct lenses. Each has a different property, even though they share some similarities of water surface technology. But these are not repurposed lenses, and each one has a specific purpose for a patient's need. And here's what I tell my patients. It's always been the same thing. It's always been lids, tears, and your cornea. And then I go ahead and I put a piece of plastic right in between. That's got to change something, right? But imagine, what if I can take that piece of plastic and change the surface as close to a liquid as possible? That's a philosophy I think about when I think of water surface technology.
And just taking a look at the lenses themselves, I know that Alcon has done a bunch of studies, showing breakup time, but maybe you could step us through just real briefly, what they've looked at and what this means, at least in an in vitro setting.
So I think I just need to preface this, Adam. When we talk about in vitro, we can't actually make a connection between what happens in a laboratory setting and what we can see on our patient's eyes. But what it allows us to do is look at relative differences between technologies off of the eye. And it tells us about the properties of the materials itself. And then that's what helps us make the match. So Alcon uses a very interesting video method of looking at water breakup time, lens surface moisture stability. And they call it the eye drop technique. And they actually soak the lens for a good amount of time in a phosphate buffered saline to get all of the solution off the lens that's in with the blister pack. And then they take the lens off on a dome, keeping the lens in its natural shape. And they take a video of when that moisture starts to evaporate. And, we can see here in the graphic what the time frame is for the Dailies Total 1, the Precision 1, and the Total 30. Relative to each of those, but also relative to other lenses in their respective classes. And we can see that the Dailies Total 1 is certainly the category leader, and I don't think any of us is surprised with that. We've been working with these lenses for many years, and many of us know how that water gradient technology is so good in retaining the moisture. And we'll talk a little bit more about the polymer and the surface in a little bit. But we can see that the Dailies Total 1 lasts for about 39 seconds before that moisture starts to break up. The Precision 1 is next, and that's at about 30 seconds. And competitors range from about 5 to 18 seconds. If we look at both the monthly and the 2-week lenses, the Total 30, the moisture lasted for about 27 seconds before it started to break up. And that was followed by the Air Optics plus Hydroglide at 19 seconds. And then, the competitors in the categories came in anywhere from about 9 to 15 seconds. So permanent water surface technology lenses showed superior lens surface moisture stability. And again, just to reiterate, this is in an in vitro setting.
And if we're looking at the 3 different permanent water surface lenses, what's interesting to me is that it's not all the same technology, right? So we like to sort of group them together like you saw in Tyler's, but the technology that each lens is using is actually different. And maybe we can talk about that for a little bit. Maybe we could start talking about the sort of the granddaddy, right? The original Dailies Total 1, and then work our way across the other 2.
Dailies Total 1 was launched in 2013. It was the first water surface technology, but it uses something called water gradient technology. So let me explain exactly what that is. Contact lenses traditionally have been homogeneous polymer plastic. And Dailies Total 1 starts out with a 33% water content in its core. As it transitions to the surface, it gradually moves to nearly 100% liquid at the surface. But that transition, not only is it smooth, it also creates a thicker cushion of liquid. That is going to be your interactive surface with the eye and with the tears and the environment.
So the on-eye performance, if we wanted to compare it, let's say, to the AccuView Oasis One Day, Alcon looked at a lot of different features that we look in practice, and they looked at, end-of-day comfort, lubricity after 16 hours of wear, tear film stability, and tear film breakup. And they found that performed excellent in a variety of important outcomes, outperforming the One Day Oasis, which is a lens that a lot of doctors, patients might compare it to. It also demonstrated superior lubricity after 16 hours of wear. And to just tack on a little bit more of the science of what Michael was just saying, it also has something in there called Smart Tears, which is a compound called phosphatidylcholine, which is actually a phospholipid that's actually found in natural tears. So yes, it's that thick cushion of moisture, but it's also that extra component of the phosphatidylcholine.
From your perspective as clinicians, Michael said, again, that these lenses have been around since 2013. I'm actually wearing them right now. Tells you what I think of them. But what do you guys have actually seen in clinical practice, with all the thousands of patients that you've had? How has Dailies Total One performed for you over that period of time?
Looking at the feedback from my patients, I ask them questions. Is there anything about the contact lens that I prescribed for you that you wish could be better? And that gives that patient the opportunity to speak freely. They can judge me. They can tell me if I'm doing the right thing for them. Consistently, I'm finding that patients are saying, I love these. All of those aspects that I mentioned earlier and Susan followed up on, especially with the Smart Tears technology, those are the key elements that provide vision, comfort, and consistency over time. Again, it's going back to, I want my patients to feel like I feel by not wearing anything when they're wearing their contact lenses. I love the clinical performance.
And we've spoken a lot actually about the way the lens feels, but how does it actually perform visually, particularly over the period of time that people are going to be wearing them, right? Where, the goal is you're shooting for all day. How does it actually work? Susan, what's your experience been?
So, my patients love it. I wear them too, Adam. I know you do. And I happen to be in the multifocal. Is that a surprise?
Me too. Me too.
And look, I'm staring at a microscope all day, just as Michael is. And, we have dry conditions here in New York City. And so, it's great because of the lubricity and, the feeling of comfort and not having on. But I'd have to say that the optics in and of themselves are really, really good. And I hear this from patients when I refit them. It's, there's 20 happy if there's 20 or 20 plus. And I'm just getting that clear, consistent vision, throughout the day.
When you're thinking about which patients you are going to try to fit into Dailies Total One, is there sort of, if you have a vision in your head, what does a Dailies Total One patient actually look like? Besides you and me, Susan, what does a Dailies Total One patient, when you think about them, look like?
I really have struggled with this a little bit because I love the technology of all the water surface lenses. And I have a feeling that a lot of my colleagues are asking the same question. Okay, I've got this technology. Who do I put in what? Do I look at function, cost, desire? What are the factors? So I'm using Dailies Total One platform for my high demand patients. So let me describe what I consider a high demand patient. This is a person that has tried contact lenses before and has checked off on the medical history form. Yes, I've worn them. No, I'm not interested in them. That begs the question, why are you not interested? Whether it was vision, whether it was comfort, any of those things, I call that high demand because that's a challenge. High demand also means somebody that has a long day. Dailies Total One has a great platform for that. So I like that aspect about it. That's the position I have. And this has been a consistent, comfortable lens for them to wear. The vision has been consistent over time. It makes it simple. It's maintenance free. It's a great place to start and keep the patients. So that is what I consider a high demand patient.
Okay, well, great. Well, thank you so much, both Susan and Michael, for being here today, giving us all, this great advice and all these little points that you can share with your patients as well. So thanks again for being here.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thanks, Adam.
And for those of you watching, join us for part 2 of our conversation, where Susan and Michael will discuss the most recent additions to Alcon's permanent water surface technology contact lenses, Precision 1 and Total 30. Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another edition of ODwire TV and part 2 of our conversation around Alcon's family of permanent water surface technology contact lenses. Now, if you've cracked open a copy of Tyler's Quarterly lately, you may or may not have noticed that these lenses represent their own category of lenses, like hydrogels or silicone hydrogels. So the 3 permanent water surface technologies are scientifically advanced and have some important characteristics and features. And today we're going to be talking about the 2 most recent additions to the permanent water surface technology family of lenses, Precision 1 and Total 30. And so today we've decided to invite 2 clinical experts to talk to us a little bit about these lenses. Dr. Susan Resnick is a principal at Drs. Farkas, Cassillo, Resnick & Associates in New York, New York. Fitting contact lenses has been her primary focus throughout her career, and she served as an advisor to industry and as an investigator in the contact lens and pharmaceutical industries. And Dr. Michael Slusky is the president at Chicagoland Vision Consultants in Schaumburg, Illinois. In his practice, he also emphasizes cornea and contact lens management, and he too has worked closely with industry to help consult on the latest contact lens technologies. And just to remind everyone, this episode of ODwire TV is sponsored by Alcon, and both Drs. Resnick and Slusky are paid consultants for Alcon, and were compensated by Alcon for participating in this discussion today. And so Susan, Michael, thank you so much for being here today.
Pleasure.
Thanks for having us.
So in our first conversation about permanent water surface technology contact lenses, we talked about Daly's Total 1. And today I wanted to continue that conversation by talking about the other lenses that are included in this unique category. And so that probably brings us to the sort of next lens in the family, Precision 1. And I remember when Precision 1 came out, people, when they first saw it, they didn't know what to make of it at first. This question mark came up over their heads, like, is this just another version of Daly's Total 1, or is it something completely different? And of course now we know Precision 1 is not Daly's Total 1. It is different. And it uses different technology. Maybe, Susan, you could speak to us a little bit about how Precision 1 is different technically from Daly's Total 1.
So, as Michael said before, this isn't just new and, well, he didn't say it like this, but this isn't just new and improved Tide. It's not the same basic lens that, repackaged. It's a totally different lens, a totally different polymer. It's Verifelcon. And it is not, even though it's a permanent water surface contact lens technology, it's not a water gradient technology. It actually steps up from a low water content to a higher water content. But that being said, the step up is less of a step. So it goes from a 51% water at the core to a little more than 80% water at the surface. While it has a really nice cushion of moisture, it's about roughly half the thickness of the cushion of moisture of the Daly's Total 1. But where does this fit in? And this is where, again, we as practitioners go, okay, we got all these lenses. How are we going to divide them up? We're going to flip a coin? No. So the purpose of this lens, or where it's sort of its niche, is that it is a lens that handles extraordinarily well. So it gives all of the features and attributes of a water surface technology. But for that novice wearer, or maybe patients are a little bit challenged in terms of handling, it is a lens that handles very well. And we all have a lot of patients. We have a lot of challenging patients. If we think about it, those are the ones we remember. But the majority of our patients probably aren't all so challenging. So what about those who don't really have those physical or physiological challenges, who just need a really good, comfortable lens that's easy to handle? And that's where I think the Precision 1 comes in. So you've got the excellent vision and the excellent handling. And again, harking back to the Anna Sully study, where she looked at what encourages dropout, or what motivates people to drop out, if I can use that word. Oftentimes with new wearers, it's handling. So it's really critical that we don't have our patients being frustrated with the very first step of lens wear, which is inserting and removing the contact lens.
Right. And once they get past that first step, of course, this lens uses the Smart Surface technology, right? Which, again, is another one of the advanced surface technologies that we've been talking about. Maybe, Michael, you can speak to this technology and how it sort of fits in and compares to Daly's Total One.
The way that I see smart surface technology is, if Daly's Total One is a gradient, I think of it as progressive spectacle lenses. You've got a progression going from distance into a near segment. Whereas the Precision One with smart surface technology, it is a step up. So to me, that's aligned bifocal. And friends, I'll tell you, there is a place for both of those in my practice. I have patients who wear aligned bifocal because of the specific needs that the optical design gives me. Same thing with progressive lenses.
I like to think of it as my workhorse lens. I mean, I know that word is used a lot, but that truly is what it is. And then for the patients that we discussed before that are more challenging, you can step it up from there. But this to me is a lens that meets the needs of most contact lens wearers.
Susan, I love what you said about that. I'm going to throw something out that you might identify with. There's an expression: if it ain't broken, don't fix it. Right?
That expression.
So, right? And I think that's great for a washing machine, maybe a dishwasher. But when patients come in and see me and I ask them that question, is there anything about your contact lenses that you wish could be better? And they may say, no, there's nothing. And I'm looking under the slit lamp and asking about their habits, how they wear their contact lenses. What I say to them is, if it ain't broken, enhance it. We enhance everything in our daily activities. We have new cell phones, we have new computers, we have new clothes. We don't continue to reuse or repurpose those things. And that's where I found that Precision One has really worked well in my practice. And that's what I found patients are preferring compared to their habitual lenses. And I don't think that I did anything wrong in the years of past by giving them technology, but that was technology from them. Right. This is water surface technology. It's a great workhorse lens. It's my mainstream go-to.
Right. It's funny. I've got a teenager at home, and when I ask him how his day was, you know what you get? You always get the answer, it's fine. Right? My day was fine. And then they clam up. I kind of wonder, is it the same with contact lens patients, where they will just tell you, it's fine. How do you actually probe a little deeper? Because as you guys know, it's not always fine, right? They're just not talking to you. They're not telling you. What is it that you can do to kind of tease this out of them to try to make their experience better, even when they're not necessarily being upfront and telling you?
That is true. And there are two main reasons that happens. One is that patients assume that this is just the way it has to be. And the other are afraid to tell you because they think if they're going to tell you something negative, you're going to tell them they can't wear their contact lenses. So that clinician has to keep in mind. So, and again, I alluded to this before. I first ask an open-ended question and I say, how are you doing, with your contact lenses? And I let them answer. And then if I get that, oh, great, which is, even at 35, my children still answer me with that. So it's not just teenagers. I ask closed questions, which is how many hours a day do you wear lenses? When do the lenses start to bug you, if at all? And how does your vision feel at 6 o'clock at night versus 1 o'clock in the afternoon? So I'll ask those three key questions. And from then I can tell, is there an issue or, what kind of changes do I have to make? But I'm like Michael, even if everything is great according to them, and even if it looks great, the only reason my patients come back to see me, it's not because I'm so charming, although people would suggest otherwise. It's because I'm constantly, I'll use the word, whetting their appetite for new technology. So I was probably talking about these lenses 6 months to a year before they even became available. Not that I have telepathy, but I'm always telling patients that research and development is an ongoing thing, and that these lenses are great. These are the kinds of things I was talking to you about last year. And so I kind of always harken back to the last visit because it's what motivates them to come back to see me. And it also is what engenders loyalty and referrals.
So, we've spoken about the disposable water surface lenses now. There is a third lens in this family, and it's a reusable lens, and it's called Total 30. And I think we should probably touch on it a little bit, right? Because it is unique in that it is reusable versus the other two. So maybe you could just step us through a little bit about what Total 30 is all about.
I have to say that I love this concept. And it's the most ironic thing to hear me say that I love this concept because I started out at about 15% single use in my practice. It was a long journey. Then got to 35, got to 55. Those were really, really big challenges. But something took off after 55. I got comfortable with it. I help my patients get comfortable with it. And, 8 out of 10 patients today I'm putting in single-use lenses. And I'm not saying that to boast. I'm saying that because I believe, and I found a way to make my patients believe. But that means that I have at least 2 out of 10 patients that are either not prepared to put on a single-use lens, or it is not in their budget. And those, friends, are truly my most valuable patients because they really do stand the highest risk of dropping out of contact lenses. And if I lose them, I've impacted their quality of life. That's important to me. So for years, since 2013, the concept has come up, well, what if there was a water surface technology and a reusable lens? And more importantly, why isn't there one? So it's here today. And the key thing I understand about Total 30 is, again, it is not a repurposed product. It's a material that was specifically designed to be able to be worn for more than one day. That means it has to have characteristics. Number one, it has to be compatible with solutions, which it is. Number two, the surface has to stay resistant to deposit formations, foreign particles, or even bacteria. And we're going to get into that, Adam. We're going to talk a little bit about that technology, Susan and I, and share with our colleagues what it is that makes it unique and why we've embraced this technology for our reusable wearers.
Just to build on what Michael says, this particular technology in the Total 30 is actually leveraged on the Dailies Total 1 technology. This is a water gradient, much like that. The Total 30 is of a new polymer called Layfilcon A, and it actually has about 55% water at its core, and then it goes up to about 100% water at the surface. So this is a little bit more analogous to the Dailies Total 1 than the Precision one. But to Michael's point, there's a few other features and benefits of this lens which specifically speak to the fact that we want this lens to feel as good on day 30 as it does on day 1.
Right. And speaking to that, so there's this technology built into it called Celligent, which you're not going to get in the other two lenses. Maybe, Susan, you could speak to that, what this is and how it works.
So this is, if we remember our ocular anatomy, we know that on the corneal surface is something called the glycocalyx, which is produced by the microvilli of the anterior cells on the cornea. And so what Alcon has done with their polymer technology is they've actually been able to mimic this glycocalyx using nanofibers within the polymer itself. So we can see here on the left, there's glycocalyx in the corneal surface, and it provides a gel-like layer of protection with the microvilli. Actually, it's a dynamic process. So these microvilli are kind of sweeping across the surface of the eye. And what the Total 30 is that with biomimetic properties, it actually allows the nanofibers in the material itself to achieve the same kind of dynamic function. And what this does is that it actually helps it to be resistant to lipids and bacteria. But on a chemical basis, it's a net neutral charge. And what that means is that large molecules that have, charges on them aren't going to stick to the surface. So there's the net neutrality in the chemistry that repels, plus this dynamic motion of the nanofibers. So this is, a very, very unique technology.
And Sue, also that has those nanofibers, MPC for short, that's got a proven track record.
That's actually used to line stents for cardiac procedures, and it repels some of the lipids that can build up in artery walls and everything. So it definitely is a very inert polymer, and it's very compatible with the natural physiology, of our bodies. So to have this in a lens where we want to look for that biomimetic property on the surface of the eye, is a great thing.
I think that's what made the difference for me, at least, is I was excited that we were using water gradient technology for our patients in a reusable platform. But I just found that really interesting that industry is creating a platform for us that's moving us closer and closer to space age, if you will, that you're mimicking the way the human body works. That's got to do something for me. So I like that.
And of course, Alcon has actually put the lens through its paces in vitro, sort of measuring its softness and lubricity and so forth. So before we talk about the experience on the patient's eye, maybe we could talk a little bit about what the lens has been like in the lab.
Alcon looked at the material properties of the Total 30 lens. They looked at two key features of the material, and one is how soft the lens is, and the other is how lubricious or smooth the lens is. And the study showed that the Total 30 lens was at least 5 times softer in terms of its lens surface than other reusable lenses. And with respect to lubricity, there was a 3 times greater surface lubricity in this lens than in lenses in the reusable category as well.
What hits me with this is if I can have a contact lens polymer that could be as soft as possible, I'm going to ask my patient, what do you think? How does it feel in your eyes? And it all comes down to their response. If they say to me, I prefer it, it feels lighter, it feels like there's nothing in there, I think that's a very good foundation for the clinical rationale of why I would pick a polymer that has a lower modulus, that has a higher lubricity to it.
And Michael, you mentioned before that the majority of your patients are in daily disposable lenses, but of course there are always patients who will be using these monthly replacement lenses. I guess if we had to sort of picture, what does this patient look like that's going to wear a Total 30? Again, if you had to have like an archetype, who is this person and why do you fit them with Total 30? Who are they? What do they look like?
It's actually a patient that I just saw that I had transitioned into a maintenance-free single-use contact lens, also with water surface technology. And for one reason or another, this individual was not prepared to make that transition and had reached out to me and said, hey, is there something that I can do that's more like my lenses that I wore on a monthly basis? And I said, sure, let's get you back in the office. I have the technology and a water surface lens. We'll test those, see what you think about them, and move forward. So that is an ideal opportunity. But also, even preemptively, if you have patients that tell you at the time of the visit, or you may have some questions about how they're going to accept the lens, the time is here, the time is now. We have the technology to do it. Move forward with it.
And Susan, what about you? What does your typical Total 30 patient look like?
Yeah, so I'm going to add actually 3 things to that. So I'm just like Michael. So remember when I was talking about like the patients who come in and they're looking to change and they're very proactive? Well, I have another subset of patients who are the opposite, who love, how shall I say it, not to change. They're just very happy never making a change in terms of most things. And I don't fault them for that. And, I don't treat them any differently. To me, that's the ideal patient. And so I'm able to get them all the, physiological benefits, visual benefits, comfort benefits, health benefits of going into a Total 30 without their thinking that I've made a big change. But then I have 2 other categories of patients where these lenses come in great. I do have some very, very environmentally conscious patient, and they just don't want to be throwing lenses and blister packs away every day. Bingo. This lens is great. And then there are patients who just find the reusable, the monthly lenses. I'm not sure if it's real or it's imagined, just a little bit easier to handle. So I will, certainly concede. And I feel so much better now having this lens because now I don't feel like I'm compromising in this modality.
Right. You bring up an important point, actually, so that in the beginning, when there was just Dailies Total 1 in 2013, you had this permanent, water surface lens, but that was the only one. And you just had a limited subset of patients that you started fitting with it. But now, as time has moved on, you now have basically a set of technologies that covers most people, right? A good proportion of all your patients. So there's a lot of options at your disposal that just weren't there before.
Exactly. It's just so nice to have choices. And what I love about these choices, you know why it's so hard to make it? Because they're all great. So it's not, it's a good problem to have as well.
And, we've spoken a lot about the patient's perspective on all this, but, from the clinician's perspective as well, these are useful products in terms of practice management, right? Because contact lens patients, obviously for both of you, right, they make up a bulk of what you do. So these are important products in your practice as well to see patients back every year.
So I was just wanted to make one other point with respect to that. I don't find these replacement schedules necessarily mutually exclusive. So I have, patients who 9 months out of the year will wear a monthly replacement lens, and then when they're traveling for the summer and more seasonal allergies, they'll go into a daily disposable replacement. So, and certainly, again, some patients like to have some of each.
I want to add one thing that I heard from a colleague that I want to give full credit to, Dr. Wilson out of Texas. I heard him say something phenomenal. He said, my job as your optometrist is to make sure you run out of your contact lenses on time. And that's really where I see this technology. When the person is enjoying, when they're comfortable, they're going to use it. They're going to be more compliant to use it. And you're really tying them directly back into your practice. If you don't say to the patient at the end of the exam why you're doing this, you've lost it. So we as clinicians, we understand this technology, and some of it may be a bit wordy, but we understand why we're doing this. Here's a great opportunity for us to tell the patient, here's the reason why I'm giving you this lens. I'd like your feedback on it. Tie them into your practice.
We've been talking about what makes a contact lens successful for the patient. That's what we've been focusing on right now, both scientifically and clinically. But for your practice, from your perspective, what makes a contact lens successful for you?
So I look at really three things. The most important thing is the health and the happiness of my patient with respect to their contact lens wear. So the happiness would maybe go more to the emotional benefits, and that would be my emotional happiness as well as the patient. I always want both of us to be happy. We're each looking perhaps, well, we have most things in common, but I may be a little bit stricter. In terms of the clinical benefits, that's strictly up to me. That's looking at the vision, the corneal health, the quality of the tear film, and everything while the lens is on the eye, and then when the lens comes off of the eye. And then, certainly, the practice benefits, there are the tangible and the intangible. The intangible ones are really, what is my net promoter score with respect to that patient? In other words, is this patient an active promoter of my practice and what I've done for them? And I'm happy to say today was a good day. All my patients came in and brought their mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, and that's what I want to see. But at the same time, I look at the hard economics of it, and if the patient's happy, they're basically coming in, replacing their lenses with me at every visit, no questions asked. And we keep it very smooth and convenient for the patient. So, again, it's pretty much a three-prong differential as I look at product and patient experience.
Right.
This is, I want to chime in on what you said, the emotional component of it is, that's a big part of what we do as clinicians. It's trust. And I found this as an opportunity to just continue the trust I've been building with my patients. I love what you said about the emotion.
And sort of one final question I had for you. When you're speaking to patients about water surface technology, how can you sort of get it into a language that they will not just understand, but also relate to? Because obviously we have one audience here today that's listening to us, and we all sort of understand the science and everything that goes behind it. When you're speaking to the patients, what kind of language can you use to really make it relatable to them?
Some of the things that I said today are a little bit more wordy, they're more technical. With a patient, I can get it as simple as possible. It's lids, tears, cornea. Then I put a piece of plastic inside, in between those. What if I could take that piece of plastic and try to cover it with as much water as possible so it feels more natural? And I want to see what you think about it. That's it. Is I tie my patients into, give me your opinion. Tell me what you prefer. That helps me to build on the clinical rationale of why I'm doing it. But to the patient, it's simple, and they're engaged. That's what makes it different for them.
A contact lens is a foreign body, and I don't want their eye to perceive anything as being foreign or unlikable. And I tell them that this lens, because of the amount of moisture on the surface, the eye perceives it as being just a little bit more water on the surface of the eye. The lids perceive it as being a nice, smooth surface.
Okay, well, great. Well, thank you so much, both Susan and Michael, for being here today, giving us all, this great advice and all these little points that you can share with your patients as well. So thanks again for being here.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thanks, Adam.
And if you haven't already tuned in to our first conversation on Alcon's permanent water surface technology contact lenses, check it out right here on ODwire. I'll include a link to the show in the comments. Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome back to another edition of ODwire TV, and today is all about drops. And specifically, we're going to be speaking about Sustained Complete Preservative Free, or PF as they call it. Now, dry eye knowledge has come a long way since I first learned about dry eye. I guess it's, well over 30 years ago. We didn't know as much back then. There wasn't as much science, and back then, in the old times, as they used to say, a drop is a drop is a drop. But these days, that is absolutely not the case. The science of dry eye has advanced, and the drops themselves have advanced. So today, we are very fortunate to have an actual scientist with us here today, a person who has worked on these drops and can tell us all about the technology behind them and how you can use them in clinical practice. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Howard Kettleson to ODwire TV. Howard's the immediate past head of ideation in dry eye and global vision at Alcon. He spent a majority of his career focused on ocular health innovation and the development of the Sustain portfolio of products. In partnership with Alcon R&D, he built on the discoveries and research of past and present Alcon scientists and explored new strategies and ideas for meeting unmet consumer and medical needs through the development of breakthrough formulations, packaging, and device technologies. Howard brings a passion and commitment to his work, and I'm so happy he was willing to spend some time with us here today. So Howard, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
And so, I brought up a little bit about dry eye and how the science has advanced, and I just want to remind everyone sort of clinically why this is important, right? So just to quickly review, about 44 million adults in the US suffer from dry eye symptoms. The overall economic burden is about $55.4 billion annually. More importantly, these patients are already in many of our practices. So whether they're telling you that they have dry eye or not, they're there. And you want to try to help them as best you can. And in fact, many patients are probably even treating themselves, finding products, and they could definitely use some guidance. And Howard, maybe you can talk to us a little bit about Sustain and how it's evolved over the years. I know you've been intimately involved with the product, for a very long time, and you've been working closely with Don Korb as well, someone who I think most of our audience is familiar with, one of the pioneers of dry eye.
Yeah, I mean, when I started in Alcon in 2000, and really at that time there was very few differentiated products on the over-the-counter drops. However, I think when you go back and you look at the technology of Sustain, and when we started this work, it was in many ways revolutionary to dry eye drops. And the reason for that is just the delivery mechanism of getting ingredients on the eye in a unique way. And really, I was fortunate to work with some great scientists, engineers, manufacturing, and clinicians to start that work and bring the family of Sustain as we've seen over the years.
Right. Now you mentioned the word family, right? So what does that actually mean in reality to people? How are all the Sustain products kind of related to each other?
It's a good question, and it's a question that comes up often, because when you look at products in this category, everything seems to be similar. What we started with was a gelling technology that essentially cross-links in the eye as a reflection of pH. So essentially, it's a smart polymer system that, in combination with actives like polyethylene glycol, propylene glycol, you get a cross-linking mechanism to get a meshwork that forms on the ocular surface.
Right. Now, this technology is referred to as HP Guar, right? People can see it behind me, and I'll actually put up a slide on the screen as well so they can take a close look. Maybe you could take us through what this is all about.
Yeah, HP guar. HP stands for hydroxypropyl, and guar is a galactomannan. It's a polysaccharide, and HP essentially allows the polymer to be easily dissolved, so it doesn't have any issues in terms of mixing. And the key part of this particular polymer is it has what is known as hydroxy groups called cis-diols. So it's in a particular configuration that allows the cross-linker, which is borate, as you've shown here, to actually undergo a cross-linking mechanism to essentially entangle the polymers so you get a meshwork-like formation.
Right. Now, Sustain itself is a liquid, right, in the bottle, but then when it touches the ocular surface, because of the pH, that's when it turns into a gel?
And you know, it's fascinating because, you know, when you think about if someone were to just take that solution in the bottle and put it on their fingertip, it is not even close to something that would be in the eye. So in the eye, of course, it forms this entangled polymer network, which forms a nice thin layer across the cornea. And literally, it is like a mesh network.
Right. So the tech is very advanced. You know, I said in the beginning, a drop is a drop is a drop was the old philosophy before people really understood dry eye. But I'm putting it up on the screen right now so people can get a sense of the timeline. Maybe you can walk us through, you know, as the science evolved. I guess this timeline covers about 20 years. You know, what happened? You know, what kind of science was happening in the background that made this all possible?
Yeah, I mean, some very important pivot points over the years. Of course, when Sustain Original was launched, that was all about aqueous deficiency. It was meant to be a differentiated product compared to the classic HPMCs, CMCs, which are more the classic lubricants out there. And when the first DEWS report came out, you know, we started to think about how do we incorporate improved retention properties, improved wetting, and Sustain Ultra was all about improving that hydration retention aspect of the formulation. Of course, you know, back in 2012, when really meibomian gland dysfunction really started to be more visible to the community of optometrists and ophthalmologists. Really at that time, you know, when you went to conferences like ARVO, there wasn't a lot of MGD work, and Alcon recognized, along with working with folks like Don Korb and others, that we needed to do something that would address meibomian gland dysfunction, or to at least try and do something that would provide lipid supplementation. And around that, you know, in that time, Dr. Korb had done tremendous work clinically with some lipids that do provide interesting what I would say is reinforcement of the tear film by improving tear film stability, tear film thickness. And from the learnings of Don Korb, we worked with him on developing Sustain Balance, which is a formulation that is the first formulation that is an emulsion. So it's an oil and water emulsion, which means that you have water as a continuous phase with oil droplets in it. And in those oil droplets and on the periphery of the droplets is a phospholipid called dimeristoyl phosphatidylglycerol, DMPG, which is a polar phospholipid. The DEWS-2 report came out, and, you know, obviously there's a tremendous amount of learning from that report. And one of the learnings was that, you know, polar phospholipids do contribute to tear film integrity. And we were fortunate that back in 2010, we had worked on Sustain Balance, launched it. And knowing that polar phospholipids are important for tear film reinforcement, integrity, replenishment, we did something really, I think, quite interesting in that we essentially transformed Sustain Balance using nanotechnology, where we were able to essentially reduce the droplet size to below 100 nanometers, which really is quite advantageous in terms of getting more product and what I call active product that's in the formulation to the eye. And that really set the stage, I think, for our our product called Sustain Complete Multi-Dose Preservative Free, which is a unique bottle that prevents backflow and contamination. And, that being said, just for everyone's, for context, we also during this time had come up with a hyaluronic acid combination product called Sustain Hydration. And Sustain Hydration was a product we had done quite a bit of work on from a cellular level and doing experiments to define, could we have synergistic value with HP guar and hyaluronic acid, and Sustain Hydration was developed.
Right. And in fact, let's talk a little bit about these nano-sized lipid particles in Sustain Complete. I want to put up a picture to sort of illustrate what it is that you were talking about. Maybe you could walk us through how this actually works.
Yeah, when we started this work, it's, making emulsions is not easy. It's something that demands a lot of creativity and a lot of scientific excellence to come up with something that's stable in a bottle. And what we did at that time is we were working with high pressure homogenization technology, where essentially we're pressurizing a solution under extreme pressures. And from mixing and these high pressures, you're able to essentially power down the droplets into smaller droplets. And from that highly pressurized mechanical system, in combination with the polar phospholipid, you're able to get these nano-sized lipid droplets.
I think it's about half or just a little more than half of folks want a preservative-free option, right? And that's what a lot of doctors are recommending. And so I know you mentioned Sustain Complete PF before. Maybe you could just run through a little bit about the product in particular.
Yeah, I mean, the formulation is essentially the same, so there's no change in the force behind Complete. The nano droplet technology in combination with the lipid and the actives, but it's a unique droptainer that prevents backflow and contamination. So you don't have to go and use single vials, which is great from a sustainability point of view.
Right. So in fact, a lot of the technology is in the bottle itself, right? So you're avoiding sort of what a lot of people these days really don't want, right? They don't want the waste of having to throw out those individual small bottles every time.
You know how humans are. They always want to do something that probably is against what you should be doing. It's in many ways our human nature to try and save something. But in this case, you're looking at, compromises of sterility. So it definitely adds value from the safety and quality of the product, which is what we always want to bring to the table for our patients.
Excellent. And, the science hasn't slowed down. We mentioned over the past 20 years, it's really started to advance. But even in the last 2 or 3 years, there have been a few big studies that have come out that are very significant for clinicians. Maybe you could step us through a couple of them and tell us what's going on.
Yeah, we especially, of course, with Sustain Complete, we've done, our clinical work group has done a lot of great work on trying to figure out where we stand, not only in terms of short-term assessments of the value Sustain brings to a daily use, but also from a long-term use. And there's been 3 key studies, and one of them was by Craig and co-authors in the Ocular Surface Journal in 2021. And they examined a wide variety of patients who were treated with Sustain Complete. And this was in the preserved formulation. At that time, we had not come out with preservative-free. But the one important thing to note here is that what we found in this particular study was done over several months. And interestingly, patients with an evaporative component to their dry eye experienced improvement in their lipid layer grade with Sustain Complete. And I know you're showing here some essentially lipid layer colored fringe patterns, which show the differences post-treatment. And clearly, when they looked at the lipid layer interferometric patterns following the dosing in this long-term study, there was clear indication in the endpoints that there was a higher lipid layer grade, which indicated essentially that a thicker amorphous lipid layer pattern had formed, which is associated with enhanced tear film stability. So very important in this study over several months of use that this supports a long-lasting effect of the Sustain Complete. And, this is one of the first studies, that I've seen with one of our products that, first of all, we pushed out for many months, which is great because that's not easy to do. And not only did we push it out, but we opened it up such that after these several months of use, we were able to show that there was an enhancement in the tear film stability. And this is just wonderful news for a product like this, and goes back to that early science that was put in with Don Korb in terms of using a polar phospholipid in combination with the active propylene glycol to provide value for long-term benefits. So yeah, awesome study, and kudos to our clinical folks and the doctors that helped in this study.
Excellent. And I know that there was also another large study, and I can put it up right here to show people, that was done in 2020. Maybe you want to step us through this one as well.
Yeah, this was the daily, it's always interesting to, also think about that. If you just use one drop, what is the benefit of that? Here we're using, of course, an over-the-counter lubricant drop with the active propylene glycol. And here, after 4 and 8 hours, you see that there was enhancement of these clinical endpoints. And if we just walk through some of these, you can see that there was essentially these were patient-reported outcomes to assess the speed of onset and the length of efficacy of a single drop. So here, again, as I'm saying, is you're looking at a very, very quick study and the impact of it. And the dry eye symptom scores improved immediately. And that was not only after installation, but was sustained through 4 and 8 hours. On average, patients who had rated their symptoms as moderate or severe at baseline, a score of 6 to 10, just so everyone knows, on the visual analog scale, improved to ratings of mild or no symptoms, which is a 0 to 5 score on the visual analog scale at the time points evaluated. And overall, this data supported that patients can experience immediate symptom relief. And this may last up to 8 hours based on administration of a single drop of Sustain Complete. So very powerful daily use and very powerful long-term use.
Yep, and the other final study that we have is by you. This one I found interesting because it covered all the different etiologies or types of dry eye, which I found really kind of fascinating.
Yeah, and of course, when you think about the dry eye patients, it's in many ways a very complex population. And it's never just typically easily to be diagnosing a patient with aqueous deficiency only or evaporative only. And we know that meibomian gland dysfunction is in a large proportion of patients, but that may have a subset of aqueous deficiency. And essentially in this particular study, we were looking at BID, which is twice daily dosing of Sustain Complete in all these major subtypes, the aqueous deficient, evaporative, and the mixed. And after 14 days of use, the tear film breakup time and ocular discomfort improved from baseline for all dry eye types. So fortunately, we called Sustain Complete, because essentially we were able to show across these different types, major types of dry eye, we were able to show improvement in the tear film breakup time and improve the ocular discomfort. So this is great supporting evidence of the use of Sustain in tear film stability and symptoms in patients with these major types of dry eye. Really, this really closed out really a wonderful study with both the short and long-term use of Sustain. And now we're showing with all these major types of dry eye patients, we have an opportunity with Sustain Complete to add value to the practitioner's ability to provide a product for those patients when perhaps they may not know what they have or may be difficult. This is a product that they can provide as an offering.
Right. Well, and thank you for catching us up on the science, because I think one issue that everybody has is it's kind of overwhelming to know what to recommend, and particularly for a patient, if a patient's sort of flying solo on this and they're going and they see all these choices, right? They really have no idea. So I think it is very important for the clinician to be really up on the latest science so they can make a recommendation that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that doesn't get talked about is we have integrated in Sustain Complete a true phospholipid in combination with the active propylene glycol. It's very unique because based on the work from Dr. Korb and the learnings from clinical studies of polar phospholipids and the DUCE-2 report, we have integrated into Complete this science and this clinical understanding that adds value to this mixed population in dry eye, in these major types of dry eye patients. And so, I think it's important to get people to understand, when companies like Alcon invest in technology and put a lot of effort, not only in science, but the clinical side of things to support the value that the science is bringing. This really, is something to be proud of, not only for Alcon as a company, but for all the doctors, out there that are providing great care for their patients. This is a product that should be part of their wheelhouse to offer all the major types of dry eye patients, because we have incorporated, the key aspects of the Sustain engine, the HP Guar gelling technology, and now this polar phospholipid with the active demulcent. So wonderful journey, and I know that there's more journeys ahead.
Great. Well, Howard, thank you so much for being here today. It's not often we actually get to speak to the scientists behind the product. So again, thanks for coming in and doing this. And I'm sure the conversation will continue online.
It will. Thank you so much. And great to meet you, and happy to be back when possible to talk more about this great innovation portfolio.
Okay, so that is the story of Sustain. And welcome back. And we're back after our break. Let me unmute Steve here. Hello, Steve.
How you doing? Yeah, I couldn't hear it, so I guess because I was on mute, I couldn't hear the lecture.
Yeah, well, because you're in Zoom as well, so
yeah,
that was the key issue. So I guess we're rapidly approaching the end here. Not too many problems actually during the time that we were away.
I was in all the rooms, nothing at all. A lot of refreshes, things like that.
Yeah, so that's probably the biggest issue that we're having is people having to manually refresh.
Which they should know by the second lecture. Unfortunately, what happens is the East Coast goes away and the West Coast comes on, and they have new people having to refresh.
Yeah.
By tomorrow, it should be fine.
Yeah, definitely.
Unless, you're still getting people signing up, I know, so they'll be newbies. Could you tell whether they're returnees or newbies to the whole shebang?
I don't know. I haven't actually looked. That's a really good question. We should take a look here. So, but taking I think we're getting. I'm trying to see here. Let's pull it up.
As the years go on, I think we've got over 20,000, if not more, ODs, probably more than that. And so we pretty much covered half the field, except for the people who died and people who got new licenses.
Right.
Coming and going.
So yeah, I mean it's kind of crazy actually the number of people that we have had come out. I mean today we had a little over 700. I don't know precisely how many we've had total. If the East Coast was here and then the West Coast comes in, so I'm not sure the total count yet. But
I bet you the unique visits were about 1,000, while previously we had like 1,400, 1,500. But then, this is repeat content. People might have fulfilled their requirements or what took the courses they want to take. I mean, some people take 60 credits and they do it every year, and they do it not for the credits. Obviously, we're always encouraging people. The lectures are great, and they're great for just education and to change your practice. Some of the things are well thought out, and you can't get them anywhere else.
Yep. So yeah, we're heading into the home stretch for today. It looks like. So what time is it now? It's looks like
4:41 on the East Coast.
Yeah, so 4:40 on the East Coast. So I guess a couple of lectures are just underway. Sue Resnick and Joe Pismenti, and the private equity lecture is still going on. So yeah, it looks like we're getting to the end here, and I wish I could say that there's stuff for us to do here in terms of support, but there's not much going on. But I think one thing I'd like to do, and I'll throw it down a marker now in the discussion. So to discuss things that we want to modify in the software, I'll do it one more time here for Audentio. What I'll do is I'll take this little video and I'll actually just show them this little snippet, just based on the feedback that we've gotten today on things that might not be working as well as we'd like. So obviously the thing number one, and let me actually mark the time that we're doing this at so I can find this easily.
You're using that program that you gave me?
So no. I mean, the stream itself actually gets recorded as part of the streaming software. So I'm just manually marking a time down so I'll know where to find this again. So the things that have worked, so obviously the software has mostly been working smoothly. What's interesting to me is that we haven't had too many problems with people getting kicked off or disconnected or anything like that. And refreshing the page has obviously gotten people to get it to work. So the things that have been sort of identified as problems today. So obviously the pages don't always start properly, right? So it'll say stream will be starting soon after the countdown is done, and nothing happens. It just sits there. And it can sit there for indefinitely, really, right? Some people sat there for 10 minutes and nothing.
It'll never go back on unless you refresh.
Unless you refresh.
Or log out.
So that is a huge problem that I'd like to see taken care of because it's confusing to a lot of people. So, and I'll talk to Audentio about it.
Now that's a fix they can probably do overnight because it's kind of a basic software fix.
Well, no, that's actually, it's complicated, right? Because it only happens to a subset of people. It's not clear who the subset of people is that it's happening to. So it's a very complicated fix, actually. I'm not sure, in fact, how they would implement it. So that probably wouldn't. And in fact, I don't want them messing with the software between tonight and tomorrow. We want to keep it as stable as we can. But that's one fix that I would love to have them really work on or re-engineer their approach to it. I mean, the software is smart enough to know, or it should be, that if a course is scheduled to go at a certain time, and the browser sees that it's past that certain time by several minutes, that, hey, I should manually do a hard refresh of this page for the user because something terribly screwed up is happening here because the stream's not playing.
And I'm on a PC I'm on a laptop with Chrome, so it's not like I'm doing some unusual thing.
Right, yeah, your setup's not particularly exotic, so that should work. The other things that need to be addressed, we brought this up before and I have it on the screen here. These should be updated. Again, the screen should be refreshed periodically. So I've been sitting on this one page, right, since these lectures were playing, this rule it out and let's talk about VSP audit. So I've been on this page for a while, and none of this stuff gets refreshed. So what ends up happening is this data gets stale. And so that has a couple of, so let's actually bring up where was this on the list here? So Oral Meds updates was from 2:20 to 3:20 Eastern time, right?
And Joe came on after him for his first lecture.
Okay,
already.
so now, but as you can see, because I haven't moved off this page and the page has never refreshed itself, it's just sitting here. And so the data is outdated. So that the problem, first of all, is that it's presenting outdated data, right? Which is bad. But the second problem is that when I hit refresh here, and it brings up the new stuff, it's going to trigger all those alerts that are now completely useless to me.
Yeah.
So here we go. 3, 2, 1. Trigger the alerts, everyone.
Boom.
So,
like 10 of them.
Yeah. So as I move around on this page, there we go. So
they are.
Right, and I don't care about this because it's too late to care about it. So because these alerts need to be delivered in real time, they need to be pushed. Right. There needs to be a legitimate push system here. What's crazy is that there's like a push system that's built into ODwire, and I get those pushes in real time. But the actual system itself here at CEwire, there's no such system in place, which is crazy for a real-time system like this. So guys, this needs to go away. And if you can't turn this into a real-time system, then just kill these alerts entirely because they're not useful. So
but also, for example, somebody might go away from their computer, eat lunch, come back an hour and a half later, and they're looking at the screen again. They don't know where to go, and They can find it, yeah, but you shouldn't. It shouldn't be that difficult to find where you're going and what lecture you want to see.
Yeah, so this is not very useful. So again, if you can't make this in real time, I would get rid of it. And in fact, these shouldn't necessarily be up here indefinitely, right? If you know, a lecture has gone live earlier and it's now over, these shouldn't appear at all. So anyway, I'll get rid of these. So it needs to be a real-time push system, and I don't know what it's going to take for them to implement that, but they really need to, if they want the platform to you know, really be something that's useful in real time to people. So those were two big things that we found. Let's see. See, I have a list here. I'm keeping a list. Third thing is the transcript page is a mess. We had instances where, and again, my page, not so much because I haven't really done anything here, but we have instances where there are multiple entries that appear over and over again of the same lecture, which is confusing. Right. The My Transcripts page, which is a good idea, that needs to be the default tab, right? Not all, because nobody cares about all. They care about My Transcripts.
In fact, do they have to have all at all?
Yeah, I mean, I would get rid of all. In fact, I would just put My Transcripts there.
That's what it does, is default to all, and then you have to click on transcript, which is backwards.
Yeah, so that doesn't work well, so that's got to be changed. Where it says earned here, 0 of 1, this is causing massive confusion to people because some of our classes are 2 hours long and they're thinking that they only earned 1. So again, I wouldn't think that's a big deal, except I got numerous support requests about this at our prior conferences and today as well. So that's aggravating and needs to be changed.
Well, they could do as a simple fix, because it's only a font. It's only is all the 2-hour courses after the title in parentheses put 2 hours.
Yeah,
that would be a quick, easy fix.
Yeah, or they could just get rid of this earned column. I mean, if it's not if it's earned, you know it's earned because the little things lit up.
Get rid of that and put something in to show to.
Yeah. Okay, so that's the next thing. So we'll talk to them about that. Let me see. I'm making my list here. So. See, there aren't too many. That's the thing. The software's actually worked quite well. More flexibility, as I mentioned. I need to have the ability to send a push message somewhere where everyone can see it, like at the top. Give me that ability to push that. Again, this whole idea of these pages are just sitting here static, not good. Need to be able to push a message. So we'll talk about that too. Let me see.
One thing that you could do on ODwire to get your certificates, the true one, again, they don't define the hours in the transcript page.
So let me actually look. So on the transcript page itself, it doesn't actually have the hours?
No, it just has the name, the titles. To get this, the certificate itself might. Let me just go to my certificates, because I earn credits, as you know. I'll go to one that I know is 2 hours. Is there one? Okay, here. Their certificate for this is coming up, and it's online, PH, and it's 2 hours. Okay, so when you go for your actual certificate, it says, of course, it says 2 hours. But when you go to the page, it's all just the blue text, clickable link text.
Right, but there's a link there though that gets you to your actual transcript page with all of them together. So
yeah. I'm going to the transcript page. I'm getting all my transcripts. They're fine. In fact, the prompt is download CEwire 223 sticks for Steve Silberberg, and then they're all clickable links in blue, but they don't define the hours.
Right, but there's another page, right?
So view transcript. Yes. Let's see. Yep, that has it. That's perfect.
So that's got everything. So that page is pretty okay. I wouldn't make too many changes to that. The one change I would make is I would put what type of credit it is, because it doesn't say synchronous versus asynchronous. And I know strictly we shouldn't have to, because the course ID implies what kind of class it is. But what people were telling me is some state boards can't figure it out. So when people are submitting that list of transcripts, that page, the state board always asks, oh, are those synchronous or asynchronous? And it's like, well, guys, you should know that by the course number, but the state boards actually don't. So they like that spelled out, synchronous or asynchronous. So that might just be a column that we'll need to add to it.
Eventually, though, when it gets put up into Arbo's OE tracker, transcript does have that.
It does, yeah. And again, we really strictly shouldn't need it, but the boards like it, so that's just another modification that we'll have to talk about making. So
but once we eventually goes up to Arbo, if you're using that as your tracker, then you should have no problem. I understand you want to keep your own records, and I don't blame you.
So yeah, and most people use Arbo, but yeah, that's one change that we want to make. What else? The permissions thing, obviously, but they're going to fix that, or has been fixed already, so that's not a big deal. Let me actually pull up more stuff here. Again, more flexibility on the links on the left side of the page would be fantastic for me, so I can add and remove things. This would, it's almost like a navigation manager to speak, the language of Zenforo, which the folks at Identio are intimately familiar with. It would be very handy to have that, so we can add and remove things as we need to. Trying to think of the biggest things. The counters, the user counters seem okay. I think they lag a little bit. Like this morning, it was showing me 0 users in the lobby when there were actually people there, and you'd click on the number and you'd actually see a bunch of people even though it read 0. So updating that faster. That might be done already. I don't know with all the changes they have coming. Let's see what else. Let me get into a room here and see if I can think of anything else. Load earlier messages. I'd like that gone, but instead I'd like to automatically have the last 10 messages come out when someone enters a room, so that it's all there so people can see the last 10 that were there. So I don't think that should be too hard for them to do. So no. What else? Oh yeah, and you wanted it sorted here so that you can actually see at the top if there are any speakers in the room. Mm-hmm. So people will know who they are too. So that's a great idea.
One great thing that happened in our lecture, Joe lost connection for about 10, 15 minutes. And it was a lecture on pharmaceuticals, and Steve Sorkin was in the room taking the course, and he chimed in, answered the questions till Joe got back, because it was his field also. One proctor helping another, but they got back and they answered all the questions anyway. He saw what Steve did, so it was nice working together.
That's funny.
What goes on behind the scenes that you don't realize.
Yep. So other things that I'd like to see, assessments. Obviously, we talked about this before. This isn't the most organized thing in the world. Evaluation versus quizzes. You can see right here the quizzes are hidden during the live weekend. So all you see here are assessments, which is good so people don't get confused. But it would be really great if we could somehow make this more organized and maybe break out quizzes from surveys. So there's that. What else? Let's see.
When you go to the home page, you can't go. You go to home and you try to scroll down to see the future lectures.
Oh
you
yeah,
really can't.
Yeah, the home page needs real changes. So the home page should actually be this: browse, upcoming talks. Is what the landing page should be, not home. So if there's some way we can do a redirect so that this is the page that people see. I'd also remove this looking for a recent talk thing. It doesn't help us.
Yeah, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, so that should go. And then this is good because this is showing you what's going on right now and then what's coming up immediately. I would also say the show more results thing, if you're going to keep it, which I completely disagree with, at least give us more. Give us, 30 results or something, right? Instead of just the few that it gives.
Why can't they just have all of it so you don't have to show more and just people?
So for performance reasons, but okay. But I still think they can do more than what they're doing. So I would say add at least 10 more of these things before you get to the show more. I would hope that they could do that for us because it would actually help. So yeah, if the homepage was actually this browse page, it would really make a huge difference to the way people navigate the site, and people would be much less confused, I think. So I'm going to lobby for that being the homepage. And again, with this looking for a recent talk thing removed here. What else? I think those are the biggies. Yeah, I really hate the show more results button. I mean, it really drives me crazy because these days this should be infinitely scrolling. When you get down to the lower level here, it should just load up the next group for you. And while
they're all clickable also. They don't have to make them clickable because you can't get into those classes anyway at that point.
Well, you can because you can actually put it on your schedule, or you should be able to.
Yeah, that's true. You can put it on Google or whatever.
Yeah, you can add it to your calendar. So that's okay. I don't mind that. But really, some of those things should just, you know, I can understand why they did them for efficiency reasons, but honestly, like, I think it's time for them to, you know, maybe just loosen up the requirements a little bit. They've optimized the software a great deal, and give us sort of the things that users expect, like infinite scrolling instead of that show more button, or at least give enough of these icons here so that it feels like it's infinite scrolling, that you're not just doing a few of them. Again, user selectable homepage, make browse my homepage. Give me the choice to do it in the control panel as an administrator. You know, things like that. They're minor, but they make a difference to the users. So that's why I think they're important. The other thing that I mentioned, which was driving me crazy, which again, this is more of an OCD kind of thing. I cannot stand this font that they're using. This favorite font, favorite. I do not like it. It looks like it's rendering incorrectly, even though I know that's how it's supposed to be with the descenders here looking smushed. I would really love for them to use something else, even if it's something basic and boring like Open Sans.
I like Tahoma.
So you're going old school, but yeah, like,
Yeah, I like it.
like I'm not sure why you know, the descenders look like that in this font, because otherwise it's a fairly standard looking font. So, but yeah, I would like a different font if they could. So that's minor on my list of things to complain about.
Yeah.
But you know, it's important to, you know, to really make it look good. So, so I guess that's it in terms of my big things. I mean, the beautiful part about these complaints is that they're getting to be kind of niggling, right? They're not huge.
Broad strokes.
Yeah, they're not huge functionality problems. The software is working well. It's just user experience. It just needs to be refined. And I think if we did that, it would help me with the support issues, because so many of the support issues that I'm fielding have to do with those things that I mentioned. So,
Are you getting any complaints about sound going off where they're forgetting to unmute?
no,
Or that's gone
no,
away?
in fact, that's totally gone away. Everything seems to be working fine with that. So people either get it, or the software's gotten better at it, or I don't know what.
It just says right there,
Yeah.
unmute.
Yep. And by the way, part of the problem with this, where you can't see the upcoming streams here, this is like the thing that again drives me crazy. If you put your mouse over the icons here and you hit your right arrow, notice, you can actually do that. But the user interface gives you no indication that that's even possible, because, right, like if you use the MLB app, and in fact, I'm going to bring it up right now. And so just because, you know, Audentio, I want to show them exactly what I mean, and I don't know if they subscribe to stuff like this. Take a look at how the MLB app handles this. I think I'm logged in. Wait, I'm logged in. Okay, so Audentio, here you go.
Perfect.
Okay, so let me actually, and again, what's funny about, you know, Realms, the CEwire, is that it looks kind of similar to this, right? It's got the same black motif and everything. But watch how MLB handles this side scrolling. Notice, big arrow right here, put your mouse over it, changes colors, you click it, there you go. It advances several boxes there, right?
But just the arrow itself, which is a simple thing to put in, shows you that there is some more stuff there.
Yep, it's critically important. So if you actually look at this versus what we have, where this like falling off the side of the page and getting like faded out, that doesn't help anybody. You'd be better off having one fewer icon here and the arrows on the left and right, like MLB does. And in fact, when there's nothing to scroll to on the left, there's no arrow there. When you hit the right and you scroll, then the arrow appears to the left. That's how this should be. That's how it should work. And I'm hoping that they can get to that point. The other thing that's kind of nifty about MLB's site, you know, again, infinite scrolling. Notice what I'm doing here. I'm scrolling down, and as I'm scrolling, it's loading the stuff. I'm not hitting show me more stuff. It's just doing it.
Right.
Until it gets to the bottom.
That's what you call it. You call that infinite scrolling.
Yeah, that's called infinite scrolling, and it's doing it just fine. The other thing that I really like about MLB is it'll have summaries. When you mouse over something, it'll give you a description of what it is you just moused over, a brief description. So I thought that was pretty cool. Again, that's just, it's window dressing, but it's so important. And again, notice also that these
pops out, yeah.
icons are live, right? So you're actually seeing game day here. You're seeing people on base and how many outs. So even if I linger on this page for a long time, that stuff
It'll
is still
change.
going to get updated.
Right.
So again, this is all, it seems minor and dumb, but these are all important to the user experience. And I'm hoping that as Audentio has time over the next several months, they can make a lot of this stuff happen on the platform to make it more usable and better for people.
Interesting, Adam. When I watch, let's say I'm watching TV with my wife, and I'm watching the Yankee game on my iPhone, but I'm not watching it. I'm just watching Gamecast, which is, pitch by pitch.
Yep.
It doesn't do that. I have to kind of go out to a different other link and back. So ESPN does not do it live. They think they are, but until I do something to buffer it, it won't change the pitch. I'm looking at one ball and strike and where it hits the box. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And it will never change. It'll be like our site is until you do something.
Oh, that's bad. Yeah. So that's not what people expect these days. So
So
I'm surprised
ESPN, you suck compared to MLB.
Yeah, well, MLB put a lot of money into this, to the point where they've sold a lot of the technology for doing the streaming to other companies. So anyway, that's my little take.
Okay.
So Audentio, hopefully you're going to watch my little thing about MLB, because I've yet to see an interface that is cleaner and easier to use every day than MLB's.
Yep, and the way it pops out, it's great.
Yeah.
And like you said, it's giving you more information at that moment.
Yep.
We don't expect that because that's really not our. We don't really need that.
It would not kill them to implement this, right? The things like the arrows and the scrolling. And notice when it scrolls too, what's fascinating about this is it scrolls multiples, right? So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things that it's showing here. If you scroll back, it gives you another 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So it totally, you don't have to go one at a time. You can go 5 at a time, right? Because that's
Right.
what those arrows mean. So
Almost like a guide on a TV cable.
Yep.
That's how mine does it.
And that's the intent, I think, of what they're writing here, right? They want the same thing for us, but they got to get rid of that, put the arrows up, make it easy for people to look around. So anyway, those are my big ideas.
Well, and like you said, compared to what we wanted at the very beginning, these are minor tweaks, not major adjustments. It's just to make the experience better.
Right. I mean, and what's crazy about it, we have hundreds of people here. Everything's working fine, and no one's panicking or having real problems. In fact, I've ducking right in here again to the chat, and in my email box, I've gotten nothing. So.
By the way, Kayla agreed to come on. I'm sure Gretchen will contact her. She'll be in an interview tomorrow.
Oh, cool.
That should be interesting.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Oh, so we just have an issue here. Where someone took a class, it looks like they took him in February, and they took him again, hoping that would appear on their transcript again a second time, because they're in a new biennium. This is a New Jersey person. That's not how that works.
Yeah. It's not that you take it for each biennial, it's that you take a course, and that is the course.
Right?
Well,
I mean, this is not our fault. If you've taken a course in February, we've already collected those credits and sent it on to Arbo, right? And so they have that course for you in February. If you take it again in June, even if we could send it over, which we won't because we won't send over duplicates, even if we could, Arbo would scrub it right there and then because they'll see that it's a duplicate as well.
Even the state should if they look at the COPE number.
Yeah, so the way it works is we give Arbo your OE tracker number and the associated class that goes with it, right? And so let's say you took it on February 25th. We sent that over on February 25th. You'll see it in your OE tracker as February 25th. If I resend it now for June 3rd, they're going to see that number, that OE tracker number, and that class number are already in their system. And they're going to flag it and be like, you can't put this in here again. You took this already. So that's the issue. And yeah, that's out of our control ultimately, right? You can't take the same class twice, even if it's at a different time.
even in New Jersey, if you went to local, what do you call it, optometric meetings, and one you took in April, and the same lecturer gave a meeting in May, because it ended April 30th in another place, the NJ board number is the same, and they'll reject it in the new biennial.
Right. Yep. Then the only, and I'm trying to think if there's a hitch. No, there isn't. So there's no way that you could earn this credit twice. The system will just won't even allow it. So, yeah. So that is
Barbara
an issue.
doesn't know. Barbara doesn't know the calendar years for each state, and they don't have to. They're
No.
just giving you a running total. What you doing? I don't know. Have you ever gone to the OE tracker page?
Yeah.
Yep. I put in dates, and you get the range of those dates. It doesn't. It could be back to 2012.
Right.
I don't know how long.
Well, so here's the interesting thing. For our live classes, right, we submit new events for each live session. So the February session is different from the April session, is different from the June session, right? They're different activities, but they have courses that are the same at all three of them. When we submitted the credits back in February, right, those are now in people's transcripts on Arbo. It shows you the courses when you completed them and the date. If we resubmit the same classes again today with today's date, it still won't allow it in because you've already completed it once. So they check for that. I mean, the people at Arbo aren't stupid. When they built the system, you know, there's some degree of checking.
Do they check manually, or it just gets kicked out because it's the same number?
No, I mean, their software does it, right? So the software, it has an OE tracker number and an associated class, and if it looks and it sees that it's already in there, it's not going to allow it. So, yeah. So that's an Arbo thing.
It even knows if you try to take it on demand, it's a different number on demand, but they know it's the same course.
Right. That is very true. So yeah. So you can't try to get away with those shenanigans either. So they're very careful about that stuff. Yep. Here's a little rendering issue. That the word thread here should actually be up here, and it is on many PCs, like on a Mac. I noticed it renders fine. On the PC, it does not. Yeah. But that's a minor rendering issue. So I think we've hit on most of the sort of stuff that if they could repair it for next time. And of course, there are going to be a bunch of new features the next time around that they've implemented in the platform, which I'm dying to see on Monday when they upgrade everything. That'll be my first introduction to the work they've been doing for the past several months. So,
what event are they having with it?
So no event in general. I mean, what they're doing is building the platform out, right? So they're making enhancements over time to it. So, and some of them might be some of the things that I just complained about. I don't know. So we'll see.
So every new event for people might be beta testing and not knowing you're beta testing it.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, but that's true of all software these days. You know, it's all continuously being developed. So yeah. But our September event, we're obviously going to have to do a little more testing ourselves before the event happens because so much has changed. In fact, ODwire itself has to be upgraded as well. There are parts of it that haven't been upgraded in 18 months, you know, and so that needs to be upgraded. But of course, ODwire is enmeshed with CEwire at this point. So before I can upgrade ODwire, we have to actually do the upgrade on a staging server and see how it plays with CEwire. So again, that's all for me and Jake on Monday to start working on that. And part of the ODwire upgrade are better CAPTCHAs. So if anyone's been stuck doing a CAPTCHA, which happens to a certain subset of people here, when you log in, it forces you to do a CAPTCHA to prove that you're a human being. The newer CAPTCHA software that's going to be part of the upgrade on Monday is much better. And it's not as annoying with, you know, find the fire hydrants or the bike lanes or whatever else. So yeah, it'll be much better.
They are annoying, especially when you think you have it right and you don't.
Yeah, it's infuriating. So this newer CAPTCHA software is much better than the older one. So yeah, that's about it.
Okay, we'll be back tomorrow at 9:30 again.
Yeah, same time as today. I'm gonna probably leave some movies here running for the rest of the day. I might show that Solix webinar again, or actually I'll show Julie Rodman's talk, or actually I could also show the Contact Lens Museum thing again because people love that. But I'll leave a couple things running until about 4 o'clock my time, and then call it a day. So, all right. Well, thanks for showing up, Steve, and I guess you'll be patrolling the rooms a bit.
Yeah, we'll be in the rooms till 7 tonight, something like that. Yeah.
All right. Cool. Well, other than that,
here, so
I will. I guess see you in the morning.
Hey, enjoy the evening, or in your case, the late afternoon.
Yep. Catch you later.
would you tell us how you came about this idea? What prompted you and Craig to start a collection?
Well, you know, like most collections, you start collecting things one at a time, and then one day you wake up and you find you've got a museum sitting in your home, in closets, garages, and we found ourselves in that situation, and then decided that we were just going to open up a contact lens museum.
How long did it take you to curate the collection in here?
A long time, and that's an ongoing endeavor. You know, trying to do something of this magnitude while you're working full time and everything else, got full curriculum, and back there it's been very busy, but as you can see, it's just such a joy. It just brings so many smiles to so many faces when you bring older practitioners through here, because
another relic in.
Yeah, right, it really, it's so true.
Why don't you involve me? I have to get a few more years.
Yeah, that's right. We'll put you in the chair.
There you go.
That won't be creepy at all.
No, it won't be creepy at all. But no, you're so right. It's just so many memories then come back to all of us that were touched by contact lenses. You know, it's when you think about how contact lenses have changed so many people's lives and changed their lives. All those keratoconus patients, irregular cornea patients. It's humbling, you know, to be a part of having this history. So we felt that,
One of the younger patients. Where do you get your lenses? You're 9 years old.
9 years old. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
You're probably one of the younger contact lens wearers.
Yeah, they're in so many millions of people's lives have been changed so much with these.
Now, if practitioners have anything lying around their basements or garages or the back room of their practices, would you be interested in hearing from them?
Yes, we'd be very interested. That's where we pick up a lot of these relics. Every practitioner, literally everyone out there, has one or two items that have been given to them by an elderly patient, or they took over a practice that had been established back in the 30s or 40s. And somewhere in their archives are these treasures, that they've not known what to do with them. They hold on to them because they don't take up a lot of space, but they don't know they know they can't throw it out.
Right, of course not.
But they're looking for a place to send it. This is the place. This is the place to send it. So there, it can be archived, taken care of properly. Craig and I have spent, hours and hours learning about curating an optical museum like this. There's a lot that goes into it. We had to then apply for a nonprofit organization, a 501c3 with the government. We got that, so we're official.
So not only are you accepting items to be displayed here, you're accepting financial contributions to support the museum.
Yeah, very much so. This has been totally funded through gifts and so on, and by Craig and myself.
That's a good charity for next year.
That is, it really is. It's a lovely charity for individuals in the eye care profession that want to see, the history of contact lenses preserved. So you can see here we encourage donations, and so we love it. When people can, when they win the lottery, send us some of that, and so we have fun. But it's we get, believe it or not, our biggest support from patients. So they feel this incredible emotional, tie to these lenses.
Sure.
Now this is actually just part of the collection. A lot of it still is in storage right now. We need a bigger facility. When we opened this up in July, we opened it up with the knowledge that we've already outgrown it.
It's a good problem to have.
Good problem to have. And so we're just going to keep raising, funds as best we can, and hope to move into a bigger facility as time goes on. And then this is, like I said, part of the collection. The other collection I'm going to show you is the collection of antique glasses, spectacle lenses. Probably one of the finest in North America right now, and that's across the street at the school. This has been just a passion for Craig and I, this collecting. And fortunately, we have wives that understand the insanity, because that's what it is. It's insane to be doing this. But Craig and I have been blessed so much, like you have, like we all have, by the eye care industry. That
very much so.
Yeah, that it's just been a humbling experience to be a part of it. So this is our payback, or this is our legacy that we'll leave. So.
And it's a beautiful one.
It's a start. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful start, and so we're real happy, very, very happy with it all.
Excellent.
So many, many years ago, as you can imagine, it's really myself and Craig Norman who kind of put this all together. The story begins over here. I'll sort of walk you through. This is kind of the evolution of contact lenses. All of these lenses here are made of glass. And so these were the earliest contact lenses in Germany and Zeiss. So they were the three making glass scleral lenses at the time.
When did Oberg come in?
Oberg came in the 1940s. How do you know that name?
I used to live with him.
Oh my. I was just reading a book this morning, his textbook from 1945 on contact lenses. It's really one of the earliest.
Yeah.
And that is, what a coincidence.
Oh, yeah.
So
Are these companies related? It's
no,
Muller Sohn
they were
and Muller
different.
Welt?
No, they were different families.
Okay.
Yeah, they had no relation. And so these, like I said, it's the largest collection of glass contact lenses in the world. So it's they're hard to find, very rare, wonderful to feel because they're incredibly heavy.
Can I touch one?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, you can touch the one that is yours. Craig and I wanted you to have this. This is a glass
Really?
scleral lens.
Wow.
And it's all the contributions you've made to the industry. You deserve that.
Oh, you are so kind. Thank you.
Yeah,
Look at this thing.
It's kind of neat to have. You can see kind of how rough the optics were.
Very rough.
And, but, they got better with time. That's a real early one.
Would you like
What
to see?
year?
This would have been probably early 1900s. So between 1900 and 1910. But you could feel how smooth the glass
The workmanship was wonderful.
But, yeah, it's, that's definitely one we wanted you to have.
That's very nice.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
This would be a real challenge to apply and to remove.
Yeah, it really is because of the size. These were about 22 to 24 millimeters in diameter. So they were pretty big.
And then I see that they're fenestrated as
Some
well.
of them were, and that's kind of unique, the number of them that were fenestrated. You can imagine drilling a hole in glass can be a little bit challenging. And,
A lot of breakage.
Yeah. But I'm always surprised when I'm going through the lenses, the number of them that have actually been fenestrated.
And that would have been a challenge as well, not only drilling the hole, but making sure that the edges are smooth enough.
Oh,
Because
yes.
that would have been quite painful had you applied a fenestrated
Yeah.
lens that wasn't smooth.
But then you look at these Zeiss lenses, the optics are absolutely perfect and they're incredibly thin. And I always wonder how many of those broke in the eye. You know, it wouldn't take much trauma
That would have been
to
a
shatter
really big problem.
those, yeah. But that was unique of the Zeiss lenses at the time. They were incredibly thin.
Do you know who made this one, the one that you gave me?
That one, yes, I do. That one was from the Mueller-Weld company.
Wow.
Yeah, that one.
Look
from
at these.
there.
And then
So
those are the molds right there?
Those are the molds.
So that is
and let
brass,
me
and then
take you through how. Let's
looks like a
say
shell.
it's 1920 and I'm going to fit you with a contact lens. It would all begin over here.
May I sit in the chair?
Yes, please. You sit in the chair again. That's where I sit. I get comfortable in here. And now the molding process began by just simply mixing this compound. It's called moldite. And we would mix it in one of these containers, and then it would be placed into a syringe. And this mold then would be placed onto the eye, and the moldite compound injected through here, and then it would take a perfect mold of the anterior segment. So the molding compound would harden in about 90 seconds. So you had to be real efficient with your time. You had to load this, inject it, and be pretty efficient.
So you have to do that on a board exam, right?
Absolutely. 1950s.
Jeez.
And then what happened next was when you had that beautiful mold, you would mix this next compound called cast stone. And that cast stone then was just like a concrete, but incredibly fine, powdery concrete. And then you would let it harden, and then you would have this beautiful impression of the eye. Now, back in the day, before World War II, a second mold would have to be made of brass. And the reason for that is that when the lens was actually turned into a contact lens, it was made of glass, and the glass would just simply, the heat of the glass would destroy the moldite, so it had to be turned into a brass mold. Then it was taken over here, and this is probably the highlight of the museum, and the fact that we have the only remaining glass contact lens making apparatus in the world. This
Really?
is it. This is the only one left.
Does it work? If you
It
wanted
works.
to create a lens,
Oh,
you
yeah,
could?
yeah. We've had it fired up, and you could see we've destroyed part of the table from the firing it up, and it makes a lot of pops and noises. And now there was this vise was on the stand. We don't know what its function was, but it must have had some function. The problem with this instrument is that nowhere can we find anything written on how to manufacture the contact lens or how they were manufactured. So we're having to piece it together little by little. Now, the
If I push this, is something gonna happen?
Yeah,
Oh,
push it.
Push it?
Yeah, push both of them. This one.
Oh my
And
God.
it still works. That's the amazing thing. We fired up these motors and they were still working.
This is incredible.
So, now, the way it worked was you attach the mold, the brass mold of the shape of the eye here. Top two, I think. Perfect. Now, that bottom, yeah, no, you got it. You got them both. Good. And what would happen is you had natural gas and oxygen that were mixed together. Those were, it wasn't propane. Propane hadn't been invented yet, so they actually used natural gas back in that day. And so the gases were then mixed up here to the appropriate concentration, and these valves controlled the amount of oxygen versus the amount of natural gas.
It looks like it's a very non-precise process.
Exactly, very non-precise. Then they had these 2x2 wafers of glass that were set right here. And then this was just simply brought around once the glass had been molten, and this just brought down and an impression made of the contact lens.
And that's the mold right there.
That's the mold.
So you would
of the
swap
eye.
that out depending upon the
Yeah.
patient you're creating this for.
And then in this little container, when I got the instrument, it was just filled up to about here with asbestos.
Oh, excellent.
So that made it all complete. So then you would bring it back here, drop this mold, and because it was flaming hot from being in contact with the glass, and it would fall into the asbestos where it would be cooled. And now with these little tools here, the residual glass would be broken away. And then you saw over here how the edges were rounded, and then the power placed on the front of the lens with this. Now, the only thing we can think of here is that this was actually operated by hand to oscillate the application of the power on the front side of the lens. That's all we can actually kind of surmise. We don't know how else it was driven. And but everything came with the unit. It was intact. And it's actually from, of all places, Perth, Australia.
Don Ezekiel.
Yeah, Don Ezekiel.
And if anybody would have something like this, it would be him.
It'd be him. And you'll see as you go through the museum, many of the pieces are from Don's collection. And it was probably the largest in the world. And he gave it all to us. So we're really super fortunate to have that.
And he got his basement back.
I'm sorry?
He got his basement back.
Yes, he had his garage. He had it in his laboratory, but when he sold the laboratory, it moved into his garage. So he was kind of grateful, but again, sad to see it all go away. And but to have the only one remaining. Now this is for this.
A mechanical tool then, nothing to do with creating the contact lens.
No, just strictly for changing out the gas.
If you wanted to, is there gas in there? Could you make one?
No, we keep the live ones in my garage at home, but these are actually empty. And,
so you have filled ones if you wanted to?
Yes.
I mean, I don't know that I'd put asbestos there,
sure.
but you could create a glass lens?
We're the only ones in the world that can make glass contact lenses if you need one.
Have you tried it?
Oh, yeah, we've tried it, and it's incredible. Just, there's a lot of experimentation, getting the temperature right, getting just the exact amount of natural gas and the exact amount of oxygen. But you could see that it would be very easy to accomplish. Now, when PMMA came along, things changed rather dramatically, because now it was possible to just simply use the mold itself rather than turning it into a brass mold. And what was used at that time then were these PMMA wafers.
That's actual PMMA?
Yeah.
I thought it was cardboard.
No, it has this protective coating on it, and you just peel this away, and then there's this beautiful piece of acrylic plastic.
Wow.
For scleral lenses.
That's really cool.
Very cool. And now, it didn't take any temperature at all to melt that. That was not like melting glass. So I think we even have one here that might be, yeah, there we go.
Oh, so that's it.
That's it.
So Darren asked the question, when you were in school, did you ever see anything like this?
Yes, well, with the way it worked in school, our contact lens course was one person with keratoconus that was handed down from class to class. And we had it was at Columbia University, and we had Isidore Finkelstein was the professor, a very bright guy, but that was it. And he had this one guy, and every time they had to do something to wash the lens or something, there was no sink. The Fink used to walk in to the bathroom and wash it and try it on. And this guy never succeeded, but he kept coming back from class to class.
Oh.
And that was the contact lens course in the 50s.
Oh my gosh. That's so interesting you mentioned that name. I read his name for the first time last night. Finkelstein from Columbia University. And the reason I came across it, I was doing a story, as I'll show you down here, on Dennis England, who helped invent the first corneal contact lens. But I came across an article written by Hank Knoll from Bosch & Lowe on this gentleman from Columbia University. And it was the first time I had seen his name, and so it was really
Yeah, so that was the
kind of neat.
That was the contact lens course.
Oh my
period. End
so
of story, and then whatever you learned happened afterwards.
Yeah.
It happened afterwards. But the academy required, in order to become a diplomate, you had to be able to fit a scleral lens and using moldite. And what happened, as basically we smuggled in some anesthetic, because there's no way you can put that shit in your eye.
Yeah, no kidding. And say, stay still now. Because you can imagine if the patient's eye was moving during the molding process, you have a pretty bad mold.
Yeah, I mean, so.
What year did you earn your diploma?
In 1965, I think.
And so that was
67,
being required at that time?
Yeah, it was a very large class. The word was, you better get it now because it's going to get much tougher to do. But that particular part was separating the men from the boys, because you had to learn not only to do it, but then to adjust it. And I was always very unhandy. I figured I'd cut my hand off with the bars that they used.
Oh my,
so,
wonderful.
So we have glass lenses.
Glass lenses, and then
in fact,
oh boy,
Boris and I suffered.
Oh my.
So here we go to PMMA sclerals.
PMMA sclerals, and it was very plastic was very slow to get evolve into the contact lens industry. It was only after World War II that plastic really did replace glass. As
World War II. Huh.
The plastic first started on airplanes.
I see up there Ernst Abbey.
Yeah, Ernst
Does that have
Abbey.
anything to do with the Abbey value?
Yep, it sure does. That is it right there. He was the mathematician, the brains behind the Carl Zeiss Corporation, and he was a brilliant mathematician. He developed this machine right here. This was
It's like an early lensometer?
It looks like an early lensometer, but it's called a refractometer. And what it did is just measure the index of refraction of the glass. And because when they were manufacturing glass at the time, they could never control the index of refraction of it. So each piece had a different index, and so what they had to do is read the index of refraction, and then they knew what radius to put on the front to create the power.
There was a lot of math involved.
There
back
was
then.
a ton of math involved back in those days. And, but he was the one who really kind of was at the forefront of that.
Now I see back here there are corneal lenses as well as scleral lenses.
Yeah, it's just like CDs and VHSs. You know, there's that time in space where the two cross over, and this was really it. In the 1950s, it was unsure which of the two modalities was going to really take over. Was it going to stay scleral or was it going to go corneal? And so you see a number of these fun sets that have actually both in them. Now here's the Theo Olbrich sets out of New York. The one in the back was the original Theo Olbrich scleral lens set, and then the one in the front is one of the later sets.
I like these glasses down here. The world of contact lenses. That is really cool.
Bizarre.
So WJ made them.
Well, Newton Wesley was the man responsible for kind of bringing contact lenses into the mainstream. So in the early 1960s, he marketed everything to get contact lenses out to the masses.
God bless him.
Yep, and he appeared on the Steve Allen show, and he was just this incredible kind of showman, but yet incredibly ethical. And
He was keratoconic.
Yeah, that's correct.
Do you have any stories?
Well, yeah, he had a partner, George Jessen,
Yeah.
and George was a glad-hander type of salesperson, and Newton was the front guy with the research type of thing.
Right.
And they did everything, and they not only market glasses, but I remember they used to hand out ties.
Oh, I've got
Christmas,
one.
it says contact lenses on it.
Yes, it's so funny you should mention that. You're the only one I've ever known right there from the Newton Wesley company, and but he was just this incredible marketer.
Yes.
And it was just so cool what he was able to do.
That's good. Somebody needs to get the word out.
Well, you know, and little known fact, it was Newton Wesley who founded Pacific University College of Optometry.
Is that right?
I didn't know that.
Yes, it's a rather kind of long and sometimes sad story because he founded it, but then had to give it up and sell it because of World War II and the internment camp. So his two sons and his wife ended up in an internment camp throughout the course of World War II. And it was here in Portland where the internment camp was. And Roy Wesley, his son, is still alive, and he is on our board of directors of the museum because he's this incredible historian of that era of the internment camps and all the kind of injustices done back then. So kind of a fun story to just hear him talk about.
Oh, I bet.
About his life growing up as a child in the camp.
Right.
So, and then over here, we have a couple other items. One is the Micon. This was the first commercially available contact lens solution that went into the back of a scleral contact lens.
What is Micon?
And, you know, it's, I'm not sure, I think it's a sodium bicarbonate system. What does it say there? I looked it up.
2%
there we go.
sodium. You were
Yeah,
right.
I was. Sodium bicarbonate solution.
So where did the name Micon come from?
Now that I don't know. It was manufactured by House of Vision in Chicago.
House of Vision.
House of Vision, yes.
It sounds like a sketchy place.
It does. It's like a haunted place. Now, next to it here is another one of those Wesley Jessen things. This was a research lens, and patients were losing their lenses pretty easily when they switched to corneal. So what they did is they impregnated the contact lens with little graphite particles. And then you would just pick it up with a magnet or find it.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, so it was a magnetic
contact lens.
and that's what it's actually stuck to, is the magnet right there.
Oh my
Did
gosh.
that affect vision by having that into the plastic?
It's sort of like putting fenestrations in the lens. They never really affected acuity very much, and just a clever idea. So, but they never marketed it or anything, but it's just kind of cool to have
A
one
magnetic
of their...
lens.
Wow.
Some patients may like to have that option available to them.
Oh gosh, I thought it was so clever, you know, but it just shows you, you know, you've got a problem, you know, this is how we're gonna fix it.
Who was the optician that brought the, I forgot his name, that made the corneal lens popular? Remember his
Oh, Kevin Toohey?
Toohey, yeah.
Yes,
The Toohey lens.
Kevin
That was
Toohey.
the first one.
We've got some of his early things over here as we evolve from...
It took lids of steel to adapt to those.
That's for sure. Then we went from the sclerals into the...
Oh, we have a TUI contact lens fitting record back there.
Yes. Now that's kind of interesting. That's
Robert
Ryan. Now,
Is that a HIPAA violation, Pat?
Yeah, it's a definite HIPAA violation. Now, he was a famous actor.
Oh, sure.
Back in the 50s. And
another famous person was Ronald Reagan.
Ronald
He was
Reagan.
highly myopic.
Yep.
He wore contact lenses.
Wore contact lenses. So we have some pretty interesting things.
Oh, so here's the little scandal, I guess, with Dennis England. He applied for the first U.S. patent.
In 1945, I've got the original patent. Craig, I've got a Xerox copy, but Craig has contacted the patent office, and we're going to see if we can get the original patent, that patent application.
And Kevin Toohey preceded him.
Yeah.
Oh, no, sorry.
Followed.
Okay.
He followed him by 2 years, 1 month. 2 years later, Kevin Toohey took out his patent, or applied for his patent.
That was in the 50s, I think.
Yeah, 1950.
And then Bill Feinblum also got involved with scleral lenses.
Yeah, and there's Bill's diagnostic set.
Yeah,
You'll notice those green lenses there, and apparently someone told me that those were actually developed for treatment of an nystagmus. Now,
Did it work?
That I have no idea.
I didn't know why it would work.
Again, I wish Bill was still alive, and
You know,
I've got
there's a Yiddish
questions.
expression, it worked like a Teutenbankes, like a leech on a dead person.
Yeah.
So did you know Feinblum?
Oh, sure. Oh, yeah, we used to We used to work together.
He was the man.
Yeah, he was, Bill, what happened towards the end, he couldn't handle the contact lenses, so he referred to us. But he was a tremendous promoter, and his main specialty was low vision.
Yeah.
And he was able to get his face on Life magazine.
Yeah.
And he ended up having a tremendous practice on Park Avenue. And again, the low vision didn't work. But but people kept coming in.
I've got that Life magazine with that's his story, the Feinblum story. It's actually one of the really earliest
He knew how
publications.
To he was, well, actually, there's a direct link between Bill promoting and me. Afterwards, so I shouldn't knock him.
This machine, the Compumatic.
Yeah, it's the only one I've ever seen. It again, another WJ product from the 1960s, and you turn those dials and it would you would build your contact lens. Each one of those dials put on a different radius of curvature.
Wow.
So you design both the anterior and posterior surface of the lens with that little, they call it computer, but it's just roller device. And a very, very cool thing. But
Did you ever use one?
no, never used one. It's the only one I've ever seen.
Yeah, those tinted lenses are also very interesting.
Yeah, those are from England. Yeah.
Change your eye color.
Yeah, Caprice PMMA lenses.
Oh, God. Somebody needed his eye color changed.
Yeah.
I forgot his name already.
Well, I recognize something down
George
there.
Siegel,
Oh,
the actor, yeah. So
George
he came in,
Siegel.
he was young and he had to play an Arab. He had blue eyes. So he had to play an Arab in some sort of film he was in. So Columbia Pictures sent him in. He was in New York in those days. So we had to give him one of those lenses. So I gave him the lenses and I gave him a bottle of anesthetic. When he was shooting, because he suffered with those. They were thick and they were terrible.
Oh,
so he had to have dark eyes for the shoot.
Did you see the movie afterward?
No.
No.
Maybe it didn't even come out, I don't know.
Yeah, it could be.
Who knows, many of
Maybe
them
don't
didn't.
make it.
I see a bottle of Playa-Gel down there. I haven't
Yes,
heard
Oh my gosh.
that name in a long time.
Yes, Playa-Gel, and the ones behind it, the yellow ones are called LC65. They were big items back in the 60s for PMMA.
And what happened in the 50s and early 60s, these lenses were very thick. And somebody came up with the idea of what if we fenestrate them? And they put 4 little holes in, and they called it the Vent-Air contact lens.
Yeah.
So Vent-Air, and then became a marketer for the thing. They did a tremendous amount of advertising, and they ended up with offices all over the country.
Wow.
Vent-Air was one of them. There was one other company from Chicago that also.
Yeah, there was a Spirovent.
Spirovent had one.
And
You just happen to have some of it right here.
yes, yes. Here's an original TUI brochure, and let's see. I don't know if I have my Vent-Air out there. No, I guess I don't.
After that, the lenses were so thick that the people were terribly uncomfortable, and that's when I went into practice. And Ted, my partner, worked for Vent-Air down the street.
Oh boy!
And he sent people over to me, and then we came up with the bright idea. Says, hey, if they're so uncomfortable with thick, why don't we make a thinner lens?
Oh boy.
So we formed a company called Micro Thin Contact Lenses, and we got one Orthodox Jew to work in Brooklyn in a lab, and he was the micro thin maven. He was the one that did it, and we had a thinner lens, and because we had a thinner lens, we were able to succeed where Vent-Air failed. So we built up a very large PMMA practice in those years.
How did Vent-Air feel about Ted?
They didn't know he worked for us, and then after that. He left there because the practice got big enough that we were able to.
Now, over in this cabinet is the early evolution of soft lenses. Soft lenses were developed by that gentleman there, Otto Wichterle, in Prague, Czechoslovakia. He started working on the material in the early 1960s. He actually started producing contact lenses in 1966, and those were the first soft lenses. They were called SPOFA, S-P-O-F-A, SPOFA lenses. Right there, right in front of you, is the first soft contact lens brochure ever produced. That was in 1965. These lenses here really do represent the first key mount or first soft contact lenses. I've got one hydrated there. The rest are stored dry.
Wow.
Very kind of neat to have those as part of the collection. These were the original SPOFA cases from 1966. And about the same time, a company in upstate New York and Toronto started this Bionite company, which was a Griffin lens.
Oh, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, that was the high water content lens. It had about a 55% water, but you see it goes back to that same time frame as the Otto Wichterle lenses.
Oh, and there it says they were purchased by AO.
Yep.
And then became SoftCon.
Yep, and then became SoftCon, exactly.
And then B&L marketed them very differently. They had salespeople, and the first sales manager insisted that all their salespeople come in dark suits. So they were very formal,
very unique.
Very businesslike
yeah.
with the Bausch & Lomb lens.
And now we're into the salt tablets and heat units.
Salt tablets and then heat units. This is the
scepter unit.
Range of the scepter units. The first one you see right here was the original Bausch & Lomb one, 1971. The FDA had no idea on how to disinfect these soft contact lenses, so this is what Bausch & Lomb came up with. If you look kind of closely, that heater unit there was actually a baby bottle warmer. They purchased them from Gerber Baby Food Company and then modified the top lid to hold a contact lens case. So you filled that up. You remember the distilled water that you put in there and push a button.
And actually, it was a marvelous way to sterilize lenses because after that, the cold sterilization came in, but unfortunately, they put thimerosal into the solution.
And that was this one right here. This was the first.
And the red eyes started.
Red eyes started big time. So you'll love these names here, Paul. The Normal, Flexol, and Preflex. That will resonate with you. Those are just so cool.
Alcon Swirl Cleaner.
Yes.
That sounds like toilet cleaner.
Well, it does sound like
Sorry,
it.
Alcon.
The scepter unit was something that the patients had individually. However, the office had very large units.
Right.
So you could
right down here.
lenses, so there they are.
I remember those glass vials, cut my fingers on
that
them.
particular one ended up with a short circuit over a weekend, and our office burned down.
Oh, no.
Boy,
The staff got to turn it off before
they lost many an office with that unit.
Wow.
And that was when you met me at the door, said, Dad, you can sleep late tomorrow. And I came back from Malaysia.
You know, this was, you'll notice that a lot of different cleaning systems were developed because at the time, we had to make soft lenses last a year.
Right.
They were replaced on a yearly basis, so a lot of heroic things were developed to try to extend the length of time.
Matter of fact, we had one scheme. We met the developer, a woman who developed the contraceptive sponge. You remember Seinfeld Spongeworthy?
Right.
It was a contraceptive sponge.
I remember that.
And it was FDA approved, And it had the ability that if you would rub a contact lens on it, you could clean it. And we say, this is what we're going to do.
So how did somebody come up with that concept that this is a contraceptive sponge, I'm going to put my contact lens on there? I mean, where did that come from?
Say what?
I mean, who would think of that?
So,
And the chemicals, because it was a spermicide,
Yeah,
right? So, I mean, wonder what the chemicals would do to the lens.
We started dealing with this crazy woman who had some company in Europe and Germany, and it cost us at least 6 figures by the time we figured out it's not going to work, and then she conned us, and so that another scheme.
Okay, so I'm glad to hear that that was.
You talk about my West Indian land, that was even worse.
But so that actually nobody ever really did that. So she
No,
took you for a ride. Okay, I'm glad to hear that.
Absolutely.
I mean, not that you were taken for a
No,
ride.
no,
I'm not
I-
glad,
I-
but that
I-
nobody
I
was
haven't
cleaning their
taken for
lenses
many
on a
rides.
contraceptive
That was
sponge.
only,
You weren't
that was
sponge-worthy.
that was only one of the many rides.
I see CSI lenses back there, and now
Yes.
what else did I see?
Yeah.
Lens Plus. Now we're getting into things that I remember.
Yeah.
Those terrible vials that you cut your hand on.
Yeah,
Yep.
and do you have there it is.
The crimper.
The crimper, I remember those things, and those very light, the caps.
Caps that
They were light, and then you
aluminum.
put it on, and then when you
Yeah.
try to pull it off,
Yep, there goes your finger.
yep.
And so it's just so much fun. Then lenses, I never made it. The 3M lens, called the Advent lens, lasted in the marketplace just a few months, and it was a pure fluorocarbon contact lens. Very oxygen permeable. They teamed up with Allergan to promote that lens, but it never made it. The Epicon was another one that never quite made it in the marketplace. And then the Nike Maxite.
I remember that.
Here.
You have any So Soft in there?
Still Soft is right here.
Yep.
Another one that worked beautifully, 100% oxygen permeable, but
Yeah.
way too thick. So
Yeah.
it was terribly
And so
uncomfortable.
hard to remove
Yes.
too. It was that rubbery
Yeah,
thing.
it was Dow Corning owned it.
Yep,
and they
Dow
gave-
Corning, way to go. Man,
can
this
ask
has
Joe.
gotta be weird for you.
Yeah.
All these things
I
coming
live-
back. And
Yep.
just, you wonder where all that garbage is being stored. You know, I always ask myself, where
Well,
is
are
it
you
being
kidding? I
stored?
mean, I've got these Gilbert and Sullivan operettas up here that.
Oh, my.
You know,
Oh,
so.
that's, yeah.
But I can't remember what happened to them yesterday.
Yeah, me either. That's the truth.
Oh, you've got a DMV in there,
Yeah, we do, and.
and it looks like you have a designer case.
Yeah, we do.
There was a short period where Revlon bought out one of these companies.
Hydrocurve.
Bought out Hydrocurve.
Or Barnes
And they
Hind.
got themselves a really serious PR firm in New York, and they sent me around the country to talk about their particular product. They were interested in tinted lenses in those days and changing eye color. And but they got me on morning shows all over the place by using a great PR firm.
And that's when you did Phil Donahue.
You know, Phil Donahue came through that as well.
These you'll remember. Now, these were
I wear
called
contact lenses.
medical alert bracelets, and they were developed for PMMA lens wearers who had been involved in auto accidents and maybe in a coma, because what was happening is people were wearing PMMA contact lenses, they'd be in a 2-week coma, they'd finally look at their eyes and find a huge ulcer sitting there. So these medical alert bracelets made everyone aware of the fact that they were wearing contact lenses. And then these old Shiatz tonometers, you'll remember those.
Yes.
Both you and I were trained on those back in the day. And,
Wow.
Really beautiful instruments, and obviously replaced by applanation tonometry. And so.
You know what you need? Oh, you do have it over there. I see, you need I was looking at this trial lens set. You need
Oh,
a
yeah.
lens cabinet.
Oh, yes.
I have a friend at one of the practices where I worked, and she had one of those old, it was a big piece of furniture with the lens. It was beautiful. I wanted it.
Oh, no, I want it. Those are, you know, they sell for a lot of money now,
Yeah.
as you can imagine, because they are just beautiful. And read this Barbie doll
I
thing.
saw that. Does
Ooh.
it? Why does it say "looking for Ken"?
Yeah, I just put that in there.
It's a little sexist,
yeah,
Patrick.
little bit, but.
Oh wait, on loan from the Craig Norman Barbie doll collection.
Yeah.
That's totally awesome.
Yeah.
We need to find out what other Barbie dolls Craig has in his collection.
Yeah, we really don't know.
And you've got eclipse glasses in
Yeah,
there.
you know, it's part of our history. 2017.
That was really interesting that we had done a story about how to protect your eyes during an eclipse, and there were there was so much interest drawn during that very short window of time of people talking about that and vision and blindness and looking at the sun. So it was a great news hook and great PR for all of eye care.
It was a wonderful opportunity for eye care to tell the story. And then we have a collection of eye cups there, and this was kind of the original treatment for blepharitis. And I don't know why it went out of vogue, because it's still perhaps one of the better treatments for cleaning the lids and lashes, and very popular in the 30s and 40s. As you can see, a lot of different styles came out. And
well, maybe it will come back into vogue because neti pots are coming back into vogue.
Yeah.
Similar concept.
Yep, exactly.
I mean, that looks like patent medicine, though. What is that, McElroy's lotion? What is that?
Some of these were mixtures that you would put into the eye cup, and not sure what some of these actually had within them, but you'll see in the forefront the bicarbonate of soda tablets. That's what was usually used.
Baking soda?
Yeah. And
this is really cool. And I see some instrumentation up here too.
It starts over
Placido
here.
discs.
These are all from the early 1900s. These are all keratometers, ophthalmometers.
They look like satellite dishes of today.
There were still some in my school.
Yeah, just like that. And,
yeah, to position, you had to get the axis on.
Yep, and they rotate, and I swear that they could still be used today. You know, the electronics would just have to be redone, but other than that, they're fully functional.
Yeah, there's the old slit lamps too.
Yeah, the old slit lamps, and you know, you really realize that very little has changed in the optics of eye care. Optics are just such a fundamental thing.
So this says circa unknown for this clock, and I'm guessing 60s.
Yeah, you know, some of this stuff I'm still trying to track down, you know. I need to get out to Bosch and Lohm. So much of the history of optics in this country originated there, and I've been in contact with their curator there, and a lovely person, lovely woman.
American Optical still do.
You know, that's the other one. American Optical in Massachusetts, are they still around? That I am not sure of. And if they're still around, AO was a big company. And then back here, we have some interesting things. One, this is our little humble library, what we're trying to do is also get all of the books ever written on contact lenses and any articles, brochures, anything related to contact lenses. We're trying to archive and save as well.
Does the AOA library have?
You know, I'm surprised the AOA does not have a very complete collection. I've always been kind of a little taken back by the fact that they haven't taken their kind of the history of optometry a bit more serious. And
in Indiana, also, they have the Historical Society.
Oh, yeah.
That should have.
Yes, and so we need to get involved with all of those folks. Now this, here's a company you'll remember, Milton Roy company. It's American Optical, and this was the original inventory system for fitting contact lenses. And they came in two diameters, 8.2 and 8.7 diameter lenses, all PMMA. And then, but still a fairly complete set. So not many of those.
Your mother wore them.
Really?
She wore PMA for a lot of years.
And then, of course, this is the bathroom, but of course we had to deck it out with all of this antique stuff. And so this is really quite fun. And so really anything historical related to eye care, we jump on, Craig and I. This is something you might remember too, the old Leslie Jessen photo periscope. PEK is what it was called. And again, that was another WJ product.
And these are the projectors I used for many, many years.
I know, I know. Sure. See, the thing is that back in those days, that equipment never wore out.
No,
it's like these old greens refractors. Yep. You know, they still are 100% functional today. The workmanship that went into all of these instruments was just unbelievable. And then the other thing that was always amazing to me is how heavy all of this stuff, because it was all made with cast iron, especially this chair. Yep. This is pure cast iron, and from the 1950s, and an old B&L keratometer.
What do you think, Dad? Do you think you could still work it?
I bet you he could. It would come back to you.
This is a slit lamp. It's not.
Yeah, it's just the.
And there's the Burton lamp.
Yeah, the Burton lamp.
Black light.
Yep.
People used to use
this one I thought was very unique. It was on a mobile stand, and you would wheel it around and
fluorescent in and lit up the lens.
A whole lot.
So this is the phoropter? Look at how tiny it is.
Yeah, that was one of the real early phoropters. Now here's one of the original phoropters, Dzang phoropters, and what you did here is you use your loose lenses and you would put them in here, and then your auxiliary lenses, the prism, would move into position, Maddox rods, all of these things. So this was the earliest of them. And then they evolved into that one there.
Wow.
So
this had a joystick already.
Yeah.
So this is a newer model.
That's a newer 1950 Zeiss.
Newer.
So you
Newer,
have
yeah.
That's what I had.
the-
As a matter of fact, most optometrists didn't use one. I remember
Yes.
when I was in the 60s, I joined the, they put me on the committee, the contact lens committee. There were very few people that limited their practice, so even though I was very young, they put me on there. And basically there was a problem because opticians in those days were the leaders in contact lens fitting, you know, and delivery. But the optometrist said, no, they didn't like that idea. I said, well, you know, one thing you could do is make it the state of the art that everyone has to have a slit lamp examination when they wear contact lenses. And then the AOA in their wisdom says, we can't do that because many of our members don't have a slit lamp and you'll estrange them. So not only didn't they have sinks in their exam rooms to wash their hands, they didn't have a slit lamp to examine eyes. But people survived.
Yeah, they need it somehow. Goes back. Hey, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Hi.
See you tomorrow.
You betcha. This sounds good. I love it.
So is this yours or is this the school's?
No, this is mine. Mine and Craig's. Completely. And now the story here begins actually in all places, China. China was the first country to produce spectacle lenses. And these are some of those early spectacles. Many of them made of tortoiseshell, and some made of brass. They found their way to Europe, and they think through the adventures of Marco Polo, that he actually then kind of brought back the concept. So they were introduced in the late 1200s.
So Marco Polo brought the concept of eyeglasses, spectacles, in addition to spaghetti.
To spaghetti, there you go. And both have had a big impact. And then here are some of the earliest glasses made in this country in the early 1700s. These were made by blacksmiths at the time. And so they're made of iron, but they were shaped, and these are all from the mid 1700s. So
what are wig eyeglasses?
Wig eyeglasses had these little extenders on them. You'll notice the little bars, the second bar.
To stick in the wig, to stay on.
To stick in the wig.
Interesting.
So they were just referred to as wig glasses. And then in the late 1700s were these models that were available.
So we're moving away from the entire round shape. We've got some rectangular shape.
Yep, we
oval.
sure do.
Interesting. So even then we're getting into different lens shapes.
Yep. But still, the jewelers didn't get involved. And you can tell as soon as the jewelers got involved, because the frames got incredibly elaborate.
They're rimless.
Yeah, they
rimless?
were rimless, but
Wow.
they were glass. They're all glass. Plastic hadn't come about until the 1920s. So very, very slow on the uptake.
Oh, and there's Franklin's bifocal.
And that's an original 1700 Franklin bifocal.
Where did you find that?
Again, been collecting my entire life, and
That's incredible.
yep. The only thing that I miss about these glasses, and same thing with the contacts, you just wish they could talk.
Oh, of
And
course.
just tell us your history and tell us where you've been. Would be just so absolutely fascinating. And then what happened then, pince nez, and then the Oxford frames, very similar. The Oxford frame used a little spring to hold the glasses on the eyes. And then it was in the 1920s that plastic first got introduced.
Tortoise.
And
Horn rim.
tortoise, and beautiful, beautiful. You know, you look at some of these from the 20s and you go, I would wear those. I mean, those are very cool. I mean, they're just incredibly cool glasses.
Wow.
And then we have the 30s, and then these were glasses that were called inventory glasses made by American Optical. The doctor would buy them in these boxes like this, and then he or she would put them together. The frames are right there, and you can see the different bridge sizes. And then the bows that went around the ear were what are called gold-filled material. What they were
Expensive.
yeah, and you could see these are all gold-filled as well. And
You don't
so,
have these cases locked.
no.
All right, we're gonna edit that part out.
Yeah, you don't have these locked.
When did male, female glasses start?
You know, that's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. You know, that's a good question. Because they were the same for many, many years. These are just old ads, and then aphakic spectacle lenses. You remember those?
You know,
remember the old aphakic spectacle lenses? How thick and heavy, and
People just couldn't get around.
Oh. So here are some of the old optics books. We have the Irv Bosch refraction book that you and I were raised on. And that one's actually signed by Irv,
Oh, wow.
so kind of special.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome back to another edition of ODwire TV. And today it is all about dry eye and the Keratograph 5M by Oculus. And for those of you who've watched the show before, you sort of know that we're all about gadgets and technology and how you implement them in practice. And as you may also know, Oculus is a longtime sponsor of ODwire and of CEwire. And I'm grateful for them, not just for their sponsorship, but also because they allow us to do stuff like this, where they don't just sort of put out, advertisements and commercials for their products. They let us actually come in and talk to experts about their gear, so you can get a sense of what it's like in practice to actually use their instruments and how some of these instruments can actually be rather transformational. And, just like every other time, today we have an expert. Dr. Thomas Washevsky is the owner of Carolina Forest Family Eye Care in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And for the past 3 decades, he's specialized in contact lenses, including specialty lenses and lenses for myopia control. He's lectured extensively on the subject in both the US and abroad. And critically important for today's discussion, he's recently built a successful dry eye component into his practice. And today he's going to share with us how he's made it work. So Tom, thanks so much for being here today.
It's my pleasure.
So I guess the first question I would have is, how would you describe your practice, and maybe talk to us a little bit about dry eye and how you've sort of worked it into what you do?
So I have this is actually sort of a redo of my practice. I practiced in northern New Jersey and the New York metropolitan area for 20 years. And 16 years ago, went on vacation to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, bought a house with no expectation of ever leaving the New York metropolitan area, because let's face it, we all know it's the center of the universe. And you can't believe that there's life elsewhere. But thinking about slowing down, I wasn't sure. I thought I might retire. And it was fun not working for a couple of weeks. But by the end of the 3rd week, I was getting itchy. And by the end of the 1st month, I was climbing the walls and decided to open up another practice cold. Now, I've had a couple of cold starts in my career, but this was really cold because I didn't know a soul in the entire state of South Carolina. That was 16 years ago. Grew the practice, and 5 years ago built a 7,000 square foot building and moved my practice into that. Currently, we take up about 5,000 square feet. We're looking at taking the rest sometime in the next 6 to 12 months. And the practice is just taken off. I have an associate, and I no longer do any primary care. My personal practice is only dry eye, ortho-K, myopia control, and sclerals. Really all anterior seg stuff. And so that's what most of my background is in.
So basically you get to do exactly what you want to do now. One of the advantages sort of starting up again and getting an associate to do everything else.
That's it, exactly. She does all the primary care. I'm not particularly fond of doing glaucoma, among other things, but doing the things that I really have honed my skills on over the past 36 years, really it's changed the game for me as someone who's treated dry eye the entire time. But it was always very frustrating that you couldn't get results. And in 2019, I decided to get serious about dry eye, and I went all in. I bought the Keratograph, bought an IPL, bought LipiFlow, took a course, the Dry Eye Institute, Dr. Crystal Breimer's Dry Eye Institute, and which was very helpful, and really jumped in with both feet. Towards the end of 2019, I was amazed at how well it did, and my whole concept of dry eye has really changed rather dramatically in the past 3 years.
Where did you actually find the patient base to do this, right? Because a lot of people think, oh my gosh, I want to try this, but I'm not going to be able to actually spin up a practice fast enough to be able to get enough dry eye patients.
Well, getting the dry eye patients was actually the easy part, because they're already in your chair and you just have to know how to look for it. All these advanced treatment modalities like IPL or tear care or low-level light therapy or radio frequency. There's a ton of technology out there, and it's kind of interesting. I see a lot of talking about how great one device is or another, and they'll go out and they'll buy a device thinking that they're going to set the world on fire. And a lot of times what will happen is they're kind of disappointed because they can't get the patients to want to buy in to their treatment program. For me, the keratograph is the answer to that. I mean, yes, it's great to have all these technologies to provide all these treatments, but if you cannot educate your patients and show them exactly what's going on with their eyes, no one's going to say, well, gee, doc, my eyes aren't, I'll do that $1,000 treatment. They may just say to you, well, my eyes aren't that bad. I can just go out and buy another bottle of artificial tears.
Well, why don't we just back up a second then and talk about the keratograph 5M, or I guess let's call it the K5M because let's make it nice and short, right?
Okay.
So we'll talk about the instrument, because starting from the beginning, how do you use it to actually screen patients, right? Because you can use this device throughout the entire sort of life cycle of the patient, but let's start at the very beginning. So let's talk screening first. How do you actually use it?
Most of our patients come from screening our comprehensive eye exam patients. And we use the K5M exactly for that. And we screen every single comprehensive eye exam patient every year. I've spoken to docs about, well, why would you want to screen everyone? It's a low yield. And I know some of the quote unquote experts have said that in some of their presentations, that there's a low yield to screening everyone. And I would completely disagree. It's very easy to see an end-stage dry eye patient, the one who's coming in and is miserable. But why would you want to wait till someone is end stage? Why do you want to wait till they're miserable? We know that this is a chronic condition. We know that it gets worse over time. Waiting till someone's lost all of their meibomian glands is probably not the best idea. So we screen everyone. And yes, it adds about 3 to 5 minutes to our comprehensive exam time, but it's well worth it. And the tests are tech-driven. I don't really touch the K5M. Like I said, it adds about 3 minutes to the pre-test time and another 1 to 2 minutes of doctor time. We capture 4 images. We look at the tear meniscus height to determine whether there's a true lack of volume of tears. We look at the lipid layer. We're looking for the oil layer, right, to test meibomian gland function. We're looking for redness to give us a clue about inflammation. And we're doing meibography. And we don't even do the upper lid meibography because it's a little bit time consuming and the techs don't really enjoy doing that. So they're just doing the lower lids. But from those 4 images, we can get a really good idea as to where this patient is. And it only takes a minute or 2 for the doctor to go through those 4 images and say, look, it looks like you've got an issue here. Let's look a little deeper. Let's do some advanced testing for dry eye. And then they get scheduled back for a comprehensive dry eye evaluation.
And what impact do you think that has on the patient actually showing them the pictures? Is that really what sort of gets them to buy into what you're trying to do?
So absolutely, Adam. It's one thing for you to say, Mrs. Jones, you've got dry eye, and here, I want you to do this IPL, and it's $300 a treatment. You need a series of 4 treatments. And Mrs. Jones is going to say to you, well, I don't think my eyes are that dry. They don't bother me that much. Just I'll take another bottle of artificial tears. But if you show Mrs. Jones that she has no lipid layer in her tear film, if you show her what her meibomian glands look like, and then use the comparison scale to compare what a normal set looks like, and she gets to see, wow, I've lost 50% of my gland tissue. They get it. And it's true, it takes a lot of time to educate the patient, but the education is what gets the buy-in for those advanced treatments that you want them to have. And that's what's really giving you the results. If the patient doesn't buy in, you can have all the advanced technology in the world, but you're never going to use it. So that 5M is really kind of the centerpiece. It's what drives all of our patients into our dry eye treatment program. And the best part is that I didn't have to go searching for a single extra patient. These are patients that are already in the chair. You're uncovering a problem that you might have just glossed over in the past. Maybe they weren't that symptomatic. one of the things you discover is that as people get older, they just naturally assume that their eyes are supposed to be drier. All right. They think that dryness is a normal consequence of aging. I explain to them all the time that it's true, it's a common consequence of aging, but this is not a normal consequence of aging. It is a disease process, and it doesn't have to happen. Yes, it's true, it's chronic, and we can't cure it, but we can sure manage it and make you feel better.
Right. So you're really using the K5M as an educational tool with the patient in the chair, right there, to really explain to them what is happening.
Absolutely. It's show and tell. It's like being in kindergarten, and really try and put it down on very basic levels. So even, the most uninitiated, can understand what you're talking about. I don't use any jargon, no technical terms. I don't even use the word mybography with them. These are pictures of your glands. And, if you can put it on a level that they can comprehend and they get to actually see it, they buy in. And it's kind of interesting. The redness score is something that usually more women are sensitive to than men.
It's funny, the K5M also creates this thing called the crystal tear report, and I'm putting up on the screen right now so everyone can see what this report actually is and what it looks like. And maybe you could take us through what this actually is and how it was created and who created it and what it's all about and how you actually use it.
Okay, so the crystal tear report is really something the doctor sets up in advance. He determines, for, let's say, an aqueous problem, what his treatments of choice are, whether it's a mild case, a moderate case, a severe case, whether if it's a lipid layer problem, again, what his treatment plan is. And you go through looking at all the patient's images, and the K5M will auto score some of these things and automatically fill it out. But a lot of it you have to, click on, and you'll decide what the level of severity is. And it does this great printout that you have there that you hand out to the patient. It's an educational piece. It explains a little bit about each issue. And what the report does is it looks at your tear film and the eyes in a certain way. And it breaks it down to the level of water in the eye, right? Is it an aqueous problem? Talks about the oil in the eye. Is this a meibum issue? It looks for inflammation. It looks for allergy. It looks for lid function. It also looks for bacteria. Is there blepharitis here? And it provides specific treatment and recommendations that you've already predetermined. And of course, you can change those treatment recommendations on the fly with a simple click of the mouse. But it just flows really smoothly, really quickly. You don't have to do a lot of typing, or, there's no typing involved. You're just clicking. And we hand out this educational piece at the end to the patient, and it does a great job. When they get home, very often you'll have told, your patient, Mrs. Smith, all about this, and you're going to recommend that she does LipiFlow or whatever. And she gets home and she has to explain to Mr. Smith, who's going to ask her, well, and it's how much? She now has this take-home piece that she can talk to him about and show him and say, look, this is what's going on with my eyes. And yeah, this is what we need to do.
Right. And what's interesting too, you mentioned the report actually sort of shows you, the different etiologies of dry eye, right? Back in the old days, people just got drops and went home, right? You didn't really differentiate the different kinds of dry eye, but now we can. And so the instrument does. And so I'm sure that's led to sort of different treatment modalities that you use in your practice based on what the report's telling you.
Absolutely. What I tell them is, using the K5M, it allows me to hone in on the root cause or causes of their specific problem and attack those directly. And that's exactly what the crystal tear report does. It basically details all of those exact issues.
And we mentioned how you're sort of using the instrument to educate the patients. how does it play into follow-up? Once you've actually decided on a course of treatment, you've initiated it, then what happens? What's the next step to keep the patients compliant and coming back?
So after we, I explained to them that this is a chronic condition. So after we've completed their course of treatment, typically we'll see them back at some time period, depending on how they're doing. It might be 1 month, it might be 3 months. But most of these advanced therapies need to be repeated periodically at some interval. So with LipiFlow, they typically recommend a year, but not every patient can go a year. For things like IPL, typically we recommend a booster at around 6 months. And, if we can get somebody feeling better and get them on an even keel, we want to keep them there. We don't want to let them slide and go back to the way they were. So that's how we follow up with them. And again, we will scan them again at a later date when they come in for their follow-up. We'll look at their glands, we'll look at their oil layer, we'll look at their aqueous layer, and we'll compare them to the prior images. And you can show the patient, well, you're still doing great. We can just watch you for the time being, or no, you seem to be slipping. Your breakup time, went from 5 seconds, and then we treated you, and you went up to 20 seconds, and now you're back down to 12. It's time to treat you again because you're sliding back, and this is a chronic condition, so we're going to have to retreat you. So it's really, really important. It's just probably the best way that I've found to be able to track exactly how they're doing.
So Tom, I have to ask you the multi-million-dollar question right now. People, who actually make the investments in instruments like this, they always ask, what's the ROI? Is it possible to compute? And what does it mean for my practice? So, obviously you're a super user of this device, and I'm kind of curious, what is the ROI? And it sounds like you made it the centerpiece of your practice, but is this something that you've actually been able to quantify in terms of the return on the investment?
Absolutely. So I paid my keratograph off, the K5M off, within 2 months. And now I realized that I didn't buy just the 5M. I actually was into dry eye diagnostic and therapeutic technologies for almost $100,000 on day one. And I have a patient base that's largely geriatric. Most of the patients here in the Myrtle Beach area, this has now become a retirement community for people from the Northeast. My average patient is somewhere north of 60. So, and if you're seeing 20 patients a day, the vast majority of them have some dry eye issues. So once we go past the screening and I bring them back for a complete dry eye workup, typically we're charging a $99,204 or $214 actually would be, because these are previous patients. And there is also another fee for the crystal tear report, which is a non-covered service, and that we charge around $100 for that. The 99214 is $125 roughly. And so when we look at that, if we're screening 20 patients a day, and at least 40% of those are going to have dry eye. And I mean, in my patient population, it's probably closer to 60% actually do have some dry eye issues. If only half of them return, so if I get even only 2 patients coming back a day for dry eye evals, and let's say we're averaging around $225 for those visits, at the end of a week, we're over $2,000. So in 10, 12 weeks, you'll pay off that keratograph. Now that's assuming you don't do any treatments. That's just the evaluations. Now, if you start adding treatments in there, and depending on the treatment, like LipiFlow, depending on where you go, it's going to be anywhere from $800 to $1,500 for a LipiFlow treatment. For IPL, it's probably going to be somewhere in that same range. So just adding a few treatments in there, the return on investment is just incredible. So we did quite well. And my first full year, I mean, we started our dry eye program in November of 2019. Before the end of the year, we had paid off the keratograph.
Wow.
You know what happened in 2020, right? And yet, even though we closed for how long? We closed for 6 weeks for COVID. We still had a record-breaking year. It was all due to the dry eye. I mean, it was just the numbers that we do in dry eye are just really quite amazing, and have been totally game-changing because most of the dry eye revenue is for non-covered services. And so these are out-of-pocket payments. There's no insurance payments for most of them. Virtually none of the treatments have any insurance coverage. And it's really changed our gross and our net, had the biggest change on our net, because this is all high net services that we're offering.
Right. Well, Tom, thank you so much for sort of sharing this all with us. And I just had one more question. You're obviously an advocate of the instrument. You use it. It actually has transformed the way you work. For someone who's looking to dip their toes into the water of dry eye, where does one start? I know you went whole hog. You just told me how you went all in from the beginning. But if someone's just looking to sort of incrementally get involved, how would you actually tell them to do it?
I don't think I would say dabble in it. I would say go in all the way. You'd have to go in with some way of being able to diagnose and demonstrate to the patient what their diagnosis is. And for me, that's the 5M. It's just hands down the best way. Then you need some form of treatment. Now, you don't have to have every treatment platform on the market. I mean, we do, well, except for one, but we have IPL, we've got low-level light therapy, we've got LipiFlow, we've got radio frequency. I've got a lot of devices. You don't need all those devices. I mean, you can do it with something as simple as the keratograph and even just BlephX to be able to offer in-office lid microblepharoexfoliation. And that's not an expensive device. It's fairly easy to get into it. If you have a very low amount of disposable income, Tear Care is a great option because it works very, very well. It's a small investment, I think, up front to take it in. It has higher ongoing costs because the consumables are expensive, as opposed to something like IPL or low-level light therapy where there's very little, if any, consumables. And those are the things I would tell you. I mean, even if you do nothing other than just screening your patients and offering complete dry eye evaluations, the average practice can easily do $125,000 to $150,000 a year if you're only doing 2 dry eye evaluations a day. So if you're doing 10 a week, it adds up over the course of the year.
Right. And you actually brought up an important point that I think we should stress to people because, obviously in your community, you have sort of a wealthier set of people who are willing to actually spend on these treatments. But, obviously people in different parts of the country have different demographics that they're dealing with. Sure. And their patient base may not have that disposable income. But despite that, you can find ways to introduce treatment modalities into your practice that are not like IPL, right? That are not that expensive. To try to help people, even if it's not sort of the Rolls-Royce approach, right, all the way up here, there are things that you can do now that are effective.
Yeah, the other thing I would say is get yourself educated. And that's probably the single most important thing. I like recommending Dr. Crystal Breimer's Dry Eye Institute because she does a phenomenal job. And she'll show you how to put all this together and give you really the nuts and bolts to it. Yeah, I mean, you don't have to offer all these treatments up front. Eventually, you probably will. And we've talked about money so far. What we haven't talked about is what you're doing for your patients. And so many suffer in silence, and they don't say anything because, they just assume this is a normal consequence of aging. They may be in pain, and they're just thinking they don't have a choice. if you can help them out, you can really improve their lives. And I know that dry eye is acutely connected to depression. If somebody's eyes are miserable all the time, they tend to be very depressed individuals, and you can really change their lives if you can improve that condition. And I think we've all gotten so accustomed to just handing out bottles of artificial tears and realizing that is only providing temporary relief of a symptom. And we're looking to go beyond that. And the treatment paradigm has really changed. You want to go beyond just treating symptoms. You want to hone in on those root causes and attack those directly. And that's where you really start making differences in patients' lives.
And I think that's a really great point to end on. So Tom, thank you so much for sharing your story and being with us. And in the comments below, I'm sure people are going to have questions, so I hope you can come on back and answer them as they watch this.
Thank you very much, Adam. It was great doing this with you.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another edition of ODwire TV. Now today we've got a sort of different one for you. So as you may or may not know, the Oculus Pentacam turns 20 this year. That's right, it is now 20 years old. And in that time, it's sort of become the gold standard of anterior segment tomography. Oculus, they haven't been sort of resting on their laurels in 20 years. The device has undergone evolution throughout the entire period, and not just the hardware, but the software side as well. And I frequently mention, I call it the Swiss Army knife for anterior seg, right? Because it really is. You can do so many things with it. But today we're going to focus on a very specific piece of functionality, and that would be the using the Pentacam to fit scleral lenses. They have this piece of software, and I'll put it up on the screen so you can see it. It's called the CSP Pro, and I don't know that much about it, right? So as usual, I have an expert here to help me out. Dr. John Gelles is the director of the Specialty Contact Lenses Division at the Cornea and Laser Eye Institute in Teaneck, New Jersey. And Dr. Gelles is a world-renowned expert in specialty contact lens design, fitting, and management. So John, thanks so much for being here today.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Adam. Really appreciate it. You guys do, a phenomenal job with CEwire every year, and talking about one of my favorite instruments here in the Oculus Pentacam. I think we'll have a pretty good time.
Excellent. Well, before we get into the Pentacam itself, why don't you tell us a little bit about your practice? I think people might not know, other than what I just told them all about you.
Yeah, so our practice is a tertiary care center up in northern New Jersey. So we're in Teaneck, New Jersey. It's myself and 3 other ophthalmologists, a cornea refractive surgeon by the name of Peter Hirsch founded the practice, Peter being one of the principal investigators and first authors on the approval of LASIK. And our center has been the forefront of many high impact approvals for FDA clinical trials, like the approval of corneal collagen cross-linking, and work almost entirely in the space of cornea refractive, and have a subspecialty research center within the center dedicated exclusively to keratoconus, where I direct the division on specialty contact lenses and work exclusively in specialty contact lenses. So yeah, this this is really our bread and butter is cornea, and more cornea. So.
Excellent. Well, 20 years ago when the Pentacam came out, if you had told me 20 years down the road that scleral lenses would be a thing that people cared about, I would have been shocked. I never saw this coming, and I wonder if the instrument itself actually sort of helped push scleral lenses into the forefront.
Yeah, the ability of this device, if we even look back, I mean, even now, but let's look back 20 years ago, this is entirely revolutionary to the idea that we can understand just about everything structurally about a cornea. We can understand the anterior surface shape, the posterior surface shape, the thickness of these corneas. And just knowing that is so much more information than, let's say, a corneal topographer with placido rings, where we have to do projection onto the surface, and all we're getting is data about the surface. Really where this instrument comes into its own was in the prevention of iatrogenic, ectasias for refractive surgery, right? But what's the worst thing that can happen in an elective procedure? That you induce a problem, right? So you need something that's able to give you a greater amount of detail. And this is just a mind-blowing device for 20 years ago. It's still a tremendous device. And, that comes with the evolution that's happened over the last 20 years, right? So it's phenomenal. The software just continues to evolve and evolve. And, I really think that our ability to track these diseases like keratoconus or, post-refractive corneal ectasias with this really helps us to, not just find the right treatments for these individuals as far as like cross-linking or, other interventions for trying to improve corneal contour, but also in saying, this individual is continuing to get worse. This individual is having problems with their contact lens. This individual is probably better served in a scleral lens. And when you look at the way that the technology works, it's pretty, pretty logical or intuitive that eventually you would use it to map beyond the cornea and get to kind of the scleral mapping.
Right. So let's pick that up. Let's talk about scleral lenses. I guess that's what we're here to talk about today. This CSP Pro software. So you can see a picture behind me, actually. I think people can get a sense of what this looks like. But why don't we talk a little bit about that? How does it work and what does it do?
Yeah, so they, with the Oculus Pentacam, originally with the Pentacam HR, they had a software program that they had developed a couple years back. And the way that worked was by using the Scheimpflug camera to be able to get an image of the cornea and then stitch to it the superior nasal, temporal, and inferior scleral shape to that cornea, so you could get the scleral topography, or rather the profilometry of the ocular surface. Now, with the CSP Pro, which is the evolution of this CSP software, what they've done is on the Pentacam Wave AXL, they've given it a much wider sensor. So what you're able to capture in this is, instead of what used to take five images, you can now get that all in one image. So it now becomes a very, very quick and efficient way to get the data that you need for these individuals. And the coolest part about this is, not only is it going to help you understand the scleral shape, right? Like, think of like fitting contact lenses, prior to a corneal topographer, right? You're putting a lens on, you're looking at it, it's all trial and error. You don't really know what's there. But once you have the corneal topographer, you have something to help you understand the shape and select a lens that's more likely to be helpful on that eye. Well, now, if we were fitting scleral lenses before the CSP software, it was basically that same guess and check. But now, if I can look at the mapping that's there, I can understand the scleral shape and say, hey, this individual seems to have a very toric scleral shape. Let me go ahead and grab a toric fitting set and put that on the eye as my start point. And then I'm much closer to an endpoint. The other cool part about it, though, is that data can be transferred out of the software and into external softwares, where I can design lenses based on that elevation data, and be able to create these geometrically complex lenses for these patients to fit eyes that maybe I couldn't even have fit with a standard fitting set. So it's a really, really amazing, amazing software.
Sure. And I guess the one question a lot of people have is how long does it actually take to sort of capture an image that you can then use and manipulate in the software?
Yes, yeah. So if we look, at the CSP Pro, this, I can do a bilateral case in just under a minute. Each one of these eyes, really the only thing that takes the longest period of time on this is not actually the image capture, it's the little bit of processing time that happens afterwards. So it's a very, very efficient way to do it. And the cool part about this is because the Pentacam just as a device has so much utility to it, I don't need to take them to another device and, do other things like add fluorescein to the eye or other things so that I can capture profilometry. I can just go directly into profilometry while I was getting their other scans. So like the Pentacam Wave AXL has, the ability to get corneal tomography data, but it also has a wavefront aberrometer in it and a biometer in it. So I can do a full sequence scan on this individual where I'm collecting all that data in one shot. And then I can go and open up their lids all the way and capture the scleral data all while they're sitting there. I don't even have to go to another device. It's really amazing.
Right.
Especially when you think about like the older CSP software, that would take a couple minutes per eye because you had to get several quadrants scanned and they all had to match up well.
Right. In fact, I had my own OD actually create a pair of sclerals for me just as a joke, just to play around. It's not like I need it for any sort of medical necessity, but I wanted to see the process. And the funniest part about it was, the actual scan itself was really fast. And then he started fiddling around trying to create a lens. And he's like, no, I don't need to actually have the patient here while I do this, but you can sit here and watch me. But he's like, in reality, I have everything that I need. So we can go about, the patient's business, do whatever they have to do, but I can, create the lens in my own time.
Yes. Yeah. That's the really, really cool part about that is, once you have the base data of the eye, and this is, I'm very much guilty of this, but the ability to tinker on these external softwares,
right.
I mean, man, you could really spend some time there if you want.
Right. And just so everyone should know, when you put sort of scan the patient, do they need to be prepped in any other way with fluorescein or anything else before actually using the Pentacam?
No, and that's the great part about it. In fact, if you were to put fluorescein on the eye, fluorescein would actually illuminate under the Scheimpflug, which would actually cause flare in the image. So don't use fluorescein on this one. But the great part about this is it requires no prep. It's not like one of these where you gotta pre-prep them so that the image can actually be seen. Like if you look at some of the raster stereography devices that are out there that utilize fluorescein, essentially they need the fluorescein as a photoactivator so that you can actually pick up the depth of the eye. Without that fluorescein on the eye, you're not going to get the image. So, a lot of these suffer from issues where the fluorescein is just not covering the full surface, or it drains really quickly. So now you got to put even more drops on them, and then you got to take more and more scans. This one is very, very efficient. I've used actually all the profilometers out there, and at this point, this is the only one that I continue to use. So it's a winner.
Excellent. And we touched a little bit on workflow before, where you get the scan and then you start fiddling around trying to create lenses for people. From the patient's perspective, how does this work? Do you still use trial lenses? How does that all work?
So yes, yeah. So you still have to get your over refraction data on the individual. So I'll still put a trial lens on the eye just to see what do I get on my over refraction, what's the base curve that I'm using, what's the power of the lens and the over refraction, so that if I'm going to use this to export the data and create a lens in software, such as like the Wave software, I can go in there and then I just type in the data so that I have the optics on the first lens. Now, on the other side of this, though, some people have the misconception that these devices are only good for, transferring to, third-party software or to Wave software to be able to create lenses, but you can use it to guide your own just diagnostic scleral lens fitting, so that you can understand the ocular shape better and where the obstacles of the eye might be, where there might be a pinguecula, how wide it is and how tall it is. And you could modify your diagnostic lens based on that. So, you could just say, okay, yeah, I'm still going to put a trial lens on you and I'm going to go the diagnostic fitting route. Or you can go the more complex route, which is export the scan itself and then create the lens in those third-party softwares. And yeah, then that's the other thing too, is that there are multiple different third-party softwares that you can export this to. It's not just, Wave. It's not just, you can use pretty much any one of the, favorite softwares out there, as long as they accept the format that the file is in. And almost all of the popular ones do that. So it's it's a very, very strong platform to work with.
Right. So you're not locked in at all.
Exactly. There's no, oh, well, you have to use our software or anything like that. It is, truly they're just a remarkable company in that way. They're very free with the data, ready for you to use it how you will. So it's really wonderful.
Right. And I'm going to put up on the screen right now so people who've never seen the software before can actually see it and get a taste of what's going on in terms of what you can fiddle with and how it all works. So one question, looking at the stuff on the screen is, does the CS Pro software allow you to customize the haptic design? What are the parameters you can mess with when you're actually playing with the software?
Oh yeah. So absolutely. So when you're using the CSP data, you can export it into Wave, and Wave contact lens software has a variety of different control points and a variety of different designs that you can start from as your base design, right? So you can create a radially symmetric lens, which essentially just means that it has a spherical haptic on it. You can create a geometrically symmetric lens, meaning that it's basically a toric. It's got a steep and a flat meridian to it. And then you can create their freeform lens, which is essentially 8 submeridians that you can independently control. And along each one of those meridians, you have 4 different control points. So you can control the central vault, the limbo vault, the the haptic, and then the edge. So you can create all sorts of different cool, alignments and shapes out of it, and your ability to customize is really only limited to your imagination, which is very, very freeing. But also at the same time, you got to know what you're doing. So
yep, that's always the catch, isn't it?
Yeah, but the nice thing is that they've recently revamped the Wave software. So it's actually, really, really user friendly at this point. The ability to, plug in a lens, run the software to it to create an alignment fit. Those lenses, they are really, really good. So in some cases, it's very minimal modification. We'll probably look at a study sometime in the future here comparing my ability to do diagnostic lenses versus our ability to do scan-based lenses on this software specifically, and see which one is better. And I have very little doubt that the software would beat me on that.
All right. It's funny, a lot of people are getting into doing scleral lenses right now. Some people are dipping their toes in the water. They're just getting started, right? Other people like you have deep expertise. But I'm kind of wondering, everyone looks at instruments, they go to the various trade shows, they kick the tires. Maybe you can speak to us a little bit about the ROI of an instrument like this for someone who's now trying to really get into scleral lenses in their office.
Yeah, absolutely. The ability to kind of save time with a device like this is immense, because not only can this device, well, let me put it this way. So this device, if you wanted to make it the most bare bones simple device, right? The Wave AXL has the aberrometer in it. So you could use this as just a glorified, very complicated autorefractor, right? But why would you use it just as an autorefractor when you could run the full sequence on them and get all their corneal data, their axial length data and their aberrometry data, right? And it takes such a little period of time. So now you know so much about these individuals, right? You can look at angle structures for, your glaucoma suspects. You could look at axial length and track that for your myopia management. You can, track this for your complex cornea patients, like your keratoconus and your ectasia patients. You can find all these variations, and then it can be used to fit various different types of contact lenses. I know what we're talking about here is mostly the use case for scleral lenses, but that doesn't mean that you can't make corneal gas perms from the software and this. You can make orthokeratology lenses based on this. So there's a variety of different things that you can do with this software. And the great part about this is it's not 3 different devices, right? You didn't buy an aberrometer. You didn't buy just a tomographer. You didn't buy just a biometer on this. You bought one device with a small footprint. So, even those individuals who work in New York City can can have some space back,
Well, great. Well, John, thank you so much for this information. And I'm sure if people have questions, there's going to be comments right down in the thread below, and hopefully you can stop on by and answer them.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another edition of ODwire TV. Now, as you know, if you've watched any of our programs before, technology is sort of what drives us. It's why we get up in the morning. It's why we do what we do. We love talking about it. Whether it's diagnostic instruments or products you dispense to your patients, like contact lenses. Technology is really why we do the things we do, particularly technologies that help you in your practice, and today is no different. We're going to be talking about permanent water surface contact lens technology from Alcon. And believe it or not, if you've cracked open a copy of Tyler's Quarterly lately, you may or may not have noticed that these lenses represent their own category of lenses, like hydrogels or silicone hydrogels. So the 3 permanent water surface technologies are scientifically advanced and have some important characteristics and features. And so today we've decided to invite 2 clinical experts to talk to us a little bit about these lenses. Dr. Susan Resnick is a principal at Drs. Farkas, Castillo, Resnick & Associates in New York, New York. Fitting contact lenses has been her primary focus throughout her career, and she served as an advisor to industry and as an investigator in the contact lens and pharmaceutical industries. And Dr. Michael Slusky is the president at Chicagoland Vision Consultants in Schaumburg, Illinois. In his practice, he also emphasizes cornea and contact lens management, and he too has worked closely with industry to help consult on the latest contact lens technologies. And just to remind everyone, this episode of ODwire TV is sponsored by Alcon, and both Drs. Resnick and Slusky are paid consultants for Alcon, and were compensated by Alcon for participating in this discussion today. And so Susan, Michael, thank you so much for being here today.
Pleasure.
Thanks for having us.
So I guess, we should probably start off from the basics, right? So what is a contact lens surface technology? Susan, maybe you want to step us through it?
So a lens surface technology is something that we look at that's obviously very important, because what we're looking to do is ensure that the contact lens has certain key features and benefits that make it as compatible as possible and consistent with delivering the comfort and the vision that the patient wants. So there are a lot of different factors we can talk about when we talk about lens surface technology. And that would relate to how soft the lens is, how wettable it is, how smooth it is, and even how well it resists bacteria and surface deposits. So these are all things, as we know, when it interacts with the eye, that can contribute both to visual and physical comfort when patients wear their contact lenses. And they can be different for different types of lenses. We think about a daily disposable and what are we demanding of a daily disposable lens, but not every patient wears a daily disposable. And what about the patients that are in a reusable category? We're going to look for other things, and we're going to be getting into that in just a few minutes. So these are things that we want to ensure as comfortable an interface between the contact lens and the ocular surface.
Right, and this can be pretty important to patients, right? Michael, what's your experience been with it?
Oh, true. I think of the surface technology as being the primary thing. It's the first point of touch. It's no different than really putting on a shirt. You want that shirt to be comfortable all day long.
people define success when wearing contact lenses in a variety of different ways. That would be one way, I guess. But Susan, what's your own personal definition after doing this for quite a while now?
Is the wearing experience greater than whatever little kinds of annoyances that, they may have attributed in the past with contact lenses, whether it's difficulty handling it or, end of day discomfort or less than adequate vision. So if we can get them over any little obstacle that they previously associated with lenses, we've made a big improvement in the wearing experience. And that's the value that a good contact lens will bring to the patient and to the practice.
Right. And so in your mind, the issues that come up are, comfort is probably primary to a lot of people. Michael, do you see the same thing?
I certainly do. I really find that with 1 out of 5 patients dropping out of contact lenses, even new wearers, there's a substantial amount of them that are not going to continue in contact lens, and even worse, they're not going to tell the practitioner that they're not going to continue with their contact lenses. So it's quality of life. We're giving somebody the opportunity to enjoy visual freedom without their corrective spectacles, and that really follows an obligation. So if I make that commitment to my patient, I got to use a product, a device that's going to substantiate that so that they can enjoy their life with the contacts on.
Right. And, as patients feel discomfort or have problems with their lenses, it can be due to, as everyone knows, a wide variety of factors. But is there any sort of commonality that both of you have sort of seen when, people are having problems with their lenses in general? How about you, Susan?
So I think it all goes back to the tear film. We all know that while the cornea is the main refracting surface, it's the tear film that covers the cornea. And so if you have that first layer that's compromised, it's downhill from there. And so we know when we put a lens on the eye, it's basically splitting that tear film in half. You're going to have half your tears behind the lens, half your tears in front of the lens. And, with a soft contact lens, it's the tear film that's closest to the air that would be most likely to become compromised at some point. And we all know that environmental factors, evaporation, not blinking, staring, medication. So all of these things, some of which are modifiable, some of which aren't. But if we can get a lens that has the least negative effect or the most positive effect on tear film stability, patient will be more comfortable, the vision will be more stable. And to Michael's point, we often forget that, some studies show that 20% of new wearers will drop out of lens wear for vision or, comfort or handling reasons. And, half of our patients, or more than half, aren't even telling us. So it really behooves us to not just say, how's everything, to probe a little bit more. And what I like to do is I like to ask the patient, how many hours do you wear the lenses per day? And then I follow it up with, how many comfortable hours do you wear the lens per day? Because if there's a mismatch there, it tells me that I can make some changes to make things better.
And the lens itself, as you mentioned, can disrupt the tear film just by the sheer act of putting it on one's eye. But what about other factors as well, besides contact lenses, that might be compromising the tear film even before you do something like fit a contact lens?
So many aspects affect us in that statement. First of all, it's our general health. There's medications that we may be taking. There's the environment. So many individuals are spending time on digital devices. The blink rate goes down. And what's interesting to me about it is it's become second nature. It's not something people think about. And oftentimes we have to remind them to simply blink, but more time spent staring. And when you disrupt that tear film, that has to have an impact. That's man-made. That's not a natural process.
And these factors are unavoidable, right? You're not going to tell people, no, you can't use your smartphone. No, you can't sit in air conditioning. No, you can't do these types of things. So you as the clinician have to kind of work around these limitations that you're dealt with.
Yeah, Adam, I've learned that unless my patient's truly harming themselves, I don't necessarily want to change their lifestyle. My job is to understand their lifestyle and try to find a solution for their lifestyle. And that truly is the key word, is a device that can provide them function throughout what they want to do, their needs and their wants.
And so when choosing a contact lens, right, you have to kind of think about this as well. What, when you look at a patient, what are their wants and needs, and knowing their lifestyle and getting a sense of it before you actually try to put them in a certain material.
Now that brings me to something, and I've kind of said this to over the years to many individuals in the hallways or in lectures or even to my own partners, it's so easy to look at a lens or a lens design and just say, okay, this looks good. I'm going to fit this to all my patients. I really believe that the lens has to be fit to the patient versus the patient to the lens. And now that we have choices, we can very carefully and methodically evaluate that ocular surface prior to fitting and choose, to our best of our knowledge empirically and through diagnostics, what's going to be the best match. It doesn't mean you're going to get it right on the first shot, but we at least know that we can go to these advanced technologies, and that's the beauty of having permanent water surface technologies, is we have this family of lenses that enables us to just take a look at the category as a whole and meet not just the wearing schedule, but the physical and visual profiles of the patient as well.
Right, and so let's get into it a little bit, right? That's what we were here to talk about today, is the sort of permanent water surface contact lens technology, and trying to find the best fit in terms of a lens that you could fit your patients with. And why don't we just dive in a little bit and talk about where this permanent water surface technology is actually being used and the lenses that actually contain it. So maybe, Michael, you could dive in and tell us a little bit about it.
This is fun for me. So let me break that up into two parts, share with my colleagues, and then what I share with my patients. So for my colleagues, you've heard Adam mention that this is a separate category, Tyler's. We know that already. Alcon has a portfolio of products. There are 3 distinct lenses. Each has a different property, even though they share some similarities of water surface technology. But these are not repurposed lenses, and each one has a specific purpose for a patient's need. And here's what I tell my patients. It's always been the same thing. It's always been lids, tears, and your cornea. And then I go ahead and I put a piece of plastic right in between. That's got to change something, right? But imagine, what if I can take that piece of plastic and change the surface as close to a liquid as possible? That's the philosophy I think about when I think of water surface technology.
And just taking a look at the lenses themselves, I know that Alcon has done a bunch of studies, showing breakup time, but maybe you could step us through just real briefly, what they've looked at and what this means, at least in an in vitro setting.
So I think I just need to preface this, Adam. When we talk about in vitro, we can't actually make a connection between what happens in a laboratory setting and what we can see on our patient's eyes. But what it allows us to do is look at relative differences between technologies off of the eye. And it tells us about the properties of the materials itself. And then that's what helps us make the match. So Alcon uses a very interesting video method of looking at water breakup time, lens surface moisture stability. And they call it the eye drop technique. And they actually soak the lens for a good amount of time in a phosphate buffered saline to get all of the solution off the lens that's in with the blister pack. And then they take the lens off on a dome, keeping the lens in its natural shape. And they take a video of when that moisture starts to evaporate. And, we can see here in the graphic what the time frame is for the Dailies Total 1, the Precision 1, and the Total 30. Relative to each of those, but also relative to other lenses in their respective classes. And we can see that the Dailies Total 1 is certainly the category leader, and I don't think any of us is surprised with that. We've been working with these lenses for many years, and many of us know how that water gradient technology is so good in retaining the moisture. And we'll talk a little bit more about the polymer and the surface in a little bit. But we can see that the Dailies Total 1 lasts for about 39 seconds before that moisture starts to break up. The Precision 1 is next, and that's at about 30 seconds. And competitors range from about 5 to 18 seconds. If we look at both the monthly and the 2-week lenses, the Total 30, the moisture lasted for about 27 seconds before it started to break up. And that was followed by the Air Optics Plus Hydroglide at 19 seconds. And then, the competitors in the categories came in anywhere from about 9 to 15 seconds. So permanent water surface technology lenses showed superior lens surface moisture stability. And again, just to reiterate, this is in an in vitro setting.
And if, we're looking at the 3 different permanent water surface lenses, what's interesting to me is that it's not all the same technology, right? So we like to sort of group them together like you saw in Tyler's, but the technology that each lens is using is actually different. And maybe we can talk about that for a little bit. Maybe we could start talking about the sort of the granddaddy, right? The original, Dailies Total One, and then work our way across the other two.
Dailies Total One was launched in 2013. It was the first water surface technology, but it uses something called water gradient technology. So let me explain exactly what that is. Contact lens has traditionally been homogeneous polymer plastic. And Dailies Total One starts out with a 33% water content in its core. As it transitions to the surface, it gradually moves to nearly 100% liquid at the surface. But that transition, not only is it smooth, it also creates a thicker cushion of liquid. That is going to be your interactive surface with the eye and with the tears and the environment.
So the on-eye performance, if we wanted to compare it, let's say, to the AccuView Oasis One Day, Alcon looked at a lot of different features that we look in practice, and they looked at, end-of-day comfort, lubricity after 16 hours of wear, tear film stability, and tear film breakup. And they found that performed excellent in a variety of important outcomes, outperforming the One Day Oasis, which is a lens that a lot of doctors, patients might compare it to. It also demonstrated superior lubricity after 16 hours of wear. And to just tack on a little bit more of the science of what Michael was just saying, it also has something in there called smart tears, which is a compound called phosphatidylcholine, which is actually a phospholipid that's actually found in natural tears. So yes, it's that thick cushion of moisture, but it's also that extra component of the phosphatidylcholine.
From your perspective as clinicians, Michael said, again, that these lenses have been around since 2013. I'm actually wearing them right now. Tells you what I think of them. But what do you guys have actually seen in clinical practice, with all the thousands of patients that you've had? How has Dailies Total One performed for you over that period of time?
Looking at the feedback from my patients, I ask them questions. Is there anything about the contact lens that I prescribed for you that you wish could be better? And that gives that patient the opportunity to speak freely. They can judge me. They can tell me if I'm doing the right thing for them. Consistently, I'm finding that patients are saying, I love these. All of those aspects that I mentioned earlier and Susan followed up on, especially with the smart tears technology, those are the key elements that provide vision, comfort, and consistency over time. Again, it's going back to, I want my patients to feel like I feel by not wearing anything when they're wearing their contact lenses. I love the clinical performance.
And we've spoken a lot actually about the way the lens feels, but how does it actually perform visually, particularly over the period of time that people are going to be wearing them, right? Where, the goal is you're shooting for all day. How does it actually work? Susan, what's your experience been?
So, my patients love it. I wear them too, Adam. I know you do. And I happen to be in the multifocal. Is that a surprise?
Me too. Me too.
And look, I'm staring at a microscope all day, just as Michael is. And, we have dry conditions here in New York City. And so, it's great because of the lubricity and, the feeling of comfort and not having on. But I'd have to say that the optics in and of themselves are really, really good. And I hear this from patients when I refit them. It's, there's 20 happy if there's 20/20 or 20/20 plus. And I'm just getting that clear, consistent vision, throughout the day.
When you're thinking about which patients you are going to try to fit into Dailies Total One, is there sort of, if you have a vision in your head, what does a Dailies Total One patient actually look like? Besides you and me, Susan, what does a Dailies Total One patient, when you think about them, look like?
I really have struggled with this a little bit because I love the technology of all the water surface lenses. And I have a feeling that a lot of my colleagues are asking the same question. Okay, I've got this technology. Who do I put in what? Do I look at function, cost, desire? What are the factors? So I'm using Dailies Total One platform for my high demand patients. So let me describe what I consider a high demand patient. This is a person that has tried contact lenses before and has checked off on the medical history form. Yes, I've worn them. No, I'm not interested in them. It begs the question, why are you not interested? Whether it was vision, whether it was comfort, any of those things, I call that high demand because that's a challenge. High demand also means somebody that has a long day. Dailies Total One has a great platform for that. So I like that aspect about it. That's the position I have. And this has been a consistent, comfortable lens for them to wear. The vision has been consistent over time. It makes it simple. It's maintenance free. It's a great place to start and keep the patients. So that is what I consider a high demand patient.
Okay, well, great. Well, thank you so much, both Susan and Michael, for being here today, giving us all, this great advice and all these little points that you can share with your patients as well. So thanks again for being here.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thanks, Adam.
And for those of you watching, join us for part 2 of our conversation, where Susan and Michael will discuss the most recent additions to Alcon's permanent water surface technology contact lenses, Precision 1 and Total 30. Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome to another edition of ODwire TV and part 2 of our conversation around Alcon's family of permanent water surface technology contact lenses. Now, if you've cracked open a copy of Tyler's Quarterly lately, you may or may not have noticed that these lenses represent their own category of lenses, like hydrogels or silicone hydrogels. So the 3 permanent water surface technologies are scientifically advanced and have some important characteristics and features. And today we're going to be talking about the 2 most recent additions to the permanent water surface technology family of lenses, Precision 1 and Total 30. And so today we've decided to invite 2 clinical experts to talk to us a little bit about these lenses. Dr. Susan Resnick is a principal at Drs. Farkas, Cassillo, Resnick & Associates in New York, New York. Fitting contact lenses has been her primary focus throughout her career, and she served as an advisor to industry and as an investigator in the contact lens and pharmaceutical industries. And Dr. Michael Slusky is the president at Chicagoland Vision Consultants in Schaumburg, Illinois. In his practice, he also emphasizes cornea and contact lens management, and he too has worked closely with industry to help consult on the latest contact lens technologies. And just to remind everyone, this episode of ODwire TV is sponsored by Alcon, and both Drs. Resnick and Slusky are paid consultants for Alcon, and were compensated by Alcon for participating in this discussion today. And so Susan, Michael, thank you so much for being here today.
Pleasure.
Thanks for having us.
So in our first conversation about permanent water surface technology contact lenses, we talked about Dailies Total One. And today I wanted to continue that conversation by talking about the other lenses that are included in this unique category. And so that probably brings us to the sort of next lens in the family, Precision 1. And I remember when Precision 1 came out, people, when they first saw it, they didn't know what to make of it at first. This question mark came up over their heads, like, is this just another version of Dailies Total One, or is it something completely different? And of course now we know Precision 1 is not Dailies Total One. It is different. And it uses different technology. Maybe, Susan, you could speak to us a little bit about how Precision 1 is different technically from Dailies Total One.
So, as Michael said before, this isn't just new and, well, he didn't say it like this, but this isn't just new and improved Tide. It's not the same basic lens that, repackaged. It's a totally different lens, a totally different polymer. It's Verifelcon. And it is not, even though it's a permanent water surface contact lens technology, it's not a water gradient technology. It actually steps up from a low water content to a higher water content. But that being said, the step up is less of a step. So it goes from a 51% water at the core to a little more than 80% water at the surface. While it has a really nice cushion of moisture, it's about roughly half the thickness of the cushion of moisture of the Dailies Total One. But where does this fit in? And this is where, again, we as practitioners go, okay, we got all these lenses. How are we going to divide them up? We're going to flip a coin? No. So the purpose of this lens, or where it's sort of its niche, is that it is a lens that handles extraordinarily well. So it gives all of the features and attributes of a water surface technology. But for that novice wearer, maybe patients are a little bit challenged in terms of handling, it is a lens that handles very well. And we all have a lot of patients. We have a lot of challenging patients. If we think about it, those are the ones we remember. But the majority of our patients probably aren't all so challenging. So what about those who don't really have those physical or physiological challenges, who just need a really good, comfortable lens that's easy to handle. And that's where I think the Precision One comes in. So you've got the excellent vision and the excellent handling. And again, harking back to, the Anna Sully study where she looked at what encourages dropout or what motivates people to drop out, if I can use that word. Oftentimes with new wearers, it's handling. So it's really critical that we don't have our patients being frustrated with the very first step of lens wear, which is inserting and removing the contact lens.
Right. And once they get past that first step, of course, this lens uses the smart surface technology, right? Which again is another one of the advanced surface technologies that we've been talking about. Maybe Michael, you can speak to this technology and how it sort of fits in and compares to Dailies Total One.
The way that I see smart surface technology is if Dailies Total One is a gradient, I think of it as progressive spectacle lenses. You've got a progression going from distance into a near segment. Whereas the Precision One with smart surface technology, it is a step up. So to me, that's a line bifocal. And friends, I'll tell you, there's a place for both of those in my practice. I have patients who wear line bifocal because of the specific needs that the optical design gives me. Same thing with progressive lenses.
I like to think of it as my workhorse lens. I mean, I know that word is used a lot, but that truly is what it is. And then for the patients that we discussed before that are more challenging, you can step it up from there. But this to me is a lens that meets the needs of most contact lens wearers.
Susan, I love what you said about that. I'm going to throw something out that you might identify with. There's an expression, if it ain't broken, don't fix it, right?
That expression.
So, right? And I think that's great for a washing machine, maybe a dishwasher, but when patients come in and see me and I ask them that question, is there anything about your contact lenses that you wish could be better? And they may say, no, there's nothing. And I'm looking under the slit lamp and asking about their habits, how they wear their contact lenses. What I say to them is, if it ain't broken, enhance it. We enhance everything in our daily activities. We have new cell phones, we have new computers, we have new clothes. We don't continue to reuse or repurpose those things. And that's where I found that Precision One has really worked well in my practice. And that's what I found patients are preferring compared to their habitual lenses. And I don't think that I did anything wrong in the years that passed by giving them technology, but that was technology from them. Right. This is water surface technology. It's a great workhorse lens. It's my mainstream go-to.
Right. It's funny. I've got a teenager at home, and when I ask him how his day was, you know what you get? You always get the answer, it's fine. Right? My day was fine. And then they clam up. I kind of wonder, is it the same with contact lens patients where they will just tell you, it's fine. How do you actually probe a little deeper? Because as you guys know, it's not always fine, right? They're just not talking to you. They're not telling you. What is it that you can do to kind of tease this out of them to try to make their experience better, even when they're not necessarily being upfront and telling you?
That is true. And there are two main reasons that happens. One is that patients assume that this is just the way it has to be. And the other are afraid to tell you because they think if they're going to tell you something negative, you're going to tell them they can't wear their contact lenses. So that clinician has to keep in mind. So, and again, I alluded to this before. I first ask an open-ended question and I say, how are you doing, with your contact lenses? And I let them answer. And then if I get that, oh, great, which is, even at 35, my children still answer me with that. So it's not just teenagers. I ask closed questions, which is how many hours a day do you wear lenses? When do the lenses start to bug you, if at all? And how does your vision feel at 6 o'clock at night versus 1 o'clock in the afternoon? So I'll ask those three key questions. And from then I can tell, is there an issue or, what kind of changes do I have to make? But I'm like Michael, even if everything is great according to them, and even if it looks great, the only reason my patients come back to see me, it's not because I'm so charming, although people would suggest otherwise. It's because I'm constantly, I'll use the word whetting their appetite for new technology. So I was probably talking about these lenses 6 months to a year before they even became available. Not that I have telepathy, but I'm always telling patients that research and development is an ongoing thing, and that these lenses are great. These are the kinds of things I was talking to you about last year. And so I kind of always hark it back to the last visit because it's what motivates them to come back to see me. And it also is what engenders loyalty and referrals.
So, we've spoken about the disposable water surface lenses now. There is a third lens in this family, and it's a reusable lens, and it's called Total 30. And I think we should probably touch on it a little bit, right? Because it is unique in that it is reusable versus the other two. So maybe you could just step us through a little bit about what Total 30 is all about.
I have to say that I love this concept. And it's the most ironic thing to hear me say that I love this concept, because I started out at about 15% single use in my practice. It was a long journey. Then got to 35, got to 55. Those were really, really big challenges. But something took off after 55. I got comfortable with it. I helped my patients get comfortable with it. And, 8 out of 10 patients today I'm putting in single-use lenses. And I'm not saying that to boast. I'm saying that because I believe, and I found a way to make my patients believe. But that means that I have at least 2 out of 10 patients that are either not prepared to put on a single-use lens, or it is not in their budget. And those, friends, are truly my most valuable patients, because they really do stand the highest risk of dropping out of contact lenses. And if I lose them, I've impacted their quality of life. That's important to me. So for years, since 2013, the concept has come up, well, what if there was a water surface technology in a reusable lens? And more importantly, why isn't there one? So it's here today. And the key thing I understand about Total 30 is, again, it is not a repurposed product. It's a material that was specifically designed to be able to be worn for more than one day. That means it has to have characteristics. Number one, it has to be compatible with solutions, which it is. Number two, the surface has to stay resistant to deposit formations, foreign particles, or even bacteria. And we're going to get into that, Adam. We're going to talk a little bit about that technology, Susan and I, and share with our colleagues what it is that makes it unique and why we've embraced this technology for our reusable wearers.
Just to build on what Michael says, this particular technology in the Total 30 is actually leveraged on the Daly's Total 1 technology. This is a water gradient, much like that. The Total 30 is of a new polymer called Layfilcon A, and it actually has about 55% water at its core, and then it goes up to about 100% water at the surface. So this is a little bit more analogous to the Daly's Total 1 than the Precision one. But to Michael's point, there's a few other features and benefits of this lens which specifically speak to the fact that we want this lens to feel as good on day 30 as it does on day 1.
Right. And speaking to that, so there's this technology built into it called Celigent, which you're not going to get in the other two lenses. Maybe, Susan, you could speak to that, what this is and how it works.
So this is, if we remember our ocular anatomy, we know that on the corneal surface is something called the glycocalyx, which is produced by the microvilli of the anterior cells on the cornea. And so what Alcon has done with their polymer technology is they've actually been able to mimic this glycocalyx using nanofibers within the polymer itself. So we can see here on the left, there's glycocalyx in the corneal surface, and it provides a gel-like layer of protection with the microvilli. Actually, it's a dynamic process. So these microvilli are kind of sweeping across the surface of the eye. And what the Total 30 is that with biomimetic properties, it actually allows the nanofibers in the material itself to achieve the same kind of dynamic function. And what this does is that it actually helps it to be resistant to lipids and bacteria. But on a chemical basis, it's a net neutral charge. And what that means is that large molecules that have, charges on them aren't going to stick to the surface. So there's the net neutrality in the chemistry that repels, plus this dynamic motion of the nanofibers. So this is, a very, very unique technology.
And Sue, also that has those nanofibers, MPC for short, that's got a proven track record.
That's actually used to line stents for cardiac procedures, and it repels some of the lipids that can build up in artery walls and everything. So it definitely is a very inert polymer, and it's very compatible with the natural physiology, of our bodies. So to have this in a lens where we want to look for that biomimetic property on the surface of the eye, is a great thing.
I think that's what made the difference for me, at least, is I was excited that we were using water gradient technology for our patients in a reusable platform. But I just found that really interesting that industry is creating a platform for us that's moving us closer and closer to space age, if you will, that you're mimicking the way the human body works. That's got to do something for me. So I like that.
And of course, Alcon has actually put the lens through its paces in vitro, sort of measuring its softness and lubricity and so forth. So before we talk about the experience on the patient's eye, maybe we could talk a little bit about what the lens has been like in the lab.
Alcon looked at the material properties of the Total 30 lens. They looked at two key features of the material, and one is how soft the lens is, and the other is how lubricious or smooth the lens is. And the study showed that the Total 30 lens was at least 5 times softer in terms of its lens surface than other reusable lenses. And with respect to lubricity, there was a 3 times greater surface lubricity in this lens than in lenses in the reusable category as well.
What hits me with this is if I can have a contact lens polymer that could be as soft as possible, I'm going to ask my patient, what do you think? How does it feel in your eyes? And it all comes down to their response. If they say to me, I prefer it, it feels lighter, it feels like there's nothing in there, I think that's a very good foundation for the clinical rationale of why I would pick a polymer that has a lower modulus, that has a higher lubricity to it.
And Michael, you mentioned before that the majority of your patients are in daily disposable lenses, but of course there are always patients who will not be, who will be using these monthly replacement lenses. I guess if we had to sort of picture, what does this patient look like that's going to wear a Total 30? Again, if you had to have like an archetype, who is this person and why do you fit them with Total 30? Who are they? What do they look like?
It's actually a patient that I just saw that I had transitioned into a maintenance-free single-use contact lens, also with water surface technology. And for one reason or another, this individual was not prepared to make that transition and then reached out to me and said, hey, is there something that I can do that's more like my lenses that I wore on a monthly basis? And I said, sure, let's get you back in the office. I have the technology and a water surface lens. We'll test those, see what you think about them, and move forward. So that is an ideal opportunity. But also, even preemptively, if you have patients that tell you at the time of the visit, or you may have some questions about how they're going to accept the lens, the time is here, the time is now. We have the technology to do it. Move forward with it.
And Susan, what about you? What does your typical Total 30 patient look like?
Yeah, so I'm going to add actually 3 things to that. So I'm just like Michael. So remember when I was talking about like patients who come in and they're looking to change and they're very proactive? Well, I have another subset of patients who are the opposite, who love, how shall I say it, not to change. They're just very happy never making a change in terms of most things. And I don't fault them for that. And, I don't treat them any differently. To me, that's the ideal patient. And so I'm able to get them all the, physiological benefits, visual benefits, comfort benefits, health benefits of going into a Total 30 without their thinking that I've made a big change. But then I have 2 other categories of patients where these lenses come in great. I do have some very, very environmentally conscious patient, and they just don't want to be throwing lenses and blister packs away every day. Bingo. This lens is great. And then there are patients who just find the reusable, the monthly lenses. I'm not sure if it's real or it's imagined, just a little bit easier to handle. So I will, certainly concede. And I feel so much better now having this lens because now I don't feel like I'm compromising in this modality.
Right. You bring up an important point, actually, so that in the beginning, when there was just Dailies Total 1 in 2013, you had this permanent, water surface lens, but that was the only one. And you just had a limited subset of patients that you started fitting with it. But now, as time has moved on, you now have basically a set of technologies that covers most people, right? A good proportion of all your patients. So there's a lot of options at your disposal that just weren't there before.
Exactly. It's just so nice to have choices. And what I love about these choices, you know why it's so hard to make it? Because they're all great. So it's not, it's a good problem to have as well.
And, we've spoken a lot about the patient's perspective on all this, but, from the clinician's perspective as well, these are useful products in terms of practice management, right? Because contact lens patients, obviously for both of you, right, they make up a bulk of what you do. So these are important products in your practice as well to see patients back every year.
So I was just wanted to make one other point with respect to that. I don't find these replacement schedules necessarily mutually exclusive. So I have, patients who 9 months out of the year will wear a monthly replacement lens. And then when they're traveling for the summer and more seasonal allergies, they'll go into a daily disposable replacement. So, and certainly, again, some patients like to have some of each.
I want to add one thing that I heard from a colleague that I want to give full credit to, Dr. Wilson out of Texas. I heard him say something phenomenal. He said, my job as your optometrist is to make sure you run out of your contact lenses on time. And that's really where I see this technology. When the person is enjoying, when they're comfortable, they're going to use it. They're going to be more compliant to use it. And you're really tying them directly back into your practice. If you don't say to the patient at the end of the exam why you're doing this, you've lost it. So we as clinicians, we understand this technology, and some may be a bit wordy, but we understand why we're doing this. Here's a great opportunity for us to tell the patient, here's the reason why I'm giving you this lens. I'd like your feedback on it. Tie them into your practice.
We've been talking about what makes a contact lens successful for the patient. That's what we've been focusing on right now, both scientifically and clinically. But for your practice, from your perspective, what makes a contact lens successful for you?
So I look at really three things. The most important thing is the health and the happiness of my patient with respect to their contact lens wear. So the happiness would maybe go more to the emotional benefits, and that would be my emotional happiness as well as the patient. I always want both of us to be happy. We're each looking perhaps, well, we have most things in common, but I may be a little bit stricter. In terms of the clinical benefits, that's strictly up to me. That's looking at the vision, the corneal health, the quality of the tear film, and everything while the lens is on the eye, and then when the lens comes off of the eye. And then, certainly, the practice benefits, there are the tangible and the intangible. The intangible ones are really, what is my net promoter score with respect to that patient? In other words, is this patient an active promoter of my practice and what I've done for them? And I'm happy to say today was a good day. All my patients came in and brought their mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, and that's what I want to see. But at the same time, I look at the hard economics of it, and if the patient's happy, they're basically coming in, replacing their lenses with me at every visit, no questions asked. And we keep it very smooth and convenient for the patient. So, again, it's pretty much a three-prong differential as I look at product and patient experience.
Right.
I want to chime in on what you said, the emotional component of it is, that's a big part of what we do as clinicians. It's trust. And I found this as an opportunity to just continue the trust I've been building with my patients. I love what you said about the emotion.
And sort of one final question I had for you. When you're speaking to patients about water surface technology, how can you sort of get it into a language that they will not just understand, but also relate to? Because obviously we have one audience here today that's listening to us, and we all sort of understand the science and everything that goes behind it. When you're speaking to the patients, what kind of language can you use to really make it relatable to them?
Some of the things I said today are a little bit more wordy, they're more technical. With a patient, I can get it as simple as possible. It's lids, tears, cornea. Then I put a piece of plastic inside, in between those. What if I could take that piece of plastic and try to cover it with as much water as possible so it feels more natural? And I want to see what you think about it. That's it. Is I tie my patients into, give me your opinion. Tell me what you prefer. That helps me to build on the clinical rationale of why I'm doing it. But to the patient, it's simple, and they're engaged. That's what makes it different for them.
A contact lens is a foreign body, and I don't want their eye to perceive anything as being foreign or unlikable. And I tell them that this lens, because of the amount of moisture on the surface, the eye perceives it as being just a little bit more water on the surface of the eye. The lids perceive it as being a nice smooth surface.
Okay, well, great. Well, thank you so much, both Susan and Michael, for being here today, giving us all, this great advice and all these little points that you can share with your patients as well. So thanks again for being here.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thanks, Adam.
And if you haven't already tuned in to our first conversation on Alcon's permanent water surface technology contact lenses, check it out right here on ODwire. I'll include a link to the show in the comments. Hey everybody, it's Adam Farkas. Welcome back to another edition of ODwire TV, and today is all about drops. And specifically, we're going to be speaking about Sustained Complete Preservative Free, or PF as they call it. Now, dry eye knowledge has come a long way since I first learned about dry eye. I guess it's, well over 30 years ago. We didn't know as much back then. There wasn't as much science, and back then, in the old times, as they used to say, a drop is a drop is a drop. But these days, that is absolutely not the case. The science of dry eye has advanced, and the drops themselves have advanced. So today, we are very fortunate to have an actual scientist with us here today, a person who has worked on these drops and can tell us all about the technology behind them and how you can use them in clinical practice. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Howard Kettleson to ODwire TV. Howard's the immediate past head of ideation in dry eye and global vision at Alcon. He spent a majority of his career focused on ocular health innovation and the development of the Sustained portfolio of products. In partnership with Alcon R&D, he built on the discoveries and research of past and present Alcon scientists and explored new strategies and ideas for meeting unmet consumer and medical needs through the development of breakthrough formulations, packaging, and device technologies. Howard brings a passion and commitment to his work, and I'm so happy he was willing to spend some time with us here today. So Howard, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you.
And so, I brought up a little bit about dry eye and how the science has advanced, and I just want to remind everyone sort of clinically why this is important, right? So just to quickly review, about 44 million adults in the US suffer from dry eye symptoms. The overall economic burden is about $55.4 billion annually. More importantly, these patients are already in many of our practices. So whether they're telling you that they have dry eye or not, they're there. And you want to try to help them as best you can. And in fact, many patients are probably even treating themselves, finding products, and they could definitely use some guidance. And, Howard, maybe you can talk to us a little bit about Sustain and how it's evolved over the years. I know you've been intimately involved with the product, for a very long time, and you've been working closely with Don Korb as well, someone who I think most of our audience is familiar with, one of the pioneers of dry eye.
Yeah, when I started in Alcon in 2000, and really at that time there was very few differentiated products on the over-the-counter drops. However, I think when you go back and you look at the technology of Sustain, and when we started this work, it was in many ways revolutionary to dry eye drops. And the reason for that is just the delivery mechanism of getting ingredients on the eye in a unique way. And really, I was fortunate to work with some great scientists, engineers, manufacturing, and clinicians to start that work and bring the family of Sustain as we've seen over the years.
Right. Now you mentioned the word family, right? So what does that actually mean in reality to people? How are all the Sustain products kind of related to each other?
It's a good question, and it's a question that comes up often, because when you look at products in this category, everything seems to be similar. What we started with was a gelling technology that essentially cross-links in the eye as a reflection of pH. So essentially, it's a smart polymer system that, in combination with actives like polyethylene glycol, propylene glycol, you get a cross-linking mechanism to get a meshwork that forms on the ocular surface.
Right. Now, this technology is referred to as HP Guar, right? People can see it behind me, and I'll actually put up a slide on the screen as well so they can take a close look. Maybe you could take us through what this is all about.
Yeah, HP Guar, HP stands for hydroxypropyl, and guar is a galactomannan, it's a polysaccharide. And HP essentially allows the polymer to be easily dissolved, so it doesn't have any issues in terms of mixing. And the key part of this particular polymer is it has what is known as hydroxy groups called cis-diols. So it's in a particular configuration that allows the cross-linker, which is borate, as you've shown here, to actually undergo a cross-linking mechanism to essentially entangle the polymers so you get a meshwork-like formation.
Right. Now, Sustain itself is a liquid, right, in the bottle, but then when it touches the ocular surface, because of the pH, that's when it turns into a gel?
And you know, it's fascinating because, you know, when you think about if someone were to just take that solution in the bottle and put it on their fingertip, it is not even close to something that would be in the eye. So in the eye, of course, it forms this entangled polymer network, which forms a nice thin layer across the cornea. And literally, it is like a mesh network.
Right. So the tech is very advanced. You know, I said in the beginning, a drop is a drop is a drop was the old philosophy before people really understood dry eye. But I'm putting it up on the screen right now so people can get a sense of the timeline. Maybe you can walk us through, you know, as the science evolved. I guess this timeline covers about 20 years. You know, what happened? You know, what kind of science was happening in the background that made this all possible?
Yeah, I mean, some very important pivot points over the years. Of course, when Sustain Original was launched, that was all about aqueous deficiency. It was meant to be a differentiated product compared to the classic HPMCs, CMCs, which are more the classic lubricants out there. And when the first DEWS report came out, you know, we started to think about how do we incorporate improved retention properties, improved wetting, and Sustain Ultra was all about improving that hydration retention aspect of the formulation. Of course, you know, back in 2012, when really meibomian gland dysfunction really started to be more visible to the community of optometrists and ophthalmologists. Really at that time, you know, when you went to conferences like ARVO, there wasn't a lot of MGD work, and Alcon recognized, along with working with folks like Don Korb and others, that we needed to do something that would address meibomian gland dysfunction, or to at least try and do something that would provide lipid supplementation. And around that, you know, in that time, Dr. Korb had done tremendous work clinically with some lipids that do provide interesting what I would say is reinforcement of the tear film by improving tear film stability, tear film thickness. And from the learnings of Don Korb, we worked with him on developing Sustain Balance, which is a formulation that is the first formulation that is an emulsion. So it's an oil and water emulsion, which means that you have water as a continuous phase with oil droplets in it. And in those oil droplets and on the periphery of the droplets is a phospholipid called dimerystoyl phosphatidylglycerol, DMPG, which is a polar phospholipid. The DEWS-2 report came out, and, you know, obviously there's a tremendous amount of learning from that report. And one of the learnings was that, you know, polar phospholipids do contribute to tear film integrity. And we were fortunate that back in 2010, we had worked on Sustain Balance, launched it. And knowing that polar phospholipids are important for tear film reinforcement, integrity, replenishment, we did something really, I think, quite interesting in that we essentially transformed Sustain Balance using nanotechnology, where we were able to essentially reduce the droplet size to below 100 nanometers, which really is quite advantageous in terms of getting more product and what I call active product that's in the formulation to the eye. And that really set the stage, I think, for our product called Sustain Complete Multi-Dose Preservative Free, which is a unique bottle that prevents backflow and contamination. And, that being said, just for everyone's, for context, we also during this time had come up with a hyaluronic acid combination product called Sustain Hydration. And Sustain Hydration was a product we had done quite a bit of work on from a cellular level and doing experiments to define, could we have synergistic value with HP guar and hyaluronic acid, and Sustain Hydration was developed.
Right. And in fact, let's talk a little bit about these nano-sized lipid particles in Sustain Complete. I want to put up a picture to sort of illustrate what it is that you were talking about. Maybe you could walk us through how this actually works.
Yeah, when we started this work, it's, making emulsions is not easy. It's something that demands a lot of creativity and a lot of scientific excellence to come up with something that's stable in a bottle. And what we did at that time is we were working with high pressure homogenization technology, where essentially we're pressurizing a solution under extreme pressures. And from mixing and these high pressures, you're able to essentially power down the droplets into smaller droplets. And from that highly pressurized mechanical system, in combination with the polar phospholipid, you're able to get these nano-sized lipid droplets.
I think it's about half, or just a little more than half, of folks want a preservative-free option, right? And that's what a lot of doctors are recommending. And so I know you mentioned Sustain Complete PF before. Maybe you could just run through a little bit about the product in particular.
Yeah, I mean, the formulation is essentially the same, so there's no change in the force behind Complete, the nano droplet technology in combination with the lipid and the actives. But it's a unique drop tainer that prevents backflow and contamination, so you don't have to go and use single vials, which is great from a sustainability point of view.
Right. So in fact, a lot of the technology is in the bottle itself, right? So you're avoiding sort of what a lot of people these days really don't want, right? They don't want the waste of having to throw out those individual small bottles every time.
You know how humans are. They always want to do something that probably is against what you should be doing. It's in many ways our human nature to try and save something. But in this case, you're looking at, compromises of sterility. So it definitely adds value from the safety and quality of the product, which is what we always want to bring to the table for our patients.
Excellent. And, the science hasn't slowed down. We mentioned over the past 20 years, it's really started to advance. But even in the last 2 or 3 years, there have been a few big studies that have come out that are very significant for clinicians. Maybe you could step us through a couple of them and tell us what's going on.
Yeah, we especially, of course, with Sustain Complete, we've done, our clinical work group has done a lot of great work on trying to figure out where we stand, not only in terms of short-term assessments of the value Sustain brings to a daily use, but also from a long-term use. And there's been 3 key studies, and one of them was by Craig and co-authors in the Ocular Surface Journal in 2021. And they examined a wide variety of patients who were treated with Sustain Complete. And this was in the preserved formulation. At that time, we had not come out with preservative free. But the one important thing to note here is that what we found in this particular study was done over several months. And interestingly, patients with an evaporative component to their dry eye experienced improvement in their lipid layer grade with Sustain Complete. And I know you're showing here some essentially lipid layer colored fringe patterns, which show the differences post-treatment. And clearly, when they looked at the lipid layer interferometric patterns following the dosing in this long-term study, there was clear indication in the endpoints that there was a higher lipid layer grade, which indicated essentially that a thicker amorphous lipid layer pattern had formed, which is associated with enhanced tear film stability. So very important in this study over several months of use that this supports a long-lasting effect of the Sustain Complete. And, you know, this is one of the first studies, you know, that I've seen with one of our products that, first of all, we pushed out for many months, which is great because that's not easy to do. And not only did we push it out, but we opened it up such that after these several months of use, we were able to show that there was an enhancement in the tear film stability. And this is just wonderful news for a product like this, and goes back to that early science that was put in with Don Korb in terms of using a polar phospholipid in combination with the active propylene glycol to provide value for long-term benefits. So yeah, awesome study, and kudos to our clinical folks and the doctors that helped in this study.
Excellent. And I know that there was also another large study, and I can put it up right here to show people, that was done in 2020. Maybe you want to step us through this one as well.
Yeah, this was the daily, you know, it's always interesting to, you know, also think about that if you just use one drop, what is the benefit of that? Here we're using, of course, an over-the-counter lubricant drop with the active propylene glycol. And here, after 4 and 8 hours, you see that there was enhancement of these clinical endpoints. And if we just walk through some of these, you can see that there was essentially these were patient-reported outcomes to assess the speed of onset and the length of efficacy of a single drop. So here, again, you know, as I'm saying, is you're looking at a very, very quick study and the impact of it. And the dry eye symptom scores improved immediately. And that was not only after installation, but was sustained through 4 and 8 hours. On average, patients who had rated their symptoms as moderate or severe at baseline, a score of 6 to 10, just so everyone knows, on the visual analog scale, improved to ratings of mild or no symptoms, which is a 0 to 5 score on the visual analog scale at the time points evaluated. And overall, this data is supported that patients can experience immediate symptom relief. And this may last up to 8 hours based on administration of a single drop of Sustain Complete. So very powerful daily use and very powerful long-term use.
Yep, and the other final study that we have is by you. This one I found interesting because it covered all the different etiologies or types of dry eye, which I found really kind of fascinating.
Yeah, and you know, of course, you know, when you think about, you know, the dry eye patients, it's in many ways a very complex population. And it's never just typically easily to be diagnosing a patient with aqueous deficiency only or evaporative only. And we know that meibomian gland dysfunction is in a large proportion of patients, but that may have a subset of aqueous deficiency. And essentially in this particular study, we were looking at BID, which is twice daily dosing of Sustain Complete in all these major subtypes, the aqueous deficient, evaporative, and the mixed. And after 14 days of use, the tear film breakup time and ocular discomfort improved from baseline for all dry eye types. So fortunately, we called Sustain Complete, because essentially we were able to show across these different types, major types of dry eye, we were able to show improvement in the tear film breakup time and improve the ocular discomfort. So this is great supporting evidence of the use of Sustain in tear film stability and symptoms in patients with these major types of dry eye. really, this really closed out really a wonderful study with both the short and long-term use of Sustain. And now we're showing with all these major types of dry eye patients, we have an opportunity with Sustain Complete to add value to the practitioner's ability to provide a product for those patients when perhaps they may not know what they have or may be difficult. This is a product that they can provide as an offering.
Right. Well, and thank you for catching us up on the science, because I think one issue that everybody has is it's kind of overwhelming to know what to recommend, and particularly for a patient, if a patient's sort of flying solo on this and they're going and they see all these choices, right? They really have no idea. So I think it is very important for the clinician to be really up on the latest science so they can make a recommendation that makes sense.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that doesn't get talked about is we have integrated in Sustain Complete a true phospholipid in combination with the active propylene glycol. It's very unique because based on the work from Dr. Korb and the learnings from clinical studies of polar phospholipids and the DUCE-2 report, we have integrated into Complete this science and this clinical understanding that adds value to this mixed population in dry eye, in these major types of dry eye patients. And so, I think it's important to get people to understand, when companies like Alcon invest in technology and put a lot of effort, not only in science, but the clinical side of things to support the value that the science is bringing. This really, is something to be proud of, not only for Alcon as a company, but for all the doctors, out there that are providing great care for their patients. This is a product that should be part of their wheelhouse to offer all the major types of dry eye patients because we have incorporated, the key aspects of the Sustain engine, the HP Guar gelling technology, and now this polar phospholipid with the active demulcent. So wonderful journey, and I know that there's more journeys ahead.
Great. Well, Howard, thank you so much for being here today. It's not often we actually get to speak to the scientists behind the product. So again, thanks for coming in and doing this. And I'm sure the conversation will continue online.
It will. Thank you so much. And great to meet you, and happy to be back when possible to talk more about this great innovation portfolio.